Chapter 1. The slap in the face of the young celestial. He was so close to realizing his ambition of unifying the heavenly soul continent, unwilling to accept defeat. What a gone awry. Everything should have been under his control. Whoosh, whoosh. Once again, two ice spirit arrows pierced his heart, swift, ruthless, and precise. The ice spirit arrows were the only weapons capable of restraining him. Who could have deduced this fatal flaw of his? A gentle smile flashed through his mind. After all their struggles, they had finally glimpsed the possibility of being together. Leaving her behind filled Fang Lin's heart with an overwhelming sense of loss. In his final moments, Fang Lin clutched the token of their love tightly, yearning for one last glimpse of her smile, his starry eyes lingering, reluctant to close. Was this how it would end? The achievements he had labored for, the glory earned through scars and tears, dissipating like smoke? Even in death, Fang Lin stood tall, until his lifeless form transformed into ethereal wisps. The emperor of the heavenly soul continent fell from grace. Hey, stop pretending to be dead and get up. The raucous voice at his side caused Fang Lin to furrow his brows. Sixth senior brother, should we take him to the medical hall? I have a feeling. Shut up. Letting this useless waste die would be merciful. Taking him to the medical hall would be a waste. Fang Lin felt as if his mind were a muddled mess. Every inch of his skin and each bone felt as if they had been crushed, with the most unbearable agony emanating from his abdomen, tearing through him. At last, he opened his eyes. He was not dead. Surveying his surroundings, his gaze, sharp as an eagle's, starkly contrasted with the previous, trampled version of Fang Lin. It seemed he had not only survived, but had been reborn back to his time in Fei Yun's sect, specifically to when he was 17 and yet to recognize his ancestors. The one who had attacked him was none other than the young master of the Dongfang family. By the reckoning, Dongfang Su was still his cousin. Fang Lin had suffered considerably at his hands in the past. Dongfang Su, how dare you strike me? Fang Lin narrowed his eyes at the youth closest to him. The piercing intensity of his gaze made Dongfang Zu's heart skip a beat, instinctively causing him to take a step back, only to quickly realize his lapse in composure. Damn it, he was merely a worthless wretch, and I, the esteemed young master of the royal Dongfang family, have no reason to fear him. Sixth senior brother, he actually dared to call you by name. His junior disciples clamored behind him. The young man felt his pride wounded. Within the Fei Yun sect, he had always been revered, and now, being scorned by Fang Lin ignited a fierce rage within him. With a surge of energy, he gathered an invisible, turbulent force in his right palm. Since you aren't dead, let's practice our techniques together. As he observed Dongfang Su advancing, Fang Lin coldly snorted, having long been on guard. He swiftly drew his sword and met Dongfang Zu's force with it, an eruption of profound energy emanating from him, leaving the onlookers in astonishment. Was this still the same cowardly Fang Lin? Bang! Fang Lin sidestepped, evading Dongfang Zu's force, which shattered the stone behind him. In a blink, seizing the moment as Dongfang Zu's momentum carried him forward, Fang Lin plunged his sword into Dongfang Zu's lower back, targeting the weakness he had known prior to his rebirth. Indeed, Dongfang Su instantly resembled a fish out of water, unable to move. You, what? Sixth senior brother can't believe he lost to me? Would you like me to push the sword in deeper? Just an inch deeper, and Dongfang Zu's powers will be rendered useless. Dongfang Su no longer dared to provoke Fang Lin recklessly, begrudgingly glaring at him before saying, "You're not afraid of Master's reprimand for harming a fellow disciple? I return those very words to you. If you don't want to be crippled by me, then get lost immediately." Fang Lin's imposing aura crushed Dongfang Su, leaving him breathless. Yet, before the crowd, Dongfang Su could not afford to lose face and dared not show weakness. Fang Lin, remember this, young master, will settle this score with you eventually. The sooner the better it'll be waiting. With gritted teeth, Dongfang Su spat a threatening remark. Unable to act against Fang Lin, he turned to his bewildered junior disciples and kicked one of his followers in the knee, shouting, "Master said we should head to the training hall. Why are you standing there like fools?" Yes. His follower shot a startled glance at Fang Lin, then quietly asked Dongfang Su, "Are we just letting him off like that?" "Shut up. Unaware of Dongfang's weakness, the others found it odd that he had so easily spared Fang Lin. At last, once everyone had departed, Fang Lin felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground, but he managed to use his sword as a makeshift support. Who would have thought I would have such luck? Truly, heaven could not bear to see me perish unjustly. A sarcastic smile graced Fang Lin's lips, his mature demeanor starkly contrasting with his youthful appearance. He had exerted all his strength to withstand Dongfang's strike, not genuinely enduring it, but feigning calmness, unwilling to show weakness. Now, with blood boiling, his body, unaccustomed to the sex laws, could no longer bear the strain, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Maintaining his composure, Fang Lin steadied himself and slowly made his way back to the disciples' quarters, resting the sword against him. During the day, the disciples were mostly out practicing, so Fang Lin encountered no one on his way. As soon as he returned to his room and sat down, he heard hurried footsteps approaching. "Fang Lin, are you there?" Fang Lin. A petite figure appeared at the door. With a delicate face, her striking ice-blue hair cascaded down to her waist. Before she could finish her sentence, she was already standing before Fang Lin. "I heard them say that Dongfang Su bullied you again. How could he be so cruel? You're his junior, yet always at his mercy." Fang Lin remained silent. "Let me see your injuries." Su leaned closer to Fang Lin's face, and he could not tear his gaze away from her. This silly girl had always defended him, even sacrificing herself in his previous life. Fang Lin felt no guilt towards the world, but he owed her everything. Their reunion stirred a whirlwind of emotions within him, causing him to stare blankly at her. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Su's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, and she tugged at Fang Lin's clothing in annoyance. "Let me see if you have any other injuries. Did Dongfang Su kick you again? I brought some medicine from the rejuvenation hall." "You're so worried about me?" A teasing smile played on Fang Lin's lips. Su was adorably naive, completely unaware of how to mask her emotions. "We are both disciples of Fei Yun's sect. It is only natural to care for one another." "Then will you help me apply the medicine?" Fang Lin pointed to his abdomen. "Dongfang Su kicked my dantian, now I can hardly move." Su's innocent demeanor was evident, yet she hesitated to remove his clothing, fidgeting with his outer garment for quite some time. "Senior sister, it hurts so much." Fang Lin's plea made her hand tremble. Before she could react, he grasped her hand in his. Chapter 2. The Tenderness of the Senior Sister. "Senior sister, your hands are so soft. Please, help me massage. It isn't this medicinal wine supposed to be effective only when massaged in?" Fang Lin's demeanor shifted from fierce to pitiful in an instant. Su, being the soft-hearted person she was, lost all courage to refuse his request. With her eyes cast down, she slowly leaned closer to his abdomen, following Fang Lin's guidance. The warmth of his skin allowed her to feel the pulse beneath, a reminder of life itself. Su's ears turned crimson, her clear eyes darting about, not daring to meet Fang Lin's gaze. The soft touch of her hands, combined with Su's ice-cold physique, provided a soothing relief to Fang Lin's burning wounds. He guided her hands inch by inch over his injuries. "Senior sister, your ears are red." He feigned surprise. "Really? Perhaps I was just too hasty in my movements and got a bit warm." "You lie still, and I'll circulate some energy for you." Su earnestly wished to help Fang Lin recover, and despite her shyness, she did not release his hand. Instead, she secretly channeled her icy energy into his wound. Ice spirit energy. Fang Lin couldn't help but recall the ice spirit arrows that had pierced his heart. According to the timeline, Su should have long since passed away. It could not have been her. Who, then, possessed the ability to forge ice spirit arrows. Regardless, he was determined to uncover the truth. All done. Su quickly withdrew her hand. Fang Lin attempted to sit up and discovered that the swelling in his abdomen had indeed subsided, and the pain had mostly vanished. As he prepared to express his gratitude, Su suddenly stumbled and fell. Su. Fang Lin reacted swiftly, catching her, resulting in a somewhat awkward position for the two. With the beauty in his embrace, Fang Lin could not resist leaning down slightly, their lips nearly brushing against one another, their breaths intertwining. In his ears, he could hear the robust beating of his own heart, while his hand inadvertently pressed against Fang Lin's abdomen, throwing Su Su's heartbeat into disarray. She struggled to support herself, murmuring, "I'm sorry, I feel a bit dizzy, it wasn't intentional. You now require rest." Fang Lin's expression was grave as he suddenly recalled that, in order to evade pursuit years ago, his biological mother had sealed his dantian. If an ordinary person were to channel energy for him, it would be entirely absorbed by his dantian. The fact that his wound had miraculously healed indicated that Su had exerted her utmost strength to fill that void. This woman is as foolish as ever. Feeling a pang of tenderness for her, Fang Lin rose to support her, hoping she could rest. Am I truly that useless? Leaning against the headboard, Su's already pale face now bore not a trace of color, blending almost seamlessly with her icy hair. No, this is all my fault. Once you have rested sufficiently, we shall venture to Luanxia Valley. What purpose does that serve? Luanxia Valley was a special training ground designated for disciples of their Feiyan sect. Yet access was granted only to those who had reached a certain level of cultivation. Otherwise, one would not only fail to gain experience, but also risk injury. Naturally, we shall train. I have discovered a shortcut to cultivation. Sister, do you not wish to see me grow stronger and no longer be subjected to humiliation? Once I become powerful, I shall take you away from here to explore the vast world beyond. Su fell silent, tacitly agreeing to Fang Lin's request. At this moment, Fang Lin was secretly devising a plan to unravel the seal within his dantian. In a year, the royal authorities would come seeking him, and in his past life, he had inadvertently utilized the power of the very person who sought to kill him to break the seal on his dantian. This time, he could not afford to wait. He must resolve this threat beforehand. If he did not grow stronger, he would remain at the mercy of others. After a brief respite, the two prepared to leave the room. Meanwhile, in the training hall, Dongfang Su had gathered a group of junior disciples before their master, the carefree Xianyazi. Xianyazi scanned the room and, in a low voice, inquired, "Where is Fang Lin?" Fang Lin injured sick senior brother. He is likely too afraid to face master and has fled in guilt. One of the lackeys reported directly, according to Dongfang Zu's instructions. Indeed, Xianyazi's expression hardened as he turned to Dongfang Su, silently questioning the truth of the statement. "Master, my injury is of little consequence. I simply do not know where the junior brother has gone. It is my failure as a senior brother." Dongfang Su performed an act of righteous indignation. With Fang Lin's spiritual power, could he truly have harmed you? Xianyazi raised an eyebrow. Dongfang Su leaned closer, revealing his wound. Knowing that only his master and father were aware of his vulnerabilities, and that Fang Lin had inflicted this injury, Xianyazi's concern deepened, and he frowned slightly. "Since you are already injured, return and rest well. You may forego training today. Thank you for your concern, master." Dongfang Su clasped his hands in gratitude, preparing to leave the training hall. "Wait, this is a healing ointment. I personally concocted. Take it with you." Xianyazi waved his right hand in a half circle, summoning a platform from which he retrieved a small vial. With a flick of his wrist, the vial landed securely in Dongfang Zu's hand, and in an instant, Xianyazi vanished from sight. This was the ability of the divine cultivation realm, where fortune and luck flowed freely. Upon returning to the disciples' quarters, Dongfang Su made a beeline for Fang Lin's room. Bang! Dongfang Su forcefully pushed the door open. "Fang Lin, come out and face your demise." He had meticulously orchestrated everything. Even if he were to kill Fang Lin at this moment and dispose of the body in the endless abyss to fabricate an accidental death scenario, he could escape without consequence. However, as he arrived, radiating malevolence, Fang Lin was nowhere to be found, leaving only a single translucent strand of ice-like hair on the disheveled bed. Did the junior sister come here? Dongfang Su picked up the strand of hair. "Ah, I thought it was someone repeatedly obstructing me. It turns out to be the little junior sister." Upon uttering these words, Dongfang Su ignited a flame in his hand, incinerating that strand of hair. What on earth attracted her to this coward? Humph, it seems fitting that they can both be dealt with together. He has never held any affection for Su. When Su Susu first arrived, Dongfang Su had made an effort to befriend her, yet his imposing aura instilled fear in the timid Su Susu, preventing her from drawing close. This back-and-forth interaction only served to diminish any regard Dongfang Su might have had for this gentle, yet somewhat timid junior sister. Two despised individuals converged. It was only logical to resolve the matter in unison. Dongfang Su's indignation surged as he shattered Fang Lin's sword with a single strike and stormed off in fury. Chapter 3. I protect what is mine. Meanwhile, Fang Lin led Su Susu to the luminous Sunset Valley, the boundary between the Feiyun sect and the outside world, abundant in spiritual energy, perfectly suited for their recovery. Follow me. Fang Lin took Su Susu's hand. He recalled discovering a rare spiritual herb hidden within the crevice of a large rock at the valley's entrance years ago. Although it lacked the miraculous properties of a millennium-old ginseng, it was still a rare healing treasure. Thus, he hurried with Su Susu towards the location of the herb, but Su Susu, astonished, asked, "How did you know it was here?" "Sister, we shall share it equally." With a swift motion, he split the herb in two with a gust of wind, consuming his half before noticing Su Susu remained motionless. "Eat it. It will expedite your recovery," he urged, bringing the herb to her lips. When she did not respond, Fang Lin, with a playful smirk, quickly placed the herb in his mouth and forcefully kissed her, transferring it to her. The herb melted in her mouth, and Su Susu instantly felt much lighter, her gaze fixated intently on Fang Lin. "That if you keep staring at me, I might just devour you," Fang Lin teased, mimicking a biting motion. "Your scent is as sweet as the herb." Su Susu blushed deeply. How can he kiss me so casually? Enough of this nonsense. We should leave. You cannot enter the luminous Sunset Valley, or you'll be harmed. That moment, Su Susu's spiritual power exceeded Fang Lin's significantly. Having visited the valley several times before, her impression of the opposing side was not favorable. "That I won't be harmed." Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, stirring up dust at their feet. Fang Lin instinctively shielded Su Susu behind him. Who goes there? Such a technique clearly did not belong to a member of the Feiyun sect. Fang Lin's keen intuition signaled that the newcomer harbored malicious intent. I thought I was summoned to slay someone. But it's merely a golden-haired brat. 2 moves, and I shall dispose of you. The newcomer was enveloped in an aura of wind, his brash tone unsettling. Luo Feihong. Fang Lin recognized him from their past encounters. "At least you know my name, but if you have any sense, you will hand over this lovely lady beside you, or I shall not be gentle." Luo Feihong's gaze was filled with desire as he looked at Su Susu. Despite being in his 60s, he had fortuitously acquired a portrait of a woman years ago, and upon seeing Su Susu, he found her strikingly similar to the image, igniting his lustful intentions. With a swift motion, Luo Feihong appeared behind Su Susu, lifting her chin with his finger. "My beauty, if you come with me, I might reluctantly spare his life." "Not a chance," Fang Lin interjected, using a gust of wind to separate them, pulling Su Susu back into his embrace. "With your looks, how dare you covet my woman? You are utterly delusional." "Oh, today I shall teach you what delusion truly means. You, the golden-haired brat, dare to challenge me." Luo Feihong leapt to seize Su Susu again, but Fang Lin reacted swiftly, coldly laughing as he concealed her behind him. Conjuring a long sword from thin air with a swift hand gesture, he leaned closer to Su Susu, whispering, "If we engage in battle, you must flee first." No. This was the first time Su Susu had said no to Fang Lin. She understood that Luo Feihong's cultivation surpassed theirs combined and would never allow Fang Lin to face him alone. "Listen to me. What are you deliberating for? You are wasting my precious time." As if in a flash, Luo Feihong charged toward Su Susu, clearly intent on forcibly taking her away, while Fang Lin instinctively positioned himself to shield her. "If you wish to take my sister, you must first get past me." "Delusional," Luo Feihong sneered, instantly creating 7 illusory figures that surrounded them. Remaining calm under pressure, Fang Lin tightly grasped Su Susu's hand while quickly discerning which of the 7 was Luo Feihong's true form. However, before he could ascertain the truth, a fierce blast of energy struck his abdomen. He attempted to resist, but was too late, the violent force sending him crashing into a nearby rock, blood spewing forth. Fang Lin. Su immediately retaliated, her long hair billowing in the wind. Yet her fists were no match for multiple opponents, especially as Luo Feihong had multiplied into several forms, gradually gaining the upper hand. Fang Lin wiped the blood from his lips. Leaning against the rock as he slowly stood up, he secretly gathered his strength and realized that the energy absorbed into his dantian had been catalyzed by Luo Feihong's attack, causing a warm current to surge through him, radiating waves of heat. In that moment, Luo Feihong reveled in his imminent victory, sealing Su's acupuncture points with a mere finger, rendering her unable to utilize her ice power to its fullest. Though wary, Su found herself helpless against Luo Feihong, her heart heavy with reluctance, knowing she had fallen completely into his grasp. Fang Lin, her tear-filled gaze pierced his heart. If a man cannot protect the woman by his side, what worth does he hold? Calling on that spineless coward is futile. He cannot withstand even a single blow from me. Haha, I truly feel embarrassed for your master, Luo Feihong mocked, binding Su with celestial ropes. I will not go with you. Let me go. Struggling fiercely, her long hair danced in the air. Fang Lin managed to stand and block Luo Feihong's path. Release my beloved. Your beloved? Boy, you cannot even protect your own. How dare you flaunt your bravado here? With your spiritual roots, you should cease your cultivation, lest you waste your time. With that, Luo Feihong burst into derisive laughter, and as his laughter echoed, a gust of wind swept from beneath Fang Lin's feet, knocking him to the ground. Luo Feihong regarded him with disdain and stepped forward, placing a foot on Fang Lin's face. I intended to kill you, but seeing you in such a pitiful state. Call me grandfather and I shall spare your life. Delusional. Luo Feihong pressed down harder. Fang Lin's face pressed into the dust, his struggles proving futile. Enough, Fang Lin. Do not fight any longer. Su could no longer bear to watch. Time and again, Fang Lin was trampled underfoot, yet he rose repeatedly, battered and bruised, while Luo Feihong toyed with him as if he were a mere plaything. You shall not take her today. Fang Lin resolved to fight with all his might, steadfastly gazing at Su, silently conveying, Sister, I will not allow you to come to harm. The weak have no right to speak, and one understood this truth better than Fang Lin. He struggled to rise from the ground. Change to the skies, conceal me amidst the vastness. With my blood, I shall forge its mark. He bit his finger, letting blood coalesce into a unique symbol as he recited his incantation. The Xian Yin technique. You brat actually knows such secret arts. Chapter 4. The Cambrian bloodline realizing the uniqueness of Fang Lin's ability. Luo Feihong's murderous intent surged, but before he could act, Su vanished from his sight. And Fang Lin, in a heartbeat, leapt into the luminous sunset valley. His spiritual energy was insufficient to carry both of them away, so he had no choice but to send Su back while he fled into the valley alone. His steps faltering, yet he could not afford to stop. That man was no benevolent soul. He needed to swiftly recover his spiritual energy. Otherwise, even a minor character could bully him. Unbeknownst to him, Fang Lin had ventured deep into the valley. The sun shone brightly, its rays overwhelming, and his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Grind your teeth, endured a blood curse suppressed his vital essence, and evading Luo Feihong would prove challenging. Brat, let us see where you can run. Daring to ruin my plans. You must be courting death. A gust of sand surged forth, swiftly erecting a barrier of wind that entirely obstructed Fang Lin's path. In that moment, he promptly altered his course, veering towards the rift in the valley, a place where the terrain was intricate and would confound any outsider attempting to discern the correct route. Just a fraction more, and the rift lay tantalizingly close. Fang Lin summoned every ounce of his strength and leaped into the air. His legs were jolted, rendered numb, and the momentum of his leap abruptly ceased, sending him rolling several times on the ground. At that juncture, Luo Feihong had encircled him entirely with walls of wind, each closing in on him, leaving him with diminishing space to maneuver. And no matter how fiercely he struck at the wind walls, not a single gap remained for him to escape. You, a mere youth from the spirit cultivation realm, where did you learn the Xian Yin technique? Luo Feihong contemplated further, tormenting Fang Lin, hoping to extract the secrets of the Xianin technique from him, an endeavor he deemed most advantageous. In the Tianan continent, almost everyone practiced the art of cultivation, and aside from the various sects, there existed a clear hierarchy. The higher the level, the more powerful and pure the spiritual energy. The strength of this energy was primarily categorized into four major realms: the spirit cultivation realm, the true cultivation realm, the soul cultivation realm, and the divine cultivation realm. Each realm contained 7 distinct stages, with Fang Lin currently situated at the 3rd stage of the spirit cultivation realm, the illusory void stage. Capable of performing simple illusions and adept at channeling the spiritual energy within his body in contrast, Luo Feihong's spiritual energy had already reached at least the 6th stage of the soul cultivation realm. The disparity in their strengths was glaringly evident. However, armed with the memories of his past life, Fang Lin recalled that he was the only individual in the Tianhun continent to have broken through to the 8th level of the divine cultivation realm. Having amassed numerous extraordinary techniques and secrets, he would never concede defeat until the final moment. Who could predict what might transpire? The wind walls surrounded Fang Lin, constricting closer, nearly suffocating him. You wish to uncover the secrets of the Xianin technique? If you kill me, that secret will remain forever beyond your grasp, Fang Lin declared, a confident smile gracing his lips. The fierce winds tousled his hair, slapping against his face relentlessly. He waited, biding his time for Luo Feihong to lower his guard. After all, greed is inherent in human nature, and Fang Lin was convinced that Luo Feihong would harbor an interest in the Xianin technique. If given even the slightest opportunity, Fang Lin was prepared to take a chance. As anticipated, Luo Feihong slightly eased his pressure. Come a bit closer, to Fang Lin's surprise. Luo Feihong complied, and just as Fang Lin readied to launch an attack, Luo Feihong suddenly seized his neck, the wind blade between his fingers piercing straight into his throat. Ugh! The spiritual energy within him was nearly depleted, rendering him incapable of resisting the wind blade's assault. Even if I were to learn the incantation of the Xianin technique, I would be unable to activate it. Do you think you can distract me? Ha! Such trivial tricks are hardly worth my attention. With a sudden force, Luo Feihong punched Fang Lin in the chest as he released his grip, shattering Fang Lin's spine. Ah! Fang Lin spat a mouthful of blood. Propelled by Luo Feihong's strength, he was thrown into the air. This was an opportune moment, free from Luo Feihong's grasp and the obstruction of the wind walls. He could invoke another secret technique. Mid-air, he forced himself to stabilize, disregarding the agony of his misaligned spine, positioning his hands in the gesture of a Buddha. As he flipped, spiritual energy surged within him. The blood curse possessed an additional effect. It could awaken the Cambrian bloodline within him. This was the greatest secret of the royal family. Those endowed with the Cambrian bloodline could summon the most formidable powers of heaven and earth. And among the royal lineage, he alone possessed it. Should this truth become known, there would be no room for his growth in the merciless environment of royal life. To safeguard his life, his mother had concealed him, even sealing his Dantian energy, reducing him to a state inferior to that of an ordinary disciple of the spirit cultivation realm. Gold arises from beautiful waters. Jade emerges from Kunlun. His voice was barely audible, his trembling hands pained yet unwilling to falter. Soon, his blood began to withdraw from his body, forming a barrier in the air, the vivid crimson hue starkly contrasting. Luo Feihong sensed something amiss and hastily ascended, the gale dispersing much of the blood mist. Fang Lin concentrated, barely stabilizing himself. Blood flows like a torrent, bones feel like a forest. The blood mist gradually coalesced once more. Suddenly, Fang Lin opened his eyes, the crimson irises instilling terror. Luo Feihong was momentarily taken aback, then intensified his spiritual energy, attempting to eliminate Fang Lin before the blood curse took effect. In an instant, Fang Lin seemed transformed, his figure darting swiftly. Luo Feihong barely had time to comprehend how he vanished from his sight. In a heartbeat, the blood mist surged towards Luo Feihong, enveloping the space in an ominous shroud, the sunlight extinguished, obscured by the crimson fog. Creatures of the sky and earth fled in panic, and the stones upon the mountain trembled precariously. The heavens have changed, Fang Lin roared, abruptly dispersing the surrounding blood mist. The sound waves bore an energy that pierced Luo Feihong's eardrums, forcing him to recoil. Luo Feihong, perish! Fang Lin's lips curled into a confident smile. A mere flick of his hand summoned a tempest, and amidst the chaos, countless invisible wind blades surged towards Luo Feihong. Enveloped in a sea of crimson, Luo Feihong found himself temporarily blinded, his vision seared by a fiery pain. The sight before him instilled dread, an instinctual reverence emanating from his very core, rendering him incapable of mustering the strength to resist once more. Boom! A flash of thunder erupted, illuminating the two with a ghastly pallor. Not good. Luo Feihong immediately summoned all his wind energy, barely managing to evade the blood mist. Yet before he could catch his breath, Fang Lin was upon him, his movements quick and decisive, leaving Luo Feihong no room for hesitation. Chapter 5. The descendant of Baizhe Fang Lin radiated an intense heat, his true energy surging violently within. Die, unaware of the Cambrian bloodline's true might, Luo Feihong's sole focus was on vanquishing Fang Lin. However, to his astonishment, Fang Lin calmly absorbed the force of his palm, their hands pressed together, causing the very ground of the valley to tremble slightly. Ah! With a furious cry, Luo Feihong was hurled back by the spiritual energy, the fierce winds abruptly ceasing. A bloodied and mangled arm landed beside Luo Feihong, that hand. His entire right arm had been violently torn away by Fang Lin's overwhelming true energy. Every sinew severed beyond repair. How is this possible? Fear etched across Luo Feihong's face as Fang Lin approached, resembling a hellish demon, enveloped in a terrifying aura of bloodlust. Thump, thump, thump. His heart raced wildly. Spare me, spare me. I was blind to your greatness. Grant me this one reprieve. Luo Feihong immediately knelt, pleading for mercy. The vortex of energy unleashed by the Cambrian bloodline bore down upon him, rendering Luo Feihong incapable of defiance. Fang Lin advanced with an air of sovereign authority, extending his hand, which expanded infinitely, pressing Luo Feihong and his pleas into submission beneath his palm. Who sent you to kill me? Even in mere speech. Fang Lin's words carried a formidable energy, stripping Luo Feihong of any capacity to resist. The young master of the Dongfang family offered me a sum of money. Luo Feihong's confession was abruptly silenced as Fang Lin's palm crushed him. Fang Lin withdrew his assault, collapsing to the ground. This had been a gamble that forcibly activate the Cambrian bloodline risked damaging his heart meridian. Lacking robust spiritual energy for support, the bloodline would exacerbate the strain on his body. And should it explode, control would be nearly impossible. Dongfang Su, await your reckoning. Time stretched indefinitely. He had lost track of it. When he awoke, the valley lay shrouded in darkness. A chilling wind howled around him. Something brushed against his neck. What is that? Instinctively, Fang Lin seized it. His spine had returned to normal, though every part of his flesh felt as if it had been reassembled. His body had fused with the Cambrian bloodline. Reborn anew! Squeak! Huh! Circling around him was a little fox, entirely snow-white. With its pristine white fur and crimson eyes, Fang Lin mused, this must be the legendary Baizhe of the Nine Tails. The little fox gazed at him with innocent, wide red eyes, then suddenly it bit down hard on the back of Fang Lin's hand and darted away. Ugh! Strangely, as it leaped into the air, it abruptly plummeted to the ground, crashing down and transforming into a human figure. More accurately, a figure devoid of any clothing, her alabaster skin shimmering under the moonlight, her long, silken white hair barely concealing her modesty. She seemed blissfully unaware of her own beauty, nibbling on her crimson lips and gazing pitifully at Fang Lin. Emitting a low, desperate growl, tears welling in her eyes, Fang Lin, a vigorous young man, felt a surge of blood rush through him at such a scene. Yet he was not so beastly as to harm a little fox. Instead, he removed his outer robe and draped it over her. The moment he touched her, the little fox sprang forward, baring her teeth and biting down on the back of his hand. It seemed she had only just realized that. Having transformed into human form, her sharp fangs were no longer present, and her bite lacked its previous intensity, causing her to panic and attempt to flee once more. Little fox, Where do you think you can escape after biting me? Fang Lin pressed her shoulder firmly. Where did you come from? And how did you get hurt? The little fox merely emitted a series of animalistic growls from her throat. It appeared to be her first transformation in a human form. She must have tasted his blood when she bit him, triggering a chaotic surge of energy within her from the Hanwu bloodline. He had never encountered such a young royal beast before. Unable to resist, Fang Lin playfully tugged at her pointed ears. You are so exquisitely beautiful, yet you strive to emit such a rough sound to intimidate others. Truly adorable. How did you end up in Luoxiao Valley? The little fox suddenly began to struggle fiercely, her garments quickly discarded to the ground, revealing her beautiful form, much to Fang Lin's chagrin. Enough, you can borrow this clothing, now hurry and leave. Fang Lin stood up, preparing to depart. Not long after entering the ravine, he faintly heard the growls of some beasts. Nighttime was their prime activity period. Uneasy, he glanced back. Don't meddle. She is of the Baizé clan. She will be fine. Yet, after walking a short distance, he remained unconvinced. Spitting out a curse, he soared back to the thicket where he had left the little fox, only to find her absent. The wind howled dramatically. Through the gaps in the grass, Fang Lin spotted a creature resembling a bull, covered in dark green scales, beneath which the little fox was struggling violently. Fang Lin felt a wave of embarrassment. Could it be that the mating season for beasts had arrived? Did even low-tier beasts dare to flaunt their prowess? Let me show you how to deal with this. Fang Lin leaped forward. He bore no sword, but with a heart full of resolve, he could wield the essence of all things as if they were his weapon. The enraged beast flung the little fox aside and turned its furious gaze upon Fang Lin, exhaling flames from its nostrils that surged directly toward him. Fang Lin refused to back down. Leaping to strike at its eyes, with half-closed eyes, he continued to attack the beast while forming a spell to attempt to control it. Bang! The barrier he conjured was too fragile. The beast crushed it with a single step. And Fang Lin, caught off guard, was forced to retreat until he reached the junction of the ravine and Luoxiao Valley. If he escaped at this moment, the beast would not pursue him further, and he could promptly recover his disordered qi. But he was Fang Lin, the royal battle god, and he would never choose to flee. His gaze grew more resolute as the qi within his eyes surged into a vortex. He must rescue the little fox today. The beast continued to unleash flames upon him. Torrential fire enveloped Fang Lin, and the beast emitted a low, triumphant growl, reveling in his perceived victory, believing Fang Lin had perished in the flames. But in an instant, with a resounding crash, countless fireballs shot back toward it. Roar, accompanied by a low growl, the massive beast collapsed to the ground, much of its skin charred, a result of Fang Lin infusing his blood into the flames. The scent of burning flesh filled the air. Chapter 6. The burst of veins puffed. A mouthful of fresh blood erupted from Fang Lin. He could no longer withstand the strain and fell to one knee. One hand bracing against the ground while the other clutched his chest, his breathing erratic as if he might suffocate at any moment. His internal organs felt as if they were in turmoil. His vision obscured by an invisible crimson veil, he struggled to locate the little fox, but found nothing, only the charred remains of the beast before him. Perhaps, sensing the imminent danger, she had fled. Fang Lin's lips curled into a bitter smile, unable to shake his head in resignation. Realizing he could hardly move, darkness engulfed him as he half-kneeled, collapsing to the ground, a red glow radiating from him. This crimson aura pulsed with his qi, ebbing and flowing erratically, sometimes penetrating his body, only to suddenly escape from another point, chaotic and unrestrained. This was bad. Fang Lin desperately tried to suppress the tumult within him, his body shaking uncontrollably. Every vein felt as if it were tearing apart, immense pain rendering him immobile, as if something were pressing against his skin, coursing through him and igniting an unbearable burning agony. This was the eruption of the Hanwu bloodline. Now with his dantian sealed and lacking spiritual power, this body could not endure the overwhelming might of the Hanwu bloodline. Excessive usage had caused his veins to rebel. If he did not find a way to control the surging energy within him, he would soon explode. Boom! A thunderous crack echoed, and in an instant, dark clouds filled the skies above Luoxiao Valley. A fierce wind rising and a palpable sense of slaughter enveloped the world. Dust, and sand whipped around Fang Lin, further obscuring his already impaired vision, while his frail body was nearly swept away by the gale. In a moment of desperation, he extended his bloodied right hand, gripping the ground fiercely to stabilize his feeble form against the storm. Fang Lin gritted his teeth, racking his brain for a strategy. Heaven had granted him a second chance at life, and the path of vengeance had yet to truly begin. He could not afford to die again. With blazing fire, by my power, in accordance with ancient teachings. His voice was weak, fragmented as he recited the incantation, using his last vestiges of strength to protect his heart's pulse. Should this spell succeed, he would surely survive, though the rupture of his veins had become inevitable. To live was to have hope. My fate is in my own hands. Fang Lin clenched his teeth, fiercely resisting. Another rumble of thunder erupted, and from the once normal dark clouds surged a stream of mysterious energy that twisted in the air before coiling into a powerful malevolence. Piercing toward Fang Lin like a flying sword, that moment. Fang Lin was already bereft of the ability to resist, the energy penetrating his body in an instant. The pain reached its zenith, leaving him devoid of sensation. Fang Lin collapsed entirely, his eyes shut tight, as the blood energy within him erupted, unleashing a shockwave that shattered the dark clouds, incinerating everything in his vicinity. He lay amidst the ashes, lifeless. Howl nearby, the pitiful whimper of a small creature resonated, echoing a sense of desolation. Master, Master, save me. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fang Lin, devoid of spiritual power, could only send Su a short distance away with the spell he had cast. After which she stumbled out of Luoxia Valley, her face pale and bloodless, her garments torn in several places, bound by the immortal binding rope. Her spiritual power was restricted, and despite her best efforts to run, it took her a considerable time to reach the entrance of Fei Yun's sect. The place was suffused with ethereal energy, yet not a soul was in sight, not even the young attendant who usually guarded the gate. In her anxiety, Su rushed inside, not noticing her foot snagging on something, causing her to fall. Just as she struggled to rise, a pair of exquisitely embroidered shoes adorned with golden cloud patterns appeared before her. Slowly lifting her gaze, Su recognized the person, instinctively crying out in distress. Sixth senior brother, Dongfang Su, who had been chasing her, had never seen her in such a disheveled state, nor heard her speak to him in such a pitiful tone. Taken aback for a moment, he finally realized that the person before him was the renowned beauty of the sect. Su. He coughed softly, feigning nonchalance as he bent to help her up. Taking the opportunity to pat down her clothing, inadvertently brushing against her, Su felt a surge of discomfort at his actions, but dared not voice her displeasure, suppressing her usual grievances as she pleaded. Senior brother, something has happened to the junior brother. Quickly, go summon the master. Tears glistened in her eyes, her apricot-shaped orbs evoking pity in anyone who beheld her. Dongfang Su, who had long harbored desires for her, felt his heart race uncontrollably, unable to resist, tilting her chin and teasingly saying, Junior sister, you look quite disheveled and are covered in blood. It seems you are gravely injured. Perhaps I should escort you back to tend to your wounds first. But the junior brother, do not worry. I will send someone to inform the master. Dongfang Su replied casually as Su was unconvinced. Senior brother, please, this is urgent. If we delay, the junior brother's life may be in jeopardy. As she spoke, her voice quivered with sorrow. Merely envisioning Fang Lin, drenched in blood, filled her heart with an overwhelming ache. Tears cascaded from her eyes, falling to the ground like pearls. Anyone witnessing her pitiable state would find it hard to suppress their compassion. Especially since Dongfang Su had long harbored feelings for her, he instinctively exhibited a surge of protectiveness, gently grasping Su's delicate arms and drawing her closer to himself. Rest assured, junior sister, having promised you, I shall certainly fulfill it. That wildling is indeed a concern, and while the safety of our junior brother is paramount, your wounds must also be tended to without delay. The moment Dongfang Su's hand made contact with Su's icy skin, he sensed the meager remnants of her spiritual energy. An opportunity had presented itself in a vantage point concealed from Su. Dongfang Su's lips curled into a sly smile. Su, averse to being touched. Attempted to withdraw, but it was too late. Dong Fangsu suddenly tightened his grip, pulling her into his embrace, declaring, "I shall escort you home at once." "Let go!" Su Su frowned, her usual indifference tinged with a hint of panic. Dong Fangsu flashed her a smile, then swiftly pressed 2 fingers against her neck. Su Su realized she could not utter a word, and her resistance intensified as she struggled fiercely. Dong Fangsu chuckled mischievously. "Junior sister, be a good girl. Any further movement might deplete your vitality." Already injured, in a moment of desperation, she succumbed to unconsciousness under Dong Fangsu's watchful gaze. Such an unguarded opportunity shall not be wasted, he thought, effortlessly lifting her and taking flight towards his residence. Chapter 7. The Beauty in Dream's Pain. Every inch of his body throbbed with agony, the coursing blood feeling more searing than fire itself. With each heartbeat, his heart propelled the fiery blood throughout his body, threatening to incinerate him to ashes. Fang Lin lay with his eyes shut tight, numerous wounds oozing blood, beads of sweat cascading down his face. The night deepened, yet he showed no signs of awakening. A shadow slowly emerged from the distant grass, illuminated by the moonlight, revealing her petite figure draped in Fang Lin's discarded outer garment. The newly transformed little fox, bewildered and innocent, peered through the grass for quite some time, anxious upon seeing Fang Lin's stillness. Tentatively, she exposed half her face, her rosy lips slightly pouting as she gazed at the boy lying on the ground. After a moment, she cautiously ventured forward. Having never walked in human form before, she struggled to use her legs, resorting to crawling like a little fox. Her delicate skin scraped against the gravel, sharp stones piercing her palms and knees, causing her to furrow her brow and emit soft whimpers from time to time. After considerable effort, she finally reached Fang Lin's side, the tattered clothing slipping from her frail shoulder, revealing half of her fragrant collarbone, her fair skin appearing particularly exquisite under the moonlight. She stared at Fang Lin for a long while, sensing his life hanging by a thread, her dark, glistening eyes misted with tears as she instinctively attempted to emit a small animal's whimper. But her transformed voice sounded awkward and unrecognizable. The little fox, still unaccustomed to human form, appeared dazed and confused. Seeing that Fang Lin could not hear her calls, she tried nudging him with her head, her movements cautious yet urgent. However, the boy remained unresponsive, his breath faint to the point of near cessation. Suddenly, the little fox seemed to recall something and eagerly turned her head towards the left, moving quickly in that direction. Crawling was exceedingly challenging, but she attempted to walk on her legs like Fang Lin. Unfortunately, she stumbled as soon as she stood, only to try again, repeating the process until she finally reached her destination. At that moment, Fang Lin was ensnared in a nightmarish reverie, memories from his past life flashing before his eyes like a vivid scroll, filled with pain and joy, struggle and abandon, a tumult of emotions knitting his brows together. Just as the torment peaked, a cool sensation began to seep from the corner of his mouth, coursing through his nostrils and into his body. His agitated blood seemed to find momentary solace. Calming down slightly, Fang Lin possessed remarkable willpower, seizing the fleeting moment of relief to force himself to adjust his state, hoping to quell the tumultuous flow of his bloodline. Yet, with his internal core sealed, he was unable to awaken. Feeling helpless in a daze, a hazy figure emerged before him, a petite woman easily distinguishable. Surely, she was a beauty. Fang Lin scoffed at himself. How ironic that in both my past and present, the last sight before death is always a beauty. I wonder if this can be considered a form of fortune. The beauty leaned over him, her breath and soft whimpers filling the air. Fang Lin, thinking it merely a dream, offered little resistance, allowing her to tend to him, even patiently waiting to see how the dream would unfold. Her skin was soft as jade, her delicate hands caressing him gently. It seemed as though the fabric of his clothing had been loosened, revealing his chest. Almost simultaneously, Fang Lin felt as if he had touched a forbidden scale, abruptly opening his eyes and seizing her wrist with such force that it felt as though he might snap her slender bone. Startled, the beauty's complexion drained of color, half of her body pressing against him. her concern for his wounds evident as she cautiously supported herself with her other hand on the ground, her silken black hair cascading over his ear, exuding a faint fragrance, a pure aroma cultivated from years of absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Gradually, Fang Lin relaxed his grip. The girl resumed her previous actions, her small hand lingering over his heart, eventually confirming something, before gently tapping at the strongest point of his heartbeat. Fang Lin's previously calm blood surged with renewed vigor, and though he wished to evade it, he found himself incapable of movement. Powerless to resist her touch, the refreshing sensation surged into his body with an irresistible force, while his heart throbbed painfully, eliciting muffled groans from him. The soothing coolness intertwined with the sharp pangs of pain, persisting for a while before Fang Lin finally regained a semblance of awareness. In his dazed state, he sensed someone collapsing into his embrace, their bodies soft and fragrant, but when he reached out to hold them, he grasped only as clarity returned to Fang Lin's mind. He propped himself up and surveyed his surroundings. The moonlight bathed everything in silver. There was no trace of the beauty in his arms. Lowering his gaze, he discovered an unfamiliar symbol faintly glowing on his left chest. A gentle breeze swept by, and Fang Lin recognized the familiar essence of spiritual energy, hastily rising to his feet. In an instant, a white shadow descended from the heavens, enveloping him tightly. Barely a moment passed before he found himself in the secret chamber of Fei Yun's sect. Master. Despite possessing a proud spirit, Fang Lin held great respect for Zaiyozi. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, he knelt before his master in reverence. Zaiyozi, a man of Taoist origins, had experienced remarkable adventures in his youth, diligently practicing until he took over Fei Yun's sect, becoming a figure of admiration among the celestial beings. Although he appeared to be over 300 years old, he retained a youthful visage, vibrant and full of vitality, exuding abundant spiritual energy. Noticing Fang Lin's bow, he waved his wide sleeves, using his spiritual power to assist him in standing. Before offering him a seat, as Fang Lin settled down, the movement aggravated his wounds, causing his breath to falter. Zaiyozi regarded him with a measured gaze and spoke slowly. "How are you? Disciple has sustained injuries, with my meridians in turmoil and uncontrollable power within. Though, Master, your assistance has been invaluable, I fear I shall still require a period of recuperation." Fang Lin had no intention of concealing the truth. According to his memories from his past life, Zaiyozi was the only one besides the royal family privy to his origins. Moreover, being a man of integrity, Fang Lin trusted him completely. Zaiyozi scrutinized him briefly before continuing. "The yin pool possesses a cold essence, which may harmonize with your bloodline, making it an excellent place for recovery. Would you be willing to go? That may not be appropriate. The passage token will grant you access to the yin pool at any time within this month." With a flick of his hand, a flash of white light appeared. Fang Lin felt the charm materialize in his palm. The key to accessing the yin pool. He immediately rose to express his gratitude. "Thank you, Master, for your generosity." It was worth noting that the yin pool was the premier cultivation ground in Fei Yun's sect, a privilege not even extended to the elders of Zaiyozi's generation. Fang Lin, previously an inconspicuous novice within the sect, was now granted entry to cultivate in the yin pool. Chapter 8. Fraternity turned foe. Fang Lin felt a surge of emotion at this preferential treatment, especially since, during this period in his past life, he had merely been a lowly disciple with mediocre talent. Zaiyozi, aware of his background, had never shown him undue favoritism. This unexpected turn left Fang Lin perplexed. He inquired, "Master, has something occurred within the sect?" Zaiyozi appeared to recall something, a trace of concern crossing his brow as he began to explain. "You are my youngest disciple, and likely the last. Your talent is lacking, and now you have suffered such grievous injuries. Were it not for the yin pool, I would not dare to guarantee a full recovery. Master, your kindness is deeply appreciated." Fang Lin performed a respectful bow, his posture impeccably straight. The gaze of Xian Yaozi fell upon him. "Recently, there have been strange phenomena in the heavens. I consulted the oracle. Do you know the significance of the divination?" The disciple replied. "I do not know, but I beseech my esteemed master for enlightenment. The Ziwei star stirs, rising from the east. In the direst of circumstances, there lies a chance for rebirth, a transformation of form and position. Upon hearing these words, Fang Lin felt a stirring within, yet his emotions remained largely unperturbed. Xian Yaozi was profound and inscrutable. Even if he sensed something, it was only to be expected. Fang Lin feigned ignorance. Disciple is foolish, still unable to comprehend. Enough, go to the cloud pool to heal your wounds. Master, there is one more matter. Fang Lin observed him preparing to form a seal, his tone turning urgent. Xian Yaozi, unhurried, continued his gestures while responding. Your senior sister has long returned to the sect and is unharmed. Then, that is well, that a great weight lifted from Fang Lin's heart. As Xian Yaozi's spiritual wind enveloped him, he closed his eyes. Instantly transported to the edge of the cloud pool's barrier by formidable spiritual energy, he revealed the talisman in his palm, and a transparent wall of light connecting heaven and earth slowly parted before him, expanding into a door approximately 2 feet wide and a person's height. Fang Lin stepped through, a chill enveloping him. The cloud pool was shrouded in mist, a biting cold pervading the air, with each step he took. The abundant spiritual energy of the world swirled around him. Fang Lin sought a secluded spot, shedding his tattered garments to reveal his lean, youthful form, and stepped slowly into the icy waters of the pool. The water, perpetually cold as ice, penetrated deeper with each inch of skin submerged, the chills seeping into his very bones, while the spiritual energy flowed into him. Fang Lin settled into a cross-legged position in the shallow waters. Attempting to circulate his spiritual power, the warmth surged within him, but soon he encountered obstruction, as if his veins were stuffed with cotton. Unfazed, he drew upon the power of the cloud pool, gradually addressing the blockage. Like a gentle spring breeze melting away frost, until it dissolved, then moving on to the next obstruction, as for Dongfang Su. Having finally acquired a beautiful companion, he was loath to relinquish her for the summons of his master. With thoughts of the beauty within his quarters, he could not bear to set her aside. Thus, he shot a fierce glare at the disciple who bore the message. What are you blathering about? This young master has been injured and requires peace to recuperate. Do you not know this? The young attendant immediately cowered, stammering, Senior brother, were you truly hurt by that wild bastard? Dongfang Su, who valued his pride above all, had previously concealed his injury from others, determined not to let anyone know he had been wounded by that insignificant scoundrel, Fang Lin. Upon hearing this, he immediately adopted a threatening stance, speaking in a low, menacing tone. Enough of her nonsense. Go back and tell the master that this young master is unwell and will visit him later. However, the young attendant hesitated, knowing that Xian Yaozi held an esteemed position not only within the Feiyun sect, but throughout the entire realm of the immortal families. Every righteous clan revered and respected him. Moreover, as disciples of the Feiyun sect, they were bound to heed their master's words without question, daring not to be negligent. You will go. Dongfang Su, impatient, kicked out. The attendant tumbled to the ground, scrambling up in a panic. Yes, I will go at once. Please do not be angry, senior brother. Though he could display authority in front of his fellow disciples, once he turned back to his quarters, Dongfang Su felt a pang of unease. He gazed at Su for a long while, but ultimately could not bring himself to act, turning instead to leave. Though he was told to see Xian Yaozi, he did not encounter the master himself. Only a fleeting illusion that spoke to him of profound truths, laden with reproach, leaving Dongfang Su increasingly discontented, yet too afraid to provoke his master. He stood there like a frost-bitten autumn eggplant, head drooping in submission. When the admonishment concluded, Dongfang Su returned to his quarters only to find Su had vanished. After searching fruitlessly, he initially thought she had awakened and left on her own, which filled him with rage, leading him to shatter the exquisite pear-wood table in the room with a single strike. Not long after, he heard news of Fang Lin going to the cloud pool to recuperate, and it struck him like a blow, spurring him to grab his sword and head towards the pool. That wild bastard! How dare he? Dongfang Su seethed with anger. Beside him was Tai Shou, a servant who had accompanied him from the Dongfang family. Older than many of his fellow disciples and a trusted confidant, Tai Shou leaned in close, soothingly advising, Young master, why must you be so enraged? Now that he has entered the cloud pool, We have no way to follow without a pass. And it would only alert the master. Oh, you mean to suggest I endure this? Please, don't be hasty. Allow me to explain that if you have a good plan, then speak quickly. No need for hesitation. Taisho whispered his strategy. And gradually, the frown on Dongfang Su's face began to ease. Meanwhile, Fang Lin, having been sent to the cloud pool, found himself deeply concerned about Su Su. After several hours, feeling capable of movement, he could no longer contain himself and emerged from the cloud pool. Enveloped in moisture and cold, he grasped a passing disciple and inquired, "Have you seen my senior sister?" The disciple paused momentarily, shaking his head. "I have not." Fang Lin continued to ask several others. Receiving the same response, Su Susu had been bound with the Xian ropes, her spiritual power restrained. Should she not have returned to the Feiyun sect, she was likely in grave danger. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a familiar hem outside the pavilion, and, without a second thought, pursued in the Feiyun sect. Su Susu was the only female disciple, typically residing alone in the pavilion adjacent to the cloud pool. As Fang Lin hurried after her, his anxiousness caused his breath to falter, and upon grasping the hem, he nearly coughed blood. The light blue fabric he held was indeed Su Susu's favorite attire, yet the figure was not her, but an illusion crafted to deceive him. Just as Fang Lin was about to erupt in anger, the illusion disintegrated into ashes before his eyes. This was a medium-level illusion, deliberately designed to lure him to the pavilion. Fang Lin remained on guard, standing still as he cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Not sensing any murderous intent, he turned to leave, only to hear a faint sound emanating from within the courtyard. Compelling him to look back, he called out for Su Susu, but received no reply. "Senior sister?" Fang Lin called again, stepping cautiously into the courtyard, ever vigilant against potential threats. Now, his cultivation was far diminished, having recently returned from the brink of death. His senses dulled, rendering him more susceptible to ambush. The more tranquil the courtyard became, the more cautious he grew, until he reached the door of a wooden house. A faint, alluring fragrance wafted from within. He remembered that it was the scent of the snow gentleman flower, Su Susu's favorite in his past life. The flower bloomed eternally, leaving traces of its fragrance upon her, a memory etched deeply in Fang Lin's mind. With a sigh, he raised his hand and gently tapped 3 times on the door with his finger. "Senior sister. Are you there?" Bang! A sound erupted from inside the house as something fell to the ground, shattering with a crisp sound. Fang Lin, already anxious for Su Susu, grew increasingly agitated and pushed the door open. "Senior sister." Inside, he found a ceramic pot that once held the snow gentleman flower shattered on the ground, and Su Susu, dressed in a light blue gown, was bent over, attempting to gather the fragments. Her delicate hand was just about to touch the broken pieces when Fang Lin's startled exclamation caused her to tremble. Her fingertip grazed the edge of the shard, and crimson blood immediately welled forth. Su Susu, momentarily distracted, instinctively withdrew her hand. Just as she was about to inspect the injury, a hand, bearing an irresistible force, grasped her slender wrist. When she turned her head, she found Fang Lin had already taken her injured fingertip into his mouth, his tongue gently caressing the wound. A shiver ran through her body. Having never been this close to a man before, she felt a wave of shyness wash over her, her cheeks blooming with a rosy hue as she instinctively tried to pull away. "Do not move." Fang Lin held her hand firmly, his tongue sweeping away the blood until the metallic taste faded and the tiny wound gradually sealed under the influence of his spiritual energy, returning her delicate skin to its pristine state. When she looked up, her gaze met Su Susu's shy and flustered eyes, and Fang Lin's heart softened uncontrollably. This woman had accompanied him throughout his previous life, always so gentle. The heat of his gaze made Su Susu's cheeks flush even more, and she deliberately shifted the topic. "You startled me when you suddenly called out. Otherwise, I wouldn't have cut myself. This is all your fault." The last 3 words rose in pitch, revealing a hint of playful petulance. Indeed, it is all my fault, senior sister. How is your injury?" Fang Lin circled around her. "Let me see your wound." Su Susu replied, somewhat awkwardly, "Thanks to your protection, I am unharmed. But what of you? Are you all right? How did you return?" Did you not ask Master to save me? Su paused momentarily, then teasingly responded, I was asking if you were hurt. Why do you sound like you were blaming me? Retracting his scrutinizing gaze and replacing it with a somewhat mischievous smile, Fang Lin gently took Su's hand, guiding her to sit at the wooden table. He explained, how could I ever bear to blame my senior sister? As long as she is unharmed, that is all that matters. While making a gesture with his hand, Fang Lin probed her spiritual energy. For those bound by the locking immortal rope, unless they could untangle the rope embedded in their flesh, their spiritual power would remain severely restricted, and indeed, her energy felt painfully hollow. Fang Lin's expression shifted subtly. Yet he found himself unable to articulate his thoughts. Instead, he glanced down at the fallen snow gentleman on the ground, saying, This is your favorite flower, senior sister. What shall we do? Su's heart ached. It is my fault for not holding it properly. The snow gentleman is extremely delicate. After such a fall, it may not survive. One withered plant is no great loss. There are plenty more in the world. I shall find you another. Fang Lin reassured her, as Su lightly tapped his arm, teasing, Your confidence exceeds your ability to be by the way. This particular plant was a gift from you. I've kept it in my room for nearly 3 years now. Fang Lin struggled to recall the details of that past event. It likely occurred during the time he had just been brought to Feiyun's sect by Zaya, having experienced so much in his previous life. Such trivial matters had naturally become blurred in his memory. With a flick of his sleeve, he conjured a flash of light, clearing the shards from the ground. Unfortunately, he could not muster enough spiritual energy to restore the snow gentleman, helplessly watching as it withered away from the roots. Caring for such delicate flowers was indeed laborious, as a moment's inattention could lead to irreparable losses. That I will find you another one soon. Fang Lin promised, as Su smiled through her sorrow. There's no need to force it. I can hardly take care of myself right now, so I shan't trouble myself with these matters. I heard that Master has sent you to the cloud pool for healing. Why have you come here instead? I returned after not seeing you for a while, and was worried. He replied, Why is the locking immortal rope still not removed? It cannot be undone. She hesitated to explain. How is that possible? Fang Lin pressed, that he pondered. The locking immortal rope was a mid-tier magical artifact. Even if Su could not break free herself, she should have been able to have it removed by Master upon returning to Feiyun's sect. Yet it remained bound to her. Countless questions swirled in his mind. Noticing his grave expression, Su reassured him. This artifact does not affect me for now. You, however, should obediently return to the cloud pool to recuperate. Not affecting you, without spiritual power to protect yourself. What if you are bullied? No, I must seek Master to help you remove it. As he spoke, Fang Lin reached for her hand. Wait, Su stepped back. Her expression darkening. Not trouble Master over such a trivial matter. Perhaps in a few days, I can break free myself to know. You must come with me to find Master. Fang Lin insisted, still unconvinced, but Su strongly resisted the idea. She quickly called after him, Do not go. You should focus on healing your own injuries. I can manage my own affairs. Her tone grew firm, igniting Fang Lin's suspicions. He scrutinized her closely before calming himself and nodding in agreement. Very well, but you must rest properly. I shall take my leave. Fang Lin, Su called as he turned to depart. What is it? He responded. Her face was cold, her pallor returning to its usual hue, distant and aloof. For the next few days, focus on your recovery in the cloud pool. Do not wander out, and it would be best if you did not come and find me. Fang Lin, filled with pride and goodwill towards Su, was met with her icy demeanor, causing his spirit to plummet as if struck. Understood, senior sister. I comprehend your wishes. With that, he turned sharply and strode away, deliberately slamming the door behind him with a resounding crash to ease his own troubled heart. Once he departed, Su gazed down at her injured fingertip, now smooth and unmarred, save for a faint red mark. I hope you do not hold this against me. Chapter 10. Kindred spirits and suffering in a fit of frustration, Fang Lin stormed out of the flying pavilion, dragging his weary body towards the cloud pool. Along the way, he couldn't help but replay his earlier exchange with Su in his mind, increasingly perplexed by the oddities of their conversation, yet unable to discern what fell amiss. Forget it. Healing is paramount at this moment. Fang Lin re-entered the sacred grounds of the cloud pool, his bloodlust having largely subsided, yet the internal injuries to his meridians still required careful nurturing. Master had granted him a month of freedom to enter and exit the cloud pool, but he could not afford to squander a whole month merely recuperating. His remarkable memory served him well. Seizing this opportunity, he resolved to meditate in the icy depths of the cloud pool and recall the diverse arts he had accumulated from his past life. Countless internal cultivation techniques flashing through his mind. Suddenly, a wave of heat surged within his chest, akin to a flame, igniting a sense of unease. Fang Lin hastily tore open his robe and looked down, astonished to see a peculiar symbol on his chest glowing faintly. What is this? Fang Lin had no recollection of the origin of this emblem. Filled with hesitation and curiosity, he slowly extended his hand, his fingertips brushing against the glowing mark. In that instant, his heart constricted violently, and his finger was repelled by the symbol. Stunned, Fang Lin decided to remove his clothing entirely, exposing his lean physique. That he scrutinized his chest, and after a brief moment, the glow faded. When he touched the mark again, nothing unusual occurred. Fang Lin frowned. He had little fondness for the unknown. Although this anomaly had not yet caused him harm, its uncertain nature warranted caution. Since he had already disrobed, he chose to sit in the cold waters of the spring, allowing the icy water to envelop him for an entire day until midnight, when he sensed something amiss and slowly opened his eyes. Feiyun's sect was situated at the easternmost edge of the divine realm, having long since distanced itself from the mundane world. The cloud pool was a place of pristine purity, and with the sect's prohibitions in place, disciples without a pass could not enter, let alone outsiders. Fang Lin's ears perked up, catching the faint sounds emanating from his left. His fierce gaze immediately darted to the left. Who goes there? Silence enveloped the surroundings, save for the gentle sound of flowing water. Fang Lin squinted, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, and the sound abruptly ceased. When he dressed and rose to pursue the source, he found nothing. Resigned, he suppressed his spiritual energy to prevent straining his already injured meridians. Yet he remained vigilant. With the awakening of his Hanwu bloodline, he was bound to attract covetous eyes, and with his inner Dan sealed to a large extent, his cultivation was limited. He had to tread carefully. Upon returning to the disciples' quarters, he was approached by a fellow disciple, Zhu Ji, who teased, "Hey, wild child, what fortune has befallen you to earn such an honor of training in the cloud pool?" Zhu Ji, a disciple under Master Qingshun and of the same age as Fang Lin, shared a room with him. Though they were not particularly close, they could occasionally exchange a few words. Noticing Fang Lin's tattered and bloodstained clothes, Zhu Ji continued, "You went to the cloud pool dressed like that? Aren't you worried about dirtying our sacred place?" Fang Lin ignored him, striding directly into their shared room. "Hey, don't walk away. I haven't finished talking." Zhu Ji hurriedly caught up. "That I heard you caused quite a stir today. You really dared to provoke the young master of the Dongfang family. Do you still want to stay in Feiyun sect?" Annoyed by the incessant chatter, Fang Lin pushed Zhu Ji aside with a single palm, coldly stating, "I've offended Dongfang Su. You should keep your distance." Tsich. Zhu Ji, seeing Fang Lin prepare to change clothes, turned to sit on his own bed, unconcerned. "After all this time, I thought you were a coward, but it seems you truly dared to stand up to Dongfang Su. Fang Lin, you have quite the audacity." Fang Lin contemplated speaking, swiftly changing his clothes before flopping on his bed. Zhu Ji, unwilling to relent, continued to chatter. "Hey, you're going to sleep like that. You talk too much." After a brief silence, Zhu Ji suddenly stood up, bringing something to Fang Lin's bedside. Fang Lin's nose twitched, and he opened his eyes to find a meat pie before him. He looked at Zhu Ji, puzzled. "What is this?" "I saved it for you. I heard you hadn't come out of the cloud pool all day. You must be starving. Want to try? This is a special treat that senior brother brought back from the town below." Zhu Ji waved the meat pie enticingly, hoping to lure Fang Lin with its aroma. However, Fang Lin's attention was entirely focused on Zhu Ji's words. If he remembered correctly, in his past life, senior brother Ling Xiao had only returned after Zaiyozi's seclusion, which should have been 2 months later. Coincidentally, he also brought back a bloodthirsty sword. After a series of twists and turns, the bloodthirsty sword ultimately became his magical artifact. Yet in his previous life, That had occurred only after his inner Dan was unsealed, allowing him to inadvertently tame the sword. Now, with his inner Dan still sealed, senior brother's early return posed a complication. Fang Lin fell into contemplation as Zhu Ji's incessant prattling continued to nag at his ears. "Hey, are you even listening? Have you gone dumb from hunger? What did senior brother bring back?" Fang Lin's expression was graved in Zhu Ji's recollection. This junior brother had always been timid and lifeless, never exhibiting such a sharp and serious demeanor. It left him somewhat taken aback as he stammered, I brought meat pies. Isn't this for you to taste?" Fang Lin cast a glance at the meat pie and replied, "You eat it. I am fasting." "Have you lost your mind?" "Shoo!" Fang Lin regarded him as if he were a fool. "With our cultivation level, what need is there for fasting? If you starve to death, it's not my concern. I see you are not merely a wild boy. You are truly a madman, offending senior brother Liu during the day. And now you're not satisfied. Are you afraid you won't live long enough?" The two were assigned to the same room, primarily because their cultivation levels were comparable, and also because Dongfang Su found both of them intolerable, making it convenient for him to come by and cause trouble. "I practice as I wish. Mind your own business." Fang Lin ceased further conversation and turned his back to him. Zhu Ji, feeling disheartened, put his belongings away, took a bite, and glanced at the clothes Fang Lin had just changed out of at the foot of the bed. Frowning slightly, "What happened to you? You've returned covered in injuries and your clothes are stained with blood." Fang Lin, unable to endure it any longer, slapped him across the face. "Shut up." A brief silence ensued. And after 3 seconds, Zhu Ji reacted, suddenly standing up and throwing the meat pie at Fang Lin's face. "You wild boy, I was genuinely concerned for you. And this is how you repay me? You refuse a toast only to accept a punishment drink, right? Get up. Today I will let you experience how hard my fists are." As Zhu Ji yanked at his collar, Fang Lin gasped, exasperatedly saying, "Senior brother Zhu Ji, I was wrong. Please spare me and let me go to sleep." Just then, a mocking laughter echoed from outside, jarring the previously tranquil night and suddenly thickening the atmosphere. Chapter 11. The Traitor, third senior brother Who is out there? Zhu Ji clutched Fang Lin's clothing, his neck stiffly turning towards the door. Zhu Ji was timid, and the hand gripping Fang Lin's garment trembled slightly, while Fang Lin remained composed. Pulling Zhu Ji's hand away and sitting up to look at the door. The person outside had intentionally made their presence known, and he was curious to see who it was that the gust of wind suddenly stirred, swirling dust into the room, lending an odd ambience. Zhu Ji attempted to grab Fang Lin's arm again, but was evaded. "Friend, since you have arrived, why not step forth?" Fang Lin disregarded Zhu Ji and spoke in a deep voice to the person outside, while his palms discreetly gathered spiritual energy at his sides, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. Outside, an eerie silence enveloped the area, had it not been for the overwhelming spiritual pressure emanating from the stranger. Fang Lin might have believed they had left. Zhu Ji trembled, saying, Should we call for help? That person outside looks formidable." The night wind howled, and it was getting late. They resided in the most secluded corner of the disciple quarters, and even a shout might not summon assistance in time. The person outside was immensely powerful, and acting with caution was the best course of action. Fang Lin shot Zhu Ji a glare and whispered, "Keep your mouth shut, you." Zhu Ji was exasperated but complied and fell silent. The room contained only a basic sword, which Fang Lin deemed inadequate as a weapon. The spiritual pressure intentionally released by the outside figure rendered Zhu Ji utterly defenseless, almost causing him to kneel in supplication. Fang Lin cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Ji and calmly inquired, "Since you are here, why not reveal yourself? It would be wise to clarify whether you are friend or foe." "Fang Lin, have you lost your mind? This is no time to play the hero." Zhu Ji, frustrated by Fang Lin's recklessness, urged him in a hushed tone. Fang Lin, dismissive of Zhu Ji's demeanor, signaled for him to remain silent. The person outside chuckled again, their deliberately concealed voice sounding hoarse and low. "Xiao Yaozi is quite amusing. You have taken in such a disciple, yet neglect him, truly a waste of talent. Are you willing to study with me?" "Not willing," Fang Lin replied without hesitation. He was fully capable of relying on himself. The stranger seemed unperturbed, sending a gust of wind that delivered a tattered, palm-sized booklet into Fang Lin's hands, which appeared to be quite old. Take it. The mysterious figure did not reveal themselves. After leaving the item, they vanished without a trace. Zhu Ji, lacking courage, sneaked a glance from behind the door, but saw nothing, finally exhaling in relief. You scared me to death. Fang Lin, have you offended someone recently? I must warn you, do not drag me down with you. As Zhu Ji spoke, he took the booklet from Fang Lin's hands and flipped through it, frowning. What is this? It looks like some sort of nonsensical scribble. I can't understand it at all. Fang Lin shook his head, reclaiming the item. If you cannot understand it, then do not look, that I'm going to sleep. In a way. I must go find Master and the senior brothers. There has always been a barrier around Fei Yun's sect, preventing outsiders from entering. How did that person get in? Perhaps they are not an outsider. I did not understand what you mean. Zhu Ji was quite dense. Fang Lin found it impossible to communicate with him, lying down and mockingly warned, if you wish to find someone, then go ahead. I am tired. I wish you luck in not encountering that person again. Otherwise, you might not even know how you died. Stop scaring me. That person has already left. Even if I go call for help now, it won't matter. Zhu Ji feigned bravado, but obediently made his way back to his own bed, rubbing his arms as he hurriedly locked the door behind him, muttering nervously, we are staying in such a remote location. If we were to die here, no one would know. Tomorrow, I must definitely change rooms. At last, Zhu Ji quieted down. Fang Lin lay on his bed, turning away from Zhu Ji's side, the booklet resting before him. The ancient animal hide exuded a peculiar scent, likely due to being handled numerous times over the years, and the edges of the booklet were severely worn. The characters? No, they were hardly even characters, but rather a crooked scrawl, resembled the nonsensical scribbles Zhu Ji had mentioned. While others might not recognize these, he did. They were an ancient form of script, and the booklet contained a form of internal cultivation technique for swordsmanship, entirely different from that of Fei Yun's sect. Having seen much in his previous life, Fang Lin found himself momentarily unable to recall where he had encountered it before. The next day, Fang Lin rose early, as usual, tucking the small booklet into his clothing as he went to meet Xiao Yaozi. Halt! A man clad in white and blue garments brandished a sword, blocking Fang Lin's path. What brings you here? Do not disturb Master's tranquility. Third senior brother, I have urgent matters. I must see Master. Master has entered seclusion and is not seeing anyone. Fang Lin was troubled. Why has Master suddenly gone into seclusion? This is not something you should pry into. Instead of asking so many questions, you might as well go practice in the training room. Xiao Yaozi had taken a total of 9 direct disciples. The eldest, Ling Xiao, was the most outstanding and composed among the younger generation of Fei Yun's sect. The second senior brother had suffered severe injuries years ago, losing his spiritual awareness, and Fang Lin had never seen him since. Then there was the current third senior brother, Mo Lan, who almost always accompanied Xiao Yaozi and was also a remarkable individual. However, Fang Lin held Mo Lan in contempt due to the betrayal that occurred during the Great War on Tianan Continent, where Mo Lan led a faction of disciples from Fei Yun's sect to defect. Fang Lin's gaze towards him was naturally anything but cordial. If it weren't for you, Master would not have faced such misfortune. Fang Lin's face turned cold, his eyes glinting with frost. Mo Lan, under Fang Lin's intense scrutiny, felt displeased. What, can you not understand what your senior brother is saying? Master is busy. Leave. How long will Master be in seclusion this time? Mo Lan replied impatiently. Why should I tell you? Just go. Fang Lin retorted. Do not think that just because you have received a special opportunity to go to Yun Pool, you can soar to greatness. Master merely took pity on you, seeing that you have made no progress in spiritual energy after 3 years in the door, and kindly granted you this chance. Not sully Master's ears with your trivial matters. So that is why third senior brother is so angry today. It seems you are jealous that I can go to Yun Pool, that if you are willing, just ask Master. I'm sure he will give you an opportunity as well. Fang Lin deliberately provoked him. Mo Lan struck at a sore spot, raised his sword towards Fang Lin. Get lost, and stop being so self-important. Why would I be jealous of a wild bastard with nothing to show for himself? Who is the real wild bastard here? Fang Lin, incensed, was about to erupt, but found himself unable to catch his breath, a faint pain radiating from his dantian that a wise man does not suffer immediate losses. Fang Lin repressed his aura. If that is the case, I shall not disturb you any longer. Yin Pool is suitable for recuperation. Master has specifically permitted me to refrain from going to the training room for the time being. I kindly asked my senior brother to inform the training room on my behalf. In doing so, Fang Lin managed to irk Mo Lan further, swaggering away, though the small booklet in his possession had become a hot potato, leaving him somewhat troubled about how to handle it. Chapter 12. The overlooked memory upon learning of Xiao Yaozi's seclusion. Dong Fangsu immediately perked up. Now, there will be no one to protect that bastard. Iron Hand, his attendant, chimed in quietly. This indicates that heaven is assisting you, young master. The plan we discussed earlier has been arranged. This time, we will definitely drive that little brat away, ensuring he will no longer be a thorn in your side. Dong Fangsu cast him an affirmative glance. I certainly hope so. This young master wishes never to lay eyes on him again. That be by the way. Why hasn't his sister Su Su appeared for practice today? I heard from the teacher that she is unwell and has been absent for the past few days. That if you wish to draw closer to her, you must seize the opportunity. Her heart is the softest. If you can provide her warmth, she may very well belong to you. Taisho revealed a lewd smile. Dong Fangsu shared the same thoughts, but could not bear to see another man exhibit such expressions when discussing Su Su. And his displeasure was palpable. You need to remind me. I know my own measure, so you can get back to grinding ink. With that, the two resumed transcribing their incantations in the training room. The disciples diligently engaged in their tasks, some studying mental techniques, others quietly discussing insights, while dedicated teachers offered guidance, creating a harmonious scene. Meanwhile, Fang Lin, despite having gained a verbal advantage, felt a heavy burden in his heart, weighed down by what he carried and the mysterious figure who had appeared last night. Elements absent from his previous life's memories. Even the timing of his senior brother's return to the sect was different from before. As Fang Lin pondered, unable to find answers, he suppressed his complex emotions and headed to the cloud pool for healing. The ethereal mist swirled around the bubbling spring, and upon entering the cloud pool through the barrier, the influx of spiritual energy instinctively relaxed his body and mind. Fang Lin chose a corner of the cold pool where he had lingered the previous day. Just as he was about to enter the water, he heard the sound of someone disturbing the surface. Pausing momentarily, who is it? He had suspected someone was following him in the cloud pool, deducing it was the mysterious figure from the night prior. How had this enigmatic person breached the barrier to enter the pool? Fang Lin remained on high alert. As it got a figure emerge from a mist, gradually becoming clearer, a tall silhouette clad only in the white undergarment of a disciple of Feiyun sect, exuding a hint of frostiness and standing expressionless 3 feet away from Fang Lin. Fang Lin slightly bowed. Senior brother. Ling Xiao nodded. The master mentioned you were gravely injured, so I was sent to assist you. Fang Lin wanted to assert that he preferred to ponder on his own, but out of respect for his senior brother, he refrained from saying so directly, instead suggesting, Senior brother has just returned from his travels and must be weary. How can I trouble you? Ling Xiao, known for his few words and renowned for his composure and maturity beyond his years, disregarded Fang Lin's refusal after relaying the master's instructions. With a flick of his sleeve, he drew Fang Lin into the cold pool. Fang Lin was caught off guard, nearly colliding with a rock, stifling the urge to curse, but upon seeing Ling Xiao's icy demeanor, he held his tongue. A wise man does not suffer losses for the sake of pride. It was simply because he could not contend with his senior brother at the moment that he chose to endure. Though Ling Xiao's intentions were good, he inadvertently complicated matters. When alone, Fang Lin could utilize the unique techniques he had gathered from his past life, accelerating the healing of his internal injuries with the abundant spiritual energy in the cloud pool. However, with Ling Xiao present and channeling energy from behind him, any slight movement on Fang Lin's part would be easily detected, leaving him with no choice but to remain still. While Ling Xiao's cultivation was indeed impressive among his peers, it paled in comparison to that of the near-legendary war god, and his assistance inadvertently hindered Fang Lin's recovery, prolonging the healing process. Senior brother, I believe I can manage on my own. Fang Lin attempted to sever the energy connection between them. Ling Xiao remained unfazed, continuing his task. The energy link between them flickered but ultimately stayed intact. He spoke in a cool tone, Be patient and refrain from moving around. It has been nearly 2 hours. There is no need to exhaust your spiritual energy on my behalf. Fang Lin wore a troubled expression. No worries. Unable to withstand Ling Zhao's stubbornness, they remained in the cold pool for a full 4 hours. Fang Lin felt grateful that Ling Zhao treated him sincerely despite not knowing his true identity, yet he was genuinely anxious. At this rate, healing would take an entire month, habitually touching his nose. A spark of inspiration struck him. I've got it. He turned to Ling Zhao and said, Senior brother, while you may forego rest, I must have a moment to recuperate. I am quite famished. Ling Zhao paused, gesturing with his hands, and the spiritual energy he had been channeling within Fang Lin's body was instantly withdrawn. You have been under the master's tutelage for over 3 years. Why has your cultivation not progressed? You can't even manage fasting. At the very least, you should be able to last a day. Ling Zhao regarded his junior brother with exasperation. Feigning ignorance, Fang Lin immediately yielded. Yes, indeed, senior brother, your admonition is just. In the past, I could endure longer, but after this severe injury, even fasting seems to have regressed. That it was somewhat amusing. He had only cultivated fasting out of necessity due to a lack of food, not from genuine cultivation. Ever since being taken in by Zaiyozi and returned to Fian's sect, he had endured considerable bullying, especially from Dongfang Su, who would, on occasion, call upon others to restrict his meals whenever he lost his temper, leaving him often famished throughout the day. Very well, return tomorrow. Ling Zhao rose, channeling energy to disperse the mist around him, emerging from the water, dry and composed, gradually vanishing into the barrier. Fang Lin tried to mimic him, but, lacking sufficient cultivation, found himself unable to muster the energy to create a similar effect. Merely dragging his soaked clothing as he exited the cold pool, the sudden gust of wind sent chills through Fang Lin. Achoo! He rubbed his arms and hurriedly donned his outer robe, muttering to himself as he walked out, I must devise a way to prevent senior brother from coming again. It only delays matters. Upon exiting the cloud pool, he had to pass by the flying pavilion. Unable to shake off thoughts of Su, he decided to take a glance to his surprise. Ling Zhao was also there, and the three exchanged glances in the courtyard, creating a rather awkward atmosphere. Sister, Fang Lin called out, as Su noticed the damp stains on his clothes and frowned slightly. Why didn't you go change? What brings you here? Be mindful of catching a chill. I came to see you. A fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed Su's face as she hesitated to speak. Ling Zhao's voice turned cold. Go back and change. Your presence is unnecessary here. Fang Lin glanced between Ling Zhao and Su, feeling defiant. Isn't senior brother here as well? Why am I not allowed to come? Fang Lin, Su shot him a warning glance, indicating he should not be disrespectful to Ling Zhao. My brother has urgent matters to discuss with me. I will seek you out later. Chapter 13. The deceit comes to an end. Fang Lin was not so easily swayed. And sensing Su's discomfort, he feigned an intention to leave, stepping outside the courtyard while observing his surroundings. The flying pavilion housed few residents, and Su frequented it, making it unlikely for him to be discovered while eavesdropping. With this thought, Fang Lin crept to the wall, using the firewood stacked nearby to climb up. He moved cautiously, hoping not to alert the two inside. As he perched on the wall, he chanced upon the sight of Ling Zhao grasping Su's wrist, seemingly checking her pulse, as Su had always practiced a cold attribute mental technique, and her limited interactions with other disciples left her devoid of worldly warmth, except when she occasionally showed concern for Fang Lin. Her delicate wrist, held by Ling Zhao, bore a faint bluish hue. Senior brother, can you discern anything? Su inquired. Ling Zhao shook his head. I have never encountered such an unusual situation. Have you mentioned it to anyone? Su pursed her lips, filled with sorrow. I dared not speak of it, thinking it would resolve itself in a few days. Yet, upon returning to the flying pavilion, I found I could not even circulate my energy. Senior brother, am I destined to become like a cripple from now on? Fang Lin nearly lost his grip on the wall in the courtyard. Ling Zhao released her wrist and produced a yellow talisman from his robes. Handing it to her, I cannot discern anything nor unravel the binding spell on you. Take this for now, that if you experience further discomfort, let it notify me. Ling Zhao often away from the sect and maintaining a cool demeanor. Had little contact with his peers, yet he genuinely cared for Su Su. Seeing her ensnared by the binding spell, he sighed with concern. You have grown close to Fang Lin, and now you both find yourselves in trouble. With the master in seclusion, the sect may be unsettled. Isn't there you to rely on? Su Su's gaze sparkled as she looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, rarely showing a smile, almost reached out to touch her, but hesitated, his hand retreating to his back. Yes, with me around, I will surely find a solution swiftly. Observing their interaction, Fang Lin felt a surge of discontent. Accustomed to Su Su's concern for him, he suddenly realized she exhibited a softer, more feminine side in the presence of another man, akin to shattering the jar of jealousy within him. That it was merely a matter of unraveling the binding spell. He could surely find a way. Fang Lin leapt down from the wall, and upon landing, a sharp pain surged in his chest. However, he paid it little mind, merely clutching his chest and striding towards his disciple. The locking immortal rope was specifically designed to deal with practitioners, and each individual manifested different effects when wielding it. Logically speaking, Luo Feihong's cultivation could only be deemed mediocre. Thus, the locking immortal rope he employed should not have rendered Ling Xiao utterly helpless. As Fang Lin pondered while walking, he failed to notice the figure darting out from a corner, colliding with him. What the haste? Fang Lin exclaimed, shaking his hand and sidestepping. At the moment of impact, the individual tumbled to the ground. After a brief roll, the person scrambled to their feet, grasping Fang Lin's arm, panting heavily and speaking in a frantic tone. Fang Lin, you're finally back. Hurry, come with me. This person was none other than Sui Ji, who shared a room with Fang Lin, appearing utterly flustered as if pursued by something menacing. Fang Lin furrowed his brows and pulled his arm free from Sui Ji's grip. Where are we going? Don't ask. Just come quickly. Sui Ji insisted, tugging at him with such force that it aggravated Fang Lin's internal injury, causing him to gasp in pain. With a resigned expression, he gathered his energy to match Sui Ji's hurried pace. Sui Ji led him at a sprint, weaving through pavilions and corridors until they finally reached their dwelling. What's the matter? Fang Lin surveyed the house, and then turned to Sui Ji. Did you summon me back just to inspect our sleeping quarters? After their frantic dash, Fang Lin's breath was uneven, and he felt a dull ache in his obstructed meridians. The wind struck him like icy needles, penetrating through his skin, compounded by the moisture from his damp clothing that sapped his body of warmth. He trembled slightly as he gasped for air. Sui Ji exclaimed, Haven't you noticed anything amiss? Perhaps a little, Fang Lin replied cautiously, glancing toward the interior of the house and sensing a faint miasma that had not been there before. Sui Ji pulled him inside. After class, when I returned to our quarters, everything was arranged entirely differently. I even thought I'd entered the wrong place. You must see for yourself. Sui Ji, being timid, had hurriedly sought confirmation. Fang Lin scanned the surroundings, noticing the lavish decorations that had suddenly adorned their once modest abode. Previously, they had occupied the most austere room in the sect, yet now it resembled the lavish quarters of a wealthy young lord, which struck him as profoundly strange. Who did this? How would I know? It was like this when I came back, Sui Ji whispered. I didn't dare touch anything in your absence. Now that you see it, make a decision on what we should do. Are you hungry? Not really. Is this the time to discuss that? Sui Ji retorted, I feel quite uneasy with all these items in the room. Do you think this is another trap set by Six Senior Brother? There was reason to be concerned. In the past, Dongfang Su had often resorted to framing them, deliberately making their lives difficult. The consequences ranged from punishment in the firewood room to severe beatings. They were soft-spoken and dared not raise their voices, enduring the misunderstandings from fellow disciples who accused them of thievery, all the while bearing the brunt of insults. Fang Lin approached the table, poured himself a cup of tea, and took a sip, savoring its fragrance before saying, I need to change my clothes. Fang Lin, you've been acting strangely these past few days, as if nothing phases you. You weren't like this before. Sui Ji observed him intently. While changing, Fang Lin shrugged dismissively. Is that so? People must grow up, don't you think? Aren't you different from when you were a child? That is not quite the point, Sui Ji replied, visibly troubled, struggling to find the right words. In any case, I just find it odd. You were never someone who could stand up to 16 your brother. Once dressed, Fang Lin tossed his blood-stained garments to Sui Ji, who instinctively caught them. What do you mean by throwing this at me? Go wash it, Fang Lin replied casually, picking up a green fruit from the platter on the table and wiping it with nonchalance as he elegantly settled into a chair. Making it hard to discern that he was gravely injured, Sui Ji frowned, refusing. Why should I wash your clothes? We're both the lowest-ranked disciples. We're equals. Fang Lin smiled. Weren't you just asking how I dare to confront Dongfang Su? Now, I'll reveal that secret to you. He beckoned Sui Ji closer with a finger. Sui Ji approached with skepticism. You better not be fooling me that I have a powerful backing now. Dongfang Su will never be able to bully us again. Even our living situation has been arranged by a friend. Once I prosper, you'll certainly benefit. Surely you'll have to do something for me, right? Doesn't that make sense? Sui Ji, momentarily naive, believed Fang Lin's words. Tilting his head and asking, really? Chapter 14. A secret meeting by the stream, of course. That person even gifted me a small booklet last night. To be honest, it's a martial arts manual. Once I master it, Dongfang Su won't dare to bully us anymore. Fang Lin half-truthfully spun his tail. Sui Ji scratched his head, looking puzzled, but how does this relate to my washing your clothes? Hey, you blockhead. Don't he want me to protect you? Sui Ji scrutinized him. Come on, I've heard you're gravely injured and on the verge of death. Master granted you permission to go to Yunqi, and you barely made it back alive, yet here you are boasting that don't you want to stop being bullied? What do you mean? I'm just happy to stay in the sect. Sui Ji shoved the clothes into Fang Lin's arms, insisting he wash them himself. I'll go ask him or tell you about what's happening here. Hey, come back, Fang Lin called, grabbing his arm. What else do you want to say? Fang Lin scrutinized Sui Ji's forehead, where a faint dark aura lingered, though it was not overt. Under Sui Ji's impatient gaze, he shook his head. It's nothing. Just go find Mr. Liu. Once Sui Ji departed, Fang Lin circled the room, inspecting every corner meticulously. Finding nothing unusual, he finally set out with the clothes in hand. Though there were only 9 disciples under the tutelage of the carefree master, one of whom had been missing for years, the entire Feiyun sect was bustling with practitioners, including distant relatives visiting occasionally to attend lectures. For those of noble lineage, such as Dongfang Su, the scion of one of the royal families, even when ascending the mountain to cultivate, they often brought along attendants to cater to their needs. They would have separate courtyards for accommodation, making their lives not much different from home aside from their daily cultivation tasks. In contrast, individuals like Fang Lin and Sui Ji, lacking familial support, had to rely solely on themselves, often facing bullying that caused them to miss meals, learning to discreetly prepare their own food over time. This long-standing struggle had honed Fang Lin's skills in such matters. Carrying a wooden basin towards the clear stream behind the disciples' quarters, he reflected on how, in his previous life, he had been a revered war god on the Tianhan continent. Admired by countless souls and commanding legions, that it had been years since he had engaged in such menial tasks. Resigned to his duty, he approached the stream, which flowed down from the peak of Yunding Mountain, transforming into a 3-zhang-wide river below. Crouching in an eddy, he bent to draw water. Initially, he fumbled with the task of washing clothes, but soon regained his rhythm, humming a tune as he went about scrubbing. The surface of the water rippled beneath his movements, yet the bloodstains on the garments proved stubbornly resistant to his efforts. Growing impatient after a while, he tossed the clothes aside and gazed into the water, where his youthful visage reflected back at him, albeit with eyes that bore a profound depth beyond his years. Fang Lin touched his face, feeling a swell of pride. There aren't too many as handsome as I am. It's no wonder beautiful women flock around me. Suddenly, his smile faltered, the fleeting curve of his lips sinking back into a frown. Indeed, while he had a way with words and maintained good relations with the women around him, there was one who remained aloof and dismissive, never acknowledging his presence. With Ling Xiao returning with the demon sword, it had been less than 15 days since unusual occurrences began to unfold at the foot of the mountain. Ling Xiao would likely descend to handle the situation, and if all went as expected, he would once again encounter that woman, radiant as the moon, yet exuding an icy demeanor. In his previous life, that single encounter had left an indelible mark on his soul, haunting his dreams even after a year apart. every detail of their first meeting etched in his memory. The image of her breathtaking beauty, her commanding aura, and her elegant posture as she wielded her sword filled Fang Lin's mind, rendering him entranced. He became so lost in thought that he failed to notice someone approaching from behind. Su, having inquired about Fang Lin's injuries from Ling Xiao, could not shake her concern. After seeing Ling Xiao off, she sought him out, with Sui Ji guiding her way at this hour. The rear mountain was devoid of people. Enveloped in a serene silence, Susu's gaze swiftly fell upon the figure by the water's edge, igniting a playful impulse within her. Stealthily, she approached him, her delicate, fair hand resting lightly upon Fang Ling's shoulder, startling him into a reflexive grip on her wrist, executing a counterhold. Taken aback by his vigorous reaction, Susu quickly exclaimed, "It's me." Perhaps flustered, she deliberately elongated her tone, infusing it with a hint of coyness. Fang Ling immediately relaxed his grip. "Senior sister, what brings you here? Let me see, did I hurt you?" He scrutinized her hand, relieved to find only a slight redness on her skin, and with a hint of seriousness. He added, "Next time, please don't approach me so silently. I fear I might inadvertently harm you." Understood. Susu unconsciously pouted slightly, freeing her hand from Fang Ling's grasp and shifting her gaze to the tattered clothing at his feet. "These clothes are both torn and filthy. The bloodstains are unlikely to wash out. Why not simply discard them?" Fang Ling remained silent, merely watching her. Susu continued, "When we were younger, having dirty or torn clothes didn't matter. But as we grow older, a gentleman ought to pay attention to his appearance. I shall take care of this old attire for you, and later, we can descend the mountain together to create a new outfit. What do you say?" Fang Ling could sense the change in her demeanor over the past 2 days. Just yesterday, she had exuded a certain gloom. Yet today, she was chatty and lively, as if she sought to comfort others even while concealing her own discontent. Senior sister's kindness remains unchanged from our past lives. Despite her own spiritual energy being sealed and her heart heavy, she still cares for me. If only I had cherished her goodness more in my previous life. Perhaps her fate would not have been so tragically sealed. His heart softened, and he gently called out to her, "Senior sister." Susu turned to him, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. "What is it? Are you worried about money?" "It's fine, I'll buy it for you. Don't worry about this old garment. Just let it go." Fang Ling shook his head. "That is not what I meant." Under the weight of Fang Ling's earnest gaze, Susu felt her heart race, her left hand, concealed by her side, instinctively gripping the edge of her garment. "Then what do you wish to say? Speak plainly, and stop staring at me like that." Fearing he might read her thoughts, she deliberately averted her gaze. "Is it not permissible for a beautiful senior sister to be admired?" Fang Ling chuckled softly, suddenly leaning closer to Susu in that fleeting moment. An inexplicable tension gripped her. She failed to react as he drew nearer, even forgetting to blink, simply gazing at him as his face approached hers. Chapter 15. Sudden attack. Could he possibly be attempting to take advantage of her? Never mind. His injuries were due to her. After a brief internal struggle, Susu slowly closed her eyes. "Senior sister, why are you closing your eyes?" Fang Ling's light laughter reached her ears, causing her cheeks to flush. She quickly opened her eyes, her lashes fluttering like delicate butterfly wings, revealing a pair of almond-shaped eyes that sparkled with a hint of feminine allure, yet remained pure and innocent. Susu possessed a beauty that only grew more enchanting with each glance. Furthermore, she was the sole female disciple in the entire Feiyun sect and had always shown particular care towards him. In his previous life, Fang Ling had harbored a flicker of admiration for her upon joining the sect. Yet that tender feeling had been overshadowed by the overwhelming emotions that came later, fading into obscurity. Fang Ling presented the floating fluff he had collected, smiling as he said, "I noticed this drifting in the air for quite some time before it landed atop your head. So I thought to help you remove it." He paused deliberately, his eyes gleaming with mischief. "Senior sister, earlier, do not speak nonsense. Since you've already removed it, would you kindly step back?" The proximity made Susu uneasy, prompting her to sidestep him. Lacking spiritual energy for support, she struggled to escape. Yet Fang Ling picked up another slightly better garment from the ground, tossing it into a wooden basin before chasing after her. "Senior sister, allow me to escort you back to the Fiji. Take your time." Hearing him catch up, Su slowed her pace, cautioning, "Be mindful of your injury. It's no trouble." As they walked side by side. Fang Lin, wishing to ease her worries, said, "I'll be fully recovered in a few days. When that time comes, senior sister must not forget our promise to descend the mountain together to create new clothes. That must wait until your injury is completely healed." Agreed that I shall take good care of myself and recover swiftly. As they conversed, they arrived at a fork in the path. Su glanced around and said, "This is where I shall part ways. I can return on my own. You just promised to take care of your injuries, so do not overexert yourself. Go back and rest." "Very well. I will stay here and watch you leave." Fang Lin cherished such concern from her. Thus, under his watchful gaze, Su stepped away, her skirt swaying gently as she gradually distanced herself from his line of sight. As night fell, the Feiyun sect appeared tranquil from afar, protected by a barrier that hindered outsiders from entering easily. Only at the mountain gate was there a breach in the barrier, ensuring the disciples took turns guarding it each day. The guarding disciples were not particularly skilled, yet they possessed specially crafted communication talismans from the Feiyun sect, allowing them to immediately relay any disturbances at the mountain gate to the elders responsible for overseeing matters. This night, 2 young disciples from the spirit cultivation realm stood guard, dozing against the gatepost, dreaming of the delicious chicken legs they had devoured earlier. As the clock struck midnight, a sudden chill swept through the air, causing both disciples to shudder simultaneously, nearly losing their balance against the gatepost. One of them, the shorter of the two, rubbed his arms and muttered, "Why is it so cold tonight?" Before the taller one could respond, he suddenly froze as if struck at the nape of his neck, falling silent. "Hey!" The shorter one turned to him. "You told me not to slack off, yet here you are, asleep." As he spoke, he noticed a shadow rising behind the taller disciple, and the words he wished to voice lodged in his throat. Instinctively, he reached for his communication talisman, but the shadow, aware of his movement, lunged towards him in a swift, elongated form. The orange talisman fell to the ground, and before he could activate it, he remained frozen in place. The shadow, formless yet seemingly sentient, floated into the air, stealthily making its way toward the most secluded quarters of the disciples, stirring up gusts of chilling wind. Midnight was the hour of peak Yin energy. Fang Lin, having cultivated a fire-based, upward-facing heart method, found it difficult to practice at this time. He relaxed his seated posture, preparing to sleep and continue his training the following day. The cold wind from outside seeped through the door cracks. After listening intently for a moment and hearing only the wind, he pulled the covers over himself and lay down. The shadow, resembling smoke, slipped through the door crack, flowing towards Fang Lin like waves. Although it was intangible, it was not omnipotent. Just as it was about to reach Fang Lin, a burst of golden light repelled it. The seemingly slumbering figure abruptly opened his eyes, his sharp gaze locking onto the shadow. And with a swift, forceful turn, he sprang upright. Biting his fingertip, he drew a rune in the air with his blood essence and thrust it outward. The rune, glowing with golden light, instantly embedded itself within the shadow, which writhed in pain, yet continued its relentless assault, attempting to ensnare Fang Lin in a web of darkness. Fang Lin initially suspected it was a prank from Dongfang Su, employing the spirit of death to frighten him. However, he was taken aback to find that even the blood rune failed to subdue the entity, revealing a flicker of surprise. In the blink of an eye, Fang Lin leaped from his bed, his garments billowing as he landed, sending another blood rune flying towards the shadow. The entity resembled a black hole, voraciously devouring the attacks of the blood runes. With each strike, it morphed into a different form, gradually forcing Fang Lin towards the edge of the bead. As the battle raged on, the other disciple, Su Ji, remained blissfully unaware, sleeping soundly like a pig. One could even hear the faint sounds of snoring nearby. Though Fang Lin had sustained internal injuries, any sudden movement would send waves of pain coursing through him. To expedite his recovery, he exerted control over the spiritual energy infused in the blood runes. Otherwise, the time it would take to heal from his injuries was uncertain. With diminished spiritual energy, the potency of the blood runes waned significantly. Frustrated by Fang Ling's repeated evasions, the shadow directed its focus towards him, lunging forward with a chilling force, reminiscent of an abyss intent on devouring him. Fang Ling furrowed his brow, attempting to sidestep, but the shadow's speed was too swift, grazing his arm. Once again, the golden light erupted. Repelling the shadow, it seemed the shadow realized it could not directly touch Fang Ling. Splitting itself, it conjured a blade from the low-ranking disciple's side, the icy sword light reflecting Fang Ling's pale visage. What manner of entity was this shadow? Fortunately, the sword was rather ordinary. After a few exchanges, Fang Ling managed to kick it apart. Sensing the tide turning, the shadow attempted to retreat back into Su Ji's body. Seizing the opportunity presented by dodging the shadow, Fang Ling forcefully stepped on Su Ji's foot. Su Ji let out a scream, jolting awake to find Fang Ling leaping around on her bed. Unable to contain her exclamation, "Fang Ling, have you lost your mind? It's the middle of the night. Why are you trampling on me? Get up, you may not even know how you died if you don't." Fang Lin, filled with frustration, seized the collar of his clothing and forcibly hurled the figure from the bed. He swiftly drew the sword of Su Ji and struck at the shadow with a fierce slash. The blade sliced through, cleaving the shadow into two parts, yet quickly rejoined, evidently unscathed. What on earth is this? Su Ji, now on the ground, was paralyzed by fear, his eyes wide open like walnuts. That I'll hold it back. You go call for help. Chapter 16. Special attention. Su Ji, weak in his legs, struggled several times before finally rising from the ground. The shadow, having set its sights on him, pursued as he made for the door. Fang Lin, acting swiftly, severed the shadow's ethereal tendrils with his sword. Buying time for he pushed Su Ji out and slammed the door shut, shouting, "Go fetch Big Brother or your master," aware that the shadow could not harm him. Fang Lin disregarded his sword and grappled with the shadow barehanded. Indeed, the tide of battle shifted instantaneously. Initially entangled with him, the shadow retreated as it heard the chaotic sounds of people and footsteps outside, dissolving into wisps of smoke that slipped through the door cracks, vanishing above the disciples' quarters. "Ling Xiao, quickly!" Su Ji called as he and Ling Xiao approached, several fellow disciples trailing behind. Upon spotting the wisp of smoke, Ling Xiao leapt onto the rooftop, and under the bright moonlight, the smoke disappeared without a trace. Su Ji trembled below, asking, "Brother, did the evil spirit escape?" With a graceful leap, Ling Xiao landed smoothly, his light blue sleeves flowing behind him, and gently shook his head at Su Ji, silently answering his query. Ling Xiao then led the group into their quarters, where Fang Lin sat slumped against the bed, his complexion pale, though the wound on his fingertip was small. It bled profusely, accumulating a small pool of blood on the ground. Fang Lin thought to himself, "Each drop of blood is precious, a waste to spill." Had he known that the dark entity could not approach him, he would not have squandered his blood. Ling Xiao stepped forward, crouching before Fang Lin, his index and middle fingers pressed together, applying force to Fang Lin's chest. "Focus your energy." The chaotic spiritual energy gradually coalesced from Fang Lin's donjon point, stabilizing his breath considerably. Fang Lin clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, brother. Did you catch a glimpse of what that evil spirit truly is?" Ling Xiao inquired. Fang Lin shook his head, glancing down at his fingertip where the bleeding had ceased. He sighed in relief, thinking it audacious for such a fiend to bully him while he was injured. He wondered if Ling Xiao noticed the flicker of intensity in his eyes. Ling Xiao simply instructed the disciples behind him to assist Fang Lin to his feet and follow him. "Where are you taking me, brother?" Fang Lin asked, feeling awkward as he was supported to Jiushao courtyard. Noticing Su Ji standing at the door, terrified yet silent, Fang Lin pressed, "May we bring Su Ji along, if the shadow returns? He surely cannot handle it alone." Ling Xiao glanced at Su, nodding in consent. The Jiushao courtyard, named by Ling Xiao himself, lay between the disciples' quarters and the elders' pavilion, making him the only disciple of Feiyun's sect to possess such honor, thus signifying his distinguished status within the sect. The courtyard was spacious and elegantly adorned. Upon entering, the fragrance of night-blooming jasmine wafted through the air. Perhaps Ling Xiao's departure had stirred the others. For several lights flickered on in various rooms he arranged for Su Ji to rest while he led Fang Lin into a side room adjacent to the main hall. Fang Lin took a sip of tea. "Brother, please speak your mind." Ling Xiao, holding his sword in his left hand while his right rested behind him, maintained an upright posture. He spoke plainly. "What I share with you today must remain confidential." "Understood." Ling Xiao placed his sword on the table, seated himself with a composed demeanor, and continued, "I returned to the sect because I inadvertently encountered a cursed sword, which I could not handle, and thus brought back to present to our master. When inquiring about the cursed sword, our master instructed me to keep a close watch on you. Yesterday, I did not understand why, but after your ambush today, it is apparent that a cursed sword." Fang Lin feigned confusion. "What is that?" Ling Xiao regarded him thoughtfully. "You need only know that until the curse is lifted, you must remain by my side." "Surely that is unnecessary," Fang Lin interjected. "Remaining by Ling Xiao's side would expose his ongoing cultivation of inner power. The shadow will surely think twice after its failed attempt. I would not wish to intrude upon your peace. You have just returned from your travels and are burdened with matters. Let me handle the situation with Yin Qi myself." A cold glare met his words. Fang Lin forced a smile. Pressing on, "I merely wish to avoid disturbing you. Brother, this small matter hardly warrants your constant vigilance that I will send someone to fetch Su Su tomorrow." Ling Xiao appeared unfazed. "Who are you fetching? Is sister also moving in?" Fang Lin raised an eyebrow, as though he had anticipated this reaction. Immediately, he shifted his tone. "Actually, living with Big Brother is quite favorable. It is certainly safer than the side courtyard. My life is paramount, so I shall trouble you, brother." Part of his statement was a fa-ade, while the other part genuinely expressed his delight, regardless of the reason. Ling Zhao's willingness to bring Su Su over was undoubtedly beneficial. Currently, Su Su's cultivation was restricted by the binding of the immortal rope, though few knew of this within the sect. It did not guarantee her safety, especially from that fellow Dongfang Su, who had always shown an interest in Su Su. Thus, the arrangement was settled. As Ling Xiao departed, he produced a communication talisman from his robes and handed it to Fang Lin. "Your cultivation is too low. You can only use this once. Unless absolutely necessary, it is best not to employ it." "Thank you, brother." Fang Lin accepted the talisman. Once Ling Xiao had left, Fang Lin coughed twice, finally releasing the pin-up breath in his chest. Allowing him to breathe much easier, he clenched his fists, attempting to gather his energy, then relaxed, letting his shoulders droop as he sighed. Is it truly so difficult to regain full strength with this body? The following morning, Fang Lin was taken by Ling Xiao to Yunchas on the previous day. Ling Xiao assisted him in clearing his meridians, but it seemed that after last night's events, Ling Xiao was more attentive, applying greater force. Fang Lin could distinctly feel the energy within him growing stronger. If this assistance were to continue, Ling Xiao could only sustain it for 10 days at most. In some respects, Fang Lin admired Ling Xiao's magnanimity. As Big Brother, he indeed set a commendable example, offering his full support. "Big Brother, that will be all for today." Fang Lin sensed Ling Xiao's energy becoming unstable and interrupted. Ling Xiao gradually withdrew his energy, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his voice weary. "Today, I was too hasty. Your injury cannot be rushed." "Thank you, brother. Let us return. Su Su should have moved to Jiushao Courtyard by now. We can have dinner together." Indeed, Chapter 17. Weakness invites bullying. Due to Ling Zhao's solitary nature, Jiushao Courtyard was usually quite tranquil. The disciples residing in the side rooms or guest quarters were accustomed to a peaceful existence. However, with 3 new arrivals, the courtyard was imbued with a vibrant atmosphere. Fang Lin returned to his room to change clothes and was about to step out when he saw Su Su approaching with a light-hearted gait. "Why are you dawdling? If you don't hurry, the food will get cold, sister. Your smile is truly enchanting." Fang Lin gazed at her beaming face, momentarily entranced. "Stop with the nonsense." They exchanged playful banter as they made their way to the main hall. Ling Xiao had also changed into new attire, tall and regal. His clothing was of finer quality than others. He sat upright at the head of the table and, upon seeing Fang Lin and Su Su seated, proclaimed, "Let us dine." Fang Lin took a seat to the left of Su Su, with Sueji on his left, Intent on drawing closer to Su Su, he tasted a few dishes and, finding them delectable, served some turbol. This gesture appeared rather presumptuous among the disciples, even causing Su Su to pause, instinctively glancing towards Ling Xiao, seemingly worried he might chastise her for not adhering to propriety. The others at the table observed this exchange, casting peculiar looks at Fang Lin, yet he appeared oblivious, cheerfully encouraging Su Su. "Sister, you must try this. It's delicious," as Su Su remained silent, a faint blush creeping into her ears. Meanwhile, Sueji discreetly tugged at Fang Lin's sleeve beneath the table, his expression torn, attempting to prompt him to be more cautious. One should not speak while eating. Ling Zhao's words rendered Sueji motionless, compelling him to lower his head and eat quietly. Meanwhile, Su discreetly stepped on Fang Lin's foot under the table, urging him with her gaze to cease his antics. Only then did Fang Lin slightly restrain himself and eat obediently. Once the dining table was cleared, Fang Lin stayed behind with Sueji to tidy up. Su had initially left, but soon returned to assist them in cleaning the table. Sueji, taken aback, exclaimed, "Senior sister, please don't help. Let Fang Lin and me handle it." However, Su turned to Fang Lin and said, "Fang Lin, you should go rest." Sueji's little eyes darted between them, feigning indifference while hastening his own movements. After the dining hall was tidied up, Su left with Fang Lin, prompting Sueji to concoct an excuse to slip away. Fang Lin glanced at his retreating figure, an icy glint in his eyes. "What's the matter?" Su blocked his view. "Why are you staring at Sueji?" "It's nothing, let us go," he replied. In truth, Sueji had misunderstood. The reason Su walked with Fang Lin was largely due to their proximity, both residing near Ling Xiao's main quarters, making their companionship entirely reasonable. Yet Sueji seemed to suspect an illicit affair between them, hastily darting out through the back door of Jiuxiao courtyard. Heading straight to another courtyard, in the night, Taisho stood by the wall as Sueji jogged over, relaying all he had seen and heard over the past 2 days. When he finished, Taisho waved his hand and said quietly, "Well done. You may return now." Once he left, a figure emerged from the shadowy corner, none other than the imperious young Master Dongfang, his face contorted with rage as he exclaimed, "I told you it would have been better to drag that kid out for a good lesson. Now that he moved into Jiuxiao courtyard, constantly under the watchful eyes of the eldest senior brother, it will be difficult to make a move. What's worse, he even dares to harbor feelings for Su." Dongfang Su seethed with resentment, his eyes filled with disdain for Fang Lin. Beside him, a companion spoke softly, "Young master, please remain calm. Although the situation has changed, our previous plans are not entirely unfeasible. Just think, if we could ensure he never returns to Fei Yun's sect, wouldn't that be delightful?" Dongfang Su shot him a sidelong glance, snorting derisively. "It better be, as you say, to know. I must find the eldest senior brother tomorrow. I absolutely cannot allow that wild bastard to share a courtyard with my junior sister. The person I fancy should not be tainted by some wild child raised without a mother. Young master, as the esteemed youngest son of the Dongfang family, you can have any beauty you desire. Why cling to this one flower?" Taisho remained remarkably composed. Dongfang Su retorted bitterly, "You know nothing to Su is unlike ordinary women that I do not wish to hear such words again. Return to your kennel and do not follow me." "But you, if I tell you to leave, then leave." Dongfang Su, flustered and agitated, strode away, dismissing him behind. How could the illustrious young master of the Dongfang family be outdone by a picked-up wild child? Just wait and see. Sueji, having committed a guilty deed, was especially cautious on his way back to Jiuxiao courtyard, slightly hunched as he stealthily approached his room. Suddenly, a figure appeared in his path, startling Sueji into a shudder, instinctively taking a half-step back. "Fang Lin," Sueji asked nervously. "What do you want?" Fang Lin scrutinized him from head to toe, noting his flustered reaction, and casually remarked, "I'm not doing anything. Just came out for some fresh air after a heavy dinner. Why do you seem so afraid to see me?" Sueji hurriedly waved his hands. "No, it's nothing. You startled me when you suddenly appeared. Why are you here instead of in your own room at this late hour?" Fang Lin crossed his arms and questioned. "Shouldn't I be asking you that? Look where you are. Sui Ji glanced around. Realizing he had inadvertently strayed near the main house, his face turning crimson, I must have taken a wrong turn. My apologies. Without waiting for Fang Lin's response, he turned and walked away, watching him retreat. Fang Lin furrowed his brow and muttered softly, "The aura of misfortune seems even more pronounced than yesterday. I must quickly find out who is responsible." "Fang Lin, why are you standing by the wall?" Ling Xiao stood at the entrance of the main house, dressed in more comfortable attire than during dinner. "Eldest senior brother, I have matters to discuss with you." Fang Lin approached Ling Xiao, who stepped aside to grant him space, and they entered the house together. Inside, the candlelight flickered gently, the wax occasionally crackling as it burned. Fang Lin performed a respectful bow towards Ling Xiao and began to articulate his intent. "Today, while in the cloud pool for healing, I sensed your dedication, eldest senior brother. However, I am acutely aware of my humble status. The privilege of being allowed into the cloud pool by our master is a great blessing, and I should not burden your cultivation further. After much contemplation, I believe it best to seek an opportunity to heal on my own without adding to your troubles." Having carefully considered his words, he crafted a refined expression that would resonate with someone of Ling Xiao's stature. Fang Lin's eyes were earnest, conveying that he would not straighten his back until he received a favorable response. Ling Xiao confirmed, "Are you sincere?" "I am indeed sincere. I hope eldest senior brother will support my wish." Ling Xiao sighed with a maturity beyond his years. "In these tumultuous times, my energy is indeed limited. If you can take care of yourself, I would be glad." Sensing a positive outcome, Fang Lin immediately responded, "If eldest senior brother is too busy, do not force yourself. I can manage, though my recovery may be slow." Ling Xiao slightly shifted, observing him for a moment before a faint smile graced his lips. "You've grown quite a bit in these months. Your discourse and thoughts have matured. No wonder our master takes such an interest in you. He's only doing me favors because I have royal blood. He hardly cares about anything else." Fang Lin thought to himself, suppressing his grievances, and replied, "So, eldest senior brother has agreed?" After a brief pause, Ling Xiao nodded. "Your injuries are severe, but as long as you rest, there shouldn't be any major issues. For the next few days, you should go to the cloud pool on your own. Once I've finished my current matters, we'll discuss it further." "Thank you, eldest senior brother." Fang Lin bowed once more, "Then I shall not intrude any longer." With that, Fang Lin left Ling Xiao, and the next day he returned to the cloud pool alone. Fearing the elders of the sect might come, he deliberately chose the most secluded spot in the cold pool, where water cascaded down like a small waterfall and settled into a meditative position beneath the falling water. During his 3 years in Fei Yun's sect, Fang Lin had consistently practiced the traditional internal cultivation methods of the sect. Although the highly skilled Xian Yaozi had never personally instructed him, he had acquired some rudimentary techniques from the practice room, which were of the most basic sort. In his previous life, Fang Lin had harbored grievances against Xian Yaozi, even misunderstanding him for many years, only to later realize that to protect him, Xian Yaozi had to keep him in Fei Yun's sect, taking him as a disciple as part of that strategy. The reason Xian Yaozi did not personally teach him the internal cultivation methods was indeed due to Fang Lin's sealed inner core. Until the seal was lifted, he was merely an ordinary person with mediocre talent. Every 100 years, a descendant of the Hanwu bloodline would emerge within the royal family. Yet for decades, no heirs had appeared. The world remained unaware that a branch of the bloodline existed outside, still hoping for the royal family to produce offspring. However, Xian Yaozi knew that none of the 3 royal princes had inherited the Hanwu bloodline. Suspecting that this wandering, illegitimate child had benefited from the situation, Fei Yun's sect's teachings emphasized tranquility and gentleness, which contradicted the explosive power of the Hanwu bloodline. Even if one mastered the methods to the level of Xian Yaozi, they could not unleash the full potential of the Hanwu bloodline. Fang Lin focused intently, recalling the self-created Yanhua heart method, attempting to cultivate. The fog within the cold pool swirled around him, obscuring much of his form, and the only sounds he could hear were the gentle trickling of the spring water, devoid of any other distractions. Gradually, more and more mist gathered around him. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that the mist could not touch his skin, hovering about an inch away, continuously swirling as if influenced by his cultivation. The cloud pool was a place where outsiders could not enter freely. Enveloped in profound tranquility and infused with spiritual energy, Fang Lin sat for an entire day. Perhaps due to the awakening of the Hanwu bloodline, this time his practice of the fasting technique was considerably smoother than in his past life. Moreover, being wholly absorbed in the cultivation method, he did not feel hunger throughout the day. Emerging from the water, Fang Lin realized he was bare from the waist up and prepared to change out of his damp trousers. "Where are my clothes?" Fang Lin was taken aback. He had been too focused on his cultivation to notice the surroundings, but it was unlikely that someone could come without him noticing, let alone take an interest in his simple trousers at this moment. The cold pool was already frigid, and with the moisture evaporating from his skin, a cool breeze swept over him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Puzzled, Fang Lin wandered about in his wet trousers, unable to locate them. Reluctantly, he decided to make do with just his top. Dragging his damp trousers as he left the cloud pool on his way, he became the subject of ridicule, but Fang Lin pretended not to hear. Hastening back to Jiushao courtyard as quickly as possible, it was a curious twist of fate that, after rummaging through his wardrobe for quite some time in search of a clean pair of trousers, he found himself empty-handed and feeling quite vexed. Just then, Su Su entered his room. "Fang Lin, hurry and get dressed. It's time for dinner, and the senior brothers are waiting." Observing the distinction between genders, Su stood at the doorway and gently knocked on the door. Fang Lin poked his head out, his expression tinged with exasperation. "Sister, my pants are wet." The statement bore an ambiguous connotation, and Su Su's thoughts immediately wandered astray. Her cheeks flushed with a deep crimson. "I know you went to the cloud pool. Just change into another set of clothes." "I can't find any trousers to change into," Fang Lin replied, extending a leg where the damp fabric clung uncomfortably to his thigh, presenting a rather peculiar sight. Amused yet exasperated, Su playfully nudged his calf, urging him to retract his foot. "I told you to buy more clothes, but you never listened. I'll go ask the senior brother if he can spare a new pair for you." All right. Luckily, there were indeed new garments available at Ling Xiao's place, and he even sent over a matching top. However, Ling Xiao had long since matured into a robust figure, whereas Fang Lin, having just returned to life at the tender age of 19, had endured hardships that left him comparatively slight. He appeared as if a child had donned an adult's clothing, the fit all too loose and disjointed. Su helped him roll up the overly long sleeves and chuckled. "Just make do for now, and eat your dinner. I will think of a solution afterward." Thus, Fang Lin had no choice but to accompany her to the dining area. Upon entering, he distinctly heard the sound of suppressed laughter, but he chose to ignore it, settling into an empty seat beside Ling Xiao. The competitive nature of men is often inexplicable. As Fang Lin ate, he stole glances at Ling Xiao, quietly contrasting himself with the older man. "It's merely a matter of a few years' difference. When I reach his age, I shall be even more robust." Due to practicing the fasting technique, even with just one meal a day, Fang Lin had intentionally reduced his food intake. He set down his chopsticks nearly simultaneously with Su, while the other brothers at the table continued to eat. They exchanged glances across half the table, oblivious to their surroundings. Ultimately, it was Su who grew shy first. Averting her gaze, Fang Lin relished this youthful demeanor of hers, his eyes fixating on her unabashedly. Hidden beneath the table, his foot stealthily reached out towards Su, eager to witness her blush deepen. Before long, he brushed against the hem of her skirt, prompting a smile as he concealed his excitement behind a teacup. His toes gently swayed the soft fabric, and upon noticing Su glance up at him, he mischievously used his foot to lift her skirt slightly, grazing her instep. Something seems amiss. Before Fang Lin could react, Sui Ji, seated to Su Su's left, exclaimed, "Brothers, could you stop stepping on me and focus on your meals?" To Fang Lin's astonishment, it was he who had been the culprit. He nearly choked on his tea. Chapter 19. A spark of inspiration, Fang Lin swiftly withdrew his foot, muttering quietly, "No wonder it felt so wide." Phew. Thankfully no one realized it was me. Once Ling Xiao had finished his meal and set down his bowl and chopsticks, he admonished, "One must not act foolishly while dining. Please behave yourselves." Sui Ji did not dare to voice any dissent. And as was customary, once Ling Xiao had eaten, he departed, leaving Sui Ji and Fang Lin to clear the table. Sui Ji, I need you to tidy up tonight. I have a favor to ask of Fang Lin. Su 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 announced as she stood and extended her hand toward him. Come along, junior brother. Fang Lin hurried to follow, while Sui Ji regarded their retreating figures with a profound gaze. Sister, do you have any methods to expedite the drying of my clothes? Su Su Su, leading the way, replied, Mr. Lu possesses a lamp, said to be fashioned from the essence of a firebird. I will borrow it to dry your garments. Sister, you are so kind. I will accompany you and Onid. Please wait for me in your room. With a hint of shyness, she explained that she had invited him out so early to avoid seeing him clean up the dining table all day. It's truly frustrating how the senior brothers allow you and Sui Ji to be bullied like this. With a sister to care for me, I fear no one who dares to bully me. Su 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 paused for a moment. You mustn't say such things. Ever since you sparred with the sixth senior brother, you've been acting strangely. Strange? Haven't I always been like this? It's just like those rascals of the marketplace down the mountain. Speaking as if they were trifling with others, Su 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 replied earnestly. Fang Lin playfully nudged her shoulder, urging her to continue forward. Sister, you are merely overthinking. Even if I were a rogue, I would only tease you. You are so considerate. How could I not cherish that? Her words rendered Su Su Su's ears a shade of crimson, prompting her to shake off Fang Lin's hand, insisting that he should wait in his room. Before hastily retreating from the Jiuxiao courtyard, within the relatively safe confines of Feiyan's sect, Fang Lin could not shake off his concern. He stealthily masked his presence, following Su 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 until she successfully acquired the fire lamp. Only then did he hasten back to his room ahead of her, feigning innocence as if he had been waiting all along. Creak! The wooden door swung open and shut once more as Su 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 approached the bed with the lamp in hand and requested Fang Lin to retrieve the damp clothes from earlier and lay them on the bed. After igniting the fire lamp and placing it in the center, she asked, Is this sufficient? Fang Lin had no recollection of the fire lamp, only remembering that in his previous life, after gaining significant cultivation, he would simply use his energy to evaporate the moisture from his clothes. As Su 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 nodded, explaining to those of higher cultivation, this lamp is merely an ordinary light. Mr. Lu, regrettably, could not bear to destroy his steed, the firebird, which had fallen into madness. So he sealed its powers with a spell, transforming it into this lamp to keep by his side. At this point, Su 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 seemed to recall something amusing, and a sly smile graced her delicate face. If Lu hadn't known I lost my spiritual powers, he likely wouldn't have lent me this item. Sister, you just mentioned that it was Mr. Lu's spell that created this lamp? Yes, is there a problem? Noticing Fang Lin's serious expression, she felt a twinge of anxiety. Fang Lin rested his chin on his hand, pondering for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, I understand now. Su Su Su's eyes widened with curiosity. Attentively awaiting his next words, struck by her sparkling eyes, Fang Lin instinctively reached out and pinched her nose. What are you doing? Su 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 protested, stepping back while covering her nose, her ears once more tinged with red. Her fair complexion rendered her blush notably pronounced, and Fang Lin's heart tightened at her playful protest. He quickly retracted his hand and awkwardly rubbed his own nose, shifting the conversation. The matter of the firebird has given me some insight. Logically, the immortal binding rope shouldn't have rendered you powerless. There must be some foul play from that old scoundrel Luo Feihong. Are you suggesting he cast a spell on me, similar to how Mr. Lu dealt with the firebird? Fang Lin nodded. Perhaps it was not a spell, but it is undoubtedly related. Since Lu is already aware of your condition, we should pay him another visit. But before Su 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 could voice her hesitation, Fang Lin seized her wrist and urged her outside. What if we can break the immortal binding rope? We must give it a try. Due to the length of his sleeves, the point where their hands intertwined was largely obscured. And while Su 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 couldn't see how he was holding her, she felt the warmth of his palm and his unwavering determination. After a few steps, Su 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 tugged at his sleeve. Junior brother, please let go of my hand, I agree to go with you. All right. Fang Lin smiled and released his grip, though his gaze lingered on her face a moment longer. The residence of Lu was serene, and upon their return, he appeared somewhat surprised, joking, What brings you back so soon? I don't have a second lamp to lend you. Mr. Lu, we have come with a request. Fang Lin said as he bowed respectfully. What matter is it? Sister is ensnared by the immortal binding rope, and I believe you are aware of the situation. Lu stroked his long, white beard, nodding in understanding. What did your master say? He has been in seclusion in a rush. Even I am unaware of what transpired. He likely hasn't had time to address Su's predicament. Indeed. Fang Lin stood tall, maintaining a composed demeanor in front of the elder, exuding a newfound confidence and determination. So, why come to me again? My internal cultivation is not high. I merely handle some literary instruction that I asked for the immortal binding rope. I lack the capability to unravel it. It would be better for Su to break free herself. It was indeed strange that several days had passed without any progress on Su's end. Her energy reserves completely depleted. Lu turned to Su, silently inquiring, and upon receiving her affirmative nod, he appeared thoughtful. This situation is indeed peculiar. It's no wonder Ling Xiao was worried and took her directly to Jiuxiao courtyard. After being alerted by the flames, the disciple boldly speculated that perhaps someone had meddled with the immortal locking rope. Casting a spell upon it much like you did, Master, temporarily sealing Sister's cultivation. Only by unraveling the incantation can the immortal locking rope be undone. Mr. Lu, stroking his beard, nodded slightly. There is indeed such a possibility. Then, can you attempt to unravel it for Sister? Fang Lin earnestly requested at him. Lu pondered for a long while, then sighed with a wry smile. Do you know how many years ago the Firebird was sealed? At least 100 years, during which I never considered breaking the spell. Thus, despite perusing ancient texts, I only learned the method to cast spells, remaining entirely ignorant of how to undo them. Chapter 20. An unexpected encounter in the library. Fang Lin nearly wanted to punch the old man. But considering he was an elder, he restrained himself. So, Mr. Lu, do you not have any guidance for us? Fang Lin felt he had been sufficiently polite. The old man chuckled, as if it were an appropriate moment for laughter. Su also turned to Lu. Sir, may I inquire where you learned the method of casting spells? If you could show us, perhaps we could discover a way to break the curse. Though a woman, she had practiced diligently since childhood, achieving some modest accomplishments among the younger generation. Suddenly losing her powers was something she could not easily accept, yet she feigned nonchalance to spare Fang Lin worry, never bringing up her encounter with Luo Feihong. Now, seeing a glimmer of hope, Su felt anxious to fight for herself. Having long been accompanied by spiritual energy, to suddenly become a mere mortal would leave anyone feeling insecure. Mr. Lu, with a slow temperament, waved his hand at her. Do not rush. Let me think. After about a quarter of an hour, Mr. Lu seemed to recall something, addressing them. It's been too long, and I cannot be sure which book it was. How about you both search the library yourselves? Fang Lin could not manage a smile. Lu continued. I tend to be quite lazy, but that's just how I am. I trust you have grown accustomed to it by now. Su pursed her lips. Then please, could you kindly hand over the key to the library? Mr. Lu rummaged in his wide sleeve for quite some time before finally producing a bronze key, about the size of a palm, gesturing for Fang Lin to take it. You and Su should go together. 2 heads are better than one. To just ensure no one else enters. But the library is so vast. Searching for a book whose name we do not know could take years. Su hesitated. Fang Lin felt the old man was intentionally making things difficult for them, and expressed his discontent. If you do not wish to assist, you could simply say so. Searching a library for a method is like finding a needle in a haystack. It could take years and still yield nothing. The library housed a vast collection of books from across the world, with various texts filling the entire building. Some ancient tomes, requiring careful preservation, were stored in the underground 3rd level, which was never open to the public due to their rarity, only accessible under exceptional circumstances like today, when they could obtain a key from Mr. Lu. Yet even just the 3rd level was daunting. As long as you both go to search, how could you possibly not find it? Go ahead. Mr. Lu remained calm and collected. Su was about to give up, but Fang Lin refused, clutching the key. Very well, thank you for the key, Mr. Lu. Sister and I will go look for it and won't trouble you further. Lu waved his hand, signaling them to leave. Once outside, Su said to Fang Lin, finding a needle in a haystack, shouldn't we consider other methods? Let us go to the library. How will we know if we do not try? In that moment, Fang Lin's determination brought Su Su a sense of security. She looked up at him, feeling a newfound lightness in her heart. All right, let us try. Nothing could be worse than our current situation. Su Su's gaze softened. Fang Lin, impatient by nature, thought about the day's lack of time to accompany Su in the search, so he decided to take the luminous pearl to the library immediately. By the time they arrived, night had completely fallen, and the vicinity of the library was shrouded in silence, even carrying a hint of a chilling breeze, with the scent of animal hides and paper wafting through the air. The ancient wooden door creaked open, emitting an eerie wail. The aroma of books enveloped them, even slightly overwhelming. The library forbade the use of fire, and Fang Lin had brought the luminous pearl as a makeshift light. This pearl was a gift from Su, having been by his side for 3 years, making it one of his most treasured possessions. Seeing him retrieve the pearl, Su's tone shifted. I didn't expect you still kept it. Why have I never seen you use it before? Fang Lin secured it to his foot, feeling along the wall as he slowly moved forward. I was afraid others would discover it. It was a gift from you, and I would hate for it to be taken away. Sixth senior brother always bullies you, Su said, her tone tinged with disappointment. If it weren't for me, he wouldn't constantly trouble you. This has nothing to do with you. He is just a spoiled young master, often finding fault with others. If blame is to be placed, it lies with my past cowardice, which allowed me to be bullied. Sister, you are the kindest person in this world to me, and I am fully aware of this. Fang Lin wished to take her hand, but in the darkness, Su inadvertently pulled away just then, forcing him to feign indifference and ruefully rub his nose. So, sister, please refrain from saying such things in the future. It not only pains you, but it also aches my heart. Su did not respond, perhaps feeling a bit shy, and quietly followed behind Fang Lin. The passage to the third underground level was somewhat lengthy, with darkness enveloping everything below, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Fang Lin shielded Su behind him. Sister, be cautious, hold on to me. One hand grasped the fabric of his clothing, a mix of restraint and carefulness, clutching a corner, hesitant to rely too heavily. Fang Lin chuckled softly and continued downwards. The steps along the wall were long, and after a considerable time, they finally glimpsed a faint light ahead. It turned out that the third underground level of the library had long been deprived of sunlight, and a multitude of luminous pearls had been placed there for illumination. Yet, the light from the luminous pearls could not compare to daylight. It was dim and cast a pale green hue, giving the entire library an eerie ambience that we have arrived. Upon descending the last step, Fang Lin bent down to retrieve the luminous pearl from his leg, while Su released her grip on his clothing at the same moment. This was the lowest level, filled with towering bookshelves, each nearly as tall as a person, with shelves spaced 2 feet apart, all arranged in perfect order, making it impossible to see the last shelf from the entrance. The air was tinged with a dusty odor, mixed with the stench of aged animal hides, which was quite unpleasant. Fang Lin took the lead. Sister, this place is vast. Do not wander too far from me. All right, I will search the second shelf. The two divided their tasks, combing through countless volumes, many of which were not even properly categorized, but were merely records inscribed on animal hides by ancient scholars. All the while searching for the ancient text M.Lu had mentioned. The room was filled only with the sound of pages turning, an eerie silence enveloping them. Sister, look at me. Fang Lin had climbed atop one of the bookshelves, straddling the wooden frame, his legs swinging on either side. Su looked up at him, unable to suppress her laughter. Fang Lin, what are you doing? Fang Lin had strung a few small luminous pearls together with his spiritual energy and hung them above his head, the green light reflecting off his hair and face, rendering him both comical and ridiculous. Do not sit up there. Come down. Su beckoned to him, amusement evident in her voice. All right, I'll come down now. Without a second thought, Fang Lin leaped towards her, but in the process, he inadvertently bumped into a book that, in an attempt to catch it mid-air and prevent it from falling, he twisted his body, altering his descent, successfully catching the book, but losing his balance. Su felt a shadow lunging toward her. accompanied by a clatter of falling books. Numerous volumes tumbled from the shelves. In the final moment, Fang Lin managed to roll to the side, attempting to shield Su Susu from the impact, but he was unable to halt his momentum, and both of them collapsed to the ground, his hand positioned beneath Su Susu's head. Absorbing much of the force, their forms intertwined. Su Susu lay on the floor, wide-eyed and dazed as she gazed at Fang Lin. Fang Lin supported himself with one hand behind her head while his other hand pressed against the ground beside her face. Their faces barely 3 inches apart, so close that Fang Lin felt he might drown in the depths of her gaze, that a luminous pearl fell between Fang Lin's supporting hand and Su Susu's cheek, as if deliberately illuminating the atmosphere of the moment. Their eyes filled with each other's presence. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of a heartbeat seemed to resonate right beside them, and Fang Lin's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. As if he were struggling to contain a swell of emotions, Su Susu exhibited a similar reaction. As she watched his face gradually draw near, she couldn't help but softly call out, "Little junior brother." Chapter 21. Genuine Joy. Her voice was so low it resembled the faint mew of a kitten. Closer, ever closer, their breaths entwined, filling the surrounding silence with the rhythm of their heartbeats, in such a secluded and tranquil atmosphere. With a lone man and woman together, the unexpected encounter altered the ambience dramatically. Fang Lin was nearly upon her. "Fang Lin." Su Susu placed her hand over his mouth, and in her haste, her palm brushed against his soft lips. As if he had kissed her, Fang Lin knew he mustn't rush. Yet he felt a pang of reluctance to let such a splendid opportunity slip away, sensing the change in atmosphere and fearing to frighten Su Susu. He gently removed her hand, his expression tinged with a hint of grievance as he said, "Senior sister, you are being fierce with me." Like a large, soulful dog, he evoked another wave of tenderness within Su Susu. Seizing the moment, Fang Lin leaned in, and Su Susu, believing he truly intended to kiss her, froze in surprise. Yet in the next instant, she felt the warmth of his breath against the side of her neck. Fang Lin, feeling somewhat defeated, buried his head in the crook of her neck, inhaling deeply and sighing. "Senior sister, you smell wonderful, like the fragrance of snow chrysanthemum." As Su Susu's cheeks flushed crimson, acutely aware that with each word he spoke, his breath grazed her skin, sending tingles coursing through her, both exhilarating and unnerving. She pushed him away and stood up, her gaze flitting as she dared not look at him, attempting to divert the conversation. "After tending to flowers for so long, I suppose I have developed a sin as well. You should get up. You've dropped many books that let's tidy up." Fang Lin stood, a few books tumbling to the ground. "Senior sister, are you hurt?" Let me see. He tried to approach her, but Su Susu retreated half a step, evading his hand, and then bent down to gather the scattered books. "I'm not injured. Let us just collect the books. These are all Mr. Lu's cherished collections. We mustn't damage them." Fang Lin interpreted her actions as the shyness of a delicate woman who couldn't withstand playful teasing, and he chuckled, squatting beside her to help. As they collected the fallen books, some had been opened, and he glanced at their contents. Su Susu stared intently at one of the books in her hand. Fang Lin leaned in closer, following her gaze. After a moment, they exchanged glances and simultaneously exclaimed, "Could it be the one?" Su Susu handed the book to Fang Lin. "You hold on to it. I'll return the others. I'll accompany you." As she spoke, Fang Lin rolled the ancient text and tucked it into his front robe. They had not anticipated things would unfold so smoothly. They found it immediately upon entering. Yet amidst their relief, the earlier unexpected closeness had rendered the atmosphere delicate, and Su Susu was purposefully avoiding him. After returning all the remaining books to their rightful places, Fang Lin felt uneasy, rubbing his nose as he reflected on whether he had pressed Su Susu too hard. However, upon seeing her, he couldn't suppress the guilt within, determined to repay her kindness from his past life. Patience was essential. With a sigh, Fang Lin stood a few steps away from Su Susu, who paused briefly at his side, but remained silent. "Senior sister, this text states that breaking the curse is not difficult. It merely requires the caster to act personally." Fang Lin had been studying the ancient tome for quite some time. Su Susu glanced at him. "But that old rogue would certainly refuse to release me. He likely has no idea how to lift the curse." Perhaps his incantations were cobbled together from random sources. Fang Lin scoffed inwardly. Luo Feihong had been struck in the falling Sunset Valley. He was probably long dead and could hardly release anyone from a curse himself. There no other way. Let me take another look. He flipped through the pages again, discovering another method, but hesitated. Remaining silent, Susu, puzzled, asked, "What is it? Did you not find anything?" Fang Lin closed the ancient text. No, Susu's disappointment was palpable, yet she quickly donned a smile. "Well, it is getting late. We should return and rest. Eventually, I will find a way to break the curse of the immortal binding rope. In truth, I have been managing quite well without spiritual energy these past few days." Her smile bore traces of bitterness. She simply did not wish to burden Fang Lin with worry, accustomed as she was to feigning lightheartedness. Seeing the unhidden sorrow in her expression pricked Fang Lin's heart like a thorn. He looked earnestly at Susu, and no matter what, "I will help you." As she ascended the steps, Susu turned back to Fang Lin, unable to resist gently patting the top of his head. Her voice laced with emotion. "You have often spoken such words lately. Senior sister does not require your protection. You must take care of yourself first. Isn't that precisely because senior sister has been so kind to me? Naturally, I must repay this favor." Fang Lin inadvertently voiced his true feelings. Susu shook her head. "Let us not dwell on this. Indeed, let us return it on their way back." Both remained silent, each preoccupied with their own thoughts. Fang Lin escorted her to the nine-sky courtyard but did not rest, sneaking away to the falling Sunset Valley under the cover of night. The valley was tranquil, devoid of wind or people. Guided by the moonlight, he swiftly located the spot where Luo Feihong had vanished. Fortunately, Mr. Liu had insisted on supplementing the literature classes during this time, and no one in the sect had organized disciples to enter the falling Sunset Valley for training, allowing remnants of his earlier confrontation with Luo Feihong to still be traceable. Before long, Fang Lin found the location of his skirmish with Luo Feihong. After several days of recovery, most of the scorched flora had rejuvenated, and in the night air he could still faintly detect the scent of ashes. Fang Lin bent down, meticulously searching for something he had deceived Susu earlier. The ancient text had indeed recorded another method, but he had preferred to come alone, wishing for Susu to rest. Hence he deliberately concealed the information. Last, he discovered something amidst the dust. Chapter 22. A young girl's blossoming feelings, half hidden beneath the sand, was a small box, no larger than a palm, revealing a corner of black. Fang Lin picked it up. The simple wooden box bore no carvings or embellishments, appearing entirely ordinary at first glance. However, upon touching it, he sensed its essence, intertwined with the immortal binding rope that ensnared Susu. To his astonishment, finding it had been so effortless brought a smile to his face. Since Mr.Lu could utilize this spell, it surely wouldn't be overly complicated. Yet considering it had managed to keep the Firebird confined for centuries, this spell must rely on certain magical artifacts. It was likely that the lamp was not the form of the Firebird, but rather the vessel that contained it. The fire within was its true essence. The ancient record stated that if the artifact upon which the spell depended were to vanish, the incantation would likewise lose its efficacy. Susu's predicament lay in her lack of spiritual energy, preventing her from breaking the immortal binding rope on her own, while the curse rendered others incapable of altering its effect on her. The only solution involved using another object to reclaim the immortal binding rope. Given that Luo Feihong's cultivation was at best above average, it was probable he had acquired such a fine item either through purchase or by exploiting opportunities elsewhere. Such items would need to be contained within a vessel. Fang Lin tucked the object into his robe and soared away from the falling Sunset Valley, stirring up a cloud of dust as he ascended. As if silently lamenting something, he returned with Luo Feihong's magical artifact. Crouching atop Susu's roof, and attempted to secretly test the method described in the book, yet the immortal binding rope did not retract. How peculiar. Fang Lin, undeterred, tried again, but the box remained inert. Helpless, he descended from the roof and returned to his own room, contemplating where he might have gone wrong. The garments beneath the lamp had dried, and Fang Lin stowed them away in the cabinet, staring at the lamp in deep thought. The following day brought no good news from Susu's side. Meanwhile, Fang Lin, fatigued from the night's exertions, lacked energy when he exited his room and encountered Ling Xiao, who almost insisted on accompanying him to the cloud pool. No, senior brother, you must attend to your own matters. I can manage perfectly well on my own. Fang Lin repeatedly declined. Ling Xiao furrowed his brow. I notice you do not seem well. Is it due to internal injuries? It's merely a lack of rest last night. There's no need for concern. Fang Lin bowed. Then I shall head to the cloud pool. Senior brother, please do not wait for me. However, Ling Xiao remained, hands clasped behind his back, standing on the steps of the nine-sky courtyard, gazing after Fang Lin's retreating figure, murmuring to himself, is it truly possible for the one chosen by the master to wait for him to grow? Suddenly, a crimson beam of light erupted from a certain location within the Feiyun sect, vanishing in an instant. Ling Xiao's expression darkened immediately as he sheathed his sword and hurriedly departed from Juxiao courtyard. Meanwhile, Fang Lin brought the box into the cloud pool and placed it upon his garments before entering the cold pool to meditate. Due to the events of the previous day, he deliberately positioned his clothes nearby to prevent them from going missing again. As he meditated for a while, Fang Lin gradually calmed his mind. The spiritual energy swirled and surged with each breath, slowly opening the blocked areas within his body, permeating through his limbs and bones. In a moment, Fang Lin suddenly recalled something, opening his eyes with a fiery gaze. So that's it. He rose from the cold pool, swiftly donned his garments, grasped the black box, and hastened towards Juxiao courtyard, still dripping with moisture. Sister, Fang Lin pushed open the half-closed door of Su Su's room. Fang Lin, why have you returned so early today? Su turned to look at him, hurriedly concealing the item in her hands behind her back. Unaware of her subtle gesture, Fang Lin reached out for her hand. What do you want? Su retreated, fearing her secret would be discovered. Fang Lin's hand fell empty, and he withdrew it to touch his nose, unable to hide his excitement, and said to her, let us find senior brother together. So, suddenly? Oh, sister, don't ask. Just come with me. Su stood up and tossed the half-embroidered sachet onto the chair, relieved that Fang Lin had not noticed. Where's senior brother gone? Fang Lin inquired as they walked. Should be in the training room. Ah, right, he seems to have been frequenting the secret pavilion these past few days. The secret pavilion? Fang Lin recalled that in his previous life, Ling Xiao had also spent a considerable amount of time in the secret pavilion upon returning from his travels. The reason being the demonic sword he had brought back. Their master was in seclusion, keeping the demonic sword close to suppress its bloodthirst, while Ling Xiao remained by his side, attentively observing the situation to prevent any unforeseen events or the master being influenced by the sword during his retreat. Unbeknownst to anyone, in that case, Ling Xiao should be in the secret pavilion. Fang Lin took Su directly toward the secret pavilion, and as expected, they found Ling Xiao there. What's the matter? Ling Xiao emerged from the secret pavilion, his expression grave. Fang Lin took out the black box from his robes and handed it to Ling Xiao, deliberately telling a lie. I happened to obtain this from Lu yesterday. Could I trouble senior brother to test it for sister? To see if the locking immortal rope can be stored within the box? Taking the box, Ling Xiao examined it before glancing at Su. So this can retrieve the locking immortal rope? Not certain, but it is worth a try.m. Why spiritual power is too weak to open this box, which is why I came to trouble senior brother. Su quietly remained, refraining from exposing Fang Lin's half-truth. The reason Lu had not learned the method to dispel spells was likely because even if he had, it would be of no use, as dispelling required spiritual power to support it. Though he was well-read, he was rather mediocre in cultivation, and even if he learned the method, he would be hindered by his lack of strength. Thus, last night Fang Lin had also been unable to retrieve the locking immortal rope solely due to his insufficient spiritual power at that moment. Ling Xiao followed Fang Lin's method to try, and indeed, the wooden box floated among the three of them. As Ling Xiao infused it with his spiritual energy, it slowly opened. Amidst their hopeful gazes, a flash of white light surged forth, causing Su to stagger as if struck by an unseen force. Sister, Fang Lin dashed forward, wrapping his arms around her. I'm fine. Su leaned against him, feeling somewhat weak. That it seems that thing was drained away. Ling Xiao nodded beside them, collecting the wooden box. The locking immortal rope, once separated, drains one's vitality. You will need to rest well. I shall escort you back to Jiuxiao courtyard. In no need, I will manage. Fang Lin lifted her up horizontally. Su Su was taken aback, her body tensing as she glanced between Fang Lin and Ling Xiao, her heart racing as she quietly said to Fang Lin, I can walk on my own. Please put me down. It is too far to Jiuxiao courtyard. It would be better to rest in the secret pavilion first. Fang Lin, come with me, and Su Su. Ling Xiao turned to lead the way. Fang Lin complied, carrying Su Su along. Meanwhile, the girl in his arms was unsure where to look, secretly contemplating. The little junior brother who once needed her protection seemed to have matured, now knowing to protect his sister. Chapter 23. Restoration time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Fang Lin had made some progress in practicing the Yanhua heart method, and his previous internal injuries had largely healed, allowing him to walk with newfound lightness. Sister, Fang Lin emerged from the cloud pool and returned to Jiuxiao courtyard, immediately seeking out Su Su, a faint chill still lingering around him. Upon hearing his voice, Su Su tucked the letter she had been holding under her pillow, smiling softly as she rose to greet him. You've finally returned. It's still early, so the food should still be warm. Of course, I must obey Sister's request to return early. Stop with the banter and sit down. The dishes were elegantly presented in intricately carved wooden boxes. Su Su opened the boxes, arranging the plates neatly while handing Fang Lin the chopsticks and bowl. Then seated herself across from him, watching him eat. Ever since the two had moved into Jiuxiao courtyard, and with Fang Lin's subtle attempts to draw closer, their relationship had improved significantly. Whenever they had free time, they nearly always spent it together. The other disciples in the courtyard observed this development. Though they spoke of it openly, they secretly speculated why Su Su would take a liking to a seemingly incompetent and impoverished boy like Fang Lin. Rumors among men, regardless of their nature, often ended up tainted with scandalous undertones. Having sustained injuries and burdened with her own worries, Su Su remained confined indoors and was oblivious to the gossip, while Fang Lin overheard quite a bit. After finishing nearly half a bowl of rice, Fang Lin looked up just in time to meet Su Su's gaze and asked, Sister, what do you think about me participating in this month's competition? The Feiyan sect held a disciples competition every 2 months, setting up a ring in the plaza halfway up the mountain to assess each disciple's progress. Though participation was voluntary, only those with sufficient confidence and skill typically engaged in combat. Fang Lin had been on the mountain for 3 years without ever participating. Su appeared somewhat surprised. Why the sudden inquiry? Nothing much, just that the time is approaching, and I want to test myself in battle to see if I've made any progress. Sister, the winner gets a chance to descend the mountain freely. Don't you want to buy me new clothes? We could seize this opportunity. Su hesitated. Though I saw your progress during the last competition at the Falling Sunset Valley. You have only just recovered from serious injuries, and there are many capable individuals in our sect. I fear you may not prevail. Do you believe I can win? Fang Lin locked his gaze on hers. His earnest look and tone convinced Su Su that he was not jesting. The two exchanged glances for a long moment before she suddenly smiled. You should first try to see if you can defeat me. I wouldn't dare to harm you, even if I could. Su was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Fang Lin, however, laughed heartily, returning to his usual silly demeanor as he scratched the back of his head and said, Sister, you've just removed the locking immortal rope. You should rest first. Speaking of the locking immortal rope, Su touched her left wrist, the raised marks causing her unease. Not knowing how to broach the subject with Fang Lin, she instead inquired, How did you know how to unravel the spell on it? Surely you didn't encounter Luo Feihong again. Luo Feihong has long been dealt with. Even if I wished to encounter him, it would be impossible. Fang Lin felt smug internally, maintaining a calm fa. I just took a wild guess. Moreover, even if I couldn't find a solution, senior brother and master would think of something for you soon. Su smiled appreciatively, unable to refrain from ruffling his hair. In just half a month, you seem like a different person, much more composed. Sister, I am no longer a child. Please refrain from ruffling my hair. Fang Lin felt somewhat uncomfortable with Su Su's maternal gesture. Though she loved him, she had always maintained the role of an elder sister, If he were unaware, it would have been fine, but after the twists of his previous life. Fang Lin now knew of Su Su's deep and abiding affection. Whenever she displayed such generous gestures, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for her. To love someone so silently must require immense restraint. Misunderstanding that Fang Lin disliked being touched, Su showed a hint of embarrassment, withdrawing her hand and attempting to act casual. Are you still eating? If not, I will clear the dishes. I'm done. Su stood up, her slender waist accentuating her curvaceous figure, and her waist-length hair swayed gently with her movements, highlighting her beauty even while tidying up the table. As she cleaned, she softly admonished him. You haven't eaten all day, and now you've only had a little. How will you have the energy to practice? I'm attempting fasting, and oh wonder, Su nodded in understanding, noticing he had no intention of leaving as he sat beside her. She asked, do you have something else to attend to? No, by the way, sister, how have you fared since breaking the binding spell? Almost there. You've been residing in the cloud pool all day, and perhaps you're unaware that I have already begun to continue my cultivation alongside my fellow disciples. I am quite eager to test my skills in the arena the day after tomorrow. Fang Lin chuckled. If you wish to try, then by all means, senior sister, your prowess is beyond question, and you shall undoubtedly shine. Su was well aware of her own abilities, yet she could not withstand the flattery and felt a slight smile tug at her lips as she playfully urged him to cease his banter and return to his own quarters. Meanwhile, Dongfang Su sought out Ling Xiao, insisting on moving into the Jiuxiao courtyard, which predictably met with Ling Xiao's refusal. Ling Xiao cast a sharp glance at him, his eyes fierce. I will not interfere with your antics in your own courtyard, but do not attempt to cause chaos here. Fang Lin is our junior brother. Do not make things difficult for him. How have I made things difficult for him? It is he who has embarrassed me. Senior brother, you are unaware. This fellow has learned some nefarious techniques from somewhere, and last time, he even harbored murderous intent towards me that I suspect he has long since betrayed our sect and will inevitably commit acts detrimental to our order. Silence, Ling Xiao, typically indifferent but rarely displaying his ire, now issued a sharp rebuke that left Dongfang Su taken aback. Dongfang Su, feeling obstinate yet hesitant to defy him, stared back defiantly. Do you not think I am oblivious to your actions? As a disciple of our master, your conduct lacks any semblance of propriety. How can you justify the nurturing you have received from master? If your elder brother were to learn that during these years at Feiyun sect, you have merely engaged in such humiliating antics, how am I to explain it to him? Dongfang Su scrunched his nose. I know, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave to rest. You always use my elder brother to pressure me. Ling Xiao shook his head and ceased further discussion. Exiting Ling Xiao's chamber, Dongfang Su encountered Fang Lin in the corridor just as he was returning to his room. Dongfang Su, brimming with pent-up anger, blocked Fang Lin's path. You wretched scoundrel. Fang Lin looked up at him. A good dog does not block the way at all, so now you've grown bolder. Dongfang Su, infuriated, transformed his anger into action, summoning his sword and swinging it toward Fang Lin. In an instant, the shadow of the sword flashed past Fang Lin's face. Each swing of Dongfang Su's sword was delivered with ferocity, offering no quarter to either his opponent or himself. Fang Lin, having made some progress in his practice, was not intimidated. Lacking a weapon, his first instinct was to evade, gracefully dodging Dongfang Su's brutish assaults. His robes fluttering as he skillfully maneuvered around the pillars lining the corridor, escaping to the back. Frustrated by his failure, Dongfang Su was ignited with competitive spirit and pursued Fang Lin, launching a horizontal slash, the blade cutting through the air. If you have the ability, do not dodge. I am not foolish enough to stand still for you to strike. I used to let you win. Fang Lin grinned mischievously. The winding corridor with its series of tall pillars restricted Dongfang Su's swordplay, allowing Fang Lin to evade with ease, and the more agitated Dongfang Su became, the more amused Fang Lin appeared. In Fang Lin's eyes, Dongfang Su was merely a clown, unworthy of his consideration. As Dongfang Su continued to miss his strikes, he noticed Fang Lin's derisive demeanor, which only served to further infuriate him. In a moment of desperation, he channeled his energy, raising his power to 90%. His sword strikes became increasingly fierce, carving deep gashes into the pillars. If such force were to land upon a person, it could surely sever bone. Seeing the murderous intent in Dongfang Su's eyes, Fang Lin's expression turned serious. He swiftly circled around to Dongfang Su's side, though the sword was advantageous. It was not suited for close combat, and Dongfang Su nearly lost his weapon, as the two were embroiled in their fierce exchange. Ling Xiao appeared at the staircase of the corridor, his voice cold. "Cease this at once." Fang Lin halted immediately, but Dongfang Su was unwilling to relent, fiercely thrusting one last strike. However, Fang Lin suddenly exerted his strength, gripping Dongfang Su's wrist and pressing his acupoint, causing Dongfang Su to retaliate with his left hand. And the fight resumed. Ling Xiao stepped between them, forcefully separating the two, and both were compelled to retreat a step due to the shock wave of spiritual energy. Fang Lin glared at Dongfang Su. "In 2 days, the competition will commence. Dongfang Su, if you truly wish to fight me, let us do so in the arena and make it worthwhile. Then let us fight." Ling Xiao regarded Fang Lin, seemingly pondering when his internal injuries would heal and why. After suffering serious wounds, he appeared to have made considerable progress. Merely brawling is rather dull. How about we wager? The loser must kneel and apologize. Fang Lin, know your limits. Ling Xiao intended to intervene, for the sect strictly forbade conflicts among disciples. Very well, a deal is a deal. Dongfang Su readily agreed, and they bypassed Ling Xiao to solidify their arrangement. Fang Lin turned to Ling Xiao. "Senior brother, please witness our agreement. Once spoken, it cannot be retracted. We shall see who prevails in the arena. Ha! Do you truly believe you can win?" Dongfang Su scoffed, departing with his sword in hand. In the blink of an eye. 2 days passed. The arena was set up early, as countless competitions had been held before, and the disciples regarded it with a sense of familiarity. Until noon, an unexpected figure soared onto the stage. Fang Lin, lacking his own sword, casually drew a standard practice iron sword, holding it at an angle with his right hand while resting his left behind his back. For reasons unknown, the originally frail impression he left on his fellow disciples seemed to have transformed in that moment. The boy appeared to be maturing into a man. His aura significantly changed from half a month prior. Before anyone could mock Fang Lin for overestimating himself, Dongfang Su also confidently descended onto the arena with his sword. The long-standing enmity between Dongfang Su and Fang Lin heightened the anticipation among the spectators. "I say this kid is utterly deluded, daring to challenge Sixth Senior Brother. He's been acting strangely lately, as if he has become a different person, hastening towards his doom. That sentiment may be misplaced. He has been cultivating in the cloud pool, and undoubtedly his progress surpasses ours. Who knows who might come out on top? Indeed, have you not heard? This lad has even wounded Sixth Senior Brother before, so today's outcome is far from certain. Enough of that. Mere days of training cannot possibly match Sixth Senior Brother's natural talent. In my opinion, a fish out of water cannot hope to turn the tides." The crowd buzzed with chatter, their curiosity piqued by the unusual spectacle before them, their eyes gleaming with interest. Some even hastily organized a wager, the majority betting on Dongfang Su's victory, while those who initially considered wagering on Fang Lin were swayed by the overwhelming odds, transferring their stakes to Dongfang Su. Not a soul placed a bet on Fang Lin, until a delicate hand placed a piece of exquisite jade beneath Fang Lin's name. The crowd turned to her in surprise, a brief silence enveloping the area. Aware of the sudden stillness, Su calmly retracted her hand and smiled. "What are you staring at? Isn't it permissible to wager on anyone?" Indeed, senior sister speaks wisely," came the chorus of agreement from those nearby. Fang Lin stood on the stage, locking eyes with Su across the crowd. Though she was genuinely concerned for him, she knew she could not dissuade him. Thus, she deliberately bet on Fang Lin to win, binding her fate to his. Even if they lost, at least Fang Lin would not bear the ridicule alone. Dongfang Su also glanced at Su, aware that many in the sect knew of his feelings for her over the past 2 years. Now, however, Su was publicly exchanging glances with someone he looked down upon, leaving him, the young master of the Dongfang family, utterly humiliated. Seizing the opportunity, he charged forward, drawing his sword with a flourish. the blade glimmering as he advanced towards Fang Lin. Fang Lin, having lost the initiative, remained calm, brandishing the iron sword in a composed defense. The iron sword, now imbued with spiritual energy, was more resilient than usual, capable of withstanding the renowned sword, Shuheng, blocking several strikes in succession. Dongfang Su, known for his impatience, pressed the attack, his strikes fierce and intent on eliminating Fang Lin. Initially, he believed Fang Lin was inexperienced with a sword, having learned that he had not practiced with one, and thus aimed to swiftly sever Fang Lin's low-grade iron sword to extinguish his bravado. To his surprise, after several exchanges, not only did the iron sword remain intact, but Fang Lin's swordsmanship proved elusive. Featuring moves he had never encountered before, as the clamor of the crowd subsided, their focus sharpened on the two figures in the arena, who had captivated their attention, and one had anticipated that the previously low-tier cultivator, Fang Lin, would suddenly display such remarkable proficiency, combating Dongfang Su, who had just entered the soul cultivation realm, with an air of composure that suggested he was nearing Dongfang Su's level of power. How could anyone improve so dramatically in such a short span? Dongfang Su, flustered, inadvertently exposed an opening on his left side. Seizing the moment, Fang Lin abruptly redirected his sword, thrusting it toward Dongfang Su's left shoulder. Dongfang Su hastily retreated, barely managing to deflect Fang Lin's iron sword. This is bad. Fang Lin felt a tremor in the cold iron sword clasped in his hand, as if the spiritual energy he was focusing on the blade was somewhat dispersing. After all, the sword was forged from low-grade cold iron, which was incomparable to renowned blades. It was only suitable for emergencies, but not for prolonged confrontation. Fang Lin's expression darkened as he contemplated the necessity of concluding the battle swiftly before the cold iron sword shattered. In an instant, his gaze shifted, fixating on Dongfang Su with the intensity of a wolf poised to pounce. The surrounding atmosphere shifted dramatically, with an inexplicable gust of wind rising at his feet. Seizing the moment when Dongfang Su was caught off guard, Fang Lin launched a flurry of attacks. The cold iron sword weaved around Dongfang Su with precision, leaving him no opportunity to catch his breath. Bang! Su Hong was sent flying from Dongfang Su's grasp, tracing an arc through the air before landing with a thud at the edge of the arena, deeply embedded in a wooden stake. Before the audience could fully register the astonishment, they turned their gaze back to the stage, where they beheld Fang Lin's sword firmly poised at Dongfang Su's throat. The outcome was unmistakably determined. Witnessing Fang Lin's exceptional swordplay and his victory over Dongfang, Su left the onlookers in stunned silence. Susu's eyes revealed a glimmer of relief as her worries began to dissipate. Dongfang Su, you have lost, Fang Lin declared with a smile, his hand casually resting behind his back, exuding an air of composure and poise, entirely devoid of the timidity he had exhibited just days prior before the crowd. After a brief moment of tranquility, the spectators erupted into fervent applause, some cheering for Fang Lin, enviously acknowledging his rapid progress. In that instant, Fang Lin basked in the limelight. Dongfang Su clenched his fists defiantly, exclaiming, I have not lost. Fang Lin dismissed his protest with indifference. Victory and defeat were evident to all. He casually lowered his sword, yet the low-grade cold iron blade shattered into 3 pieces as he withdrew his spiritual energy upon hitting the ground, revealing that it was only through the protection of his spiritual energy that the sword had been able to withstand the confrontation with Su Hong. 6 Senior Brother, you are not one to shy away from defeat. Are you? Remember our wager. The loser must kneel before the victor, Fang Lin proclaimed with the confidence of a triumphant champion. What? You want 6 Senior Brother to kneel? Are you out of your mind? He is from the Dongfang family. Su Susu overheard the surrounding discussions and looked up at Fang Lin. When their eyes met, she gently shook her head, hoping he would not press further against Dongfang Su. Someone among the crowd shouted, Fang Lin, don't overreach. Those 6 Senior Brother lost to you today. A man does not kneel to his peers. Why not kneel? Just 2 days ago, 6 Senior Brother himself stated that the loser must kneel before everyone. Does he intend to go back on his word? Fang Lin's tone was mocking, yet it bore an undeniable weight of pressure as he fixed his gaze on Dongfang Su, waiting for him to kneel. However, Dongfang Su kept his head bowed, fists clenched, refusing to yield. Gritting his teeth, "Fang Lin, do not push your luck. You actually want to force me to kneel?" Fang Lin turned his attention to Ling Xiao, who was seated at the front of the arena at 8 the time. The first senior brother was present, and he can attest to the wager's validity. Is this not what you said? Is this agreement not genuine? The crowd then looked towards Ling Xiao. Rising slowly, Ling Xiao leapt down to stand between the two, offering a comforting pat on Dongfang Su's shoulder before declaring in a resonant voice, "Indeed, I witnessed this matter firsthand. The wager is both genuine and binding." Fang Lin raised an eyebrow. "Does sixth senior brother have anything further to say?" "First senior brother, how could you side with him?" Dongfang Su could hardly contain his indignation. As a pampered prodigy since childhood, he found it intolerable to lose to another, let alone kneel publicly. Such an act would shatter his pride before the entire Yunfeng sect and the world. Ling Xiao aimed to temper the arrogance of his younger brother, responding, "One must uphold principles rather than personal loyalties. You indeed uttered those words, and to retract them now is unthinkable. That if you wish to blame someone, blame your own arrogance for making promises so carelessly." Yet instead of yielding, Dongfang Su erupted in anger and lunged at Fang Lin with a punch. Ling Xiao interposed himself between them, exclaiming with exasperation, "Sixth junior brother, the contest has concluded. Do not prolong this. Let me go." Dongfang Su's face flushed crimson. Fang Lin, standing a couple of steps away, chuckled, "Sixth senior brother, if you cannot defeat me even with Su Heng's assistance, how could you hope to do so barehanded? If you cannot bear to lose, refrain from making wagers in the future. After all, you are my senior brother. I shall not mock you. But should it have been an outsider, who knows what would have been said?" The grievances Dongfang Su had inflicted upon Fang Lin previously were far beyond mere kneeling. Out of respect for their shared brotherhood, Fang Lin would not demand full retribution, nor did he wish to squander time on this spoiled young master. Yet, this time, having provoked him once more after his rebirth, Dongfang Su must face the consequences before the watchful eyes of many. Dongfang Su's pride was crushed. "Who says I cannot bear to lose?" "Then kneel," Fang Lin commanded, his hand resting behind him, his gaze sharp and unyielding, though a slight smile graced his lips. It was devoid of warmth, his expression as cold as ice. Dongfang Su knelt. In that moment, a profound silence enveloped the arena. And no one had ever witnessed the young master of the Dongfang family in such a disheveled state. And they wondered if Dongfang Su's wrath would be directed at them, prompting them to remain silent. In a fleeting instant after kneeling, Dongfang Su sprang back to his feet, glaring at Fang Lin. "I will remember this debt. One day soon, you will find yourself on your knees begging for my mercy." Ling Xiao, the sixth junior brother, opened his mouth as if to speak, but Dongfang Su huffed, striding to the edge of the arena to retrieve Su Heng, and then departed with great strides. As he passed, disciples of the Yunfeng sect parted ways for him, unwilling to provoke his wrath. Once Dongfang Su had left, others finally dared to extend their congratulations to Fang Lin. "Fang Lin, how have you progressed so swiftly? Brother Liu just entered the Divine Cultivation realm last month. You must have also advanced to the Soul Cultivation realm." "Fang Lin, you are truly impressive. Indeed, we never anticipated your victory. What sword technique was that? It appeared remarkably powerful." Speculation began to circulate. Is the Yunshi truly so formidable? You entered for less than a month and achieved such progress. Why does the master only allow you to enter? Indeed, I have long heard that Yunshi is a sacred place for cultivation. It aids practitioners in their training. Why does the master never permit other disciples entry? Many in the crowd felt a sense of injustice, gradually shifting from simple admiration for Fang Lin's rapid advancement to believing that his current prowess was solely due to the master's favoritism. As more and more discussions arose regarding the Yunshi, Ling Xiao announced, "Let the arena continue. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge Fang Lin?" With Fang Lin having the Yunshi as assistants, who could possibly defeat him? "We shall not seek our own humiliation," someone remarked enviously. Fang Lin glanced at the speaker. "It seems this fellow has not studied his texts adequately. Lu has stated in our foundational teachings that while Yunshi is abundant in internal energy and spiritual essence, it is of low tier. Once one surpasses the second tier of the cultivation realm, Entering Yunxi serves merely as a place for recuperation and meditation. The icy depths of the cold pool reduce pain, but do not enhance cultivation. Otherwise, why would all the elders of the sect not freely enter Yunxi? Why is it only the master who has reached such a remarkable level? The speaker fell silent, unable to refute. Yet there were still many harboring such biases, and those who coveted Yunxi were numerous. Now, witnessing Fang Lin's meteoric rise, their longing for Yunxi only intensified. Little did they know, even without Yunxi, he could have achieved this, with no challengers remaining. The tournament concluded with Fang Lin as the victor. However, as the results were announced, Ling Xiao appeared less than pleased, instructing Fang Lin to accompany him in the study of the Jiuxiao courtyard. Ling Xiao took his seat at the head, while Fang Lin stood a few paces away. "Senior brother, is there something you wish to discuss?" Fang Lin had intended to seek out Su Su Su. "How did you manage to win?" Ling Xiao inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Fang Lin. "You were observing from below." "I won, as one would expect," Fang Lin replied. Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed. "Do not feign ignorance with me. I have nothing further to say." Fang Lin's expression turned serious. "I rely on my own training." "What is there to discuss? Why do you question me so? Your swordsmanship resembles that of the sect, but is entirely distinct. Have you been practicing something unusual recently?" "Not at all." Ling Xiao scrutinized him for an extended moment. And when he found no evidence to press further, he waved his hand. "Very well. Your advancement to the divine cultivation realm, though merely the first tier, is nonetheless a testament to your skill that I will handle matters regarding the sixth junior brother. If you wish to descend the mountain, you may do so at your leisure. May I bring senior sister along?" Ling Xiao paused. "She mentioned to me that she wished to descend the mountain to purchase some items. It would be prudent for both of you to go together, as I would not feel at ease allowing either of you to venture alone." "Thank you, senior brother." Emerging from the study, Fang Lin immediately donned a beaming smile as he sought out Su Su Su. Upon arriving at her chamber's entrance, he was greeted by an array of various jewels and silver coins adorning the table. "Did you win all this from the recent gambling match?" Fang Lin inquired with a playful tone. "Would you consider sharing a portion with me, senior sister? If you desire it, feel free to take it all," Su 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 replied, sipping her tea, though her expression betrayed a hint of concern. Fang Lin picked up a silver ingot. Weighing it in his hand, "Senior sister, how about we descend the mountain right now? You've triumphed in the arena and can leave, but I still have to wait. The eldest senior brother has already granted permission. Here, this is your pass." With a flourish, Fang Lin conjured an orange-red talisman in the air and pressed it into Su Su Su's palm, stating that they must return within 3 days after stepping through the portal of the falling Sunset Valley. Very well, that Su Su Su's demeanor suggested a lack of enthusiasm, her brow furrowing slightly with gravity. Without further ado, the two hastily gathered their silver coins, packing minimal belongings, and made their way down the mountain. On the path leading from falling Sunset Valley, they traveled in tandem, with Fang Lin casually plucking a fruit to nibble on. Su 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 glanced around to ensure no one was nearby, then suddenly turned to face Fang Lin, deftly unfurling a long whip that transformed in her grasp, standing tall and poised. "Senior sister." Fang Lin felt a jolt of surprise at her transformation. In an instant, Su 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 seemed to metamorphose into a different person, her pale dress billowing in the wind, the whip held confidently in her right hand, exuding an air of gallantry that was markedly more assertive than their previous encounters. Fang Lin, having removed the half-eaten wild fruit from his mouth, chuckled awkwardly. "Senior sister, why are you looking at me like that?" "Nothing." Su 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 averted her gaze, her concealed hand tightly gripping the whip that had materialized unbeknownst to Fang Lin, her expression betraying a sense of restraint and inner turmoil. Noticing Su Su Su's mood, Fang Lin furrowed his brow with concern, but quickly replaced it with a bright smile, leaning closer to her, exclaiming with exuberance, "Senior sister, this is our first time descending the mountain together. Is there anywhere you wish to go? I've heard that Luo Shui town is quite delightful. Shall we visit there?" Luo Shui town. Su 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 paused momentarily, surprised. "I didn't realize you had become so knowledgeable about affairs beyond the mountain." "I inquired with my fellow disciples. Since we've finally made it down, it's only prudent to be well informed," Fang Lin replied, finishing the fruit and tugging on Su Susu's arm towards the path leading from Falling Sunset Valley. "Come on, senior sister. Let us enjoy ourselves a little." That Su Susu managed a faint smile, discreetly retracting the whip as she observed Fang Lin's profile, her gaze filled with a mix of scrutiny and nostalgia. The stark contrast between the boldness of the current Fang Lin and the timid, cowardly junior she remembered was striking. Yet the familiarity of their bond remained unchanged. Lost in her thoughts, Fang Lin suddenly turned back, casting her a playful wink and cheekily asking, "Am I handsome?" A blush crept onto Su Susu's cheeks as she swatted his hand away, involuntarily muttering in a teasing tone before hastily advancing ahead of him. The more shy she appeared, the more emboldened Fang Lin became, quickly catching up and rambling incessantly around her, seemingly determined to elicit a response from her. Their departure from Falling Sunset Valley was remarkably smooth. Fang Lin gathered some common herbs and fruits for future needs, and the two slender figures walked away under the blazing sun, unaware of a pair of glistening eyes peering at them from a nearby thicket, emitting soft whimpers of longing yet too timid to follow. Once they had distanced themselves, a diminutive white figure emerged from the underbrush, scratching at the ground a few times before drooping its tail in dismay. As the golden light of the pass flickered, both Fang Lin and Su Susu closed their eyes, and upon reopening them, they found themselves standing outside the mountain gate. Viewed from the outside, Fei Yun's sect was shrouded in ethereal mist, resembling a serene abode of immortals. Below them lay the mundane hills. The little town at the foot of the mountain was not particularly bustling, populated by common folk who led lives dictated by the sun. Filled with the warmth of human existence, Su Susu's icy long hair attracted many curious glances as they walked, and despite her previous descents, she was not accustomed to such direct attention, causing her to walk with a newfound restraint. Fang Lin urged her forward. "It appears there's a fabric shop ahead. Let us go take a look." The shopkeeper greeted them with a broad smile as they entered, exclaiming, "You two must be cultivators from the Celestial Mountain. One look, and it's clear you stand apart, truly resembling beings of the ethereal realm." Chapter 27. A stay at a shady and the townsfolk at the foot of the mountain relied on the disciples of Fei Yun's sect to maintain their tranquil lives amidst chaos, thus treating the sect with utmost reverence. Fang Lin glanced at Su Susu, contemplating how strikingly beautiful she was. Her uniquely colored hair must have seemed enchanting to ordinary eyes. In contrast, he reflected on his own appearance. Ragged and worn, with his clothing torn in several places, his features still immature, lacking in any striking handsomeness. "Shopkeeper, bring forth your finest fabrics," Fang Lin declared boldly. The shopkeeper, ever eager to please, replied, "Ah, you two have come at the perfect time. We just received a shipment of exquisite silks yesterday. This young lady's beauty deserves nothing less than the ethereal lightness of heavenly silks to complement her grace. Then hurry and fetch it. My senior sister deserves the finest treasures in the world. Of course. Please wait a moment." The shopkeeper busily summoned his staff for tea and fabrics, positioning himself beside the pair, ready to promote his wares. Noticing Su Susu's discomfort, Fang Lin whispered, "Senior sister, why not choose a scarf? That water blue one over there would suit you splendidly." Su Susu followed his, her eyes landing on a variety of headscarves hanging on the farthest shelf, with the gentle water blue appearing both simple and elegant. "Young man, you have a keen eye. This young lady's fair complexion pairs exquisitely with the water blue. I shall fetch it for you," the shopkeeper exclaimed. Without waiting for a response, he retrieved the blue scarf and presented it to Su Susu. Fang Lin snatched it from the shopkeeper's hands, turning to Su Susu. "Let me place it on you. It will surely suit you well. That I can do it myself." Su Susu stepped back slightly, her eyes flicking toward the shopkeeper, unable to conceal her shyness. The shopkeeper, sensing the subtle tension between them, feigned ignorance, glancing around awkwardly while muttering to himself, "This little lad takes an eternity to fetch a fabric. Please bear with me for a moment, and I shall retrieve it myself." Once the shopkeeper left, Su Susu visibly relaxed, raising her gaze to Fang Lin. "Let me handle it. You should also select some suitable fabrics for yourself. You earned this money from today's victory in the arena, so it should be spent on you." Fang Lin held the scarf, unfurling it as he stepped forward, gently placing it above her forehead. No, I insist, stay still. The scarf was quite large, cascading down to Su Su's knees when draped diagonally. Fang Lin adjusted it atop her head, the water blue fabric concealing her uniquely colored hair, while the delicate fringe swayed gently, adding a touch of softness and grace. Once satisfied, he withdrew his hands, as if transported back in time, witnessing the once reticent Su of a past life. In that previous life, Su had also donned a headscarf to conceal her striking hair, but it was for the sake of accompanying him to the palace, fearing that her presence would tarnish his reputation. Fang Lin's gaze softened. You look truly beautiful. Su shyly touched the scarf, trailing her fingers along the fringe. But I feel somewhat it's not odd at all. It suits you perfectly. Just look in the mirror. Fang Lin gently pushed her shoulder, guiding her to a bronze mirror. Coincidentally, most of the disciples' robes from Fei Yun sect were predominantly blue and white, and today, Su wore a light blue innergarment paired with a white wide-sleeve dress adorned with blue cloud patterns. The scarf's deeper blue, intertwined with golden threads, complemented her pristine demeanor, enhancing her ethereal quality. The shopkeeper emerged with 2 rolls of fabric, his eyes lighting up at the sight before him, exclaiming, "Oh my! This is simply perfect." Su turned to Fang Lin. Is it truly beautiful? She had never worn a headscarf before and was still adapting to it. Fang Lin smiled. Beautiful indeed. No one could wear it better than you. Senior sister, let us try some others. With that, he selected a vivid red scarf adorned with subtle peony patterns for Su sighed. One is more than enough. This is rather inconvenient to wear. And besides, this red is far too bright, and surely does not suit me. I beg to differ. There is nothing that wouldn't suit you, senior sister. Now that we're here, why not try a few more? Fang Lin cheerfully insisted as he draped the new scarf over her. The cool blue and the vibrant red offered entirely different vibes, yet both suited Su exquisitely. Fang Lin stroked his chin. Grinning at Su, you in red evoked the image of a bride beneath a red veil. Upon hearing those words, Su promptly tore off her veil, exclaiming, "You speak nonsense. I no longer desire this crimson piece." Despite Su's protest, Fang Ling insisted on having the shopkeeper carefully wrap the red veil during the payment, setting it aside within his front garment, awaiting a suitable opportunity to adorn Su with it. By the time they emerged from the fabric shop, twilight had descended. Fang Ling carried 2 outfits in hand, while the additional selected materials would require a few days to be fashioned into garments, necessitating another visit as the sun dipped below the horizon. The small town gradually illuminated, and Fang Ling and his companion found refuge in a modest inn. The unpretentious establishment was rather welcoming, assigning them 2 adjoining rooms in a corner on the 2nd floor. With intentions to practice fasting, Fang Ling instructed the innkeeper to deliver meals to Su before retreating to his own chamber to cultivate. His cultivation level was still quite low, and as a novice at fasting, he could not entirely escape the pangs of hunger. Fang Ling had to endure, settling into meditation as the most effective means of restraint. The enticing aroma of food wafted from the next room, causing him to swallow hard, yet he summoned immense willpower to suppress his cravings. After enduring the most challenging stretch, a flow of energy surged within his dantian, gradually dulling the sensations of hunger, and his body began to feel lighter. Just as he was nearing the end of his practice, he heard the sound of a door opening next door. It was the innkeeper coming to clear Su's dishes. He overheard a request. "Could you please bring me some hot water?" Was the young lady preparing for a bath? "Yes," the innkeeper replied, and after Su closed the door, there was a brief lull in the room. Fang Ling continued his meditation, and, as tranquility enveloped him, his senses sharpened beyond their usual acuity, allowing him to perceive fragments of conversations from the bustling crowd below. This heightened awareness was the reward of his abundant vital energy. Once he grasped this sensation, he endeavored to follow the threads of sound, but his capacity was limited. He could only capture snippets before being interrupted by other noises. He concentrated intensely, his left ear twitching slightly. His urgency caused his brows to furrow, revealing the effort it required. Who was that young lady upstairs, and what was her background? He could hear voices in the courtyard. At last, he caught a complete sentence. And a flicker of joy surged within Fang Lin, but it was quickly shadowed by a frown. Could it be that this was a den of iniquity? Chapter 28. Unusual happenings in the inn. Fang Lin focused intently, yet found it increasingly difficult to isolate any singular conversation. His acute listening instead absorbed the cacophony of voices from below, creating a tangled mess of sound that he could not untangle. Frustrated, he decided to rise, moving to the window to peer into the inn's courtyard. The inn was divided into 3 sections: a 4-story building at the front, a lively dining hall below, and 3 floors of accommodations above. Fang Lin and Su Su occupied the farthest room on the 2nd floor. Distance from the staircase, from a window at the back of their room, Fang Lin scanned the area and finally spotted 2 figures beneath the osmanthus tree. One was the innkeeper who had attended to them earlier, while the other appeared to hold a higher status, issuing commands. The innkeeper nodded, accepting a small parcel handed to him, glancing around before heading toward the dining hall. The man beneath the osmanthus tree seemed to be in his 30s, sporting a small patch of beard, his gaze emanating a menacing aura. It was as though he sensed something amiss, for he lifted his head to glance in Fang Lin's direction. Fang Lin was unconcerned about being discovered. He had merely opened a crack in the window and was positioned sideways, shielded by the wall, ensuring that even the sharpest eyes could not discern him. After a brief pause, Fang Lin assumed the man had lost interest and slowly peeked out again, only to find that he was still gazing upwards, now fixated on the room adjacent to theirs, the one occupied by Su Su. Fang Lin glanced at the hourglass within the room. It was the first watch of the night, and darkness was thickening. The innkeeper soon returned with water and a bathing tub for Su Su, repeatedly bringing up buckets of water. Fang Lin remained patient, refraining from stepping outside, instead observing the innkeeper's actions from his room. Before long, Su Su closed her door, presumably to prepare for a bath. Fang Lin heightened his vigilance, but as no one else passed by, he peered from the back window again. Still no one. Odd. Were these individuals planning to act in the dead of night? Moments later, Fang Lin sensed something amiss. Sister, he had been attentive and noted the absence of water sounds from next door, growing increasingly anxious. He approached her door and knocked. In no response. Alarmed, Fang Lin pushed the door open forcefully. Sister. Su was startled, quickly grasping Fang Lin's arm and placing a finger to her lips, signaling him to be quiet, her eyes conveying, "I am fine. Just lower your voice." Fang Lin lowered his tone. "Why did you not respond?" Su beckoned him with a finger. "Follow me." Within the room, a folding screen partitioned the space, and stepping inside revealed a bathing tub occupying most of the area. Steam rising from the water. The innkeeper had seemingly made special preparations, placing a basin of fresh flower petals beside it, which added a touch of elegance. Fang Lin unconsciously licked his lips, his gaze lingering on the petals, his mind conjuring images of Su bathing amidst the blossoms, a sight most alluring. The desire for beauty is universal. Whether in his past life or this one, Fang Lin never felt any guilt in harboring such thoughts about a beautiful woman, especially since Su held a unique status in his life. After his rebirth, he found her increasingly enchanting. "What are you thinking about?" Su waved her hand in front of his face, snapping him back to reality. Fang Lin grasped her hand, his eyes fixated on her nearly translucent skin, his throat tightening. "Sister, the hot water is ready. Why are you not bathing?" Su shot him an exasperated glare, which, devoid of intimidation, only made her appear more charming. She pointed towards the bed curtains, speaking softly. "I've noticed something strange about this room and was about to investigate when you arrived." "What strangeness?" With a slender finger, Su gestured for him to follow. There's emptiness beneath the bed. Reaching the bedside behind her, Fang Lin tapped the wooden frame beneath the bed with his index finger, producing a hollow sound indicating that it was indeed empty below. "This establishment is peculiar." Fang Lin instructed Su to step back while he explored along the bed's edge, eventually discovering a narrow gap at the foot of the bed. Applying force, he pried it open. The wooden panel before him was entirely removed, revealing a dark passage beneath. "Sister, a decision is required from you now." Fang Lin raised an eyebrow. We can either leave now, ensuring our safety, or venture down to uncover the truth, though I cannot guarantee what we may encounter or what may transpire. Though he presented it as a choice for Su Su Su, Fang Lin had already resolved to pursue the latter option. Su 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 quickly discerned his intentions, countering, "Do you think we should take our new garments with us or leave them behind?" Fang Lin chuckled. "Naturally, we should take them. They were just purchased, and we haven't had the chance to wear them yet. If we descend and cannot return, it would be a waste of that moment." A voice from outside interrupted them. "Miss, have you finished bathing?" Su 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 responded softly. "Not yet. I will call for you once I am done." The innkeeper's silhouette appeared through the door, slightly hunched, seemingly unwilling to leave. After a moment, he inquired again, "Miss, have you finished your bath? I haven't heard any sounds of water. If you're done, I'll come to clean up. If I delay too long, I'll have no one to assist you." Fang Lin casually splashed the water in the tub, and Su Su Su, understanding, remarked, "What is wrong with you? I've already said I'm not done. Why do you keep urging me?" Hearing the water, the innkeeper seemed to relax, apologizing. "I'm sorry, miss. I was too forward. I shall take my leave now." Once the innkeeper departed, Su 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 turned to Fang Lin. This inn has many peculiarities. Fang Lin raised his hand, which had stirred the water, bringing it to his nose to sniff. It bore no discernible odor, but he remained uneasy. "Sister, may I borrow your silver hairpin? You suspect that the water may have been tampered with." Seeing Fang Lin nod, Su 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 readily removed her silver pin, swirling it through the water before withdrawing it to reveal a thin layer of gray coating its surface. Indeed, they harbored ill intentions. Fang Lin examined the pin, noting that the light dusting of gray did not appear to be lethal poison, deducing, "The innkeeper has been coming by to converse with you, seemingly probing to see if you've been poisoned. Since it isn't deadly, it's likely is soporific. Why would they target us, considering we seldom descend the mountain, and this is our first stay at this inn?" Su 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 pondered, glancing uneasily around the room. "Have you offended anyone?" Su 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 shook her head. "Like you, I've spent most of my time within the sect. I doubt I've wronged anyone." As they were exchanging words, a disturbance arose outside. Chapter 29. Sister's intentions. Fang Lin lowered his voice. "Someone is approaching. It's a cultivator. Those who cultivate their inner strength, unless they deliberately conceal it, can perceive each other's spiritual energy. Those of considerable mastery can directly discern the level of another's power, thereby assessing whether to engage in battle or seek an alternative path." Present. Fang Lin's cultivation is insufficient to gauge the other's level of prowess. However, he can at least sense that the individual before him is no ordinary mortal, and their approach suggests ill intentions. Fang Lin glanced at Su Su Su, his mind racing as he made a swift decision. "Senior sister. Apprehend him, but be discreet." "Understood." The two exchanged glances, instantly comprehending each other's thoughts. One of them wrapped themselves in a thin blanket, tumbling to the floor in a half-crouch at the edge of the bed, surreptitiously pressing the bed board back into place. Simultaneously, Fang Lin concealed his breathing, hiding beside the wardrobe, allowing him a clear view of Su Su Su. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a 7-foot-tall man who entered the room, glancing around before shutting the door behind him and stealthily advancing further inside. Fang Lin kept a vigilant watch on the man's movements as he inched closer to Su Su Su, a repugnant smile plastered across his face. Unmistakably a lecherous rogue. It was no wonder he preyed solely on women. He was clearly here to take advantage. Perhaps upon noticing Su Su Su's cascading icy hair, the lascivious man hesitated, his hand, which had been reaching towards her, now frozen mid-air, revealing his reluctance to approach. "Who is this person? Could he be a monster?" the lecher muttered to himself. Yet soon, the man's inherent desire for beauty overcame his underlying fear, and his hand descended upon Su Su Su's shoulder as he hurriedly attempted to drag her from the blanket. Almost simultaneously, Su 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 opened her eyes, a glint of cold light flashing within them as her delicate fingers swiftly struck the man's chest twice, a chill accompanying her action. That moment, Fang Lin emerged from the shadows, the blade of his disciple's sword pressed against the lecher's neck. The man was instantly paralyzed with fear, his instinct to scream stifled. Silence. If you dare to call for help, I will sever your head from your shoulders." Fang Lin pressed the sword closer, the blade slicing through skin, blood seeping forth. "Mighty hero, spare me. I haven't done anything. Please let me go." "Keep your voice down," Fang Lin replied, exasperated, one hand holding the sword while the other assisted Su Susu to her feet. Su Susu's beauty was striking, her icy long hair enhancing her enchanting allure, rendering the lecher momentarily mesmerized, his eyes fixated on her. "Look at me again, and I will pluck your eyes out," Fang Lin interjected coldly. Su Susu wrapped her outer garment around herself and said to Fang Lin, "Do not linger. Make this swift." Fang Lin nodded in understanding and continued his interrogation. "What is your name? Which sect do you belong to? Why are you here to harm others?" The lecher, stammering and reluctant, refused to divulge any information. "Stop looking around. If you do not cooperate, even if someone comes to rescue you, I can kill you before they arrive. Shall we test whether my sword is faster than your companions?" Fang Lin sneered, the atmosphere around him growing ominous, the sword in his hand glinting with a chilling light. The man trembled in fear, unprepared for such a forceful encounter, and quickly capitulated. "Mighty hero, I am merely a lackey named Li Wade. I am not a cultivator and never intended to harm anyone." "If you are not a cultivator, then where did your spiritual power come from?" Su Susu questioned skeptically. I don't know. My young master gave me some elixirs, and then I found I was stronger in fights than others that I asked for what you call cultivation. I truly do not understand." "Who is your young master?" Li Wei hesitated, and, as the cold glint of the sword intensified, blood trickling down his neck, he stammered. "My young master is Li Ziqing of the Li family." "Why are you here? To harm others?" "These tasks were all commanded by my young master, but I'm just a lackey." Upon seeing how beautiful the girl was, I momentarily lost my senses and thought to indulge myself before delivering her to my young master. As he spoke, Li Wei's gaze roamed over Su Susu, his eyes shamelessly undressing her, leaving him with an insatiable desire. Su Susu, feeling repulsed, drew her whip and ensnared him, swinging him forcefully into the bathtub. Realizing the water contained something sinister, Li Wei struggled to rise but found himself unable to resist Su Susu's whip, which tightened around him, rendering him immobile as the effects of the drug took hold. Only when his body began to weaken did Su Susu retract her whip. "This man is colluding with the inn. I fear this is not his first offense, that I wonder how many women in town have fallen victim to his wickedness," Su Susu said, filled with indignation. Fang Lin sheathed his sword and agreed, "I will fetch the innkeeper for questioning. Since we have encountered this, we cannot stand idly by. Let us go together to find the innkeeper." As he spoke, Fang Lin turned to leave as Su Susu grasped his arm from behind, looking at him earnestly. "Is something wrong, senior sister?" Fang Lin inquired, turning back. Su Susu suddenly smiled gently at him. "It's nothing. I just feel that my little junior brother seems to have grown up a great deal, more manly than before, that he no longer simply avoids trouble. He possesses a sense of chivalry." Su Susu, who had always been the one most concerned for him, could not help but notice Fang Ling's remarkable transformation over this period. Yet, as Fang Lin remained silent, she could only feign ignorance. Often, she found herself lost in thought, even speculating whether this Fang Lin was truly the same person, as the changes were so profound and inexplicable, leaving her utterly bewildered. Her attitude towards him fluctuated, sometimes warm and other times cold. But in that fleeting moment, everything seemed to come to terms. Fang Lin was a grown man, and his emotional sensitivity could not compare to that of a woman. He looked at Su Susu in confusion. Why the sudden praise? "So, senior sister, have you thought about what reward you will give me?" Su Susu released his hand. "Why are you still acting like a child? You do good deeds and expect a reward. I'll remember this and surely repay you later." "It's a deal, then." The two exited side by side, the scene reminiscent of a pair of chivalrous companions. The night had deepened, and the inn lay in darkness, enveloped in silence. Fang Lin, accompanied by Su Susu, headed straight for the backyard, where indeed a light still shone in one of the rooms, and voices could be heard within. With a forceful kick, Fang Lin burst open the door and strode inside, with Su Susu trailing closely behind him. "Why you? How could this be?" The middle-aged man was struck pale with fright, pointing at Fang Lin, unable to articulate a coherent sentence, upon seeing Su's icy long hair. His eyes widened in shock. "You are not knocked unconscious?" Chapter 30. The wicked cultivator Li Ziqing. Fang Lin sneered. "I see you are quite muddled, daring to provoke us. Even if you do not recognize my senior sister, you must surely recognize the sword in my hand." Though the disciples' sword appeared ordinary, it was forged uniformly by Feiyun's sect, with all its patterns and totems identical. Even those who had not cultivated in the vicinity of Feiyun's sect would likely have some recollection of it. The old innkeeper seemed to regain his senses, filled with regret as he slapped his forehead. "How could I have overlooked this? You possess an extraordinary aura and wield the disciples' sword of Feiyun's sect. You must be disciples of that sect. I am truly senile to have aimed my schemes at you." Fang Lin raised an eyebrow, drawing his sword and pointing it at the end as Susu calmly sat at the wooden table, prepared to let Fang Lin handle the situation, fully aware that her junior brother had matured and could manage on his own. The young innkeeper, witnessing this, attempted to make a stealthy escape, but was met with Fang Lin's piercing glare, forcing him to remain obediently behind the innkeeper. "How long have you been colluding with the Li family?" The innkeeper fell to his knees, pleading, "Mighty hero, please see the truth. I never dare to harm anyone. I was forced into this heinous act by the young master of the Li family." The young innkeeper, seeing his master in such a state, also cried out for mercy. "The young master of the Li family threatened us, saying if we did not cooperate, he would burn down our inn. We truly bear no blame." Fang Lin lifted his sword. "You are the largest inn in town, and yet you fear being bullied? Even if the Li family were to set fire to your establishment, would you not report this to the authorities?" The innkeeper lowered his head, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, his expression one of hesitation. Fang Lin barked, "Speak openly. If you continue to stutter, there will be no need for the Li family to act. I will set this place ablaze myself." As he spoke, Fang Lin gathered his spiritual energy. Holding the sword in his right hand and his left palm facing upwards, suddenly conjuring a blaze, the two men, having never witnessed such a spell, immediately cried out for mercy, kneeling before Fang Lin, eager to plead for their lives. "Speak." Fang Lin's demeanor was sharp and commanding, exuding an irresistible aura. The two individuals, terrified to their core, recounted everything they knew in meticulous detail. It turned out that the Li family was a prominent merchant in Qingshui town, primarily responsible for the wholesale supply of most vegetables in the area. However, Li Ziqing had been frail and ailing since childhood, rarely leaving his home in an effort to bring him good fortune. The Li family had taken several concubines for him. While they had witnessed the family's celebratory banquets, they had never seen the concubines' true appearances. This was largely due to Li Ziqing's self-taught practice of dark arts, which required the essence of young maidens every few months to prolong his life. Given the town's small population and its proximity to the Feiyun sect, openly purchasing people would likely attract the attention of the sect's cultivators, who would discover Li Ziqing's nefarious practices. Furthermore, the inn sourced its provisions from the Li family, and during one of the innkeeper's visits to procure supplies, he inadvertently witnessed the young master of the Li family in a frenzied state, committing murder and drinking blood. Terrified, he could not escape in time. Li Ziqing chose to control him to serve his purposes, transforming the inn into his hunting ground. The town, situated at the crossroads of several official roads, though not heavily populated, attracted many travelers. If a woman were to go missing at the inn, it would likely go unnoticed, provided the act was executed cleanly. Moreover, Li Ziqing's demands were not excessive. He only required a victim every few months, which would not raise suspicions about the innkeeper's involvement. In addition to his sinister needs, Li Ziqing was a young man of robust vitality, with a penchant for beautiful women. Recently, he had been dissatisfied with the women sent by the innkeeper, leading him to instruct his subordinate, Li Wei, to keep watch. It just so happened that he took a liking to Susu. After relaying this information, the two men bowed several times to Fang Lin and Susu, pleading, "Dear immortals, we have divulged everything we know. If this reaches the ears of the young master of the Li family, we will surely perish. We implore you to show mercy. We do not wish to take any more lives." Fang Lin, contemplating, nodded. If what you say is true, we shall certainly assist you. Every word is the truth. I stake my life on it. Very well. Fang Lin turned to Su Su. I have an idea. Would you be willing to try it with me? Su nodded in agreement, and they began to devise a strategy. Moments later, Fang Lin donned the coarse garments of a servant, and the group stealthily transported the unconscious Li Wei through a hidden passage, binding him in a room in the backyard. The innkeeper then led the way, personally delivering the feigned unconscious Su to the back door of the Li residence. Sister, before we enter, I must seal your Tianshu acupoint to avoid arousing suspicion. Su trusted Fang Lin implicitly and nodded. No problem. With a gentle touch of his fingers on her back, her body instantly relaxed. Fang Lin, having prepared for this, swiftly caught her in his arms. A fragrant aroma enveloping his senses, with her acupoint sealed, Su resembled a delicate flower swaying in the wind, fragile yet endearing, her long hair entwining around Fang Lin's arm, as if seeking his protection. Sister, I will ensure your safety. Do not worry. Fang Lin caressed her cheek, the softness of her skin evoking a sense of tenderness. Su, feeling shy, gave a slight nod to Fang Lin before closing her eyes in pretense. Leaning languidly against his strong embrace. Though her Tianshu acupoint was sealed, she felt a sense of security, even daring to grasp the hem of his garment, a faint smile gracing her lips. She was enamored with this embrace. The carriage halted at the back door of an old residence, and the innkeeper went to signal their rendezvous. Shortly thereafter, the door opened. Turning to Fang Lin, the innkeeper commanded, "Bring her and follow closely." Fang Lin dismounted, keeping his head lowered to minimize his presence. Even in coarse clothing, anyone who caught sight of him would sense he was no ordinary individual, warranting utmost caution. The Li estate was expansive, and after a lengthy journey through winding paths, they finally arrived at a small courtyard where Li Ziqing awaited an ordinary observer. Nothing would seem amiss. But Fang Lin immediately discerned the dark aura emanating from Li Ziqing, a clear indication of his long-standing practice of dark arts. Moreover, his self-taught methods had left him ensnared by malevolent energy, rendering his physical form vulnerable to potential outbursts. Chapter 31. A glimpse at this moment. It remained unclear how formidable he truly was, or whether he possessed any magical artifacts. Fang Lin remained vigilant, closely monitoring his every move. Upon their entry, Li Ziqing's eyes lit up, fixating on Su for an extended period, his gaze brimming with excitement. Yet he quickly regained composure and questioned, "Where is Li Wei? Why did you bring him today?" The innkeeper promptly recited the prearranged excuse. "He drank too much at the inn, fearing he would hinder your orders, so I sent him ahead while he stayed at the inn for the night." What a useless fool, to be drunk while carrying out my orders. He must be seeking death. As he spoke, Li Ziqing slammed his palm onto the wooden table beside him, shattering it, causing the remnants to crash to the ground, tea splattering everywhere in a chaotic mess. Fang Lin subtly stepped aside, shielding himself from the spilled liquid. The person in his arms sensed his slight movement, her eyelashes fluttering, showing signs of life. The innkeeper, trembling, cast a quick glance at Fang Lin, and upon receiving a confirming nod, steeled himself to speak. "Please, do not be angry. See the person we have brought. According to your instructions, young master, this is the most beautiful woman we have selected from the inn recently. She will surely please you." The innkeeper adeptly feigned authority, waving his hand at Fang Lin. "You, dim-witted fool, show the young master what our beauty looks like." Yes, Fang Lin responded repeatedly, adjusting Su's position to ensure Li Ziqing could see her face. Before their arrival, Fang Lin had taken care to wrap Su's distinctive long hair with a silk scarf, the delicate fabric swaying gently with his movements as if brushing against Li Ziqing's heart. As his gaze ascended, he beheld Su's tranquil visage, her red lips glowing alluringly in the flickering candlelight. Though her eyes were closed, one could easily imagine the breathtaking sight they would reveal upon opening. Li Ziqing was immediately captivated, having encountered many beauties before, yet Su's ethereal presence, born from her sheltered life at the Feiyun sect, exuded a purity and serenity that was rare, the natural essence of the world surrounding the sect. Combined with Su's own cultivation of the ice-soul-heart method, endowed her with an otherworldly aura. Any mortal would find it impossible to look away. Even Li Ziqing, despite his vast experiences, found himself intrigued by Su, his previous displeasure dissipating as he waved dismissively at the innkeeper. "You have some sense. I shall spare you this time. Take her to the adjoining room. You may leave." His eyes betrayed an eagerness that was hard to conceal. What a desperate fool! A cold glint flashed in Fang Lin's eyes as he lowered his head to conceal his emotions. Seeing Fang Lin's slow movements, Li Ziqing hastily urged, "Are you deaf? Hurry and take her inside." The innkeeper trembled slightly, his palms slick with cold sweat, torn between fearing Li Ziqing's wrath and worrying that Fang Lin might retaliate if provoked. Caught in the middle, he felt as if his life hung by a thread, his heart racing. Complying with Li Ziqing's command, Fang Lin lowered his head and hoisted Su, guiding her toward the inner chamber while Li Ziqing remained outside, issuing further instructions to the innkeeper. Gently laying Su on the bed, Fang Lin noted the opulence of the Li residence. The bedroom was extravagantly adorned, the bed itself spacious enough to accommodate a dozen people. "This is supposedly for healing. It seems more like indulgence," Fang Lin muttered softly, surveying the room before carefully placing Su's head on the pillow. Observing her docile demeanor, he couldn't help but lightly touch her eyelids. Chuckling, "Sister, you truly resemble a sleeping beauty now, looking quite easy to deceive." Though Su felt devoid of strength, her senses remained intact. Hearing his words, she shyly opened her eyes, wanting to respond but finding her tongue numb and immobile. Instead, she communicated through her gaze, her eyes sparkling with a captivating light. Fang Lin's heart stirred, and in a fleeting moment, he recalled a similar look in Su's eyes before her death in his past life. He instinctively covered her eyes with his hand and leaned closer, whispering softly, "Sister, please do not look at me like that. I might not be able to bear leaving you here." How had he not noticed before that Su was such an innocent yet alluring woman? Even the slightest of her actions seemed to draw one toward unspeakable desires. Fang Lin was unaware that, whether in a past life or the present, Su had remained unchanged. It was merely that, at that time, his gaze had been captivated by another woman, rendering all else invisible. Su's eyelashes brushed against Fang Lin's palm a few times, leaving one uncertain whether it was a reply to his words or a manifestation of her nervousness. After a brief moment, Fang Lin withdrew his hand, revealing Su's flushed face, adorably charming, her eyes darting about in confusion. "I shall observe from the shadows. It would be ideal to obtain his cultivation methods. However, should he wish to approach you before that, I will not stand idly by. Senior sister, do not be afraid." As Su blinked once more. Having entered for quite some time, Li Ziqing had finished his conversation with the innkeeper. The innkeeper, feigning indignation, bellowed, "You scoundrel, why don't you get out here? Just because you find the young master's quarters comfortable, you're reluctant to leave, are you?" Fang Lin quickly stepped outside, and seeing Li Ziqing in good spirits, he chose not to press charges, allowing the two of them to depart from the Li family's ancestral home. Once they were certain no one was following, Fang Lin halted the carriage by the roadside. "You return and keep watch over Li Wei. Do not let him awaken." With a leap, Fang Lin descended from the carriage, his coarse clothing failing to conceal his noble demeanor. The innkeeper nodded repeatedly. "Hero, please be cautious. The young master of the Li family can be particularly ferocious when enraged. If it becomes unmanageable, prioritize your safety." The old man, lacking any understanding of cultivation, had only witnessed Li Ziqing committing murder and drinking blood. Leaving him deeply horrified, unsure whether Fang Lin could withstand Li Ziqing's wrath, Fang Lin waved dismissively, "Enough of your prattling. I do not regard him as a threat." With that, he vanished into the night. Retracing his steps back to the Li family's ancestral abode, landing silently on the roof of Li Ziqing's chamber, carefully locating the spot before leaping down through a few tiles. His intentions extended beyond merely eliminating Li Ziqing. He aimed to uncover the source of his dark sorcery, to resolve the issue fundamentally. Otherwise, there would be no need for Su to risk herself to buy time. After a thorough search of the outer room yielded no anomalies, Fang Lin slipped into the inner chamber, having memorized everything during his prior visit, and began his search with great efficiency. Chapter 32. Which hand touched you as Fang Lin searched? He overheard a lewd voice emanating from behind the screen in the inner room. T last. I found a beauty. Previously, what were those other things? Let me have a good look. Due to his practice of dark sorcery, a sinister aura surrounded Li Ziqing. While he typically refrained from displaying emotions, the ordinary folk around him were oblivious to his abnormalities. However, when he did exhibit any expression, it became far more grotesque. His gaze frightening enough to terrify the young maidens in the manor. With no one else present in the room, Li Ziqing felt exceedingly relaxed, his expressions becoming increasingly uncontrollable. He was not in a hurry to approach Su Su Su. Instead, he retrieved a fragrant pot from a nearby drawer, ignited it, and once white smoke began to billow, he placed it beside Su 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 for her to inhale. Su Su Su, fearing it might be toxic, deliberately held her breath. After a moment of waiting without any sign of awakening, Li Ziqing muttered under his breath, "This old fool is so heavy-handed with beauties. Is it truly the case that aphrodisiacs are free of charge?" Only then did Su 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 realize that the white smoke was not poisonous mist, but rather an antidote. Seizing the opportunity, she broke the seal at her Tian Shu acupoint, feigning the appearance of just awakening from stupor. Slowly and helplessly opening her eyes, Ziqing held his breath in anticipation, nervously watching her, not wanting to miss any detail, his greed nearly spilling over, his expression growing more monstrous, confronted with Li Ziqing's visage. Su 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 found herself momentarily paralyzed by fear, unable to describe the horror of his countenance. Akin to a beast on the verge of breaking free, excitement mingled with malice, his eyes bloodshot, seeming ready to burst forth. The corners of his mouth twisted into a sinister grin. Instinctively, Su 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 recoiled slightly. Li Ziqing, in a state of frenzy, had only barely restrained himself to greet someone moments ago. Now, believing himself to be alone, he no longer held back the dark impulses within. The black energy surged forth from him like a cascading waterfall, tearing his expression into an even more terrifying mask. He craved blood, craved violence, and yearned to hear her plead for mercy in his ear. Having encountered a beauty, Li Ziqing clenched his fists, striving to suppress his urges and communicate with Su Su Su. "Are you afraid of me? You are already mine. Even if you fear me, you cannot escape." Su 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 watched as the black energy enveloped his face, tendrils of darkness creeping over him like vines. Upon hearing his words, Li Ziqing instantly exploded in rage. "What is wrong with my face? Are you calling me a monster? You dare to disdain me as a monster?" With that, he lunged at Su Su Su, his hands, shrouded in dark energy, reaching for her neck. Fang Lin, listening from behind the screen, felt a surge of alarm. The motion in his hands momentarily stilled. Now was not the time to confront Li Ziqing. He had to restrain himself. Inside, Su 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 shared the same thought. Unable to muster the strength to resist, she was easily seized by Li Ziqing, her breath becoming labored, causing her face to gradually turn blue. I did not. Su 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 feebly grasped his arm, feigning a plea for mercy. Outside, Fang Lin's heart twisted in anguish, nearly regretting allowing Su 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 to take such a risk. Wishing he could simply seize her and flee, he peered around the screen. Li Ziqing had his back to him. While Su 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 happened to meet his gaze, gently shaking her head in a silent signal for him not to intervene for the moment. Even though Fang Lin knew that in a true confrontation, Li Ziqing was no match for Su Su Su, he remained unconvinced, furrowing his brow as he stepped back, his gaze refusing to leave Su Su Su. Li Ziqing had already succumbed to madness, unable to suppress the dark energy within. His visage grotesque, he rasped, "Are you afraid of me?" Su 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 remained silent, sensing her breath becoming slightly easier, yet her gaze roamed over Li Ziqing. Meanwhile, Fang Lin searched the outer room, finding no suspicious items. Deducing that such significant belongings were likely concealed on Li Ziqing himself, he could no longer endure and prepared to enter the room. That moment, Su 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 noticed something wrapped in Li Ziqing's arms and called out as Fang Lin entered. "The item is on him." Fang Lin. Li Ziqing turned to glare at Fang Lin, ready to scold him, but Fang Lin struck first, delivering a kick that sent him crashing to the ground. Red marks appeared on Su Susu's neck, strikingly conspicuous, and as she suddenly gasped for air, tears welled in her eyes. Fang Lin's anger flared anew, and he delivered another kick to Li Ziqing, who seemed impervious to pain, thrashing violently before realizing he could not escape. Gripping Fang Lin's leg with hands that became claw-like, strong and powerful, black nails sprouting forth, as Fang Lin drew his sword, Li Ziqing was forced to dodge, the dark claws grazing Fang Lin's leg. Su Susu regained her composure, rising to stand beside Fang Lin, whispering, "The item is in his embrace." "Yes, I know." Fang Lin met her gaze, and they shared a tacit understanding, simultaneously launching an attack against Li Ziqing. Two fists could not rival four hands, especially since Li Ziqing practiced a perverse form of sorcery, his foundation unstable. It took mere moments for the two of them to subdue him as Su Susu bound him with a long whip, leaving Li Ziqing to thrash on the ground, his expression more monstrous than ever, the dark energy around him dissipating considerably. Fang Lin inscribed a talisman in the air and infused it into Li Ziqing's body, finally bringing him to a semblance of calm. Had he known it would come to this, he would have charged in directly, for a confrontation was inevitable. Fang Lin shook his head, temporarily setting Li Ziqing aside. His gaze filled with concern as he looked at the red marks on Su Susu's neck. "Which hand did he use to touch you?" Seeing Fang Lin's fierce demeanor, Su Susu was momentarily taken aback. Pausing before responding, it was his right hand. With that, Fang Lin turned, swinging his sword, and in an instant a blood mark appeared on Li Ziqing's right hand. Yet, due to the dark energy within him, even the blood that flowed forth carried traces of black mist. Su Susu frowned, grasping Fang Lin's arm. "Fang Lin, stop! He shouldn't have harmed you." Fang Lin's eyes bore a frightening intensity. Su Susu furrowed her brow and shook her head at him. "Please, put the sword away. Fang Lin, he is merely lost in madness, without awareness. Let us remain calm, shall we? He harmed you. How can I remain calm?" Fang Lin gritted his teeth. "If you hadn't stopped me, I would have severed his entire hand by now." Fearing he might act on his words, Su Susu took the disciple's sword from his grasp. "Look, I am uninjured. Please calm down. Let us clarify the situation first, all right?" Her soothing tone softened Fang Lin's expression slightly. He pressed his lips together, gazing deeply at Su Susu before nodding. "Very well. I will heed my senior sister." Afterward, Fang Lin turned to look at Li Ziqing, reaching out to pull the object from his embrace. I could see that moment. Both Fang Lin and Su Susu were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances filled with astonishment. Chapter 33. Conditions for saving a life. The item retrieved from Li Ziqing's arms was a jade pendant, adorned with intricate symbols. The jade was cold and translucent, unmistakably a funerary object belonging to a distinguished cultivator. Fang Lin furrowed his brow, immediately sensing a wave of misfortune. It was no wonder that Li Ziqing was surrounded by a dark aura. Such objects, steeped in the emotions of the deceased, raised questions about whether to call him fearless or simply reckless. Su Susu recognized the pendant's significance and remarked, "It seems he has been cultivating dark arts by harnessing the resentment imbued within this jade. Now that the malevolent energy has infiltrated him, I fear that this lifeless object is in control. Lacking vitality, it is no wonder he seeks living sacrifices to sustain his existence." Fang Lin pondered for a moment and nodded, suggesting, "Sister, what if we were to destroy this jade pendant?" Destroying the pendant would most likely lead to his demise. Su Susu hesitated. Understanding her kind-hearted nature, Fang Lin pressed on, "He nearly killed you just now. What purpose does it serve to spare someone like him? Even if we purge the dark energy, he would only survive for a couple of years at best." At his words, Su Susu frowned, looking at Fang Lin with a hint of conflict in her eyes, seemingly astonished that he could utter such ruthless words with such calmness. Her lips parted slightly. "You seem to have changed considerably. The younger junior brother I knew was kind and innocent, though often bullied. He was endearingly Navi now. However, you exude a powerful presence that even puts pressure on me at times, and the words you speak are things the former Fang Lin would never have uttered." Su Susu, never one to conceal her thoughts in Fang Lin's presence, gazed at him intently and inquired, Are you still my junior brother, or has someone taken your place? Fang Lin chuckled. Sister, what nonsense are you speaking? If I am not Fang Lin, then who could I possibly be? If you doubt me, feel free to check for yourself at a time like this. You still choose to be glib, Susu retorted, though she did not seriously intend to touch him. Instead, she shifted her focus back to the jade pendant, her expression turning grave as she stated, to save a life is more meritorious than constructing a grand pagoda. As disciples of Feiyun's sect, it is our duty to eradicate evil and uphold justice. If we can spare his life, we should do our utmost. I shall heed your words, sister, Fang Lin replied, lifting Li Ziqing from the ground. Then let us go find his family and discuss our strategy. As Susu nodded, adjusting her attire and ensuring her hair was properly arranged before preparing to leave. Wait, sister. Fang Lin quickly caught up with her, one hand gripping Li Ziqing's collar to keep him stable, while the other adjusted Susu's scarf, angling it to cover the lower half of her face, leaving only her smooth forehead and those enchanting, sparkling eyes visible. Even with this, Susu's beauty was unmistakable. Fang Lin sighed inwardly, wishing he could cast an illusion to shield her true appearance from prying eyes, flushed with embarrassment from his actions. Susu softly inquired, "Why do you do this? Whenever others gaze upon you, it unsettles me. It is better to shield you from their view," he confessed, her ears turning crimson. Susu feigned nonchalance. "Not everyone is like you. Fixated solely on feminine beauty, we have important matters to attend to, so please refrain from jesting." "Indeed, you are absolutely right, sister," Fang Lin acquiesced. Despite her words, Susu did not remove the scarf. The two of them, along with Li Ziqing, navigated through the Li family estate, quickly attracting the attention of the servants. The entire household seemed to awaken, the lights blazing brightly, creating a lively atmosphere. Who dares to abduct our young master? Someone brandished a knife, blocking their path. Fang Lin, holding Li Ziqing firmly, declared sternly, "If you wish for your young master's survival, summon the head of your household immediately. Tell them we possess a method to lift the dark curse afflicting him." "What nonsense are you spouting? Our young master is perfectly fine. There is no curse. Enough of your idle chatter. Step aside," Fang Lin commanded, his voice sharp, causing those around him to flinch and retreat several steps. Despite their weapons, they dared not strike. Before long, Li Ziqing's parents emerged from the main house, alarmed by the commotion. "What is all this noise?" Upon seeing their son in Fang Lin's grasp, their composed demeanor vanished, replaced by panic. "Who are you? Release my son at once, or I, Li Jinshan, will spare you no mercy." "We can save your son," Fang Lin stated succinctly. Jinshan hesitated, then retorted defiantly, "All you need to do is let my son go. And that is how you save him." "What absurdity is this? Guards, seize these two. I dare you to try." Fang Lin's expression darkened, and with a fierce glare, he intimidated everyone into silence, making them hesitate to approach him. The onlookers felt as though a chill had seeped into their bones, unwilling to meet Fang Lin's gaze. As Susu stepped forward gently, "Please forgive us. Your son has been tainted by malevolent energy, causing him to go berserk. We had no choice but to restrain him. My junior brother and I are disciples of Feiyun's sect, and if you trust us, we can attempt to help your son." "Feiyun's sect?" Li Jinshan, suddenly alarmed, instinctively feared that the sect would seek vengeance for his son's actions, and he began to plead, "Please, spare him. He is merely confused. Do not harm him. He is still so young. Stop your lamentations. He is not dead yet. Your son has taken several lives during his moment of madness. Is his life worth more than others? I suspect his penchant for dark arts is a habit you have indulged. This was all forced upon him. Had he been able to control himself, he would not have resorted to murder." Jinshan felt a twinge of fear in Fang Lin's presence and turned to the seemingly more approachable Susu. "Pleading, miss, if you truly have a way, please save my son." Fang Lin, losing patience, replied, "Of course we will save him. Otherwise, we would not be here. However, you must prepare certain items, and once I bring him back, your family must vacate this place immediately and never return." "Why?" Li Jinshan protested, reluctant to part with his estate, knowing he held a significant monopoly over the local supply chain. if you wish for him to suffer a relapse and face a grave fate. You are free to remain, Fang Lin replied coolly, casting a dispassionate glance at him. Exchanging glances with his wife, Li Jinshan finally acquiesced. Very well, we can comply with that. Fang Lin nodded, instructing them to gather the necessary items. While he set up a small, altar-like platform, binding Li Ziqing in the center. Under the bright moonlight, the courtyard was enveloped in a cool, ethereal glow, and Li Ziqing awakened with a feral roar. Chapter 34. I want to marry my senior sister's sister. Are you prepared? Fang Lin asked with a smile as he looked at Su Su. His entire demeanor transformed. Su Su nodded, placing the jade pendant about a foot away from Li Ziqing. As soon as she set it down, the pendant began to tremble anxiously, startling the onlooking mortals. Su Su, ever compassionate, reassured them, "Do not be afraid. It cannot harm you. Please stand back, and regardless of what occurs, do not approach the altar." Understood, miss. Please be careful. Li Jinshan leaned against the doorframe, watching Li Ziqing with deep concern. Meanwhile, the other household members began packing their belongings in preparation for departure. Fang Lin exchanged another glance with Su Su before they seated themselves at either end of the altar. Bathed in the moonlight, they summoned their respective spiritual energies. The untrained eye. Two streams of energy emerged from their bodies, ascending into the air, shimmering faintly, as if on the verge of converging. Fang Lin's lips moved as he chanted what resembled a sutra. While Su Su gathered their energies together, in a brief moment, the moonlight was gradually obscured by dark clouds, the lanterns in the courtyard flickering in the wind. As the candlelight danced, a soft golden glow began to coalesce around Fang Lin. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. The incantations he spoke spiraled around them, gradually forming an invisible barrier. Fang Lin nodded at Su Su, and together they poured their mingled energies into the jade pendant and Li Ziqing. Rising to his feet, Fang Lin gestured with his hands, enveloping them both in the radiant script, preventing the unleashed malevolence from escaping. This was not excessively challenging, yet in his haste to resolve the situation swiftly, Fang Lin channeled too much energy into the incantation and abruptly halted, feeling lightheaded as if he had lost too much blood. Su Su, in far better condition, quickly supported him, admonishing, "Do not overexert yourself." "Ah, my dear sister, you truly care for me." Fang Lin leaned upon her hand, still laughing carefully. If only my senior sister could show such concern for me more often, it would be splendid if she could remain close like this. Are you truly spouting such nonsense at a time like this, with so many eyes upon you? After confirming that he was not in grave danger, Su Su irritably shook off his hand. Within the small space encircled by the incantation, Li Ziqing appeared to be in excruciating agony, struggling violently as though he might snap the ropes binding him. He rolled desperately upon ground, while the jade pendant emitted an incessant stream of dark mist, trembling in midair before suddenly soaring upwards. "Senior sister, step aside." Fang Lin positioned himself before Su Su, extending his right hand to seize the flying jade pendant. With a firm grip, he regained control of it, pivoting gracefully to sit down. The malevolent energy within the pendant was significantly diminished, yet it was still in the throes of its most fierce resistance. Li Ziqing writhed in torment, rolling about and wailing like a tormented spirit. Nearby, Li's parents were already in tears, anxiously wanting to approach, yet they recalled Fang Lin's prior admonition and dared not act recklessly. Su Su and Fang Lin sat in meditation, reciting the Sutras of Liberation. Together, after half an hour, they succeeded in purifying the jade pendant entirely. At last, tranquility returned to the pendant, while Li Ziqing lay on the ground, drenched in sweat, silent and still. It is done. Fang Lin exhaled deeply, lifting the pendant from the ground and signaling the nearby servants to come forward. However, having just witnessed the astonishing scene, none dared to approach. Only Li Jinshan, worried for his son, rushed over, collapsing onto the altar to check on Li Ziqing's condition. Fang Lin, taking the opportunity, handed the pendant to Li Jinshan. "When your son awakens, inquire where he unearthed this object, and return it to its rightful place. From now on, you must not touch anything related to the deceased. If your family has spare funds, Do good deeds to accumulate virtue for your son. Who knows, it might grant him a few more years of life. Yes, yes, we shall certainly comply. Jinshan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately trembled as he took the pendant in his hands. The palm-sized jade was chilling to the touch, causing his hairs to stand on end. Though valuable, he dared not harbor greedy thoughts and hastily instructed someone to wrap it up. Once everything was settled, Fang Lin and Su 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 prepared to depart. Please wait a moment, esteemed guests, Jinshan called out to them, his tone more earnest. If the two of you do not mind, please stay the night at my humble abode. Su 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 was reluctant. Our belongings remain at the inn. It would be inconvenient to impose. Fang Lin, however, was indifferent. As he lowered his gaze, he noticed that the hem of Su Su Su's garment seemed torn, revealing a patch of snow-white skin at her lower back that he could not help but frown. Senior sister, perhaps we should stay here for the night. It is getting late. How about retrieving our belongings from the inn tomorrow? Su 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 paused for a moment, seeking confirmation in his eyes. Upon receiving an affirmative response, she nodded. Very well, it shall be as you say. Hearing this, Li Jinshan immediately ordered preparations for guest rooms, and soon they were led through the twists and turns of the estate. Finally arriving at the guest quarters, the Li family was indeed prosperous, and the old residence, with its impressive architecture, stood out starkly against the simple style of the small town. Each had their own room, conveniently adjacent to one another. Before entering, Fang Lin's eyes were fixed on Su Su Su's waist. Sensing his gaze, she turned back to him. Aren't you going in to rest? I simply wish to gaze at my senior sister a while longer. Assuming Fang Lin was concerned about the injury on her neck, Su 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 touched her own neck, reassuring him, it does not hurt at all. It will fade by morning. You need not feel guilty. If it can be avoided in the future, do not let it happen again. That scoundrel was no match for us. This time, it was my negligence that caused you harm. That if you feel upset, you may blame me. Did we not agree that I would not blame you? Besides, it was my choice to remain silent. You are not at fault. Observing his self-reproach, Su 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 stepped in front of him, extending her hand as she used to, gently flicking his forehead, a tender smile blooming on her face. Enough, enough. You are a grown man. Must I still console you? Fang Lin instinctively grasped her hand, his palm warm and broad against her slender, cool fingers, a stark contrast. Su 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 instinctively attempted to withdraw her hand, but found herself unable to do so, resorting to looking up at Fang Lin, her eyes filled with trepidation. What are you doing? Fang Lin leaned closer, the atmosphere suddenly charged with warmth. Little did Su 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 know that she harbored feelings for him. Her face flushed, and her heart raced, leaving her uncertain where to direct her gaze. Fang Lin lowered his voice. When I grow up, may I marry my senior sister? All the affections and sweetness he owed her, could he not return them? Fang Lin's eyes burned with intensity as he noticed the evident surprise and excitement in Su Su Su's expression. His gaze locked onto her crimson lips. Perhaps it was due to her nearly translucent skin, which made her stand out like a red plum in the snow. Chapter 35. Reconnecting with old friends ultimately. Fang Lin was unable to claim that fleeting kiss, for at the last moment, Su 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 could not withstand the tension and pushed him away, her ears flushed as she scampered into her room. Do not speak nonsense. After a long night, you should return to your room to rest. With that, she closed the door behind her, separating herself from Fang Lin's fervent gaze and her own embarrassment. Leaning against the door, Su 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 touched her cheek with her cool hand, shocked by the heat radiating from it. Senior sister, I am not jesting, Fang Lin whispered, uncertain if the occupants inside could hear him. Before turning to leave, he relished watching Su 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 shy away, her demeanor like an iceberg melting under the spring SUNTO others. She was a heroine, yet before him, she transformed into a charming and beautiful young woman. No man could resist such a special allure, and Fang Lin was no exception. His affection was genuine. With light steps, he returned to his room, falling into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Su Su Su, consumed by youthful infatuation, spent the night in a whirlwind of excitement and anticipation, desperately denying her feelings, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. At the break of dawn, Fang Lin arose, preparing to retrieve their belongings from the inn. Upon seeing him leave, the Li family promptly informed Li Jinshan, who rushed over, coincidentally encountering Fang Lin at the gate of the side courtyard. Esteemed benefactor, where are you headed? Li Jinshan addressed Fang Lin with utmost courtesy. For after Li Jiqing had awakened the previous night, the dark lines upon his body had vanished. Though still weak, he was lucid, able to respond clearly when asked a couple of questions. This brought Li Jinshan immense joy. As his anxieties from the previous night were finally alleviated, he felt considerably more at ease with Fang Lin as well. Keeping the two of them overnight was also meant to observe Li Jiqing's condition. Had there been no improvement, he likely would not have spared Fang Lin and his companion. Fang Lin was well aware of this, but it did not concern him. These individuals had never fallen within the scope of his worries. They were merely ordinary people, anxious for their child, returning to the inn to collect our belongings. Why are you here? Did I not say that once he awakens, you should depart as soon as possible? Li Jinshan nodded repeatedly. Yes, we have acted according to your instructions, returning the jade pendant to its rightful place and reinforcing the grave. But we have already prepared to move. However, I worry about my son's unstable condition. Can he withstand the long journey? He will be fine. The malevolent spirit has been dispelled, and travel should not pose a significant burden on him. However, if you delay in leaving, the scattered malevolent energy may return to him. Weigh the pros and cons for yourselves. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Wait, esteemed benefactor. Li Jinshan stepped in front of Fang Lin with a smile, saying such trivial matters as fetching belongings should be left to the servants. You should rest here in the estate. I have matters I wish to discuss with you in detail. The servant, upon receiving the order, immediately bowed and hurried to the inn, also bringing back Li Wei. It was indeed convenient. Fang Lin nodded. Are we to discuss here? Oh, how forgetful of me. The reception room is prepared with breakfast. I humbly invite you to move there. Li Jinshan, being a businessman, was thoughtful and accommodating, addressing any potential concerns Fang Lin might have had, extending a cheerful invitation. Fang Lin nodded, adopting a slightly formal demeanor as he accompanied Li Jinshan to the reception room. An array of exquisite breakfast items and fine early tea filled the air with delightful aromas, clearly indicative of a distinguished household. Esteemed benefactor, please take a seat. Li Jinshan slightly bowed, gesturing for Fang Lin to sit, and then instructed the servants to attend to him. Fang Lin had previously been treated even better, but after his rebirth, he had lived freely at Feiyun's sect, and suddenly being waited upon felt somewhat uncomfortable. He waved his hand, signaling the young maid to withdraw, then brewed himself a cup of tea. The fragrance was rich and delightful. Indeed, it was exceptional. Li Jinshan observed Fang Lin's expression and discreetly signaled the others in the room to leave. Thus, the spacious reception room was left with only him, Fang Lin, and the maid standing by, ready to serve. That if you have something to discuss, please feel free to speak directly. Fang Lin took several more bites of breakfast. The delicacies before him were exquisitely crafted, surpassing even the offerings of Feiyun's sect. Having descended the mountain after such a long time, Fang Lin indulged himself a bit, temporarily setting aside his fasting techniques to savor the delicious treats. Casually engaging in conversation with Li Jinshan. Out of a deep-seated respect for cultivators, Li Jinshan harbored a certain awe for Fang Lin. Observing his relaxed demeanor, he felt slightly uneasy, his tone lowering as he hesitantly said, "To be frank, when you suddenly mentioned moving yesterday, our Li family has resided here for generations. While we may not be affluent, we do have our modest foundation that it is a bit overwhelming to manage everything at once. I wonder if you have any good suggestions to assist us further?" Reluctant to part with wealth, Fang Lin raised an eyebrow without lifting his gaze, appearing engrossed in the pastries before him. Li Jinshan immediately became flustered, repeatedly denying, "Oh no, that is not the case. Wealth pales in comparison to the concerns for my childless life. Yet this is our ancestral home, and if I leave, there would be no other branches of the Li family to support it. The entire town's vegetable and fruit market might descend into chaos. That I wish to depart, but I fear the mess I would leave behind would merely burden others." Such sweet words, Fang Lin mused, weighing his thoughts before setting down his teacup and saying nonchalantly, "I am but a cultivator, and the Feiyun sect has long resided on the mountain. Detached from worldly affairs, the mundane matters of this realm lie beyond my purview." Li Jinshan appeared somewhat anxious. Fang Lin continued, "However, I do know a friend who can assist you with this matter. If you are unwilling to abandon your business here, consider collaborating with him. May I inquire who this person is?" "Zhao Ziren from Jinsheng, that I will write him a letter of introduction. You may present it to him along with your explanations, and he will surely oblige." Fang Lin recalled the cunning old fox he had known in his past life and devised a plan, stating plainly, this individual is driven by profit. Thus, while collaborating with him, exercise caution to maintain balance. Yet, if the cooperation is genuine, he will not make things overly difficult. "Thank you, benevolent benefactor." Li Jinshan immediately summoned someone to prepare the necessary writing materials. Fang Lin penned a confidential letter, instructing Li Jinshan not to open it under any circumstances, but to deliver it personally to Zhao Ziren. Fang Lin thought it prudent to make contact with Zhao Ziren in advance, laying the groundwork for future dealings. Though money is not omnipotent, it is indeed essential. Zhao Ziren, this old fox, surely has accumulated considerable wealth that by recommending someone to him, he was essentially offering a piece of meat to the lion, thereby claiming a share of his territory. When the time came to seek assistance from the lion, he would not have to fear refusal. Yet, he wrote the contents of the letter with great care. Chapter 36. A sojourn in the water town, he wished for Zhao Ziren to recognize his identity while ensuring that even if others were to pry into the letter, they would be unable to comprehend its contents. At the end of the letter, Fang Lin paused. Retrieving a tiny seal from his sleeve, he infused it with spiritual energy, pressing it firmly onto the paper. If one did not scrutinize it closely, they would hardly discern anything upon it. However, Zhao Ziren was a meticulous individual and would surely examine every detail. This seal was a relic left behind by his mother, known to very few. And Zhao Ziren was among them in his previous life, Zhao Ziren had recognized Fang Lin as a member of the royal lineage through this very seal, though he had never explicitly stated his identity. It was only later that Fang Lin discovered Zhao Ziren was actually his mother's biological brother, raised by the Zhao family and never having met each other. Recalling Zhao Ziren, Fang Lin couldn't help but sigh. How unpredictable life is. This old fox so readily deceives his own nephew. Benevolent benefactor, where should we move? Li Jinshan, clutching the letter closely, asked with evident concern, travel eastward beyond Jinsheng, and let Zhao Ziren make arrangements for you there. He is quite familiar with that area and will surely provide suitable accommodations. But remember, his words are often half-truths. Do not take everything at face value, and do not entrust all matters to him. It is essential to maintain your own discernment. Fang Lin genuinely worried that this middle-aged man might be misled by Zhao Ziren, ultimately handing over his family's assets with a smile, blissfully unaware. Yet, at present, aside from Zhao Ziren, Fang Lin could not find anyone else suitable to help relocate the entire Li family. Well, whatever their fate may be, it is no longer within my realm of concern. I have done my duty. Fang Lin resolved not to dwell further, rising to wash his hands before returning to his seat, just as a servant from the Li family approached with Su Su Su. Their eyes met, and Fang Lin immediately broke into a smile. "Senior sister, that outfit truly suits you," Fang Lin said, gazing at her intently. Having worn disciple robes for so long, even when she changed, Su 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 mostly donned plain colors, with few embellishments aside from simple embroidered cloud patterns. Today, however, she wore attire prepared by the Li family, mistakenly thought to be of exotic origin, resembling a style from the western regions that a golden pendant was wrapped around her waist. And with each step, the delicate decorations clinked softly, creating a pleasant sound. Not only did Fang Lin find her captivating, but everyone in the room was also fixated on Su Su Su. Last night, her face had been concealed in the dark. And now, with everyone's eyes upon her, even the maids blushed, their cheeks flushed. "Fang Lin, they insisted I wear this outfit," Su 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 said, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under the scrutiny, and instinctively sought Fang Lin's support. Uncertain about her appearance in the new attire, Jinshan swallowed hard, nearly tipping over his teacup, hastily placing it back down while revealing a foolish smile toward Su Su Su. "Miss Su, your attire from last night was torn. So, I took the liberty of sending someone to provide you with this Su 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 nodded slightly. "Then I thank you. Why are you all so fixated on my people? What does that imply?" Fang Lin asked awkwardly, scratching his nose. Cough, cough, senior sister, come sit here. The breakfast is delightful. All right. Wearing clothes she had never donned before and feeling the weight of others' gazes, Su moved hesitantly to the empty seat beside Fang Lin. Senior sister, this one is quite good. You should try it. Fang Lin, taking advantage of the absence of others, engaged in intimate conversation with Su, almost as if declaring his claim, I'll manage myself. The two of them enjoyed breakfast, as if the world around them had faded away. Li Jinshan, sensing the intimacy, discreetly excused himself with a nod. After Su had her fill, she wiped her hands with an embroidered handkerchief and quietly asked, Are you hiding something from me? Fang Lin feigned ignorance. Li Jiqing practicing dark arts must have some origin. How could an ordinary person suddenly learn such wickedness? Yesterday, I noticed you searching Li Jiqing's room. Did you find anything? Nothing. You saw it all yesterday. Fang Lin responded casually. That jade pendant was tainted with evil energy and caused harm to Li Jiqing. He probably just picked up a random book to cultivate without knowing it was a cursed object. Is it truly so? Why would I deceive you? Fang Lin replied with a smile. Rest assured, senior sister, the matter has been resolved. There's no need for you to worry. The Li family will soon be relocating, and we shouldn't linger any longer. Are there any nearby places you wish to visit? Fang Lin diverted the topic, attempting to appear relaxed and at ease. Su scrutinized him with her gaze, a hint of worry lingering in her heart, yet unsure how to voice it. She eventually acquiesced to his suggestion. I am not well acquainted with the affairs below the mountain, nor do I have particular interests. Too many people make me feel uncomfortable. Fang Lin smiled. Then let me take you out for some fun. Due to her unusual hair color, Su had to be more restrained in the human realm, a detail Fang Lin had always been mindful of. After resting for a while, Fang Lin inquired with Li Jinshan about nearby attractions. He learned that a water town several miles southwest was hosting a water lantern festival for 3 consecutive days, a recent event that had gained popularity. Upon hearing this, Fang Lin's interest piqued. Senior sister, let us go to the water town. I have never participated in a lantern festival. Very well, as you wish. Su nodded in agreement. As they set off, the Li family also arranged for an entire caravan, their carts laden with luggage, departing in a grand procession. Before their departure, Li Jinshan specifically disembarked from the carriage, handing Fang Lin the land deed and a sum of silver, whispering, Your identity is extraordinary, and you may not value earthly possessions, but to enjoy yourself in this realm, some silver is essential. This is the deed to the old residence. You may keep it as a place to settle after descending the mountain or sell it as you see fit. Enough. Let us move swiftly. We must reach Jincheng as soon as possible. Otherwise, Zhao Ziren will head south soon, and if we miss him, we may have to wait a month or 2 to see him again. Fang Lin accepted the items, carelessly tucking them into his front pocket. This was merely the compensation he deserved for his efforts, and given that the Li family was not financially struggling, he considered it a normal reward, with no need for awkwardness. Be careful on the road. Fang Lin sealed Zhao Ziren's letter with a spell, which would serve to protect Li Jiqing on the journey. He felt he had delivered the Buddha to the west, as the group departed in grand style. Fang Lin instantly shifted focus, circling around Su. Come, senior sister, let us head to the water town. With that, he mounted his horse and extended a hand towards Su. Su looked perplexed. What are you doing? Getting on the horse. I will take you. Su gently patted his palm and turned to the side of her horse, saying, Who wants to ride with you? I can manage on my own. Is that so? I had thought my senior sister would prefer to ride alongside me. Fang Lin replied with a smile. Chapter 37. The Lantern Festival revelry. Before nightfall, the water town had already gathered a multitude of people. Primarily local residents, but also wandering heroes and cultivators. They thronged along the ancient cobblestone streets and the festively adorned river, bustling with life and energy. 2 horses approached at a leisurely pace, with Fang Lin in the lead and Su riding behind, taking their time in a relaxed manner. Senior sister, how about we rent a boat tonight and spend the night on the water? Fang Lin's tone was filled with excitement. Su pondered for a moment. Rent a boat? Well, the most delightful part of the Lantern Festival is indeed on the water. It's quite lively, and we can take in all the splendid sights along the river." Fang Lin chuckled. "Anyway, that Li Jinshan gave me a sum of money. Let's enjoy today while we can. Will you join me?" Su Su did not respond directly, merely quickening her horse's pace to match Fang Lin's side. However, she couldn't help but wonder if sharing a boat with Fang Lin would be inconvenient, especially if he were to start teasing her again. Just the thought made her cheeks flush with warmth. Thankfully, before arriving at the water town, Fang Lin had advised her to cover her face. Otherwise, anyone glancing her way would surely notice the crimson bloom upon her cheeks, akin to a blossoming flower. Her sparkling eyes stealthily glanced at Fang Lin 3 years ago. When Fang Lin was first brought back to Feiyun's sect by Xiaozi, it would not be an exaggeration to say he was akin to a frail little beggar. At that time, Fang Lin appeared emaciated, dazed, and reluctant to speak or meet anyone's gaze. He was a taciturn recluse, resembling a little beggar. Su Su instinctively felt the urge to protect him and sensed Fang Lin's dependency on her. Understanding that care and affection would be reciprocated. One rainy night, Fang Lin knocked on her door, holding a snow gentleman flower, timidly tapping as if he were a little kitten scratching at the door. That was the first gift Fang Lin had ever given her, and indeed the only one in 3 years, the snow gentleman flower, which he had risked his life to bring from Luoxia Valley. Had accompanied Su Su for 2 years, its fragrance now a bittersweet memory as the flower had withered away. Fang Lin seemed to have changed as well. Su Su had confirmed countless times that he was indeed Fang Lin. Yet there was something unsettling in her heart. When had he grown up? When had he matured? She felt entirely in the dark. Just as Su Su was lost in thought, Fang Lin turned to her, striking a pose on horseback that he presumed to be quite dashing, flashing a carefree smile. "Senior sister, look at me." Amused, Su Su tugged him down. "All right, focus on riding. Don't bump into pedestrians." Just then, a person darted past Fang Lin's horse, cursing loudly, nearly getting kicked by the horse's hooves. In the midst of the commotion, they had no choice but to dismount and seek refuge in an inn, entrusting their horses to the innkeeper. While the water town was not far from Feiyun's sect, the sect's gate was no longer visible from this point, and the local customs had noticeably shifted. The waterway meandered, the mist lingering, imbuing the atmosphere with a touch of southern charm. While somewhat diminishing the grandeur of chivalry, seated by the window, Fang Lin and Su Su could observe the passers-by and the river, a gentle breeze tousling Fang Lin's hair, occasionally obscuring his view. Su Su instinctively reached out to assist him, but midway her hand halted, hindered by the difference between the genders. "Is something the matter?" Fang Lin inquired, looking at her. "Nothing, it's just your hair," Su Su pointed out, coincidentally hearing the waiter calling as he served the dishes, adding, "Just don't let it fall into the food." Fang Lin saw through her pretense, but chose not to comment, casually tidying his hair. He would show Su Su anything amusing he encountered, and the atmosphere became increasingly relaxed. Perhaps influenced by the lively surroundings, Su Su felt much more at ease than the previous day. After dinner, she watched from the window as the lights gradually illuminated the vicinity until nightfall enveloped the water town, which became a sea of lights and bustling people. The streets were filled with various performances and stalls, with the booth for guessing lantern riddles being the most vibrant. Su Su, who was not fond of crowds, lingered at the edge, while Fang Lin, intent on cheering her up, pulled her into the riddle-guessing game. Soaking in the festive atmosphere, Fang Lin had never before witnessed such vivid expressions on Su Su's face. She rarely exhibited overt emotions. Even when shy, she would merely lower her head, her ears or cheeks faintly flushed. Yet, when Fang Lin triumphed in a riddle contest and presented her with the largest and most splendid lantern, Su Su's face blossomed into a smile, her delicate features partially obscured by her veil. Her joy radiating from her eyes at that moment. Fireworks were set off by the riverside, their explosive sounds mingling with the dazzling colors reflected in Su Su's eyes. Holding the lantern, she lifted her head, her entire being vibrant and enchanting. In Fang Lin's eyes, his senior sister, surrounded by the festive spirit, was breathtakingly beautiful. His heart fluttered, and just as he was about to reach out to touch Su Su, a sudden sharp pain pierced his chest, causing him to let out a faint groan. "What's wrong?" Su immediately turned toward him, drawing closer with a look of concern, suppressing the pain in his chest. Fang Lin smiled. Seeing my senior sister so happy makes me happy too. You're teasing me again. Su thrust the lantern's handle into Fang Lin's hands. This lantern is quite heavy. You should hold it yourself. I'm going to take a look over there. She was feeling shy. Fang Lin clearly noticed the expression on her face, whether it was to make amends for the past or genuine affection. All he needed was to confirm that Su was happy at that moment. Su, smiling, was 1,000 times more beautiful than when she was in tears or secretly sorrowful. Noticing Fang Lin had not followed, she turned back to look at him, and through the crowd, she discerned a solemn expression on his face, his eyes concealing a complex whirlwind of emotions. In that instant, Su felt as though she were in another world. Seeing a younger brother she had never known before, in the brief moment she was lost in thought, Fang Lin hurried over, the large lantern in his hands clearing a path through the thronging crowd. Senior sister, come with me. Let us go for a boat ride. Since they had arrived late, Fang Lin had missed the opportunity to rent a large boat, so they could only select a smaller one that appeared decent. Hanging the prize lantern from the front, which elevated their spirits considerably. Senior sister, come here. Let us sit together, Fang Lin said, attempting to wrap his arm around Su. However, Su slightly shifted aside, unintentionally evading his reach. And without knowing if it was intentional or not, she settled down behind him. You seem to enjoy this liveliness? Is my senior sister not fond of it? Not exactly, as Su contemplated, her brows furrowing slightly. I just had never thought about what life would be like below the mountain before. Now I think, living like an ordinary person isn't so bad after all. Fang Lin didn't respond. His heart was set on the world, and he did not yearn for a tranquil life. Chapter 38. Ambush in the water town, the long river shimmered with lanterns. A troupe had set up a stage on the water, performing lively operas, the melodious strains spreading in all directions, mingling with various sounds, rippling across the water surface. Fang Lin, while enjoying the festivities with Su, was secretly contemplating the sudden pain in his chest earlier. It was an unfamiliar sensation for him. Could it be related to that inexplicable totem? If Su were not present, Fang Lin would have truly wished to remove his clothes and study it thoroughly, to ascertain whether the totem was benevolent or malevolent. He felt uncertain in his heart. The revelry continued until the midnight hour, and although the lights remained bright, the streets had grown considerably quieter. A night breeze arose, causing the lantern at the bow of the boat to sway precariously, as if it might plunge into the water at any moment. Senior sister? Fang Lin turned back to find Su had unknowingly rested her head on the side of the boat. Fast asleep, he had been so engrossed in his thoughts that he had failed to notice. Fearing to disturb her, Fang Lin approached quietly, gently removing her veil to reveal her exquisite features. Unable to resist, he tenderly caressed her cheek. Her skin was icy, a remnant of her cultivation of the ice soul power, causing her body to chill, her blood flow slowed, and as her training progressed, she became increasingly pale and translucent, akin to the snow gentleman flower, imbued with an ethereal beauty, untouched by the world. Fang Lin studied her closely, and when he had gazed at his heart's content, he bent down and lifted her into his arms. Su, usually vigilant, gradually relaxed in his presence, but suddenly feeling a sensation of weightlessness, she awoke with a start. Little junior brother. Her voice was slightly hoarse, tinged with confusion. The softness enveloped in frost delighted Fang Lin, who tightened his embrace and chuckled softly. Senior sister fell asleep leaning against the boat's edge and didn't even inform me that I shall personally escort you to rest. Though the small boat was compact, it had been specifically designed for leisure, featuring an area for enjoying the scenery and a cabin at the back for resting. Fang Lin had already sent the boatmen away, leaving only the two of them on the vessel. Su made no resistance, obediently nestling in Fang Lin's embrace, a thin sheen of sweat forming on her palms. As she was gently laid onto the bed, Su gazed up at Fang Lin, her heart racing with increasing anxiety. Junior brother, shall we return to the inn? The boat had drifted past the most bustling part of the water town, and ahead lay an even more tranquil stretch. The atmosphere felt akin to a secret rendezvous, making one prone to overthinking that it's getting late. Senior sister, rest assured and take your rest. I will moor the boat by the shore. Fang Lin said that aren't we returning to the inn tonight? Fang Lin nodded. The inn is crowded and noisy. After a day of commotion, I doubt senior sister would enjoy it. Here, it is serene and undisturbed. Make yourself comfortable. However, Su glanced at him, then down at the bed beneath her. There was hardly enough space for Fang Lin to lie down, unless they shared it. Being fellow disciples, there should be less reservation. Yet Su harbored feelings, inevitably leading to the apprehensions of a young girl. And she dared not draw too close to Fang Lin. The confined space of the small boat meant that if they were to spend the night on it, they would have no choice but to sleep together. Su was unwilling and fearful at that moment. Fang Lin had not considered this implication. He was solely focused on alleviating the inexplicable pain in his chest, stating with great candor, "If you are tired, rest. After I secure the boat, I will meditate outside." Su let out a sigh of relief. "All right, take care." The surface of the water gently rippled as Fang Lin struck the surface with his palm. Propelling the boat toward the shore, he then tied the bowline to a tree trunk to secure the vessel. Returning to the boat, Fang Lin sat cross-legged, entering a state of meditation. Time flew by. And as the night deepened, what should have been a silent evening was suddenly interrupted by the sound of rustling garments. Fang Lin's ears perked up at the faint noise, even with his eyes closed. He instantly became alert, secretly channeling his spiritual energy into his hands, ready to confront an attack. There were at least 3 individuals, all cultivators of considerable strength, clearly targeting him. Fang Lin discreetly formed a barrier around the cabin of the boat, rendering the outside noise inaudible to Su, who was peacefully asleep. In an instant, an attack ensued. Fang Lin parried with a gust of wind from his palm, then leaped ashore, determined not to disturb the beauty's sweet dreams. Fang Lin led the way, with the 3 assailants closely following as they soared into the open wilderness, remnants of lanterns from a nearby festival flickering in the shadows. "Who are you?" Fang Lin demanded, gripping his long sword, scrutinizing the 3 figures before him. All 3 were clad in black, their faces obscured, and their magical artifacts shrouded with illusions, indicating they had come prepared. Ignoring Fang Lin's inquiry, they launched themselves at him. With a swift draw, the sword glinted, and the battle commenced in a flurry of blades and movement. Under the moonlight, Fang Lin maintained composure, countering each attack, skillfully finding openings to strike, his sword slicing cleanly through the air. Returning to his grasp, clang, Fang Lin deflected one sword, performing an agile spin to evade another, swiftly retaliating with a thrust that sent a chilling wind toward one assailant's face. Unfortunately, with 3 opponents, another swiftly parried Fang Lin's attack, and they surrounded him in a coordinated effort. Having expended some of his spiritual energy the previous night, dealing with 3 adversaries was already a challenge. Suddenly, an almost invisible silver needle shot out from somewhere. Piercing his wrist, pain shot through Fang Lin's hand, causing his sword to fall, and the trio seized the opportunity to attack en masse, preventing him from reclaiming his weapon. In a flash, a net descended from above, enveloping Fang Lin as he attempted to evade. 2 more silver needles struck his knees. He fell heavily, barely managing to maintain his balance with his hands, but ultimately found himself ensnared within the net. The 3 exchanged glances, tightening the net, and stood by, awaiting further instructions. Despicable. Fang Lin grunted, grasping at the openings in the net, struggling fiercely. Suddenly, a wave of malice surged forth, toppling him to the ground. Emerging from the shadows, Dong Fangshu laughed ominously. "What of being despicable? As long as I can kill you, I could hire 30 men if need be. Besides, you are not formidable enough for that." In his moment of carelessness, Fang Lin had not anticipated their use of silver needles for a sneak attack. Regret was too late to feel. He forced himself to calm down and devise a plan to break free. Dong Fangshu gestured, and the 3 assailants unleashed a powerful wave of spiritual energy to suppress Fang Lin. But he resisted, managing to push them back several steps that you've already cultivated to this level. Dong Fangshu exclaimed in shock, commanding his men to finish him off swiftly. "Yes," they responded, immediately advancing on Fang Lin, cornering him in a matter of moments. Dong Fangxiu reveled in his triumph, oblivious to Su Su Su, who had sensed the danger from a small boat and sent a message for help. "You think such petty tricks can kill me?" Fang Lin raised his head, his expression darkening as he stood. A sudden flash of red light illuminated his face, enhancing the ferocity of his demeanor. Chapter 39. Falling into Madness. Dong Fangxiu, you're seeking death. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Fang Lin's expression shifted dramatically, his gaze sharpening as he swung his sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that surged toward Dong Fangxiu, unstoppable in its momentum. This was a strike of power beyond Dong Fangxiu's expectations, grand and resolute, compelling him to muster every ounce of focus to defend himself. Yet he was still forced back several steps until his back collided with a tree trunk, barely halting his retreat. A spurt of blood erupted from Dong Fangxiu's mouth, splattering on the ground and staining his pristine garments. Fang Lin, consumed by rage, found it increasingly difficult to control the spiritual energy within him, his malice radiating outward, transforming him into a fearsome specter from the depths of hell, advancing toward Dong Fangxiu step by step. Simultaneously, Fang Lin gripped his sword, intoning gravely, "I have given you multiple chances to spare your life, not out of fear, but out of respect as fellow disciples. Why do you persist in pursuing me? If you seek death, then I shall grant it." Dong Fangxiu was gripped by a profound terror, an instinctual fear that chilled him to the bone, causing his hand to tremble uncontrollably around the sword-s hilt. He feigned bravado. "You're just a wild brat. Do you think you can speak to me in such a tone?" Before he could finish, Fang Lin's sudden strike shattered Dong Fangxiu's bravado, not granting him even a moment to react. A crimson line appeared on his right arm, blood oozing forth, rendering the once pampered young master pale as he clutched his wound, disbelief etched on his face. In that instant, Dong Fangxiu truly comprehended Fang Lin's intent to kill him, and his previous arrogance extinguished in an instant that did not come any closer. He stammered, bracing himself against the tree, inching backward in fear of Fang Lin's advance. Fang Lin remained silent, shrouded in a dark aura, his expression impassive, emanating an overwhelming bloodlust as he relentlessly approached, his sword glinting ominously. Dong Fangxiu, struggling to rise, brandished his sword and charged at Fang Lin. "You're about to die. How can you suddenly become so powerful?" With a fierce determination, Fang Lin channeled his energy into his disciple's sword, unleashing a powerful strike that shattered Dong Fangxiu's prized weapon. Dong Fangxiu's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to accept that his brother had procured a renowned sword, now reduced to splinters by an ordinary iron blade. As he grasped this reality, a cold flash zipped past him, and everything slowed in tense anticipation. Run became Dong Fangxiu's final thought, survival instinct driving him to flee recklessly. He resorted to light-footed maneuvers, desperate to escape the imminent danger without daring to glance back at Fang Lin. Fang Lin pursued, nearly losing himself to the rage coursing through him, his eyes glowing red, while wisps of crimson mist coiled around him, fueling his bloodlust. Fang Lin, stop! After sending a message to their sect, Su 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 returned, witnessing Fang Lin's bloodthirsty demeanor, and her heart raced as she stepped in front of him. "Get out of the way!" Fang Lin's roar reverberated through the as Su Su covered her ears, recovering slowly before resuming her pursuit. The three of them raced through the night, and it was fortunate for Dong Fangxiu that Su Su's intervention allowed him to slip through the cracks and escape. Otherwise, he would have long since met his end at Fang Lin's sword. In a whirlwind, they found themselves back at the entrance of Feiyun's sect. Upon recognizing the familiar surroundings, Dong Fangxiu finally exhaled in relief, collapsing to the ground as the gatekeeping disciples rushed forward. Senior brother, what happened to you?" Fang Lin, intent on taking the life of Dong Fangxiu, was gasping for breath and desperately calling for help in utter futility. After a brief entanglement with Su Su, he swiftly cast her aside and, without delay, made his way to the mountain gate, exuding an aura of malevolence as he landed. The brothers guarding the entrance were no match for Fang Lin. Consumed by a singular desire to eliminate Dong Fangxiu and plagued by the crimson mist that disturbed his senses, he could not discern friend from foe. Anyone who dared to obstruct him was automatically deemed an enemy. And he wielded his long sword with strikes that were both fierce and relentless. News of the commotion spread rapidly, attracting a throng of fellow disciples who rushed to intervene by the time Fang Lin regained his senses. He found himself half kneeling on the ground, utterly exhausted, confronted by the indifferent gaze of his master, Zaiyozi. While whispers of concern circulated among his peers, he looked at Zaiyozi, his body racked with pain, his throat hoarse and unbearable, at a loss for words. Master. Ling Xiao stood beside Zaiyozi, cupping his hands in salute. The sixth disciple has been returned to his quarters for recuperation. Aside from being overly frightened and suffering minor injuries to his arm, he is not gravely harmed. However, the younger disciple truly harbored murderous intent just now. Had it not been for our intervention, he would have surely inflicted severe injury upon the sixth disciple. Ling Xiao's words were hesitant. Glancing at Fang Lin several times, who merely pressed his lips together, standing straight-backed, showing no indication of remorse, he did not perceive himself at fault. Dongfang Su had persistently provoked him and intended to bring about his demise. For such a person, even if he were to kill him, Fang Lin would feel no regret. He scorned the need for explanation. Many surrounding disciples were envious of Fang Lin's rapid progress during this period, as well as the favoritism he received from Zaiyozi, allowing him to rest and cultivate at the cloud pool. Now, witnessing Fang Lin's predicament, they seized the opportunity to hurl sarcastic remarks, devoid of any sense of brotherhood. Ling Xiao frowned as he listened for a moment before turning with a cold glare, effectively silencing those who would speak further. Susu arrived late, and upon witnessing the scene, immediately knelt before Zaiyozi, exclaiming, "Master, the actions of the younger disciple were provoked by circumstance. Please do not be angry, sister. This matter does not concern you." Fang Lin finally spoke, each word causing him pain as he strained to voice them. Ignoring his words, Susu continued addressing Zaiyozi. "Today, the younger disciple and I encountered an ambush at the foot of the mountain. For reasons unknown, the sixth elder brother appeared by the time I arrived. The younger disciple's eyes were bloodshot, and he was enveloped in malevolent energy, clearly corrupted by bloodlust. His subsequent actions were beyond his control. I implore you, Master, to see this clearly." Zaiyozi looked down at Fang Lin and waved his hand dismissively. "Everyone disperse. Ling Xiao, take Susu back to tend to her wounds at AS for matters concerning Dongfang. I shall address them tomorrow. But Master..." Ling Xiao hesitated to inquire further. "He will not ask further," Zaiyozi replied coolly. The onlookers dared not disrespect him, merely watching as he waved his hand, creating a portal and leading Fang Lin away in the blink of an eye. Fang Lin found himself transported to the cloud pool, with Zaiyozi already vanished from sight. "Master," Fang Lin called weakly, his voice echoing in the cloud pool, but received no response. Zaiyozi must be angry. He was always like this, concealing all emotions, perhaps due to his current level of cultivation, which rendered him less prone to emotional fluctuations. He never made things clear. One had to comprehend them themselves. Fang Lin pressed his hand to his chest, coughing softly, then asked the empty air, "Does the master intend for me to recuperate here?" Still, there was no reply. Lowering his gaze, he noticed a box of elixirs at his feet, all crafted from precious celestial herbs. Overwhelmed with emotion, he bowed deeply to the void. "Thank you, Master." Enduring the pain, he consumed 2 elixirs and sat down to meditate, waiting until the pain subsided before gathering the remaining elixirs and placing them in his robe. Zaiyozi had left him in the cloud pool, not only to allow him to heal, but also, in effect, to place him under house arrest. With no one else around, Fang Lin could not leave for the time being, making it akin to confinement. More than healing, Fang Lin yearned to understand how Zaiyozi planned to deal with Dongfang Su. Originally perceived as a pampered young master, in his previous life, Dongfang Su lacked any real capability, embodying a spoiled young lord who had caused much distress. Yet his thoughts were shallow. After being reborn, Fang Lin had little inclination to confront him, yet Dongfang Su continually sought to provoke him. But he could not be blamed for his lack of courtesy. As this thought crossed his mind, a flicker of crimson light flashed in Fang Lin's eyes. Alarmed, he sensed something amiss within his body, quickly centering his mind. Once his gaze returned to normal, He found no abnormalities within that he pondered. Could it be that the bloodlust of the demon's sword has resurfaced? The demon's sword was originally his biological father's artifact. After his father suffered defeat, the sword had turned into a demon's sword, its bloodlust uncontrollable, sealed beneath the earth in a place of extreme pain. However, after a prolonged period of dormancy, it had suddenly broken free of its seal and re-entered the world, only to be brought back to Feiyun's sect by Ling Xiao during his travels. In his previous life, this sword had brought calamity to Feiyun's sect. Those memories were still vivid in Fang Lin's mind that he steadied his breathing, slowly guiding the spiritual energy within him to suppress the chaotic emotions, gradually expelling the red mist from his body. After several cycles, he indeed felt his mind clear considerably. The demon sword recognized its master. It had likely sensed his bloodline and sought to invade. But the current overwhelming bloodlust inadvertently disturbed Fang Lin's mind, nearly leading him to the brink of madness. My heart is my own. Even a sword suffused with bloodlust shall not sway me. Fang Lin's gaze grew resolute as he continued to meditate. As the night passed, Fang Lin remained trapped within the cloud pool, seeing no one. Meanwhile, upon regaining consciousness, Dongfang Su reflected on the events of the previous night. Feeling utterly humiliated, which only fueled his agitation, shouting that he would ensure Fang Lin met a grim fate. "Taisho," he muttered, "keep your voice down. There are people outside that I want everyone to know that our Dongfang family cannot tolerate that wild spawn." "Fang Lin, did you not say the arrangements were flawless? How could this happen?" After several failures, Dongfang Su's temper flared with each word, his voice rising in volume. Taisho closed the door, still bowing obsequiously. "Young master, our preparations were indeed sound. However, we underestimated Fang Lin's strength. He pursued you all the way to the mountain gate last night. If it weren't for the eldest brother's timely intervention." "I fear." "Fear what?" Dongfang Su snapped, his face darkened. "Oh, you think this young master fears him?" Taisho hesitated, noticing someone approaching from outside, and dared not speak further. The door swung open, and Dongfang Su immediately perked up. "Elder brother, what brings you here?" "You must not." "Silence." Dongfang, he interrupted coldly. "I am here to take you home for reflection. Do not speak further." In the secret chamber, Ling Xiao stood rigidly after reporting recent affairs. Unwilling to leave, the sixth disciple has been taken back by someone from the Dongfang family. Why has the master emerged from seclusion so soon? Is there an issue with the demon's sword? Zaiyozi remained expressionless, nodding lightly. "No matter. It is good that the Dongfang family retrieves him. A failure in discipline reflects poorly on the master. Dongfang Su's nature is as such. I hope the Dongfang family can exercise more control over him." "And how shall we deal with the younger disciple?" Ling Xiao pressed on. Zaiyozi stored the demon's sword within his sleeve and, holding a whisk in one hand and placing the other behind his back, replied, "He shall be expelled from the sect for practicing forbidden techniques." "Master," Ling Xiao exclaimed, looking up in astonishment, "Is it not too harsh to expel him? The younger disciple may have had his reasons. And besides, it was indeed the sixth disciple who provoked him first. This matter has escalated beyond what was necessary, and the younger disciple is still injured. Send him down the mountain like this is perilous. I implore you to reconsider. My mind is made up. You may convey the decision," Zaiyozi stated resolutely. "This incident with Fang Lin serves as a warning. From now on, any disciple within the sect must not engage in internal strife or practice forbidden techniques." Though reluctant, Ling Xiao could only accept the command, departing with a troubled expression to inform the disciples of Feiyun's sect of the news. Following Zaiyozi's orders, he began to pack Fang Lin's belongings. The decision to expel Fang Lin from the mountain could not be altered, regardless of any pleas for mercy. Zaiyozi, keeping track of time, retrieved Fang Lin from the cloud pool and brought him to a secluded spot on the back mountain. As soon as Fang Lin steadied himself, he noticed a grave a few steps away, marked with the name of his mother, Lu Xueji. Stunned for a moment, he knelt and bowed 3 times before the tomb. It turned out that Zaiyozi had erected a burial mound for her within Feiyun's sect, something Fang Lin had remained unaware of for the past 3 years. Reflecting on this, Fang Lin's respect for Zaiyozi deepened considerably, and he rose to bow deeply, saying, Thank you, Master. Zaiyozi withdrew the demon sword from his sleeve and presented it before Fang Lin. It is but a trivial effort, as it should be. This sword originally belonged to your biological father, who wielded it in countless battles. Sadly, it fell into the path of darkness one fateful day, becoming tainted with bloodlust, capable of disturbing your mind even from miles away last night. Master, what do you mean by this? It rightfully belongs to its original owner. Take it. Zaiyozi extended the demon sword toward Fang Lin once again, the bloodlust swirling around it, the crimson mist appearing hauntingly enchanting. Chapter 41. Expulsion from the sect Fengma. This was the name Fang Lin had given to the sword in his previous life at Tio the World. It was merely a demon sword, its bloodlust impossible to transcend or suppress, emanating a malevolent aura that instilled fear in those who encountered it, akin to facing a malevolent creature, causing them to lose control and even suffer mental degradation. That it was a rebellious entity, not something that could easily be tamed by just anyone. Fang Lin understood this better than anyone, having endured countless hardships in his past life when he was compelled to wield this sword. Gradually, Fang Lin's gaze transformed. He accepted the demon sword from Zaiyozi's hand, the crimson aura swirling around the blade, akin to demonic claws entangling his fingers, bringing forth a chilling aura. However, Fang Lin remained unperturbed, his eyes resolute and his expression solemn, as though he had long been prepared to endure overwhelming pain. Slowly yet firmly, he grasped the hilt, and in that instant, the malevolence within the sword surged forth like an unstoppable tide, the crimson mist erupting violently, nearly throwing him off balance. Unbeknownst to him, Zaiyozi had woven a barrier, enveloping both himself and Fang Lin, preventing the blood mist from spreading and harming others. The barrier expanded under the pressure of the blood mist, growing larger as if it might burst at any moment. Zaiyozi flicked his whisk, a white shadow flitting past, reinforcing the barrier to its utmost state, allowing the blood mist to settle slightly. Looking at Fang Lin, he noticed that under the influence of the demon sword, the veins in his right hand bulged prominently, the blood mist visibly seeping into his veins as countless pea-sized nodules writhed beneath his skin. Calm your mind. Focus your spirit. Zaiyozi had prepared for this. One hand holding the whisk, while the other rested on Fang Lin's left shoulder, channeling his pure and pristine spiritual energy into Fang Lin, countering the bloodlust and ferocity emanating from the sword. Fang Lin gritted his teeth, enduring pain akin to his veins bursting, but he did not utter a word. Silently, he shook off Zaiyozi's hand, declaring in a deep voice, "Master, allow me to handle this myself." In an instant, a flash of red light appeared. Despite Zaiyozi's immense cultivation, he was still thrown aside by Fang Lin, who had succumbed to the bloodlust, just as Zaiyozi was about to reach out again. Fang Lin had already grasped the demon sword with both hands, channeling all his spiritual energy, the heat from his dantian surging forth as he exerted all his strength to suppress the sword's bloodlust. Fang Lin's entire being trembled, nearly unable to hold onto the hilt, the red mist enveloping his face, the turbulent air contorting his features into a monstrous visage. Fang Lin, know when to stop. Zaiyozi rarely displayed a flustered expression, intending to reclaim the sword directly. Sensing Zaiyozi's intent, Fang Lin sidestepped, leaping into the air. The bloodlust collided with the barrier, rebounding like a tangible wave, crashing violently to the ground and kicking up countless dust particles. A roar erupted, shaking the heavens. Fang Lin felt his body's endurance pushed to its limits, yet he refused to release his grip. He understood the temperament of the demon's sword better than anyone. He could only confront it with force. Should he show even a hint of retreat, taming it would become an impossibility. In the midst of chaos, Fang Lin silently recited incantations, each repetition weakening the sword's resistance slightly more than the last. Zaiyozi, concerned for him, soared to assist, continuously infusing spiritual energy into Fang Lin's dantian from a distance. While the effectiveness of Fang Lin's incantations improved steadily, at last, Fang Lin threw his head back and let out a furious roar. His body descending from the air, landing half-kneeling on the ground, one hand clutching the demon's sword, which he plunged into the earth, creating a small crater upon impact. After a lengthy pause, Fang Lin regained his composure, hearing Zayozi's voice not far away. Indeed, these four simple words carried profound implications. Indeed, he was the bloodline left behind by the royal family. Indeed, this demon sword could only be tamed by Fang Lin. Indeed, the awakening of the cold weapon bloodline within Fang Lin was inextricably linked to these truths. Zayozi suddenly broke into a hearty laugh, sweeping his whisk to retract the barrier. Aside from the small pit beneath Fang Lin, everything around remained unchanged, as if nothing had happened at all. From now on, it shall be your sword. Choose a name. Zayozi spoke lightly, standing before Fang Lin. Fang Lin, regaining his spirit, held the sword horizontally, his right hand grasping the hilt while his left hand gently traced along the blade. Still enveloped in a faint layer of blood mist, the snow-white blade bore a groove filled with a flowing red liquid, reminiscent of the ceaseless circulation of blood within a body. That was the dwelling place of the sword's soul. All high-grade artifacts can nurture a spirit, and the demon sword was no exception. A cold smile graced Fang Lin's lips. Let it be called Fengma, for encountering this sword is akin to facing a demon. Quite fitting indeed. Zayozi nodded in affirmation. Rise, do you have any discomfort? Despite feeling somewhat weak in the legs, Fang Lin shook his head. Thank you, Master, I am unscathed, but is it truly right for you to entrust this sword to me? In his previous life, he had been forced to wield the demon sword due to the calamity that befell the Feiyun sect, compelled to unleash its bloodlust and wreak havoc. Yet now, in this rebirth, Zayozi was proactively placing the sword into his hands. This left Fang Lin with a peculiar sense of dissonance, as if his memories were flawed, yet those images were so vivid that he could not be mistaken. Since his rebirth, the course of events had diverged significantly from his past life. That, if this continued, would he still have to face that catastrophic battle that had cost him his life? Even if he found himself on the battlefield again, would he be able to uncover the true culprit? Countless questions left Fang Lin ensnared in confusion. Holding Fengma, he felt an overwhelming weight. Zayozi's gaze was clear and piercing, as if he could see through Fang Lin's thoughts. Speaking unhurriedly, this sword is rightfully yours. There is no need for concern. However, with the possession of the demon sword, you can no longer remain in the Feiyun sect. Today, I shall expel you from the sect. Do you consent, Master? Fang Lin looked up, his face a mask of astonishment. Why? Has the disciple done something wrong? Do not panic. You were never meant to join the Feiyun sect. I owe your mother a debt of gratitude for bringing you to the Feiyun sect for 3 years, which can be seen as repaying that favor. You know your true lineage. Fang Lin was aware, yet could not explain to Zayozi how he knew, so he lowered his head in silence. Zayozi continued, Your mother met a tragic end, and you must carry the weight of that hatred within you. Yet you, dear child, are so reserved that you refuse to reveal anything. Even when bullied within the sect, you refuse to show weakness, your pride mirroring that of your mother. Since I must send you away, I shall disclose your entire lineage to you. Should fate allow, you may one day return to your roots and fulfill your mother's wishes. Master, I do not wish to return to my roots. In my memories, I only have you and my mother as elders. The Feiyun sect is my home. What significance does bloodline hold? Fang Lin still harbored resentment towards the royal family. Chapter 42. Encountering the little fox again, Zayozi, appearing wise beyond his years, sighed. Returning to one's roots is a natural duty, yet if you harbor resentment, it is not mandatory to go back. Now that the demon sword is entrusted to you, your future path lies entirely in your hands. Though Fang Lin had anticipated his departure from the Feiyun sect, he never imagined it would happen in such a manner. Zayozi emanated an irresistible aura of authority, as if declaring, My mind is made up, no one can alter it. Master, Fang Lin considered himself decisive, especially after experiencing life anew, filled with confidence. Yet confronted with Zayozi's decision to expel him, he found himself momentarily stunned, gazing at Zayozi with a blend of hurt and hesitation. Zayozi, however, merely waved his hand gently, speaking with an air of nonchalance. You were never meant to belong to the Feiyun sect. Leaving early is for the best, that thee will not feel sorrow or regret. Depart now, while there is still light, and go to Huaxia Valley to gather some celestial fruits that I do not wish to. Fang Lin lifted the hem of his robe. suddenly dropping to one knee before Zayozi. If the condition for obtaining the demon sword is to leave the Feiyun sect, then I would rather return Feng Ma to Master. Master has shown me kindness. If I leave casually, would that not be a betrayal of gratitude? Moreover, if all goes as expected, the Feiyun sect is about to face a calamity at this moment. Fang Lin could not convince himself to leave in peace. Alas, Zayozi sighed, placing his hands behind his back, exuding an ethereal air that seemed somewhat melancholic. This sword bears heavy malevolence. Even I cannot shake it off after a month of seclusion. Yet you, having obtained it today, can control it. You possess a unique bloodline. It is time for you to venture out and gain experience. Master, why do you insist on driving me away? I do not understand. Even if I go down the mountain to gain experience, I can still do so as a disciple of the Feiyun sect. Why the whims of fate? There exists a predetermined destiny that requires no excessive concern over the teacher-student relationship. You need only to remember what is permissible and what is not. To diligently tame the enchanted sword in your grasp, while bearing the responsibilities that rest upon your shoulders. Fang Lin found himself at a loss for words. He had longed to descend the mountain, aware that many matters necessitated his return to the world below. Yet he had not anticipated being dismissed from his master's tutelage by Xie Yaozi, though he understood that Xie Yaozi bore no malice. He could not help but feel a tinge of resentment, in stark contrast to Fang Lin's turbulent emotions. Xie Yaozi merely waved his hand with a gentle motion, causing a flash of light to flicker in the air. Fang Lin felt a sharp pain on the back of his hand, as something was extracted from his body. When he regained his senses, he beheld Xie Yaozi holding a faintly glowing orb. This is the emblem of a disciple of the Feiyun sect, he declared. I hereby reclaim it. Henceforth, there shall be no connection between us, and you are no longer a disciple of the Feiyun sect. Master! Fang Lin raised his voice, urgency propelling him forward as he knelt in an attempt to approach Xie Yaozi, yet he could not breach the barrier that separated them. Soon, a luminous circle began to form around him, enveloping him entirely within a spherical barrier. Realizing that Xie Yaozi intended to send him away, Fang Lin hastily stood, attempting to shatter the barrier. However, the barrier, infused with Xie Yaozi's spiritual power, proved to be impenetrably strong. He could only watch helplessly as the distance between himself and Xie Yaozi widened. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but the barrier silenced him completely. After a moment, Xie Yaozi's voice pierced through the barrier, reaching his ears. There is no need for further words. Take care. As Fang Lin descended into the valley of the setting sun, a neatly packed bundle fell at his feet. Xie Yaozi had arranged for his belongings long before, and regardless of the circumstances, the decision to expel him remained unaltered. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Fang Lin bowed deeply in the direction he had come from, silently murmuring, Master, take care. With determination, he clutched the Mo sword tightly, hoisted his belongings onto his left shoulder, and turned to step into the Valley's practice entrance, where a massive vortex pulled him into the barrier. He needed to gather some celestial fruits, both to exchange for provisions upon his descent and to keep his healing supplies for unforeseen circumstances. However, luck was not on Fang Lin's side. Within the entrance of the valley, the more exquisite the celestial fruits, the more perilous the environment. As he ventured into the first area, he had yet to spot any fruits when he unexpectedly locked eyes with a pair of fierce, predatory eyes belonging to a beast. In the darkness, he could discern eyes as large as human heads, glowing with an eerie light, hinting at the beast's enormous form. Encountering such a colossal creature upon arrival was indeed a stroke of misfortune. Fang Lin chuckled bitterly, drawing out a hair tie from his pocket to secure the Mo sword behind him. The sword had yet to be tamed. Unsheathing it recklessly would only provoke its rebellious nature, making it difficult to control. Thus, Fang Lin preferred to utilize simple talismans. Knowing they remained within his command, he did not intend to engage in a drawn-out confrontation with the giant beast. He merely sought the celestial fruits and would depart at once. The giant beast, having not encountered a living being in ages, became invigorated by the scent of freshness, glaring at Fang Lin with unwavering intensity as it approached step by step. Its massive size exuded an innate sense of oppression, while its sharp, armored scales resembled daggers, unyielding in their hardness. Remaining composed, Fang Lin adeptly sidestepped beneath its claws, his agile form swiftly circling to the rear of the colossal creature. Upon sensing Fang Lin's presence behind it, the beast immediately swung its tail in an attempt to strike. Fang Lin leapt gracefully onto its back, only to feel the sudden protrusion of the creature's scales pierce his hand, compelling him to leap away and land on the left side of the beast. Gazing at the half-inch wound on his palm, Fang Lin could not help but curse under his breath. I forgot that this wild creature had such a trick. The scales of the beast could shift direction in accordance with its state, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone to approach. Surrounded by darkness, Fang Lin struggled to determine the precise location of the celestial fruits, while the giant beast relentlessly closed in on him. After half an hour of entanglement without progress, Fang Lin decided to retreat from the barrier. Stepping outside, he was greeted by the gentle warmth of daylight. Suddenly blinded by the brightness, he shielded his eyes, only to feel something rush toward him. Reacting instinctively, he reached out and grasped it. Squeak! The white orb in his hand emitted a distressed cry, its limbs flailing against him. "Is that you?" Fang Lin recognized the creature and loosened his grip. The little fox, finally able to breathe freely, remained firmly in Fang Lin's grasp, unable to land or approach him any further. Its grape-like eyes darted around, and as if realizing something, it fiercely bit down on the back of Fang Lin's hand. Feigning ferocity, yet, due to its diminutive size and lack of true malice, it posed no threat, and Fang Lin felt no pain. Chapter 43. Raising a pet, are you upset? Fang Lin found the situation amusing. The little white fox was tethered to his hand, puffed up in indignation but not genuinely aggressive. After Fang Lin chuckled softly, the fox released its grip and looked up at him with a pitiful expression, then proceeded to lick the spot it had just bitten, where only a small tooth mark remained. This adorable gesture struck a chord in Fang Lin's heart. In his past life, his steed was a formidable red flame beast, whose wings could eclipse the sun, exuding an imposing aura. The spirit beast before him, however, was undeniably cute, evoking a strange sensation within Fang Lin as he placed the fox back on the ground and prepared to speak. It suddenly pounced at him once more. This time, Fang Lin did not restrain it, and in an instant, the little fox was bounding around him, playfully circling him with its fluffy form, leaving Fang Lin both amused and exasperated. All right, if you keep darting around like that, I might just toss you out." Fang Lin felt the totem on his chest radiating warmth, but he pushed the thought aside, instead attempting to pry the little fox away. Tugging at its ears as he scolded, "Why are you here again? I'm busy, so don't be a nuisance." With that, Fang Lin set it back on the ground, saying, "Go home now. I need to find the celestial fruits." Celestial fruits? The little fox appeared to comprehend his words, tugging at his pant leg, as if to lead him. "You know where the celestial fruits are? Are you going to take me to find them?" The little fox could not speak, so it wagged its tail vigorously, resembling a clumsy little dog, which amused Fang Lin, compelling him to follow its lead. The little fox guided him through a patch of grass taller than a person. Arriving at the banks of a babbling brook, where the scenery was quite pleasant, by the stream stood a fruit tree adorned with fruits of various colors, radiating a soft glow and appearing plump and appetizing. Fang Lin looked down at the little fox, whose eyes sparkled with pride, and could not help but laugh. These are merely common fragrant fruits, suitable for filling one's stomach, not the celestial fruits I seek. The little fox tilted its head in confusion, seemingly puzzled as to why Fang Lin did not rush to gather the fruits. Observing Fang Lin's stillness, it boldly leaped forward, climbing the tree and knocking several fruits down with its paws. Red, white, and green, they fell to the ground in abundance. All right, that's enough." Fang Lin approached the tree, gesturing for it to come down. The little fox whined reluctantly, slowly descending from the tree. Once on the ground, it pondered for a moment, then picked up a red fruit and nudged it toward Fang Lin's feet, its expression radiating eagerness. Fine. Even a heart of stone could be softened by such a small creature. Fang Lin sighed in resignation. "Thank you for your gift. I will accept it graciously." He then gathered all the fallen fruits into his satchel, contemplating, perhaps I should upgrade my Chinquan bag. The first level one seems inadequate for storage and feels rather heavy, especially after adding these fruits. The little fox followed closely at Fang Lin's heels, causing him considerable embarrassment. After half an hour of walking, he had yet to shake off this little tail. Growing impatient, Fang Lin halted, pulling the little fox from behind. "Why do you keep following me?" The little tail wagged behind him, its eyes sparkling with innocence. "I concede defeat. You must want to accompany me down the mountain, right?" Fang Lin inquired again. This time, the little fox seemed to understand, its ears perked up and its tail wagging with uncontainable joy, its eyes brimming with excitement, as if to shout, "Yes, I want to go down the mountain with you. But there are many wicked people down below who wish to capture foxes like you." Fang Lin began to intimidate it. The little fox tilted its head in confusion. Fang Lin continued, holding it in his hand as he walked. "And with your beauty, many would desire your pelt. If you were to fall into the hands of those evildoers, you would be skinned and suffer greatly. That it would be very pitiful." The little fox seemed somewhat disheartened, yet it still clutched onto the back of his hand, as if fearing abandonment. "The most critical point was that you are a female fox, which made it rather inconvenient to accompany me." Fang Lin recalled her transformation into a human form, a teasing thought flickering through his mind. The little fox wrapped its paws around his wrist, gazing up at him with round, innocent eyes. That in truth. Fang Lin had already led it up and down the mountain, initially teasing it on purpose, but seeing its pitiful expression now softened his heart, prompting him to smile and say, "I was just joking. If you wish to descend the mountain with me, then let us go together. I happen to find myself rather bored alone." The little fox promptly leaped onto his shoulder, instantly exuding an air of majesty. Relying solely on the wild fruits it had collected would not suffice. It was indeed inconvenient for Fang Lin to delve further into the realms of cultivation with it by his side. Thus, he resolved to search for sustenance outside. Although not particularly potent celestial fruits, they should fetch a decent amount of silver upon descending the mountain. Thus, the man and the fox departed from Fei Yun's sect, their silhouettes standing tall and proud, as if capable of shouldering the weight of the world. The fox, perched on his shoulder, occasionally shimmered with a faint silver glow on its forehead as they passed through the mountain gate. It glanced back, its eyes filled with emotion. Despite the shared descent, the transformation in mindset over the span of merely half a month was astounding. Had it not been for the little creature following him, the journey would have felt even more desolate. With this thought, Fang Lin gently stroked the fur on the little fox's back, and as they strolled past the butcher's stall in the town, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Shall buy, your fur could certainly fetch a handsome price." The little fox, taking him at his word, was understandably startled, its claws instinctively extending, the hard pads piercing through his clothing to grasp at the flesh of his shoulder, causing a slight sting. "That I was merely jesting," Fang Lin chuckled, patting his head before turning to enter the inn where he had previously stayed. The innkeeper, recognizing Fang Lin, immediately approached him with a warm greeting. "Young Master Fang, you have returned. I shall have a room prepared for you at once. Just a simple room will suffice. I shall only be staying for one night," Fang Lin replied casually, surveying his surroundings. He felt an unsettling sensation as if someone were watching him. Yet upon glancing around, he found nothing amiss. He withdrew some of the scant silver from his bag and offered it to the innkeeper. The innkeeper quickly waved his hands in refusal. "What are you doing? Young Master Fang is a benefactor to my family. It is an honor for us to host you. How could I possibly accept your silver? Please, take it back. Is there anything else you require?" Fang Lin, not wishing to engage in a lengthy debate, accepted the innkeeper's goodwill and inquired, "Do you happen to know of a reliable pawnshop nearby?" "What do you intend to sell? Just some wild fruit from the mountains?" Fang Lin jested. The innkeeper paused momentarily, then glanced around before leaning closer to Fang Lin and whispering, "Could they be celestial fruits brought down from Fei Yun's sect?" Chapter 44. The nightmare begins. Fang Lin smiled enigmatically, neither confirming nor denying. The innkeeper immediately grasped the implication and led Fang Lin a few steps aside. This town is predominantly inhabited by mortals, yet it has long been under the protection of Fei Yun's sect, fostering a hope for celestial arts. If these fruits are indeed from Fei Yun's sect, you need not worry. I can help you make contact to ensure they fetch a good price. He had now taken to calling him the benefactor. Fang Lin nodded. "I appreciate your assistance. I wish to sell 2 longevity-enhancing celestial fruits and a herb for treating injuries." If the other party was genuinely interested, they would need to act quickly. This is rather rushed. You are only staying one night in our humble establishment. Would it not be better for you to remain a few more days? The innkeeper, wary of seeming overly eager, added, I mention this because you appear fatigued and travel-worn. If you are in a hurry, your body might not withstand it. It would be wiser to rest and recuperate here before setting off. What do you think? Fang Lin waved his hand dismissively. Then I shall impose upon you to— Oh, benefactor, please do not be so formal. Young lad, hurry and show our benefactor upstairs to rest, and have the kitchen prepare some fine food and wine for him. After this, the innkeeper courteously watched Fang Lin ascend the stairs, then exited with a beaming smile. Following the young attendant to the fourth floor, Fang Lin found that this inn, the largest in the town, was also the tallest building, granting a nearly panoramic view of the bustling town below, where lively crowds thrived amidst a vibrant marketplace. The attendant soon returned with a feast, casually asking, Sir, does your little companion require a cage? This room is on the top floor, and if it runs amok, it could easily fold. And oh need, Fang Lin replied, gently placing the little fox down from his shoulder onto a chair, allowing it to amuse itself. He then retrieved 2 liang of silver from his pouch, handing it to the attendant. Please fetch me a steamed chicken without any seasoning, that if you have any spare clothes or blankets, do bring some as well to make it a little nest for the night. It can get chilly. Having grown accustomed to the wild, the spirit beast would not find the human realm particularly cold. Yet as its owner, Fang Lin felt compelled to provide extra care now that he had taken it under his wing. Since he was already committed, he might as well take good care of it. The attendant accepted the silver and soon returned with a steamed chicken and a small, used cradle, lined with a baby blanket. Looking quite presentable. Thank you, Fang Lin said, closing the door behind him. He patted the cradle, signaling for the little fox to jump inside, but the spirit beast merely stared blankly at him. After another encouraging pat, the little fox playfully leaped at his hand, mistaking it for a game. Why do I feel like you become a bit dim-witted since descending the mountain? Fang Lin teased, tugging at its ear and gently scratching the edge of its ear. Could it be that spirit beast can regress? Just as he was about to give up, the little fox finally understood his intent, bouncing into the cradle, rolling a few times before settling down comfortably. Just right, this will do. Fang Lin then rose to eat. Having achieved some proficiency in his fasting technique, he found that he could go long periods without feeling hungry. Yet energy was limited, and he needed nourishment to replenish his spirit. Moreover, the myriad delicacies of the human realm piqued his interest. Fasting was merely a means to avoid hindrance from hunger in treacherous environments. The little fox watched him eat with eager eyes, as if about to drool at any moment, yet remained obediently still in the cradle. Would you like some? Fang Lin turned to it, finding this little companion quite amusing. Fang Lin tore off a chicken leg and placed it in a nearby empty bowl. Come over and help yourself. The little fox eagerly hopped onto the chair, sniffing the chicken leg with great enthusiasm, but soon lost interest, looking back at Fang Lin, clearly uninterested in the chicken leg. With a sigh, Fang Lin retrieved a red fruit from his bag and offered it to the little creature. I've heard that foxes adore chicken. You seem rather unique among spirit beasts. Could it be that, having grown up in the Luoxia Valley, you've only ever eaten fruits? The little fox clutched the red fruit and began to crunch down on it, juice splattering onto its face, which it quickly cleaned with its paws, all the while using its hind legs to groom its fur. Fang Lin chuckled. Well, it seems I have a little germaphobe spirit beast on my hands. Quite particular, aren't you? Having encountered such an adorable creature as his first pet, Fang Lin found delight in observing the little fox throughout the afternoon, the frustration for being expelled by Zaiyozi gradually dissipating. As night fell, the innkeeper hurried back to the inn, but upon seeing that Fang Lin's room was dark, he refrained from disturbing him, choosing instead to suppress his excitement and wait until the following day to discuss the sale of the celestial fruits with him. Inside the room, after meditating and circulating his spiritual energy for 2 cycles, Fang Lin gradually retracted his energy, exhaling a deep breath of stale air, feeling considerably more at ease. When he opened his eyes, he discovered the little fox sleeping at his feet, showing no intention of returning to the cradle. Suddenly, a warm sensation enveloped his chest. Fang Lin tugged at his front opening, glancing down at the faintly glowing silver totem on his left breast. pondering what exactly is this, and who left it on me. Today, the totem seemed to have responded to something, having remained so quiet until now, yet suddenly it felt urgent, intermittently radiating warmth. Fang Lin looked at the peacefully slumbering little fox. Could this totem be related to you? Is it a mark of the Baizhe clan? The little fox, lost in dreams, rolled over, exposing its rounded belly, a flicker of silver light flashing across its forehead. Almost unnoticed by Fang Lin. Ultimately, he reassured himself that Xiaobai would not harm itself. With that thought, he gently lifted the little fox into the cradle and turned back to his bed, shaking out the covers and lying down on his side. His sleep was not particularly restful, as he began to dream of scenes from his past life. Initially, the images were chaotic and devoid of logic, merely fleeting glimpses. Gradually, he began to discern the faces of those within his dreams, the scenes settling on the moment before Su's death, blood gushing from her body, staining his hands and the ground beneath him a vivid crimson. Seeing your sister, with a heart-wrenching wail, Fang Lin felt a surge of spiritual energy erupt from his body, radiating outwards and shaking the very fabric of existence, yet could not reclaim the life of the one he held dear. Then came the haunting echoes of Su's final words, swirling around at his ears like a death knell, tightening their grip on his heart, leaving him breathless with grief. Nightmares plagued him relentlessly, replaying the tragic scene of Su's demise, and with a jolt of pain in his chest, he awoke from the dream, his forehead slick with cold sweat. Sister, this time I shall surely protect you. He clenched his fists, forcing himself to banish the images from his mind, only to notice that the totem on his chest appeared to be shifting. Chapter 45. Transforming into human form, what is this? Fang Lin had never encountered such a phenomenon that a fixed totem, etched upon his body, now shimmered with a soft silver glow, slowly rotating in a clockwise motion as if altering its very form. He reached out to touch it, only to be met with a searing sensation that repelled his fingers, causing another stab of pain in his chest, in the dim light of the luxurious guest room. The solitary silver glow stood out starkly. Just as he prepared to reach for the totem again, the small fox, previously asleep in its cradle, suddenly stood up, baring its teeth and crawling menacingly towards him. Xiaobai, what is wrong? Fang Lin inquired, puzzled. Due to the night's obscurity, he failed to notice the dark aura emanating from the little fox. The fox was diminutive, reminiscent of a puppy, and even with its bared fangs, it was hardly intimidating. Fang Lin extended his hand. Have you sensed something? The small fox approached him with an entranced demeanor, its gaze vacant. Sensing something amiss, Fang Lin rose to deter it from coming closer. But as he did, another pang shot through his chest, forcing him to clutch it with one hand, the totem's heat burning painfully against his palm. Meanwhile, the little fox's visage grew increasingly ferocious, its fur bristling as it gradually transformed, the air around them thickening with a parched, burnt scent. Xiaobai, stop! Fang Lin gritted his teeth against the pain, descending from the bed to tackle the little fox to the ground. The fox, now driven to madness, lunged at Fang Lin's arm, struggling violently as it transformed, kicking him away, prompting Fang Lin to leap back on top of it once more. The little fox could hardly withstand the abrupt transformation, and Fang Lin sensed the totem's heat intensifying, suspecting a connection between the totem and the fox's current turmoil, as if he could feel its suffering and struggle. Casting a glance at the bite marks on his left arm, he sighed in resignation and bit his finger, using his blood to cast a spell that a flash of golden light erupted as the spell was forcefully inscribed upon the fox's face, vanishing into its body. At last, the frenzied creature calmed, lying on the ground, panting heavily, utterly exhausted. Its fur clung to its body, appearing pitiful, and though the dark aura surrounding it was suppressed by the spell, it had not been completely dispelled, sneaking away to hide within the fox's ears when Fang Lin was not vigilant. After a moment, Fang Lin lifted the little fox from the ground. It was a limp bundle, devoid of strength, allowing him to handle it without resistance in the stillness of the night. Only the wind howled outside. Fang Lin placed the little fox on the bed and lit the oil lamp, scrutinizing its reactions. It continued to breathe heavily, its little belly rising and falling noticeably, its head drooping on the bed, eyes vacant and unfocused, its mouth slightly ajar as if blood were seeping from it. Fang Lin unbuttoned his shirt, revealing the now-quiet totem, and asked the little fox Xiao Bai, "What is the meaning of this?" The fox laboriously glanced at him, letting out a whimper, acknowledging its awareness of the totem's significance, yet unable to articulate further. Fang Lin sighed helplessly, quietly berating himself for his foolishness. Back in Luoxia Valley, he had nearly perished, and aside from this little spirit beast, there was nothing else to aid him. Yet upon awakening, he had retained no memory of it. "Is this totem a symbol of your Bai Zhe clan? Did you transfer it to me for my protection?" Fang Lin inquired again, his tone gentler than before. The little fox, still dazed, could not comprehend his words, its head drooping as if it might faint at any moment. Yet upon hearing Fang Lin speak, it struggled to keep its eyes open, attempting to respond. Frustrated by its lack of energy, Fang Lin decided, "Well, we shall speak of this when you recover. I believe I understand most of it already." He gently covered its eyes with his hand and prepared to lift it back into its cradle. The little fox flicked its tail, indicating its reluctance to leave. Fang Lin found it curious, temporarily cradling it in his arms, only to find that as he held it, the little fox instinctively pressed against his chest, eventually resting against the complex totem, seeking solace in its presence. Unclothed and feeling the softness of the animal's fur brushing against him, Fang Lin felt a twinge of discomfort, playfully tapping the back of the fox's head. "Little one, are you aware of your boldness?" Though he jested, he understood that the totem soothed the little fox's unease. Only by being near it could the fox find peace and draw strength to recover. Reluctantly, Fang Lin embraced it, allowing them to rest side by side, a silver light connecting them. Before long, seeing the little fox breathe steadily in sleep, Fang Lin felt a sense of relief and closed his own eyes to rest. The next day, Fang Lin found himself struggling to breathe. Forced to awaken from the weight of heavy slumber, he reached out to push away the burden upon him, only to be met with unexpectedly smooth skin. This touch does not feel like my own skin. What is this?" Fang Lin continued to explore, confirming the softness and delicacy of the skin beneath his palm. He opened his eyes, greeted by the sight of a pair of delicate, pink-tipped ears concealed within dark tresses, appearing slightly annoyed at being disturbed. She seemed no older than 16 or 17, her tender form sprawled across his chest. No wonder he had felt breathless. She had been pressing down on him. "Who are you?" Fang Lin nearly toppled her from the bed, sitting up abruptly and pushing her away. The person, still drowsy, remained prone on the bed, gazing at Fang Lin with a look of confusion, as if reproaching him for interrupting her sweet dreams. Her eyes were a captivating shade, dark and lively. However, Fang Lin felt no appreciation for her beauty, rather, as he sensed a peculiar change within himself. He chastised himself harshly. "Beast, how could you be drawn to a spirit beast?" Yet, it seemed this spirit beast had the ability to transform into human form. Fang Lin sought to distract himself, pondering how to handle this unexpected situation when Xiao Bai, with a pout of discontent, began to clamber towards him, using both hands and feet to inch closer. Last night, to allow the little fox to stay close to the totem on his body. Fang Lin had opted not to wear a top. Now, with Xiao Bai suddenly taking human form, she was as pristine as before, and her delicate skin brushing against him sent shivers down his spine. Chapter 46. Solidifying spiritual awareness. The spirit beast had yet to realize her transformation, retaining some of her previous habits and mannerisms, clinging stubbornly to Fang Lin. Xiao Bai, wake up." Faced with such a youthful visage, Fang Lin found himself unable to be harsh, gently patting the little fox's face until she reluctantly opened her eyes. Only then did he continue, "You must get off me. I can hardly breathe." The size disparity between a palm-sized little fox and a 15 or 16-year-old girl was significant. Fang Lin glanced upward, grabbing the clothes he had discarded the previous night and hastily stuffing them into the little fox's embrace, attempting to push her away and rise. However, the newly awakened Xiao Bai was quite the little tyrant, wrapping herself around him like an octopus, refusing to let go. Even so, she remained oblivious to her human form, still displaying the petulance of her fox self. Despite her natural beauty, Her fierce demeanor rendered the atmosphere decidedly awkward. Fang Lin rubbed his temples, raising his hand to cover Xiao Bai's mouth. Xiao Bai, calm down, not cause a ruckus. Fang Lin extricated himself from beneath her, using the blanket to wrap her up. As the little fox attempted to snuggle closer, she flailed about, realizing she was too tightly bound and unable to move, amusingly wriggling like a long worm beneath the covers. Xiao Bai, listen closely. The little fox settled down for a moment, watching him intently. Fang Lin adjusted his clothing, the totem on his chest lying quietly, devoid of movement, while the little fox continued to gaze at him. You know why you can transform into a human? Is it possible for you to revert back? Fang Lin asked, his expression serious. Crouching by the bed to discreetly conceal a certain part of himself that was less than obedient, he reached out to press down the corner of the blanket covering the little fox, lest it burst out heedlessly in a fit of excitement. Xiao Bai understood nothing, fixated solely on Fang in despair. Fang Lin instructed her to stay tucked in the quilt while he sent the innkeeper to fetch a dress for a girl. Upon returning to the room, he suddenly noticed the cup had collapsed, and Xiao Bai was nowhere to be found. Xiao Bai? Fang Lin approached the wooden bed and discovered a lump moving beneath the blanket. Lifting it, he was greeted by the sight of a palm-sized little fox burrowing about, which, upon seeing Fang Lin, leapt into his arms like an exuberant puppy. Fang Lin lifted her for a closer inspection and immediately instructed the innkeeper to abandon the dress purchase, opting instead for a plate of steamed chicken, that he needed to find a way for the little fox to learn to eat ordinary food, as there would not be an abundance of celestial fruits to sustain her while traveling. The innkeeper found this peculiar, but did not inquire further, promptly instructing the kitchen to prepare food for Fang Lin and deliver it to his room. After meditating, Fang Lin felt a slight warmth emanating from the totem on his chest. The painful prickles of the past few days had subsided, and it was not as scorching as the previous night. Glancing sideways, he saw the little fox curled up in the cradle, soundly asleep. After their earlier escapades, it seemed utterly exhausted, limbs sprawled out, head dangling over the edge of the cradle, tiny mouth slightly ajar, occasionally licking its lips as if dreaming of delectable treats. Fang Lin, feeling playful, tore off a piece of chicken and stealthily slipped it into the little fox's mouth, which happened to be smacking its lips at that moment, inadvertently swallowing the morsel. The little fox, after a couple of chews, spat the meat out, its face contorted in disdain, refusing to awaken. Amused, Fang Lin tore the chicken into even smaller pieces and pressed it into the little fox's mouth, while dreaming of celestial fruits. The little fox smacked its lips, savoring the taste. After consuming the meat once more, it appeared to have grown less averse, unconsciously swallowing it down. When it finally sensed something was amiss, the little fox groggily opened its eyes and found Fang Lin crouched beside it, offering a chunk of chicken. The spirit beast's eyes visibly displayed confusion as it clutched a piece of meat, unsure of what to do. You were enjoying it just a moment ago. Why not try again? Fang Lin encouraged with a smile. The little fox obediently endured its distaste, slowly extending its tiny tongue to lick the meat, discovering it was quite palatable, and began to nibble at it in small bites. Fang Lin clapped his hands, lifted the little fox onto the table, and pointed at the steamed chicken beside it, saying, "If you like this, you may eat more. That I've heard foxes enjoy chicken. Though you are a spirit beast, you will not have the celestial fruits from the falling sunset valley while accompanying me. You must learn to eat other things. Understand?" "Ooh," the little fox whimpered, staring at the chicken on the table, then glancing back at Fang Lin. Under his fatherly gaze of encouragement, it cautiously extended a paw to poke the steamed chicken. "TSK, why are you so troublesome?" Fang Lin feigned a stern expression to frighten it. "If you don't eat these, once the fruits are gone, you'll have to return to Falling Sunset Valley and won't be able to stay by my side. Otherwise, you might starve." The little fox whimpered pitifully, rolling on the table and curling up like a fluffy ball next to the chicken. After much hesitation, it finally reached out its paw, slowly tearing off a piece of meat and stuffing it into its mouth, chewing a few times before swallowing. "How is it?" Fang Lin leaned closer, grinning as he ruffled its fur atop its head. "Isn't it delightful?" The little fox chewed, finding the flavor agreeable, its eyes sparkling. Without waiting for Fang Lin's encouragement, it eagerly tore off another piece of meat and popped it into its mouth. After discovering the joy of eating, it playfully wagged its fluffy tail at Fang Lin, brushing it against his face. Much to his exasperation, the steamed chicken had opened a new world for the little fox, while Fang Lin began contemplating the best way to raise a child, as he could no longer treat the little fox merely as an ignorant spirit beast, especially since this spirit beast might very well be his savior. After much deliberation, Fang Lin retrieved a specially crafted talisman from his bag, inscribing runes upon it with spiritual energy before embedding it within a glass bead. He randomly found a fine string and hung it around the little fox's neck. Initially, the little fox was unaccustomed to it, scratching at the string with its paws, nearly choking itself. Fang Lin gently removed its paws, patiently explaining, "This will help stabilize your spiritual awareness temporarily. Do not take it off, understand?" The little fox nudged its head against his palm, attempting to persuade him to remove the object. "That is not permissible. You must wear it. It's very important." Fang Lin was unwilling to frequently experience the sensation of being awoken by a woman pressing against him, especially with a little fox named Ru, who was quite oblivious to her human form. Clinging and nuzzling him to avoid falling into such a bestial state with his little companion, Fang Lin deemed it essential for her to maintain her beastly form. "Are you full? If so, we shall set off." The heavily wrapped magic sword rested on Fang Lin's back, while the little fox, no longer fixated on the glass bead around its neck, obediently nestled into his embrace. Chapter 47. Clues in Jinsheng. Fortunately, after this, the little fox maintained a stable spirit beast form, refraining from transforming into a human, saving Fang Lin considerable trouble. Their journey lasted for over half a month, with Fang Lin leading Xiaobai northeast, conveniently avoiding Jinsheng. He did not wish to encounter Zhao Ziran just yet. His little uncle was indeed difficult to handle, and they could address that when the time came. Fang Lin carried a flask of wine, which he would sip during their nightly rests. Sometimes, when the little fox spotted him, thinking it was a delectable treat, it would stealthily lift the flask's lid and lick a few sips, only to end up drunkenly rolling on the ground. "Xiaobai, you've been sneaking sips of wine again." Fang Lin hoisted the little fox from the ground, the drunken spirit beast curling into a fluffy ball, its pink skin peeking through its fur, eyes barely able to open. Fang Lin, exasperated, tucked away the wine flask and playfully smacked the little fox's rear, sternly saying, "How many times must I tell you? You should learn from your mistakes. You are a spirit beast, yet you act so foolishly." The little fox whimpered, trying to wriggle free from Fang Lin's grasp. Suddenly, a gust of ominous wind swept through, causing the little fox to become alert, its eyes glimmering with sharpness as it focused on the darkness behind Fang Lin. Following its gaze, Fang Lin realized, this path indeed holds peril. What foul creature is it this time? Fueled by the wine, the little fox, emboldened, broke free from Fang Lin's hold and shot toward the darkened area like an arrow. Its white form suddenly magnified 2 or 3 times as the air beneath its feet swirled, lifting it into the air like a platter. "Xiaobai, if you wander too far, play and return." Fang Lin was unperturbed, returning to the campfire to sit down, flipping the fish he had previously grilled, leaning in to sniff it. "Ah, truly aromatic, as expected of my handiwork." From the distance came the little fox's triumphant yelps, and shortly after, it returned, clutching a mass of black energy, gazing at Fang Lin with an air of accomplishment. "Well done, Xiaobai," Fang Lin casually praised. The little fox dropped the black mass at Fang Lin's feet, and as the darkness dissipated, it revealed a small cat beneath. Fang Lin nudged the deceased cat with his foot, discovering it to be an ordinary wild cat, akin to those he had encountered before, seemingly manipulated or infected by the black energy, transforming it into a malevolent creature. Such malevolent beings exuded a heavy aura of malice. But they were hardly a match for cultivators. While common folk might fear them, they posed no threat to practitioners. Suddenly recalling Li Ziqing from earlier, Fang Lin's expression darkened. Is someone intentionally spreading dark sorcery? Could this be related to the previous battle at Luao? The battle at Luao was where he had been killed in his past life. It had been a chaotic clash, monumental in scale, where the Divine Emperor suffered grievous losses. Among the most troublesome factions was one that wielded a dark, mysterious energy, their members akin to puppets. undefeatable and yet unshakable. That battle remained the most harrowing memory for Fang Lin. For 10 consecutive days, there was no progress. The black energy nearly enveloped the confidence of the warriors in the entire camp. Were it not for the Divine Emperor Fang Lin leading them, they would have surely faced defeat. Could this black energy be linked to his demise? It seemed those individuals had already begun secretly building their forces at this time, and thus far he had encountered one person and several beasts tainted by this dark energy. Who knew how many others had commenced their training or had fallen under manipulation? Fang Lin's gaze shifted, a flicker of resolve gleaming in his deep eyes, as the lifeless body of the wild cat instantly crumbled to dust. Scattered by the night wind. Xiaobai, eat the fish. We shall set off for Jincheng. Even if he was reluctant to confront Zhao Ziran, it was imperative for Fang Lin to meet Li Zicheng once more. Perhaps he could illuminate some of the uncertainties that plagued him that a few days later, at the bustling gates of Jincheng, Fang Lin gazed upwards at the enormous characters spelling out Jincheng on the city wall. Inwardly grumbling, I sincerely hope that old fox isn't around. Otherwise, he will be quite a handful. Concealed within his sleeve, a small fox, mistaking his musings for a summons, poked its head out to observe him, seemingly awaiting his next command that I did not call for you. I shall only refer to you as Xiaobai. Fang Lin gently pushed it back and strode into the city. Jincheng, truly deserving of its reputation as a commercial metropolis, boasted a level of prosperity that far surpassed that of the water towns. Everywhere he looked, there were green tiles and red walls. The architecture predominantly featured pavilions adorned with blue bricks and red tiles, while the taller structures were topped with glazed tiles that shimmered dazzlingly in the sunlight. Beneath the towering city gates lay a vibrant marketplace. Countless vendors lined the streets, their calls blending into a harmonious symphony, yet never descending into chaos. The main thoroughfare bustled with a continuous flow of people and vehicles, weaving together a grand yet ordinary tableau of human activity. As he drew nearer, the taverns and tea-houses flanking the streets came in a clearer view, revealing merchants who had come to Jincheng for business as well as wandering heroes seeking respite. Behind each street, artificially carved waterways meandered, branching from the turbulent moat, segmenting the city into various districts. Fang Lin had perused the blueprints designed by Zhao Ziran. Beneath these waterways lay hidden channels for irrigation. The extensive renovation and construction of Jincheng had required immense manpower and resources. Yet, following the transformation, the city rarely encountered flooding, even during the rainy season, a testament to Zhao Ziran's remarkable intellect. Fang Lin chose an inn to settle in while he sought news about Zhao Ziran. The innkeeper was exceedingly cordial, exclaiming, "Ah, esteemed guest, if you have come specifically to find our city lord, you are in for a disappointment. He departed for Shengjing a few days ago to receive a reward and likely will not return for a month." Zhao Ziran, having never cultivated, was nonetheless unimpeded in becoming the lord of the city, even earning an audience with the royal family, though his travel speed was considerably slower than that of cultivators. It seemed that had the royal court not pressed him urgently, Zhao Ziran would not have squandered time traveling so far to Shengjing. Fang Lin rubbed his nose, pondering. It appears that in this lifetime, time has been compressed. Ling Xiao has returned to Feiyun sect ahead of schedule with the demon sword, as has Zhao Ziran to Shengjing. Yet thus far he had not heard any ill tidings from Feiyun sect. Could it be that with the demon sword's departure, Feiyun sect has managed to avert calamity? Contemplating this notion brought a sense of relief, alleviating one of the worries that had burdened his mind. There is no need for disappointment, esteemed guest. Our city lord is quite approachable. As long as you submit a request, you will be able to meet him in due time, although he is currently away. Upon his return, he will surely have time to see you, especially since Jincheng is bustling and vibrant. 2 months will pass in the blink of an eye while you enjoy your stay here. Fang Lin waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for such formality. I would like to inquire if any affluent families have recently settled in Jincheng. The comings and goings in this city are ceaseless, with countless wealthy individuals relocating. Your sudden inquiry has left me momentarily at a loss, the innkeeper replied. There is a young master in one household who is rather frail and seldom ventures outside. They tend to avoid any family mourning rituals. Fang Lin provided additional clues. The innkeeper, eager to assist and stimulated by Fang Lin's detailed inquiries, finally recalled, his face lighting up, "Are you referring to Lord Li of the Western District? His name is Li Jinshan." Indeed, that Li's household had secured a minor position from the city lord, and the townsfolk respectfully referred to him as Lord, though he held no official title from the court. "May I ask, esteemed guest, what is your relationship with Lord Li?" Fang Lin took a sip of tea, reflecting on the innkeeper's loquaciousness. Nevertheless, he replied, "I am a benefactor, here to ask a favored then I shall inform Lord Li at once. Please rest here for a moment." As the innkeeper bustled off excitedly, Fang Lin sipped his tea, contemplating. This old fox, while exhibiting a rather peculiar temperament, could not be denied as an excellent administrator, managing this region with remarkable efficiency. Despite being a commercial hub, the local customs remained refreshingly simple and hospitable. Had he not possessed prior knowledge of Jinshan from his past life, Fang Lin might have found himself taken aback by such fervent hospitality. Suspecting some ulterior motive behind the innkeeper's enthusiasm, the innkeeper was prompt in his duties, and soon Li Jinshan hurriedly entered the tavern, accompanied by 2 attendants. Upon spotting Fang Lin, his face lit up with joy as he rushed to the table. Nearly dropping to his knees, "Benefactor, it truly is you." Clad in splendid attire, Li Jinshan was visibly thrilled to see Fang Lin, nearly stumbling over the table's edge as the attendant supported him from behind. Bewildered by his fervor, Fang Lin smiled and nodded. "It appears you have fared well since arriving in Jinshan. This is all thanks to your guidance. Otherwise, I would not have attained such fortune today. Since you have come to Jinshan, do you have time to visit my humble abode?" Li Jinshan's eyes sparkled with eagerness. Fang Lin acquiesced, allowing Li Jinshan to lead the way. In truth, since his arrival in Jinshan, Li Jinshan had become increasingly affluent. He arranged for an extravagant 8-bear sedan chair to transport Fang Lin back to the Li residence, nearly announcing his benefactor's arrival throughout the city. The sedan was adorned with 2 crimson silken ribbons, making Fang Lin feel rather out of place. Later, he learned that Li Jinshan had hastily commandeered the bridal sedan used for his son's marriage to welcome Fang Lin. However, such details were trivial. Upon entering the Li residence, Fang Lin immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere, and his expression shifted as he stepped out of the sedan. "Benefactor, please follow me." Li Jinshan, perceptive as ever, noticed Fang Lin's altered demeanor and inquired softly, "Is there something amiss?" Fang Lin shook his head and pointed at the bridal sedan behind him, asking, "Where did you acquire such a sedan? It seems festive enough to suggest you are marrying off a daughter." Li Jinshan wiped the sweat from his brow, quickly offering an apologetic smile. "As you say, benefactor, your sudden arrival left me unprepared, and in my haste, I had someone bring out the sedan used for my son's wedding. However, rest assured, a grand feast awaits you in my home. I harbor no intentions of mockery. Enough. It has been some time since we last met. Why do you speak in circles?" Fang Lin remarked, somewhat unaccustomed to Li Jinshan's formal demeanor, while also sensing an aura of malice swirling above the Li residence, heightening his vigilance. Yes, benefactor, please come in." The residence that the Li family had established in Jinshan was not as expansive as their previous home. Yet it was evident that considerable effort had gone into its decoration. Pavilions, corridors, and flowing waters intermingled to showcase both wealth and charm, presenting an impressive facade. When did this old fox undergo such a transformation to provide the Li family with such opulence? Fang Lin mused, casting a sympathetic glance at the chattering Li Jinshan. The old fox's generosity in granting such a residence could only suggest that he had extracted a fair amount from Li Jinshan in return, and at present, it appeared that Li Jinshan was quite content to serve Zhao Ziran. After some winding paths, Fang Lin was led to the reception hall, where a large round table was set in the center. Laden with delicacies, before Fang Lin could express himself, the spirit beast hidden in his sleeve grew impatient, wriggling restlessly, eager to emerge. Fang Lin gently caressed the sleeve to soothe the little fox's excitement before taking a seat at the head of the table upon Li Jinshan's invitation. "Benefactor, do you carry a longsword upon your back? Would you like to set it down?" Li Jinshan expressed concern that it might hinder Fang Lin during the meal. Fang Lin removed the longsword. Placing it beside him, wrapped in a heavy white cloth, its true form obscured, yet it stood quietly, subtly trembling. Li Jinshan dared not inquire further, signaling for tea and chopsticks to be brought forth. The little fox peered from the sleeve, its gaze fixated on the chicken placed at the center of the table. Having journeyed continuously for several days, though its size had not altered, its appetite had grown considerably, having devoured half a salted, crispy chicken that morning. It now stared hungrily at the sumptuous spread, entirely lacking the decorum expected of a spirit beast. This was not entirely the little fox's fault. Throughout their travels, Fang Lin had deliberately reduced the portions of celestial fruit he provided. And without the energy derived from such fruits, even the most delectable earthly fowl would be consumed rapidly by a spirit beast. Li Jinshan, noticing the little fox, expressed surprise. Benefactor, does this little companion require someone to take it away to be fed? One chicken, Fang Lin replied. Fang Lin placed the little fox onto a nearby bench with succinct words. Immediately, Li Jinshan instructed a servant to carry the fox, but alas, the little creature had chosen its master. It would allow no one but Fang Lin to hold it. With bared teeth, it looked quite fierce, yet its diminutive size rendered it devoid of any real intimidation. This only elicited hearty laughter from Li Jinshan, who exclaimed that Fang Lin's pet was rather amusing. Fang Lin gently stroked the fox, saying, "Shall Bai, go eat something with him first and come back to find me." After speaking, he gestured for the servant to take the little fox away. And this time, the fox was indeed quiet, appearing well-behaved except for its eyes, which remained glued to Fang Lin. "Master, the young master and young mistress have arrived," announced a voice from the doorway. A delicate beauty appeared, supporting Li Jicheng as they entered, just as the servant carrying the little fox brushed past them. The once calm and obedient fox suddenly seemed to detect something, and with a burst of energy, it darted from the servant's grasp, racing towards the enchanting lady. The woman was startled, letting out a shriek as she sidestepped to avoid it. Though others could not see, Fang Lin perceived it clearly. Just before the fox could collide with her, an invisible force repelled it, sending it tumbling to the ground like a fluffy ball before it bared its teeth and prepared to charge again. "Where did this vile creature come from?" the woman exclaimed, her tone tinged with seriousness. The little fox, thwarted from approaching her, growled lowly, its fur bristling in agitation. "Shall Bai," Fang Lin called, signaling the fox to calm down. The little creature, breathing heavily in its fury, ignored Fang Lin's attempts at soothing and continued to glare at the woman. The nearby servant, fearing a bite, hesitated to approach, his expression one of distress. Fang Lin discreetly conjured a talisman under the table and directed it towards the fox. Instantly, the agitated little fox settled down, lying pitifully on the ground and turning its head to look at Fang Lin with a reproachful gaze. Fang Lin touched its nose and said to the servant, "This little pet has quite the temperament. It must have been startled by the fragrance of the young mistress's cosmetics. It is fine now, so please take it away." The servant complied without hesitation. The atmosphere in the reception room grew somewhat awkward. Jicheng appeared significantly thinner than when they last met. Yet the dark aura that once enveloped him had dissipated, and he seemed lively as he grasped his beautiful wife's hand, checking her for any injuries. "Are you all right? Did it hurt you?" The lovely lady replied with a shy smile. No, my dear. The guest and father are still watching. Let us proceed." Fang Lin raised an eyebrow, noting that while the woman appeared delicate and refined, she handled the situation with remarkable composure, suggesting a complexity beneath her facade, coupled with the sinister aura he sensed earlier. Fang Lin regarded her with a discerning gaze. "Forgive me for the intrusion, esteemed guest. This is my son's new bride, Zhang Ryu, from Jin City." Li Jinshan introduced, then turned to Li Jicheng sternly. "Hurry and greet our esteemed guest with a bow, thanking him for saving your life. You two are far too engrossed in each other." Though his words were scolding, they were laced with humor. Li Jinshan had clearly exerted great effort for his son, hoping for brighter days ahead. Had he known that the seemingly proper daughter-in-law was actually a creature of the supernatural, surely his hair would have turned even grayer. Fang Lin sipped his tea, choosing to keep this information to himself. However, when his gaze met Zhang Ryu's, a sharpness flickered in his eyes, piercing her heart. Zhang Ryu feigned ignorance, carefully assisting Li Jicheng to the dining table. where they sat next to Li Jinshan, leaving all spaces beside Fang Lin empty. Fang Lin surveyed the room and inquired, "Where's the old mistress?" At the mention of her, Li Jinshan's jovial expression faded, and he sighed, "Alas, esteemed guest, you may not be aware that our family had recently relocated to Jin City. The journey was arduous, and my wife's health had been deteriorating for some time. Though we sought the help of renowned physicians upon our arrival, it proved futile, and she passed away not long ago. Given your instructions to keep my son away from all matters of mourning until he has recovered, I had no choice but to arrange for her funeral rites to be handled by a charitable organization, as I dared not conduct them within our home." Fang Lin regarded Zhang Ryu thoughtfully, pondering how the Li family seemed rather unperturbed, celebrating a marriage so soon after a death. Jinshan glanced at Zhang Ryu, clearing his throat awkwardly, and whispered, "I am not sure if it relates to my wife's passing, but my son has become gravely ill, unable to eat and often vomiting. Seeing this, I sought the advice of a wandering sorcerer who suggested marrying him to a woman whose birth date would harmonize with his. Alas, I still feel guilt over my late wife. Her remains are not yet cold, and here we are arranging a joyful occasion without even a proper wedding feast." Fang Lin understood. It seems this remedy has had quite an effect. He had little faith in such superstitions, and with Zhang Ryu's many suspicious traits, he felt increasingly wary of her. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Li Jinshan urged Fang Lin to eat. Throughout the meal, Zhang Ryu played the dutiful wife, attentively caring for Li Zicheng, and the couple appeared harmoniously in love, prompting admiration from all who observed them. Once the lunch concluded, Li Jinshan sent someone to escort Fang Lin to rest. With Zhang Ryu present, Fang Lin refrained from revealing his true intentions, planning instead to seek an opportunity to uncover her background. The guest room was situated at the entrance of the backyard, beneath a sturdy old phoenix tree that towered over the roof. Moments later, the little fox was brought to the guest room, and Fang Lin weighed the meatball in his hand, remarking, "Xiao Bai, why have you become so heavy? You reel like a stone." The little fox wriggled free from his grasp and leapt onto the phoenix tree, accidentally dislodging a few leaves as it frolicked among the branches, evidently enamored with the scent of the tree. Pressing its little nose against the trunk to sniff, it seemed that ancient mythical creatures had a fondness for the phoenix tree. After all, the phoenix roosts there, but why did even the descendants of Baizhe find it irresistible? Fang Lin stood beneath the tree, observing, when he felt a slight response from the magic sword on his back, though it remained bound tightly within its seals, unable to break free. Noticing the little fox hanging stubbornly on a branch, Fang Lin whistled and sighed. "If you like it so much, stay in the tree. I need to go inside and rest." The little fox looked at him and then at the leaves, reluctant to leave, but eventually jumped down and scurried onto his shoulder. As they returned inside, Fang Lin removed the sword from Ma, sensing something amiss. The blade trembled slightly in his grip, and a wisp of blood mist began to seep from the red fissure along its length, as if yearning to break free from the talismans. Calmly, Fang Lin directed the blood from his fingertip into the fissure, merging it with the sword's original crimson hue, forming a singular essence. The sword Fuma reacted to the bloodline of Han Wu, its inherent intimidation forcefully suppressing the sword's wild instincts, restoring a temporary calm. Fang Lin then rewrapped Fengma and sat cross-legged, beginning his meditative practice. The little fox, feeling bored, rested its head against Fengma and dozed off. Daylight was not suitable for movement, with the night approaching and the ominous energy intensifying, particularly as the night of the full moon drew near, a prime time for supernatural creatures to stir. Fang Lin waited until midnight before soaring to the rooftop with the little fox. Circling above, he discerned that the malevolent energy emanated primarily from the southeast direction, precisely where Li Zicheng's quarters were located. "So it is you," Fang Lin thought, before alighting on the phoenix tree, settling the little fox among the lush leaves, while he directed his energy towards the source of the malignant aura. The night was indeed the perfect time for creatures of the dark to hunt. Beneath the moonlight, countless tragedies unfolded in places unseen by ordinary mortals. Jin City, bustling and vibrant, was not a conducive environment for malevolent beings. Zhao Ziran had diligently overseen the city, establishing numerous checkpoints and traps to combat the wicked and the monstrous. Those who could thrive in such an environment were undoubtedly not of ordinary stock. Fang Lin was intrigued. Ruiyu Tower, where Li Zicheng and his wife resided, was likely named whimsically to please Zhang Ruiyu. The guards patrolling were oblivious to Fang Lin's presence, dozing at the end of the long corridor. "I shall see what manner of creature lurks here," Fang Lin mused as he slipped into Ruiyu Tower. The loft was adorned with lanterns, the festive character of She's Still affixed, and the candle flames flickered in the night breeze, casting a dance of light and shadow. After a brief search, he located the couple's chamber. Having previously encountered Li Zicheng, he was familiar with his aura. Upon inspection, he found that Zhang Ruiyu bore no trace of malevolent energy, appearing as an ordinary person. Yet the coincidences felt too convenient. She had arrived, and shortly thereafter, dark energy enveloped the Li residence. Could she possibly be a cunning spirit adept in disguise, one even Fang Lin could not unearth, with a heart full of doubt? Fang Lin, unwilling to act rashly, chose to return to his quarters. Upon his arrival, the little fox rushed towards him with a flurry of excited chirps, seemingly eager to lead him in a particular direction. "What is it?" Fang Lin gently stroked its head. The little fox, clutching at the hem of his garment, hurried towards the window. Following its lead, Fang Lin approached the window, only to behold beneath the moonlight a patch of pale green light gathering over the once tranquil lotus pond. Shadows danced and intertwined within that ethereal glow. Fang Lin traced a symbol in the air, channeling his spiritual energy towards it. Yet in an instant, those shimmering forms vanished, leaving the lotus flowers above in a state of despondency. Fang Lin, taken aback, swiftly cast a second talisman and leapt from the window, attempting to grasp the elusive lights. However, they slipped through his fingers as if they possessed a will of their own, scattering in all directions. What is happening? Even the gathering spirit talisman proves ineffective. Standing above the pond, suspended in midair, he observed the lotus flowers gradually wilting, as though something was siphoning away their vitality. Unwilling to succumb to despair, he executed a swift turn, unleashing multiple gathering spirit talismans that radiated a brilliant golden light, forming an immense net around him that swiftly constricted. Employing such a multitude of gathering spirit talismans could backfire if one lacked sufficient spiritual energy. Yet Fang Lin wielded them with effortless grace, as if it were merely a trivial gesture. The vastness of the cosmos enveloped him, the moonlight casting a serene glow, while he stood as a sovereign in the void. The wind stirred by his unleashed power howling at his feet. In the stillness, mere mortals would perceive this as an ordinary night breeze, oblivious to the clash of golden light and green shadows. Even Fang Lin's figure remained unseen. After a brief struggle, a portion of the green shadows was ensnared. Fang Lin extended his right hand, concentrating his energy, and the luminous mass coalesced into his palm, where a golden shimmer encapsulated it within an invisible vessel, rendering it unable to escape. The little fox leaped from the window, its mouth clenching a glimmering green object. As it drew near, Fang Lin discerned it to be a living fish. The little fox wagged its tail at him, seemingly seeking praise. "Well done, but this is of no use." Fang Lin waved a hand near the little fox's mouth, causing the green glow enveloping the fish to dissipate, revealing it was merely a remnant aura inadvertently wrapped around its body. Disheartened, the little fox discarded the fish back into the pond. Unaware of this detail, Fang Lin strode back to his room, releasing the captured green shadow and summoning several more spiritual talismans to press upon it. He exerted his energy in a series of tests. A fine sheen of sweat beaded on his forehead, and a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. So, it is like this. The following day, Fang Lin meandered through the Li residence like a carefree young master, a snow-white little fox perched on his shoulder. Had he held a birdcage in his hands, he would have resembled the elderly gentry of the city. Li Zicheng, frail of body, seldom left the Ruiyu pavilion that moment. He sat on the second-floor corridor of the loft, gazing at the scenery. Noticing Fang Lin's lackadaisical demeanor, he furrowed his brow and, without turning his head, remarked to Li Wei, who attended him, "Is this person truly our benefactor? He hardly resembles a cultivator, more like a ruffian." "Young master," You may not recall, but he is quite formidable, along with his senior sister. Both are cultivators of great renown, Li Wei replied, recalling the incident of being bound at the inn, harboring a measure of trepidation towards Fang Lin and Su Su Su. Li Ziqing strained to remember, but found his mind a blank canvas. Growing somewhat agitated, he flung his teacup onto the wooden table. How is it that all of you remember these matters while I remain in the dark? I have no recollection of when I met this benefactor or when I wed. The feeling is quite unbearable. Young master, do not be vexed. Did not the physician say your health is improving? That is what truly matters. Everything else pales in comparison. Li Wei reassured him. Ziqing snorted coldly, dismissing Li Wei to contemplate in solitude. As Li Wei retreated from the corridor, he caught a glimpse of the graceful figure of the young mistress. Zhang Ryu, moving within the inner chambers, a flicker of greed flashing in his eyes. The lady purchased by the master truly was a beauty. Inside, Zhang Ryu prepared incense and set up the stove, instructing her maid to accompany her outside, only to encounter Li Wei at the door. Young mistress, he said, slightly bowing, his demeanor courteous. Had his gaze been more restrained, he might have appeared more upright, yet his eyes evoked distaste in Zhang Ryu. Maintaining a cordial smile, she exchanged pleasantries with Li Wei, but as they passed each other, her smile vanished, replaced by a chill in her eyes. Zhang Ryu approached Li Ziqing, directing her maid to place the incense and stove on either side of him while she stood behind him. Massaging his shoulders, "Husband, what are you thinking about?" Li Ziqing grasped her hand, remarking, "Your hands are too cold." Zhang Ryu paused momentarily, retracting her hand. My apologies. I washed my hands and had not warmed them before touching you. Green Lotus, come here and massage your husband. Meanwhile, Fang Lin, having completed his circuit, deliberately circled back to the Ryu Pavilion. Observing the couple seated side by side, their affection evident against the backdrop of the scenery, he could not help but shake his head. Who would have thought that the last time he had seen Li Ziqing, he was practicing dark arts, exhibiting signs of demonic possession, resembling a monster? Now, stripped of that malevolence, he appeared as a refined young gentleman. Chapter 51. The Lotus Demon Ji. The little fox emitted a sharp cry, its bright eyes fixated on the couple in the loft, ready to spring forth. Hold on, little white. Let us return to our quarters for some rest. Fang Lin seized the little fox by the nape, pulling it back without casting a glance at the two above. Striding confidently away from the Ryu Pavilion's domain, the Li residence boasted a pleasant environment. Although the servants were unaware of Fang Lin's background, they had been instructed to treat him with utmost courtesy. Concerned that he might lose his way or require assistance, as he exited the Ryu Pavilion, two individuals trailed closely beside him. How did young master acquire his young mistress? Fang Lin casually inquired. One answered, the young master was gravely ill, and the master, believing in the words of a wandering fortune-teller, sought someone based on their birth date, spending a considerable amount of silver to procure her. But where did she originate? The other shook his head. It is said she was lost in Jincheng, with no knowledge of her ancestry, and now remains alone. Indeed, the young mistress is fortunate, having been sold to a brothel, only to be chosen and transformed into our young mistress. Otherwise, she would have languished in that place for life. Uncertain of her origins, alone in the world, she certainly does not appear to be an ordinary woman. Just wait. Tonight, I shall unveil your secrets. Fang Lin claimed he was heading back to sleep, and indeed he did, collapsing onto his bed without a care, even as the little fox scampered upon him. He remained utterly unperturbed, sleeping soundly. The little fox, after a brief spell of frolicking, grew bored and nestled beside him, closing its eyes in repose. Unbeknownst to all, various red and yellow talismans were concealed in every corner of the Li residence, remnants intentionally left by Fang Lin. Although he appeared to be asleep, he was secretly eavesdropping on the happenings within the estate, particularly concerning the Ryu Pavilion. In the midst of slumber, Fang Lin entrusted his senses to the talismans, allowing him to hear and see without detection. Ziqing soon dozed off in the corridor, while Zhang Ryu draped a shawl over him. Despite July's warmth, both their hands felt icy. Noticing the absence of others downstairs, Zhang Ryu exchanged a glance with Green Lotus, her maid. The little maid, inexplicably possessing great strength, bent down and lifted the slumbering Li Ziqing with ease, maintaining her composure as she turned to enter the room. Zhang Ruyu glanced around, sensing an unseen observer, yet finding nothing amiss. She felt somewhat reassured and followed inside. A talisman soared towards the loft, carried by the wind, almost losing its grip as it landed on the corridor's railing. The scent of incense overwhelming its senses. Just as it was about to enter, it spotted green lotus emerging from within. The talisman quickly concealed itself behind a pillar, scrutinizing green lotus's every movement. She maintained an expressionless demeanor, tidying up the incense and stove before re-entering, resembling a marionette. The talisman stealthily pursued her, but just as it neared the entrance, a burst of green light expelled it. Curse be! Fang Lin, inhabiting the talisman, found his spiritual power ineffective, nearly shattering as it was thrust out. Inside, Zhang Ryu sensed something amiss and opened the door to investigate. He hastily vacated the loft, a yellow talisman falling into the nearby pond, while the true Fang Lin in the room stirred awake. Quickly, there is more to gather. Move swiftly. The master ordered all the fresh lotuses to be replaced today. Chief Chun, this appears insufficient, if it is not enough. Go fetch more. We must fill the pond. Strange, did we not just replace the lotuses a few days ago? Why have they wilted again? This pond hardly seems suitable for growing lotuses. Why not try something else? Your words are excessive. Simply follow the master's commands without further ado. The lotus pond was in disarray, and upon waking, Fang Ling discovered a group of servants diligently clearing away the wilted lotus flowers from the previous night, replacing them with freshly delivered ones. With the Li family being numerous, the clamor had already ensured the dead blooms were swiftly removed. Fang Ling stood by the window, accompanied by a little fox perched on the sill, its tail gently swaying behind it. After observing for a while, Fang Ling set off to find Li Jinshan, only to be informed by the servants that he was out on business and would not return until evening. Fang Ling smiled quietly, refraining from further comment, and requested a pot of tea, settling into the back garden to leisurely savor. As dusk approached, Li Jinshan hurriedly made his way to Fang Ling, surrounded by a throng of people. My benefactor, I sincerely apologize. The city was bustling with affairs today, and I could not return in time. That I hear you were looking for me. Fang Ling smiled faintly, placing a wilted lotus root onto the stone table. Pray tell, who is in need of whom here? Indeed, Li Jinshan's expression shifted dramatically, though he feigned ignorance, forcing a bitter smile. What do you mean? My lord, forgive my dullness. I had thought you would comprehend upon seeing this object, without needing me to shatter this layer of misunderstanding. Fang Ling lightly tapped the stone table, emanating an aura that was palpable. Each subtle sound resonated like the toll of death, causing Li Jinshan to break into a cold sweat. After a moment, Fang Ling rose, and instinctively, Li Jinshan took a step back, urgently imploring, My lord, please do not be angered. I shall speak frankly with you, if you would accompany me indoors. With that, Li Jinshan gestured for those behind to wait outside, personally leading Fang Ling into the room. Li Jinshan, furtively ensuring no one was eavesdropping, knelt before Fang Ling with a thud, the sound alone sending a jolt of pain through the listener's knees. Fang Ling, composed and unruffled, seated himself. Why the haste to kneel before me? Your household matters bear no relation to me. Had I known my benefactor possessed such profound capabilities, I would not have harbored any illusions, attempting to deceive you. Li Jinshan confessed, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. His demeanor tensed. Oh, you were aware all along that the woman was a transformed creature, yet you allowed her to remain in your household, unafraid of shortening your lifespan. Li Jinshan sighed in despair, explaining, I was left with no recourse. My wife passed away unexpectedly, and seeing our only bloodline in jeopardy, this woman appeared, claiming she could save my child if I followed her instructions that I thought it wise to grasp at any chance, no matter how desperate, and thus I acquiesced. When we first arrived in Jincheng, we relayed news to you, but upon learning you were no longer at Fei Yun's sect, we had no other options, as we are but ordinary mortals familiar with only a handful of cultivators. It was only upon her entry into the estate that I sensed something amiss, and now I dare not act rashly. Observing my child's condition improve, I chose to feign ignorance. Just as Fang Ling was about to respond, a familiar pain surged in his chest, causing his expression to shift. This is grave. Xiao Bai's in trouble. Chapter 52. The strange fragrance, the sharp pain in his chest, had not resurfaced in nearly a month. But now it struck suddenly, likely linked to the little fox. Having let the little fox frolic in the wutong tree at the entrance, Fang Ling had intended to engage Li Jinshan in serious discourse. Yet several hours had passed since he had initially thought it curious that the little fox had found a new companion and disregarded its master, but now he feared something was amiss. "My lord," Li Jinshan looked up at Fang Ling, anxious that he might not believe his words, only to witness a gust of wind sweep past, rendering Fang Ling vanishing from sight. The last words echoed ominously. "Should I discover that you have been involved in any heinous deeds behind my back, you shall face the consequences." Jinshan dared not delay. Hastily rising from his seat, wiping the sweat from his brow, and rushing towards Ryu Pavilion, Fang Ling swiftly made his way back to his residence. He found the little fox absent from the wutong tree, and instinctively concluded that this matter must pertain to the creature within Ryu Pavilion. Focusing his mind, he directed his consciousness towards the talismans surrounding Ryu Pavilion. And indeed, he perceived fierce disturbances emanating from aloft. Though they were obstructed by a barrier, to dare lay hands on him was tantamount to courting death. In an instant, Fang Ling found himself suspended in the air outside the corridor of Ryu Pavilion's second floor. His left hand resting behind him while his right described an arc in the void, gathering spiritual energy within his palm, and with a powerful strike, he shattered the barrier above. The residual energy from the barrier transformed into a gust of wind, scattering in all directions. "Return Xiao Bai to me." Fang Ling's expression was stern, his piercing gaze instilling dread. Zhang Ryu, upon seeing his entrance, remained unfazed. The air in the room was thick with fragrance as she gracefully twirled her sleeves and smiled at Fang Ling. "What are you saying?" "I cannot comprehend that. In that case, I shall not waste further words." Fang Ling sneered coldly, launching into an assault. Though he bore no sword at that moment, each move he made was fierce and unyielding. The formidable aura born of his immense spiritual power left the little demon gasping for breath. After a few exchanges, the little demon sought an opportunity to flee. Fang Ling seized her ankle, yanking her back and slamming her onto the ground, his voice low and commanding. "I shall repeat myself. Return Xiao Bai to me. Should it be harmed, you shall face utter annihilation." Zhang Ryu's face turned ashen, and after enduring several strikes, she coughed up blood, compelled to relent. "That beast is within my chamber." As Fang Ling turned to enter, Zhang Ryu suddenly launched an attack, her elongated green fingernails aimed at Fang Ling's back. Bang! Such audacity! Fang Ling's eyes glinted like blades, filled with cold fury. With a mere wave of his hand, he sent her staggering several paces back. The little demon struggled, coughed up blood, and collapsed to the ground. Utterly powerless to impede Fang Ling, driven by a fierce determination, Fang Ling seemed to burn with an insatiable fire, the essence of his bloodline coursing through him, the spirit of bloodthirsty warriors manifesting in his descendants, nurturing their prowess while simultaneously awakening their savage instinct. That moment, Fang Ling appeared as if engulfed in limitless flames, radiating an intensity that was nearly unbearable. Even a glance felt like a shock to the very soul. Upon entering the room, Fang Ling immediately spotted the little fox ensnared in the array, its snowy fur stained with a patch of crimson, precisely upon its heart. This accursed lotus demon dared seek the heart's blood of a spiritual beast. Fang Ling's gaze grew increasingly frigid as he approached the little fox, which, sensing its master's proximity, grew more agitated within the array, desperately attempting to break free, yet failing repeatedly, its wounds bleeding profusely. Fang Ling placed his palm against the barrier of the formation, applying slight pressure to shatter the array confining the spiritual beast. The injured creature, enveloped in blood, dashed into his embrace, and an unusual scent assaulted him. Caught off guard, Fang Ling fell to the ground as the little fox leaped towards him. The maid, He, who had previously attended to Zhang Ryu, emerged from the partition, her face adorned with a gentle smile. A visage strikingly reminiscent of Zhang Ryu's. suddenly understanding certain truths. Fang Lin chuckled. "What are you laughing at?" He inquired, her voice echoing Zhang Ruiyu's. Fang Lin continued to smile, amused at how the little demon thought itself cunning. Unaware it had encountered an immovable obstacle, destined to meet an unfortunate end. Elhe's expression shifted, her discomfort palpable under Fang Ling's gaze, yet she too began to laugh, swiftly morphing back into Zhang Ruiyu's form. In truth, she was the genuine Zhang Ruiyu, while the figure Fang Ling had battled was merely a puppet she had created. The heart's blood of a spiritual beast is quite useful. I wonder how effective the heart's blood of cultivators is? Zhang Ruiyu squatted beside Fang Ling, her fingers gliding across his chest, deftly unfastening his garment. The little fox attempted to bite her, but was silently restrained by Fang Ling, rendered immobile, only able to glare at her with wide, watery eyes to extract blood from him. She must first withstand the ferocity of the cold martial bloodline. Fang Ling scoffed inwardly, merely observing as Zhang Ruiyu brandished her elongated nails, awaiting the unfolding drama. The chilling nails glided over his flesh, yet hesitated to strike. Zhang Ruiyu spoke softly. "I have heard that your husband nearly met his demise due to the cultivation of dark arts, and it was you who saved him. Thus, you must be his benefactor, and consequently, mine as well. Have you become so engrossed in your performance that you believe it yourself?" Fang Ling had witnessed too many such theatrics, his heart remaining untouched by the charade. The very next moment, the previously tender woman revealed her true nature, her expression hardening as she growled, "Since you possess the ability to save lives and dispel evil, why not fully cure him, ensuring his complete recovery? You cultivators are all hypocrites." Fang Ling raised an eyebrow. "Each person has their fate. His time is up, and it cannot be forced." "Acceptance of fate? Do you accept your own?" Zhang Ruiyu let out a cold laugh, remarking, "I see you are not truly of such disposition. You merely disdain individuals like your husband, unwilling to expend energy to save him." "Indeed, you speak quite rightly," Fang Lin generously conceded. As expected, Zhang Ruiyu's expression shifted, seemingly filled with extreme loathing towards Fang Lin, glaring at him before retracting her nails. "Extracting heart's blood can be quite painful. I imagine the anesthetic concoctions of the mortal realm hold little efficacy for you practitioners. Instead, allow me to seek an alternative method to alleviate your suffering." That a faint smile graced Zhang Ruiyu's face as she waved her hand, causing the peculiar fragrance to intensify once more. The little fox, after a few flails, promptly fainted, while Fang Lin simply smiled. "Do you think this will be of any use to me?" Chapter 53. The senior sister in the illusion surrounded by ethereal wisps of white mist. It felt as though he were adrift in an expansive, boundless realm, where all that lay before him was an endless expanse of whiteness, and the confusion reflected in his gaze. Fang Lin regained consciousness, though his awareness remained hazy, still tinged with that strange fragrance. The voice of the lotus demon receded into the distance, replaced by a familiar feminine tone. Shaking his head to focus, he finally fixed his gaze upon the figure of a woman approximately 10 feet away, a graceful silhouette clad in revealing attire. Each step she took towards him accompanied by a delicate twist of her slender waist. Though she bore the likeness of Su, her aura was utterly transformed. Recognizing the inferior illusion, Fang Lin chuckled lightly. Addressing the void above, "I had thought you were a formidable spirit, but it seems you are merely mediocre. This illusion is best left for your own amusement." With a faint smile, he began to cultivate his energy. Previously, having inhaled the lotus demon's aroma, he found himself unable to move, while the illusory Su approached him, her form languidly resting against him, exuding an enchanting demeanor. Her delicate hand danced over Fang Lin's chest, occasionally pressing down lightly, inciting a flutter of unrest within him. Regrettably, this was not the genuine Su. Fang Lin's thoughts drifted to the seemingly aloof yet endearingly childish senior sister, the yearning to see Su suddenly surging within him. His body remained immobile. The more he tried to circulate his energy, the emptier his dantian felt. Not struggle, came Zhang Ruiyu's voice, laced with pride. "Having inhaled my specially crafted soothing incense, you will find yourself unable to move for a while. Particularly for cultivators of your caliber. This was specifically prepared for powerful practitioners like you. Moreover, That spirit beast's heart's blood is particularly effective. I shall add some of your essence to it shortly. And the effect will undoubtedly be enhanced. Wouldn't you agree, benefactor? Fang Lin merely smiled. Do you truly believe such tactics can ensnare me? Let me ponder. Are you perhaps hesitant to extract my blood at will? If you are aware of my strength, why then would you provoke me? Who granted you such audacity? You. Zhang Riyu's voice quickened, yet she swiftly regained composure, adopting Fang Lin's manner of speech to say, "Let us see who ultimately has the last laugh. Have you not realized that the woman in your embrace is the one you long for day and night? Do you not wish to hold her? She longs for you dearly." The lotus demon, born of pure essence, was now employing strange fragrances and illusions, likely a result of her reckless experimentation in later stages. Fang Lin scoffed, all the while feeling a surge of spiritual energy gathering in his dantian. Success, he thought. All he needed was to find an opening for his energy to flow forth like a spring, gathering ever more within him. Meanwhile, the illusory Su 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 continued to cling to him, her movements as fluid as a specter, her soft body pressing against him, her breath fragrant and gentle. Her essence lacked the refined fragrance of Su Su Su's snow-like purity, nor did it possess that endearing shyness. Throughout it all, Fang Lin remained acutely aware, allowing her to toy with him without resistance. It was evident that the lotus demon had attempted to draw his blood, but found it unfeasible. Thus, she conjured this false Su 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 to siphon his essence, substituting it for blood as a medicinal catalyst. Fang Lin silently mocked her naivete. Her hastily learned enchantments were far from mature, incapable of truly captivating a person's mind. He effortlessly recognized his state within the illusion, noting that even this imitation of Su 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 was a poor representation. Why not create a more convincing replica? He mused, for her demeanor and speech bore no resemblance to the genuine Su Su Su. Another scoff escaped him, his clarity sharply contrasting with his disheveled attire, while the illusory Su 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 continued her antics, softly inquiring, "Little junior brother, why do you ignore me? Do you not find me appealing?" Her voice was indistinguishable from that of the real Su Su Su, stirring a tumult within Fang Lin that nearly disrupted the energy he had been gathering in his dantian him. The senior sister held immense significance. At last, he found himself capable of movement. Albeit limited to his hands, he swiftly grasped the delicate hand that had brushed against his abdomen, its softness reminiscent of Su Su Su's, causing a momentary confusion. Yet he remained resolute against deception. With a pitiful yet perplexed expression, the imitation Su 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 gazed into his cold eyes, her lips pouting as tears welled in her gaze. "Little junior brother, do you not like me?" she asked, her voice fragile. "Like? How could I not?" Fang Lin replied, his tone calm yet steady, his eyes sharp as daggers, as though he aimed to pin her to the ground. Realizing Fang Lin could now move, Zhang Ryu felt a pang of panic. She had never tested her illusionary arts on a true practitioner, and to her astonishment, Fang Lin was entirely unfazed. Anxious thoughts raced through her mind. If Fang Lin broke free from the illusion, she would surely be no match for him. The effectiveness of her soothing incense would diminish, and seizing an opportunity would become increasingly difficult. Furrowing her brow, she conjured a dagger, positioning it against Fang Lin's heart, ready to extract his blood. Clang! Ugh! The dagger clattered to the ground as Zhang Ryu was jolted by a powerful force, her hands tingling. She could see clearly now. The strength emanated from the totem at Fang Lin's chest. Unable to contend with it, she had no choice but to shift her approach. As Fang Lin's blood flowed forth, Zhang Riyu's eyes sparkled with a mix of hope and madness. From the moment she laid eyes on Fang Lin, she had known he was no ordinary practitioner, exuding the presence of a formidable being. Still, she was willing to take the risk. Fang Lin would inevitably seek her out, so it was better to strike first. Moreover, she sensed a faint aroma about him, instinctively believing it to be tied to his blood. The lotus demon possessed an acute sensitivity to sense. Otherwise, she would not have been able to concoct the soothing incense. Just a single encounter assured her of the potency of Fang Lin's blood. She prepared to extract it. However, she found herself unable to proceed. How could this happen? Zhang Riyu's voice resonated with despair and disbelief. "You think I would come to you unprepared?" Fang Lin's voice echoed in her ears. Zhang Ryu instantly adopted a defensive stance, her heart racing in trepidation as she watched Fang Lin lying there. Seemingly unconscious, you can penetrate the illusion to converse with me. Chapter 54. Slaying the demon. Silence enveloped the room. Zhang Ryu tentatively kicked Fang Lin, discovering that under the influence of the soothing incense, his physical body remained in a deep slumber. The voice she had previously heard from him had traversed the illusion, carried by his formidable spiritual energy. Zhang Ryu's heart sank. Who was this person? And why was he so powerful? Despite her fear, it was too late to backtrack. She steeled herself. Whatever has been done is done, that I cannot withdraw now, for he would not spare me. It is better to fight to the bitter end. For there remains a glimmer of hope. Before overwhelming strength, the defiant often sense their powerlessness. Zhang Ryu felt uncertain, struggling to collect Fang Lin's blood, yet she found it impossible to do so or to transfer it into Li Ziqing's body. What is happening? She exclaimed in frustration, channeling energy as the crimson mass hovered stubbornly in midair, refusing to enter Li Ziqing. That a potent force resisted her efforts. Intense and searing, the blood felt like a hot potato, leaving Zhang Ryu uncertain of how to proceed. Reluctantly, she abandoned Fang Lin's physical form, pouring more spiritual energy into the illusion, attempting to ensnare him once more. Within the illusion, Fang Lin finally found the ability to move his hands, forcefully shoving Su 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 away. With a single palm strike, she dissipated into a wisp of azure smoke, vanishing from sight, a mere figment of imagination. As she disappeared, the illusion crumbled significantly, and Fang Lin stood, coldly smirking. Zhang Ryu, you little lotus demon, possessed quite the audacity. His spiritual power had already recovered significantly, and the illusionary arts of the lotus demon were far from exquisite, incapable of ensnaring him. Zhang Ryu appeared flustered. She placed a calming incense near Fang Lin's body to reinforce the barrier of the illusion. With her hands forming a gesture of meditation before her chest, a gentle green light began to flow from her palms, mingling with the white smoke of the calming incense as it gradually wafted into Fang Lin's body. Within the illusion, Fang Lin could indeed perceive the five senses of his physical form. As he inhaled the unusual fragrance, he held his breath and circulated his energy to resist the demon's enchantments. As the two engaged in this struggle, Zhang Ryu suddenly sensed a fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from Fang Lin's chest. Just as she was about to investigate, a flash of golden light darted past her and directly entered the illusion she had crafted. When a visage of Su 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 appeared before him, Fang Lin instinctively assumed it to be an illusion conjured by Zhang Ryu and struck out with his palm. "Junior brother, how have you been of late?" came a familiar voice laced with concern, causing Fang Lin to halt his hand mid-swing, redirecting the force just in time. The gust from his palm swept through Su Su Su's hair and struck the ground behind her, sending up a cloud of dust. "Junior brother, why are you silent?" Su Su Su's tone was urgent, and she continued to murmur to herself, "How strange, why can't I see you at all? Didn't the senior brother say that using this method would allow me to see you and speak with you?" It truly is Su Su Su. Fang Lin, as pent-up aggression dissipated in an instant, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned gentle as he addressed the ethereal figure before him. "Senior sister, how did you manage to use the spirit communicating method to find me? It requires a tremendous amount of mental and spiritual energy and must be conducted through intermediaries." Hearing Fang Lin's voice, Su Su Su's face lit up with surprise. Though she couldn't see his form, the worries and longings of the past month seemed to melt away upon hearing him speak. "As the senior brother, he secretly used the spirit mirror without informing the master. I can only speak with you for a short while. How have you been? Where have you been since descending the mountain? Have you been injured?" Su Su Su's words tumbled out in a rush. "Do not worry, I am fine." While responding to Su Su Su, Fang Lin remained vigilant to the changes surrounding the illusion, keenly aware that Zhang Ryu was reinforcing the barrier once more, which reignited his murderous intent. "I want to come down the mountain to find you," Su 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 whispered, cautiously revealing her determination. "You must be struggling out there alone. Once the senior brother releases me from confinement, I will come down to find you." Fang Lin was about to advise her to stay put and remain safe within Feiyun's sect. But it was too late. Susu's figure suddenly vanished, likely due to the immense consumption of spiritual energy on the senior brother's part. Simultaneously, the illusion grew turbulent, winds howling and sand swirling violently, encircling Fang Lin completely. Seizing the moment of Fang Lin's distraction, Zhang Ryu launched a new wave of attack, infusing her demonic power to the utmost. As the illusion began to shrink, intending to devour Fang Lin's spiritual consciousness whole, to be refined slowly for future use, a triumphant smile spread across Zhang Ryu's face as she taunted, "Why have you suddenly ceased your resistance? Have you realized that you cannot break free from the illusion? Surrender, and you shall trade your life for my husband's. Hardly a loss." Humph. Fang Lin stood at the center of the swirling vortex, the winds and sands brushing past him, causing abrasions on his exposed skin, blood seeping from the wounds, but he stood resolute, gathering spiritual energy between his fingers. "Loss? I've suffered a grave injustice. My life is mine to stake. And as for you, seek your own demise." "Zhang Ryu, what are you doing? Stop," came the panicked voice of Li Jinshan. Startled by the sudden intrusion, the one casting the demonic arts upon Fang Lin nearly lost control, the backlash threatening to consume her. Despite his fear of her, Li Jinshan rushed forward, unable to restrain himself any longer, intent on halting the unfolding chaos of that moment. A crimson light surged from afar, flashing before them. In the blink of an eye, Fang Lin, wielding a blazing red sword, cleaved through the illusion, appearing as a celestial being within the room. In an instant, the entire building seemed to tremble under the force of his spiritual energy. Li Jinshan had never witnessed such a spectacle. Terror gripped him, causing his legs to weaken, and he felt his knees, trembling and unable to utter a word. Zhang Ryu, eager to resist, barely had time to react before the crimson light struck her, cleaving her physical form in two, dissipating in an azure smoke upon impact, while the green essence concealed within her body fled in all directions to evade Fang Lin's wrath. Fuma burned with a fierce heat in Fang Lin's grip, and he could distinctly feel his own aggression surging forth, eager to obliterate the entire building, or even the estate itself. The tempest of violent emotions roiled within him, demanding an outlet for release. Yet, should he allow this fury to manifest, the inhabitants of the Li residence would surely be harmed, perhaps even perish. Fang Lin fought to restrain himself, his right hand gripping Fuma so tightly that veins bulged, trembling uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the bloodthirsty instincts of the demonic sword continued to gnaw at his psyche, its bloodlust far too overpowering. Chapter 55. The Phoenix nourishes the spirit. Please, noble benefactor, do not kill me. Do not kill me. Li Jinshan, witnessing the malevolence radiating from Fang Lin, prostrated himself on the ground, his head banging against the floor with a thud, his body trembling like a leaf in the wind. Him. Fang Lin appeared not as a complete entity, but as a spectral consciousness, akin to a phantom, and he believed himself to be confronting a malevolent spirit, especially one that had perished within his own home. Jinshan had harbored suspicions regarding Zhang Ryu's true nature for some time. But out of concern for his son's survival, he had repeatedly suppressed his fear of the supernatural, maintaining a facade of calm. Yet, with Zhang Ryu having caused Fang Lin's demise, Li Jinshan could no longer maintain that self-comfort. Deep down, he feared that Fang Lin would seek vengeance after death. That moment, his mind was a blank slate, and all he could do was repeatedly bow his head, pleading for mercy, too terrified to even glance at Fang Lin. Unbeknownst to him, the winds within the room abruptly ceased. Clink, something fell to the ground. Jinshan trembled, and after a moment of silence, he cautiously raised his head, only to find that Fang Lin's spiritual presence had vanished, leaving behind a sword radiating with crimson light on the floor, an aura of immense power pulsating around it, causing it to quiver incessantly. Jinshan retreated in fear, his legs losing strength, powerless to flee. His heart raced, threatening to leap from his throat, and his back was drenched in cold sweat, clinging uncomfortably to his skin. In an instant, the crimson glow enveloping the demonic sword faded, and it lay still on the ground as though nothing had transpired. The room fell into an eerie silence, and Li Jinshan slumped to the floor, taking a long time before daring to wipe away his cold sweat on the floor. The small fox was stained with blood on its white fur. Looking thoroughly disheveled, its four tiny paws struggled to push against the ground, but it could not muster the strength to stand, continuing to kick its legs as blood seeped from its chest. Whimpering, the small fox, seeing that Fang Lin remained still, was both frightened and eager to approach him. Fang Lin finally shook off the bloodlust that had seeped into him from Feng Ma, his consciousness returning to his physical body. His fingers twitched, and he opened his eyes, sitting up abruptly. Li Jinshan, who had been about to check whether he was alive or dead, was startled by Fang Lin's sudden movement and instinctively recoiled. Ah, little Bai. Fang Lin had no time to spare for him. Upon awakening, he immediately rushed to examine the small fox's injuries. However, whether it was because the fox's wounds were linked to his own or due to the sudden movement, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. The totem on his chest began to emit a faint warmth once more. This time, Fang Lin was certain that the totem was indeed the emblem of the Baizhe lineage. The small fox must have done something to transfer the totem onto him while he lay unconscious, preserving his life. Given this, he could not allow any harm to befall the small fox. Fang Lin meticulously assessed the fox's injuries. The spiritual beast, having lost its heart's blood, appeared weak and listless. Upon noticing Fang Lin's approach, its eyes reflected a mix of fragility and vulnerability, as if on the verge of tears. Mist gathering in its gaze, Fang Lin's heart ached. He had long since come to regard the small fox as a cherished companion, and having journeyed together thus far, he felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow. His expression grew increasingly grave. He would not allow himself to be powerless in protecting those around him. In an instant, Fang Lin formed a seal in the void, golden light swirling around his fingers before imprinting it onto the most concentrated area of blood vessels on his left wrist. In Aloxia Valley, after awakening his Cambrian bloodline, Fang Lin had previously transferred his blood to the small fox to save it. Subsequently, the small fox had bestowed its family totem upon him to safeguard his heart's pulse. Their blood had long since intertwined, allowing them to merge and heal one another. As Feng Ma tasted blood, it glowed with a fierce crimson light. Fang Lin had anticipated this. The seal he had placed on his wrist was meant to suppress its bloodthirst, preventing Feng Ma from going berserk upon tasting blood and draining his lifeblood entirely. After slicing his wrist, Fang Lin carefully wrapped the entity, known as Feng Mo, in coarse cloth and secured it to his back. To prevent it from spiraling out of control and harming others, blood flowed freely, infused with spiritual energy into the frail body of the little fox, stabilizing its weakened consciousness, temporarily halting the flow of blood from his chest. Fang Lin cradled it close, allowing it to draw upon the ancient power bestowed by the primordial beast, ensuring that the fragile consciousness he had just stabilized would not be easily disrupted. Having completed these tasks, Fang Lin used Feng Mo as leverage to rise slowly, his clothing stained with the fox's blood, his expression dark, and his eyes glinting with an unsettling intensity that could instill fear. "Spare me, esteemed sir." Li Jinshan prostrated himself before him. "I know nothing. That beast wreaked havoc in my residence." In his agitation, he barely comprehended his own words. Fang Lin cast a disdainful glance at him. "Whether this concerns you will be addressed later. Can you summon a physician for me now? Preferably one skilled in treating beasts out of course. Of course. I shall go at once." Li Jinshan hurried away, but suddenly recalled his son was still unconscious inside, and anxiously turned back. "Esteemed sir, my son is unaware of this matter. I hope you will not hold it against him. He may not have much time left. Just bring the doctor." Fang Lin reiterated his demand. Trembling, Li Jinshan replied, Yes, I will go immediately." Once the veterinarian had tended to the little fox's wounds, Fang Lin soared back to the wutong tree in front of the house. The spirit energy nurtured by the wutong tree resonated perfectly with the essence of the ancient beast. However, being rooted in the mortal realm and planted in a mundane residence, it absorbed far less of the heavenly spirit energy and struggled to accumulate it. Fang Lin sat cross-legged among the branches, swiftly forming a translucent barrier around himself. While the spirit energy hidden among the wutong's leaves began to emanate a soft glow, gradually permeating the barrier. Though the gathering process was slow, it was still better than having none at all. Fang Lin concentrated further, channeling more spiritual energy to absorb the Wutong's essence. And soon the barrier was filled with glowing orbs. Witnesses within the estate stood in stunned silence at this miraculous sight, remaining frozen until Li Jinshan rushed over, cautioning them not to disclose anything they might witness. Only then did the servants lower their heads, averting their gaze. Fang Lin forcefully infused the Wutong's spirit energy into the little fox's wounds, causing it to grimace, its limbs thrashing as it resisted the influx of power. Gradually, however, it began to relax, learning to accept the external spirit energy, and its limbs softened at "Thank goodness you are safe," seeing it was no longer in immediate danger. Fang Lin sighed in relief, gently scratching its nose. "Wait here. I shall seek vengeance for you." Chapter 56. A li not far from the Wutong tree lay the lotus pond, and Fang Lin leaped down from the branches, landing gracefully atop the artificial hillock by the pond. Li Jinshan, trembling, hid nearby, his heart racing with worry that Fang Lin might unleash his wrath upon the lotus demon, thereby condemning Li Ziqing to a fate of declining health. He was painfully aware of Zhang Ryu's dubious nature, yet felt powerless, choosing to turn a blind eye, as long as Li Ziqing remained alive. "Master, the doctor has returned. Would you like to visit Ryu Pavilion?" The old steward approached, bowing. "Let the doctor attend to matters first. I will remain here, awaiting the esteemed sir. Perhaps he will understand our plight and provide guidance for my son." I Jinshan's expression was one of sorrow as he gazed up at the branches of the Wutong tree, where, due to the barrier's protection, he could not see the little fox, only the branches swaying in the wind after Fang Lin had just taken flight. Having offended such a formidable cultivator, who could remain calm? Li Jinshan dared not check on Li Ziqing at that moment, and instead instructed his people to keep a close watch, while he and two others circumvented the guest room arranged for Fang Lin, making their way to the pond. Suddenly, a dark cloud swept across the sky, shrouding the sun. Fang Lin stood upon the hillock, his hands forming intricate patterns before his chest, each motion accompanied by flashes of golden light. His expression remained impassive, exuding an aura of sanctity that was beyond reproach. In an instant, talismans hidden throughout the estate activated simultaneously, coalescing around the lotus pond and encasing the body of water completely. The yellow talismans appeared eerie, rising and falling as if a force were colliding within them. At last, it has emerged. Fang Lin soared forth, capturing the intangible force within his grasp, while simultaneously retracting his power. The numerous talismans wove together into a net, enveloping the lotus pond in a golden radiance, rendering the lotus demon unable to escape. Zhang Ryu was flung onto the shore, landing with a muffled groan. Before she could comprehend her surroundings, a talisman pierced her forehead, robbing her of the ability to resist. Fang Lin alighted beside her, his sword radiating a crimson glow. "You, a mere lotus demon, dare to confront me?" Fang Lin's expression was stern. Despite his youthful appearance, his aura was overwhelmingly powerful, instilling an irresistible pressure upon those around him. Zhang Ryu coughed several times, her frail body resembling a withered autumn leaf. Struggling to rise from the ground, her internal energy was hollow, as Fang Lin had sealed away her demonic power, leaving her as nothing more than an empty shell. With a bitter smile, she retorted, "Do not assume that your status as a cultivator makes you superior. Look at the methods you employ. Which righteous cultivator today resorts to talismans as you do? You are merely a practitioner of an esoteric path. Just because no one else practices talismans does not mean they cannot be practiced," Fang Lin replied frostily, crouching beside her and pinching her chin with 2 fingers, forcing her to meet his gaze. His eyes, sharp as an eagle's, bore into her. Zhang Ryu struggled in vain, glaring back, yet lacking any semblance of defiance. She bit her lip in frustration, her voice trembling with anger. "I concede. Do with me as you will. If I wish to kill you, could you have survived to this moment? Your kin, as a beastly creature, face a far more arduous path than humans that I intended to drive you away out of compassion for your arduous journey. Yet you dare to target me, injuring my spirit beast. Now you shall use your powers to heal it." "No." Zhang Ryu gasped in horror, realizing too late that she could not evade Fang Lin's grasp. As he raised his hand, the talisman embedded in her forehead began to materialize again, surrounded by a faint green light. Her demonic energy. Fang Lin's hand moved deftly, extracting the green light, causing Zhang Ryu to writhe in agony, her body collapsing weakly to the ground. Yet she still attempted to resist, her face contorted in pain as she cried, "By what right do you take this from me? This is my own hard-earned power. No one has the right to take it." Despite her feeble resistance, the extraction process felt as if each sinew in her body were being crushed. The sensation of gradually losing power was excruciating, and tears welled in her eyes as she desperately clutched her forehead, attempting to impede Fang Lin's efforts. Before long, perhaps realizing her utter impotence against Fang Lin, she wept, her voice hoarse. "You cultivators are all selfish and absurd. I merely wished to save my husband. You could have saved him, yet you chose to remain aloof. Thus, I resorted to my own methods. Why is it right for you to stand by while I am wrong for acting?" Bitter resentment threatened to overflow from her eyes, her once delicate hands now marred by burns from the talisman, quickly becoming bloodied and torn. Fang Lin, uninterested in her protests, was solely focused on restoring the little fox. As he gathered energy in his dantian, the talisman moved with greater speed, inflicting an even more intense pain upon Zhang Ryu. She gasped as the golden light repelled her hands, leaving them a mangled mess. "Ah!" Zhang Ryu howled, her frail form trembling violently in the wind. Suddenly, she erupted into a frenzied laugh, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth as she disregarded her wounds, scoffing, "I have never harmed anyone in my life. Just because I am a demon, you assume I am evil. What right do you have? Your protests fall on deaf ears," Fang Lin replied coldly. "You claim to harbor no ill intent, yet you sought to extract the heart's blood of my spirit beast, attempting to seize my consciousness that that not a malicious act. You brought this upon yourself. But he is dying. I merely wish to save him." Zhang Ryu shouted, blood flowing more freely now, her complexion pale and translucent from pain. "He practices the dark arts. He is merely reaping what he has sown. Blame me, or rather, blame me." Zhang Ryu suddenly relinquished her strength, surrendering to despair, murmuring, "If I had not sought to teach him the ways of demons, he would not have fallen to this point. It is all my fault." Fang Lin ceased his actions, looking down upon her. "The dark arts he practices, did he learn them from you?" However, he found no trace of the dark energy associated with her. Fang Lin was taken aback. Zhang Ryu smiled bitterly. "At this juncture, it matters little to divulge the truth. And my husband and I have known each other for many years, yet alas, humans and demons are destined to part." Fearing he could not remain by my side, he secretly sought to learn magic to prolong his life, and my heart softened, and I entrusted him with a tome of techniques. "What tome of techniques? Do you wish to know? I am utterly exhausted. Come closer, and I shall tell you." Zhang Ryu smiled momentarily, but suddenly her expression shifted. With a swift motion, she drew a dagger from her sleeve and thrust it directly into Fang Lin's chest. Go ask the King of Hell, Chapter 57. A grave without rest clatter. The dagger clattered to the ground, and at that moment, the talisman that had been hovering between Zhang Ryu's brows violently withdrew from her body, taking with it a swirl of green luminescence. The talisman landed in Fang Lin's hand, igniting a flicker of green flame in his palm. Fang Lin stepped on the dagger, sneering, "With such trivial tricks. Do not flaunt them before me. They are beneath my notice. I have repeatedly chosen to spare you, yet you seem to disregard the opportunities one have offered, persistently seeking to provoke my ire." Zhang Ryu replied indifferently, "Whether you wish to kill or maim is of no consequence to me. Since my husband has perished, I cannot continue to live that I would merely be the first to descend to the underworld awaiting his arrival. Do you truly believe that in death you will encounter him again? How absurd! You, a mere lotus demon, do not even know if your soul will endure after death, and yet you fantasize about the next life? Why mock me?" Zhang Ryu was stung by the words present. Her demonic power had been entirely depleted. Once her corporeal form ceased to exist, the soul she had cultivated over a century might also dissipate into the cosmos, making reunion with Li Ziqing nearly impossible. She did not fear death, but she dreaded the thought of separation from Li Ziqing, a separation that could last for eternity. Zhang Ryu, wept bitterly, her blood mingling with her tears, presenting a pitiful and fragile sight. Pointing at Fang Lin, she cried, "Should I die, even if a trace of my soul remains, I shall return to my husband's side. Who do you think you are to tear us apart? I have never sought to separate anyone." Fang Lin replied with exasperation, for Zhang Ryu was entirely unyielding. From somewhere hidden, Li Jinshan, emboldened by an unknown courage, suddenly sprang forth to position himself between Zhang Ryu and Fang Lin. Kneeling before Fang Lin, "Noble benefactor, no, celestial one, I beseech you, spare Royu." She acted out of profound concern for her child, leading her to commit this foolish act. "Please, show her mercy." Li Jinshan appeared to age a decade in an instant. Several strands of white hair sprouting at his temples, he repeatedly bowed to Fang Lin, trembling with fear. Having witnessed Fang Lin's bloodthirsty demeanor, he no longer had the courage to meet his gaze. This was humanity's most instinctive fear of overwhelming and unknown power. Fang Lin shot him a glare, rendering Li Jinshan speechless, yet he remained steadfastly positioned in front of Zhang Ru. Zhang Ru, usually aloof, had seldom interacted with Li Jinshan, and believing he would recoil in fear upon learning her true nature as a spirit, she was taken aback when he pleaded for her. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she reached out with her bloodied hands to touch his garment. "There is no need for my father to plead. He is merely a hypocrite." Zhang Ryu gasped, clearly on the verge of collapse. While Li Jinshan sought to plead for her, deep within, he harbored a fear of the supernatural. To him, anything capable of sorcery was terrifying, and as Zhang Ryu drew near, his spine stiffened, unable to turn to face her. Blood from her hands stained Li Jinshan's clothing. Though she is a demon, she has not committed any heinous acts during her time in the residence. Today, her aggression toward you is solely due to her child's failing health. He has been in a deeper slumber each day, succumbing to unconsciousness after his midday meal. This confusion stems from that Jinshan lamented. Ultimately, it is the child's own folly that brings about his demise. I have heard that cultivation is arduous. She has worked hard to attain her current level of power. I implore you, noble benefactor, to grant her a chance at life. Fang Lin scoffed, "When you sought to kill me, did you not consider my innocence? I have already informed you that if you wish for your son to survive, you must heed the necessary precautions. You neglected them and instead sought to take a life." The two were left speechless, while Zhang Ryu wept pitifully, yet Fang Lin felt no sympathy. Moments later, he bypassed Li Jinshan and approached Zhang Ryu. "If you can divulge the source of the dark arts that Li Jiqing has been practicing, I might consider healing Xiao Bai and restoring some of your demonic power, allowing you to maintain your human form to see him to the end." "Bah, I know not." Zhang Ryu clenched her teeth. "What a pity," Fang Lin lamented. "I had recently devised a method to share lifespans through enchantments, but seeing your resistance, I shall keep it to myself, upon hearing of a potential means to save Li Jiqing." Zhang Ryu raised her gaze to Fang Lin. "Will you truly save him? If you refrain from cursing me, I might feel somewhat pleased," Fang Lin teased. Zhang Ryu's expression darkened, her blood-stained hands pressed against the ground. "I can apologize, and I can relinquish my demonic power. Will you save him? If you can rescue him, I would do anything." "Enough, do not cast yourself in such a tragic light." Fang Lin was already moved by her plight. Zhang Ryu was a woman of deep affection, yet regrettably misguided in her methods. However, he held firm to his principles and refused to be a mere doormat for everyone in need. If she harbored murderous intent towards others, she must face the consequences. Believing Fang Lin would reject her, Zhang Ryu's tears cascaded down her cheeks. I beg you, as long as you can save him, I shall confess everything," perhaps due to her frail state combined with her emotional turmoil. Zhang Ryu had yet to finish speaking before she fainted. Li Jinshan, anxious, thought she cannot be dead. Can she? Fang Lin snorted as he stood. "She will not die. Have someone carry her back to her chamber. Clean the blood from her and tend to her wounds that I shall return shortly." Li Jinshan, momentarily stunned, grasped the implication that Fang Lin intended to spare Zhang Ryu and immediately replied, "Thank you, noble benefactor, thank you." With the talisman imbued with the Lotus Demon's power secured, Fang Lin gathered his energy and leaped into the Wutong tree. Lotus Demons are inherently herbaceous spirits, They lacked physical form and foundational roots, akin to the absence of inner Dan in beastly entities, making their cultivation notably arduous. Often, only those fortunate enough to inadvertently tap into the spiritual energy of heaven and earth can awaken their spiritual consciousness. As a result, herbaceous spirits are exceedingly rare. And even if they successfully cultivate and transform into human form, their demonic power lacks anchorage within their bodies, rendering it susceptible to being siphoned away by external forces. This was exemplified when Fang Lin utilized the talisman to extract it from Zhang Ruoyu, who, without an inner Dan, could not stabilize her demonic energy. This necessity to periodically replenish her supply of fresh lotus roots is paramount. If unaddressed, her demonic power would dissipate daily without cause, compounded by the significant amount she had expended in an attempt to save Li Ziqing. Fang Lin placed the talisman within the barrier, the green radiance gradually unfurling to envelop the little fox. The golden Dan within the spirit beast instinctively drew upon the demonic energy, transforming the green glow into a stream that flowed into the little fox's wounds. Ugh! The previously tranquil little fox suddenly emitted a muffled cry, thrashing violently. Chapter 58. The return of the mystical energy. What is happening? Fang Lin had not anticipated such a turn of events. The little fox's struggles intensified, the remaining demonic energy in the barrier intertwining with the Wudong's spiritual energy, forming myriad small whirlpools that surged with power, incessantly battering against the barrier's edges, standing outside the barrier. Fang Lin observed the little fox's anguished expression. Feeling a pang of compassion, he immediately withdrew the talisman, but the residual lotus demon energy coiled around the little fox, refusing entry. Even the green luminescence that had previously entered began to evaporate from its 7 orifices, presenting a rather eerie sight. Why is it like this? Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Fang Lin worried that the little fox's injuries were too severe. The blood essence is the purest and most vital of the Baizhe lineage, a confluence of spiritual energy, and he could only speculate on how much the lotus demon had siphoned to render the little fox in such a feeble state. To claim he felt no sorrow would be a lie. Fang Lin's brow furrowed deeply, wishing he could shatter the lotus demon energy in his hand. Yet reason prevailed, preventing him from succumbing to rage. He endured and stowed the talisman, stepping into the barrier to lift the little fox. The bandaged wounds began to seep blood anew, and the little fox had awakened, its eyes vacant and unfocused. Xiaobai, do not resist the external spiritual energy. It is here to save you. Fang Lin spoke gently. The little fox likely did not comprehend, blinking its eyes and remaining still. Fang Lin continued, do you not adore the Wutong tree? This is all Wutong's spiritual energy, which can alleviate your pain. Good little one. Do not resist their approach. The little fox let out a plaintive whimper, as if to express that it had been obedient, yet to no avail, pleading with Fang Lin not to be harsh with it. Realizing that the issue might not lie with the little fox, Fang Lin pondered in meditation within the barrier for a considerable time. He attempted to channel his spiritual energy to assist the little fox in absorbing the essence of the phoenix tree and the power of the lotus demon. Indeed, as the energy surged into its body, the little fox ceased its erratic struggles. After a soft whimper, it lay obediently on his lap, showing signs of improvement in its chest wound. The root of the problem lay in the conflict between the lotus demon's power and the little fox's spiritual consciousness, rendering the little fox unable to receive it. Additionally, having been tainted by the Cambrian bloodline, it bore traces of that lineage, which was inherently powerful and recognized its master, making it impossible to merge with other forces. The resultant repulsion caused the little fox considerable pain, leading it to resist the lotus demon's power even more, exacerbating its injuries. However, through Fang Lin's transformation, both entities contained the power of the Cambrian bloodline, which somewhat purified the lotus demon's power, diminishing the little fox's previous rejection of the Cambrian bloodline within it. Once the little fox's wound healed, Fang Lin withdrew his hand, collecting the residual demon energy, and looked down at the little fox. You must not venture out alone again. Do you understand? The little fox wagged its tail, still lacking in spirit, appearing somewhat disgruntled. They would rest at the totem for 2 days. Fang Lin tucked it into his front lapel, placing it close to the totem. The shrunken little fox felt almost insubstantial, merging into the totem's array, yet due to their proximity, Fang Lin could sense its heartbeat. The spirit beast was too weak, a far cry from his former steed. The Bai Fang, alas, it had already become reliant on him, and he could not simply cast it aside. Keeping it as a small companion might not be a bad idea after all. Fang Lin dispelled the barrier. The phoenix tree had lost most of its spiritual energy, its branches and leaves bereft of vitality, with many leaves having fallen to the ground, appearing as if they were on the brink of withering. Yet, it would not perish so easily. As long as it could continue to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, it could regain its former state. As Fang Lin leapt down from the tree, his figure remained steady, but the magic sword behind him suddenly grew hot, sensing something. Behave, Fang Lin admonished softly. The demon sword recognized its master. Although Fang Lin had inherited the Cambrian bloodline, he lacked the aura of his biological father, rendering his commands almost ineffectual. In other words, he had yet to tame this sword, which at present did not belong to anyone. The demon sword occasionally flared with heat, prompting Fang Lin to remain vigilant. He occasionally caught glimpses of familiar dark energy slipping away into the corners, prompting him to pursue it, following it all the way to the Raining Rain Pavilion. Half an hour had already passed. Li Jinshan had ordered someone to bring Zhang Ruoyu back to the loft, while Li Ziqing had awakened from his stupor, insisting on guarding her bedside until she woke. A chilling wind blew, and Li Ziqing sensed a familiar presence. Before he could react, he was overturned by a sudden force, the dark energy having somehow infiltrated the Raining Rain Pavilion. Li Ziqing fell to the ground, clutching his chest and coughing incessantly. "Where are you running?" Fang Lin arrived in response, a talisman flying out to strike the dark energy directly. However, that entity proved exceedingly cunning. After being dispersed, it transformed into two swirling masses of black energy, quickly darting toward Zhang Ryu and Li Ziqing. In the blink of an eye, Fang Lin, overwhelmed, seized Li Ziqing from the ground and hurled him onto the bed, simultaneously casting two talismans to erect a temporary barrier to protect them. The dark energy seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, constantly evading Fang Lin's attacks and inching closer to the bed curtain. Having just expended spiritual energy, Fang Lin found his body lagging behind his consciousness. A momentary lapse allowed that mass of dark energy to slip away. Just as he intended to chase it down, he noticed that Li Ziqing and Zhang Ryu were still in the room, causing him to halt abruptly. Damn it! Li Ziqing had only encountered Fang Lin twice. Once during a moment of madness in a small town, and again when they shared a meal at the Li family's reception room. Witnessing Fang Lin's formidable prowess now left him somewhat dumbstruck, half kneeling on the bed, unsure of how to react. Hearing the commotion, Li Jinshan hurried in. Upon seeing Fang Lin appearing as if he had just been in a fight, and noticing his son's pale complexion, he feared that Fang Lin had come to settle a score with Li Ziqing. Nearly losing half his life in fright, that he rushed to Fang Lin's side, pleading for leniency, causing Fang Lin's ears to buzz with the commotion. "Enough, stop disturbing me," Fang Lin said, frowning slightly. Jinshan gazed at him, anxiety etched on his face, hesitating to speak further, having received the heart's blood of a spirit beast. Li Ziqing felt significantly revitalized upon waking, and though he had been tossed around a bit, he suffered no serious harm aside from some aches. "Ziqing, why are you dawdling? Quickly thank our benefactor," Li Jinshan urged him with a glance. Li Ziqing, bewildered by the events, was dragged down by Li Jinshan and pressed to kneel. Bowing 3 times to Fang Lin, he continued to scrutinize Fang Lin, his gaze tinged with curiosity. "Ziqing, do not be rude," Li Jinshan whispered, fearful. Fang Lin raised an eyebrow. "Why do you look at me like that? Did you visit Luo City recently?" Li Ziqing unexpectedly inquired. Chapter 59. Important clue: Luo City, a name that resonated deeply with Fang Lin from his previous life. The mere mention of it conjured memories of that evening, where amidst the dim lights, he encountered a woman with striking beauty and an aura that kept others at bay, the cold moon that Fang Lin had pursued with all his might throughout his life. For a fleeting moment, Fang Lin was lost in thought, but quickly masked his distraction, retorting, "What brings this question?" "You saw me in Luo City." Li Ziqing nodded with certainty. "During lunch, You seemed familiar. It suddenly struck me that 3 months ago, when I was in Luo City, I indeed saw you. 3 months prior, he had just been reborn, still enduring hardships at Feiyun's sect, with no time to venture to Luo City. You must be mistaken. No, I am quite certain. Even if it was not you in person, it was someone strikingly similar. Li Jinshan vigorously gestured to Li Ziqing, attempting to counsel him to speak less, lest he inadvertently offend Fang Lin. Yet, Li Ziqing appeared oblivious, continuing, however, at that time, I was cultivating demonic arts. Having fallen into madness, my memories were quite jumbled. It is possible I could be mistaken. Fang Lin pressed further. When did you begin practicing demonic arts? Li Ziqing recounted the entire sequence of events. He had known Zhang Ruiyu for 2 years, but they had long delayed confirming their feelings for each other. But a year ago, after solidifying their relationship and discovering that Zhang Ruiyu was a lotus demon, he sought various means to bridge the gap between them. The lotus demon lacked a soul. Even if she wished to relinquish her demon powers through forbidden arts, she could not truly become immortal. Thus, Li Ziqing resolved to become a demon himself, believing this would allow them to be together forever. Little did he know, the spells associated with the lotus demon would alter one's nature. The jade pendant unearthed from a grave, serving as a medium for his cultivation, was steeped in malevolent energy, drastically changing his personality, making him increasingly irritable and even instilling a bloodthirsty impulse. Upon realizing something was amiss, Li Ziqing and Zhang Ruiyu traveled to Luo City, seeking a way to cleanse the demonic energy from him, but returned empty-handed. The lotus demon, unable to bear witnessing his descent into madness, found herself powerless to assist him, watching helplessly as he transformed into a different person. Meanwhile, the Li family remained oblivious to the existence of the lotus demon, believing their son had succumbed to the allure of immortality through demonic arts, bringing calamity upon himself. They sought to hide him away, while constantly inviting people to set up exorcism arrays in their home. A few arrays proved ineffective against the lotus demon, and as they multiplied, she could no longer approach the ancestral home, forcing her to seek alternative methods and temporarily depart. Li Ziqing's condition worsened. He became increasingly violent, committing heinous acts, leading to the events that brought Fang Lin and Su Susu to the Li residence. Fang Lin retrieved a fragment of a bamboo slip from his bag and inquired of Li Ziqing. Was the demonic arts manual you practiced inscribed upon this? Li Ziqing nodded. Yes, that's it. Do you recall how you came by it? The fragment indeed bore traces of dark energy. Previously, when Fang Lin had been dispelling the malevolent energy from Li Ziqing at the ancestral home, he had noticed the slip but had deliberately avoided Su Susu, secretly concealing it. Now that Li Ziqing had voluntarily confessed, it saved him considerable trouble. Unfortunately, after much effort, Li Ziqing's face contorted in confusion. I was just able to recall some details, but now my mind is a blank. What transpired in Luo City suddenly eludes me entirely. Fang Lin's deep-set eyes darkened. This was troubling. That dark energy had posed a problem. He had initially thought it had fled with self-awareness, but it appeared it had seized the opportunity to erase Li Ziqing's memories. Who could possess such formidable abilities? Someone Fang Lin had never encountered. As a mere mortal, you certainly had no chance to engage with such forces. It seems I must inquire with your good wife. Fang Lin maneuvered past the Li father and son, approaching the bedside, leaning down to gaze at the unconscious Zhang Ru, his expression particularly sharp. Do not harm her. She knows nothing. Li Ziqing hurriedly stepped forward to stop Fang Lin, causing a twinge of pain in his recently injured back, prompting him to cough twice. Fang Lin cast a dismissive glance at him. I have never harbored thoughts of killing her. It is rather your dear wife who has entertained murderous intentions towards me. Li Jinshan restrained Li Ziqing. Son, refrain from intervening. Trust that our benefactor knows what he is doing. Fang Lin returned the remainder of his cultivation to the demon as he, the green light gradually merging back into her form. Zhang Ruiyu awoke from her slumber and, upon seeing Fang Lin, instinctively recoiled, her pupils dilating. No, am I not dead? Zhang Ruiyu pinched her hand, realizing she felt the resurgence of demonic power within her. Li Ziqing rushed over, enveloping her in his embrace, both of them with tears welling in their eyes. They could see that moment. Fang Lin had no time to indulge in their sentimental display, coldly interrupting their tragic act. I ask but one thing. From whence did this dark sorcery originate? Zhang Ryu pondered deeply, yet could not suppress her frown. Her mind clouded. You. Do you not remember? Fang Lin pressed further. Zhang Ryu rubbed her temples in apparent agony, her brow furrowed. Why is it that I remember so clearly? Yet now I can recall nothing. A bamboo slip. Yes, I distinctly remember it was a bamboo slip. And then, Fang Lin inquired once more. Zhang Ryu's thoughts felt like a painful throb. Like Li Ziqing, she could recall nothing. Damn it! Fang Lin surmised that the earlier surge of enigmatic energy was to blame, feeling both furious and powerless. Seeing his willingness to overlook her and Li Ziqing's plight, Zhang Ryu felt guilty for being unable to assist and added, although I cannot recall the origins of the bamboo slip. I'm certain that this matter is closely tied to Luocheng. My husband and I, after departing from Luocheng, gradually drifted apart for a time, during which he delved into dark sorcery, that I sensed something was amiss. But it was too late for me to intervene. Li Jinshan offered consolation. The child has just sustained an injury. Perhaps she will remember in a few days that it would be better to allow our benefactor some more time. Yet, both Li Ziqing and Zhang Ryu were unable to remember the events in full, and the hard-won clues seemed to shatter. Fang Lin, unable to linger, made an impromptu decision to journey to Luocheng to seek the truth. The little fox had yet to recover, so Fang Lin remained at the Li residence for a few more days. When the time came for him to depart, Zhang Ryu and Li Ziqing came to see him off. You are on divergent paths. Do take care of yourselves. Fang Lin felt a pang for his spirit beast that had lost its vital essence. Were it not for his reluctance to waste its precious blood, he would not have allowed them to proceed with their intentions. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Fang Lin mounted his steed and galloped away from Jincheng, narrowly missing a bright yellow carriage at the city gates. The young man within the carriage appeared familiar. The occupant murmured something and drew the curtain, continuing their journey into the city, seemingly indifferent to their brief encounter. Chapter 60. A special transaction in just 6 days. Fang Lin arrived at the borders of Luocheng, where a gentle rain had just fallen, leaving the air fresh and the breeze warm. Riding swiftly, he cradled the little fox in his arms, who was fast asleep. Occasionally, when jolted by the motion, the fox would instinctively scratch at his clothing, all while keeping its eyes shut. Feeling its movements, Fang Lin couldn't help but smile. I've never encountered a spirit beast quite like you. You seem less like a fox and more akin to a pig. The little fox, in its drowsy state, lay defenseless in Fang Lin's embrace, revealing its most endearing side, having already given its vital essence. It appeared considerably quieter than before. Fang Lin understood this was due to its insufficient vitality, requiring a period of nurturing to recover fully. As the hooves clattered against the ground, a cloud of dust enveloped the figure of the man, obscuring him in a haze of uncertainty. The thoroughfare bustled with activity, and upon reaching the city gates, the vibrancy of Luocheng became even more apparent. This city was broader than Jincheng, with Luocheng situated to the north of the Tianhan continent, indicating its significant status. Unlike Jincheng, Luocheng's bustling atmosphere retained a certain elegance reminiscent of the Jiangnan region. Lacking the grandeur and imposing nature, a substantial local populace resided here, and the flow of merchants was less than that of Jincheng, thus offering a greater sense of warmth and humanity. With many travelers entering the city, they formed a long queue for inspection by the guards, and by the time Fang Lin led his horse through the gates, it was already evening as the first lights flickered to life. Luocheng unveiled its exquisite visage, akin to a beautiful, mature woman revealing her enchanting features. Drawing from his memories from a past life, Fang Lin guided his horse to a highly discreet location, a designated trading post for cultivators. Upon entering, it felt as though he had passed through a wave-like barrier. The atmosphere within markedly quieter than the outside world. Vendors had set up stalls, and the shops appeared desolate, with each individual arriving with varied intentions. Refraining from idle chatter, this realm, though not expansive, facilitated highly clandestine transactions. If one sought to purchase something and could offer satisfactory compensation, they could acquire their desires, often at a cost beyond mere currency. Even life itself, Fang Lin, bearing the demonic sword, drew the attention of several onlookers, yet they remained still, merely observing him with hawkish gazes, tinged with both aggression and wariness. Unfazed by their scrutiny, Fang Lin strode confidently past, stopping upon catching a whiff of a delightful aroma. Xiaobai, wake-up point, one hand held the reins while the other shook his chest slightly, rousing the little fox from its slumber. Its ears perked up first, followed by its head, appearing drowsy as it squinted up at Fang Lin, letting out a soft complaint. "Ugh, you've disturbed my sleep, wicked master." Fang Lin chuckled as he lifted the fox from his arms, leading it towards a small shop. The fragrant scent intensified within, and the previously drowsy little fox blinked wide-eyed, its tail wagging energetically, instantly brimming with vitality. "Would you like to eat?" Fang Lin inquired with a smile. The little fox vigorously wagged its tail, leaping onto Fang Lin's shoulder, inadvertently snagging a tuft of his hair in the process, oblivious to its actions as it gazed eagerly at the boxes in the shop, its eyes sparkling with anticipation. Fang Lin approached the counter. "Do you have any celestial fruits suitable for spirit beasts? They must be pure." The shopkeeper, a discerning individual, immediately recognized the little fox's exceptional lineage and greeted Fang Lin with a broad smile. From behind a sealed chest, he produced a silk pouch, placing it on the counter, and the fragrance in the air intensified. "This is a fine fruit," the shopkeeper remarked. "Many patrons pass through here, yet few are willing to spend lavishly on a singular fruit for their spirit beasts or mounts. Since this fruit, while appearing pure, does not enhance physique or cultivation when consumed by humans, it is a prize I have awaited for a worthy buyer, seeing that you have such a remarkable spirit beast on your shoulder. It seems perfectly matched with this fruit. In essence, the fruit was costly and the spirit beast was of high caliber, making it a fitting exchange." "What is the price?" Fang Lin inquired. The shopkeeper's smile faded slightly as he gestured with 3 fingers, whispering, "3 talismans of possession." Fang Lin raised an eyebrow. This man, seemingly unremarkable, appeared to have discerned his background. "How did you know I could offer you talismans of possession?" The shopkeeper smiled mysteriously. "The secrets of heaven must not be divulged. If you wish to exchange, draw the talismans now. If not, then so be it. In the Tianhan continent, sword cultivators were plentiful, and other weaponry and artifacts were common, but those who practiced talisman crafting were exceedingly rare, especially for talismans of possession, which Fang Lin had personally researched in his past life. He had used them once at Li Jinshan's residence, but had not employed them since. The shopkeeper's mysterious demeanor suggested he was aware of Fang Lin's dual mastery of talismans. This place remained as intriguing as ever. Fang Lin nonchalantly nodded. "A fruit in exchange for 3 talismans seems disproportionately favorable to you, that I could simply search for another vendor or harvest from the secret realms myself if I forego this fruit. However, should you fail to acquire my talismans, you may find no one else capable of crafting them for you. You make a compelling argument. You hold the advantage," the shopkeeper conceded, but insisted, "purchasing this fruit will not leave you at a loss. Material wealth holds no value for me. I am solely interested in your talismans. The choice to exchange rests with you. Xiaobai, would you like to eat?" Fang Lin beckoned the little fox down. The little fox leaped from his shoulder, landing gracefully on the counter, sniffing the silk pouch with an expression of utmost delight, circling it multiple times before gazing at Fang Lin with eager eyes. "I am glad you like it." Fang Lin could tell that this fruit was ideal for the little fox and would aid in its swift recovery. He gently patted the little fox's fluffy head, admiring its texture, then turned to the shopkeeper. "I will buy it in exchange for 3 talismans, and please bundle an additional 20 celestial fruits." The shopkeeper appeared reluctant to acquiesce. "The celestial fruits in your shop, aside from this premium one, all possess varying degrees of impurities, thus not fetching high prices, let alone in exchange for talismans of possession. It would be wiser to simply barter for 3 talismans for me." After a moment's hesitation, the proprietor steeled himself and nodded. "Very well, let us proceed with the exchange. Kindly hand me the Chinquan bag, and I shall fetch you 20 other celestial fruits." The Chinquan bag had yet to be upgraded. Once filled with the fruits, it appeared quite bulging and bore a bit of weight when lifted. The proprietor, astonished, remarked, "Given your formidable cultivation, why do you not opt for a more advanced Chinquan bag? This one is nearly falling apart, and it is quite cumbersome." An upgrade would make it considerably lighter to carry. I can introduce you to someone who has newly crafted high-grade Chinquan bags, guaranteed to be both economical and efficient. Chapter 61. Exceptional elegance. Is the vendor truly in such a hurry to earn a mere commission? Fang Lin raised an eyebrow. He had no need to upgrade the Chinquan bag. If he had desired it, he could have easily seized one from the many who provoke him along the way. The proprietor chuckled. It is merely a matter of being tight on funds. Hoping to earn a bit more. By the way, I shall fetch some talisman paper. I would appreciate your assistance in preparing it. After exchanging the celestial fruits, Fang Lin found a place to sit and enjoy some tea, allowing the little fox to nibble on the fruits beside him. The celestial fruits were translucent and glimmered like jade, emitting a radiant light. With each bite, they crunched audibly, and the surrounding air was suffused with a delicate fragrance. The little fox, having not tasted celestial fruits in quite some time, devoured them eagerly, appearing much more invigorated than during their journey. As Fang Lin savored his tea, he absent-mindedly stroked the little fox's chin, which tilted its head back, half closing its eyes in blissful enjoyment. Once we are satiated, we shall set forth to meet the legendary enchantress. In the realm of Tianhun, renowned women are few, aside from those in Fang Lin's company. There are scarcely 2 or 3. One such figure is Luo Hong, a famed enchantress residing in the city of Lu. Her cultivation is modest, barely surpassing the threshold of the cultivation world, yet her alluring charm and exceptional social skills have garnered her many admirers, leading to her burgeoning fame. In a previous life, Fang Lin became acquainted with this individual through the guidance of an old fox, as he sought clues regarding his birth mother in Lu City. Luo Hong founded the Zheihong building at the tender age of 20. While it appears to be an establishment of pleasure, it is, in fact, the largest underground information trading hub in the Tianhun realm. It could be said that Luo Hong is akin to a half-hearted informant of the Jianghu, be it court secrets or matters of romance. If one can afford her services, no information is beyond her reach. For over a decade, under the guise of pleasure house, she has discreetly cultivated a network of informants, from the royal family to wandering heroes, leaving no stone unturned in her pursuit of knowledge. Fang Lin required Luo Hong's information gathering. The dark arts had begun to spread, and she would undoubtedly have received news by now. With thorough investigation, he would surely uncover the initial source, which was likely the very culprit responsible for his demise. As night descended, the vibrant streets illuminated by countless lights made the Zheihong building appear particularly lively. The scent of rouge and powder wafted from within, mingling with various intoxicating fragrances, while the sounds of song and music filled the air. The Zheihong building is divided into 3 levels. The first floor offers a spacious hall for ordinary male patrons to rest and dine, adorned with numerous wooden tables, nearly all occupied, near the entrance. Opposite the wooden staircase, a stage had been erected where dancers performed. Above the stage, light veils hung, swaying gently with the breeze, adding a touch of softness to the atmosphere. Ascending from the stage, one finds private rooms designed to provide wealthy patrons with a tranquil environment, free from disturbance. Notable courtesans possess their own rooms on the 3rd floor, which are more refined, albeit at a higher cost. Fang Lin surveyed the bustling hall, where clinking glasses and the sounds of lively conversation intertwined with flirtatious banter, creating a scene of indulgence. Some inebriated men were seated alone or in small groups, surrounded by beautiful women who poured drinks and whispered sweet nothings into their ears, oblivious to the passage of time. The courtesans wore sheer garments, and with a few casual movements, they revealed glimpses of their delicate skin while serving drinks, their slender fingers akin to butterflies in flight, graceful and enchanting to motion for the floor manager to approach. The Zheihong building was renowned, attracting many affluent merchants, and as its fame grew, Luo Hong gradually became less visible, opting to observe from the shadows, scrutinizing each patron entering and exiting the establishment. The manager was an elderly matron, dressed neatly, somewhat out of place amidst the frivolous atmosphere. Fang Lin produced a silver note, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. "Please arrange for me a superior private room." The matron accepted the note, bowed to Fang Lin, and calmly instructed her subordinates to prepare the room. She then added, "You are quite fortunate, young master, Today marks the debut of new dancers that I will arrange a private room directly opposite the stage for you. Would you like an escort to keep you company? The implication was that the money he had provided was sufficient only for the room, without the addition of a companion. The Zui Hong building's rule was simple: wealth determines privilege. Anticipating this, Fang Lin replied, "No need. Simply bring me 2 servings of fine wine." The second floor offered a quieter environment than the hall, yet the sounds of revelry still echoed through the corridors. With the laughter of women and the playful teasing of men concealed behind tightly shut doors, revealing a more uninhibited atmosphere than that of the hall. Such was the nature of the Zui Hong building. In the shadows, a pair of eyes followed Fang Lin's every move, long crimson nails delicately parting the door curtain. Clad in a striking red garment that seemed barely to cling to her shoulders, she appeared as if a mere gust of wind could whisk her away, unveiling her alluring figure. "Red, is there something unusual about this man? Should I take care of it?" The speaker was a cold young man, looking to be several years younger than Luo Hong, his eyes filled with a chilling intensity. His tone was devoid of inflection, and the menace lurking in his brow was unmistakable. Luo Hong lowered the curtain, the beaded drapery swaying, casting glimmers of light across her striking features, creating an ineffable beauty. Luo Hong was breathtaking, the kind of beauty that leaves one stunned at first sight. Perhaps it was her naturally alluring appearance or the result of her long stewardship of the Zui Hong building. She exuded an air of sophistication, each movement imbued with seduction. She seemed particularly fond of red. The jeweled hairpin atop her head was a blood-red gemstone, and the powder on her face shimmered with a vivid crimson hue. Her lips, painted in a deep scarlet, curved slightly, while her flowing gown of red gauze enveloped her voluptuous form. With her crimson nails, she brushed aside the stray locks of hair that had fallen over her forehead and turned to face the young man, a playful smile gracing her lips. "Allah, after 10 years, you remain as dull as ever. Point 1 need not always resort to violence. When will you shed this dreadful habit?" It seemed she had expressed this sentiment many times before. Allah merely tightened his grip on the concealed dagger within his sleeve, standing rigidly like a stone pillar in the room. Chapter 62. The bully in the maid in the room was imbued with a specially crafted incense. Wisps of white smoke swirling through the air as Luo Hong turned. Her flowing garments created trails of movement, rendering her as if she had stepped out of a painting. "Come here," she beckoned to Allah. Reclining languidly on a chaise, occasionally inspecting her nails, exuding an air of lazy allure. Allah approached her side, the fragrance wafting around them. "Red, what would you have me do? I observe that this man possesses an extraordinary demeanor. Younger than you by a few years, yet his presence is quite formidable. Can you discern whether he's a cultivator?" Allah shook his head. Luo Hong expressed a hint of surprise, then donned her habitual playful smile. "I am certain he is a cultivator, but if even you cannot perceive it, he must be adept at concealing his abilities. Quite impressive. Retrieve the item he carries on his back for me." "Understood." Allah turned to leave, but Luo Hong suddenly called out, "Wait, I shall go myself." As she spoke, a figure darted past the door, a young girl announcing, "Mistress, someone wishes to see you." Refuse them entry. Yet if memory served correctly, that individual was the master of the Chung family from Jiangnan, accompanied by several wealthy patrons on this visit. Luo Hong raised an eyebrow, crossing her legs, her toned calves peeking out from beneath her gown. "Very well, wait for me a moment." After a brief pause, she broke into a smile. "Bring them to the west second parlor. I shall join you shortly." Her smile was a tantalizing poison within the Zui Hong building. Indulgence and beauty reigned supreme, and many lingered, reluctant to depart. Fang Lin sat in his room, setting down the fengmao, propped against the right side of the table, maintaining a poised posture. The aura emanating from the youthful figure was powerful, as if capable of quelling the chaos within the establishment. A fine peach blossom wine was delivered to the room, its rich aroma filling the space. "Leave me." Fang Lin's voice carried a hint of detachment, offering not a shred of regard to the maidservant that he was observing, keenly searching for Luo Hong's whereabouts. His piercing gaze, akin to that of an eagle, scanned the various corners below through the window. And based on his prior knowledge of Luo Hong, he was certain she would be ensconced in some secluded nook of the Zui Hong Lu, ever vigilant of the happenings within. This woman, devoid of any cultivation, yet she possessed a mastery over seduction that surpassed many a spirit creature. Her flirtatious, phoenix-like eyes bore a venomous intensity. With but a glance, she could unravel the depths of one's heart. Moreover, her intuition was remarkably acute. Thus, the information she sought and the individual she desired to approach were seldom beyond her reach. Like a skilled huntress, she struck with precision amidst the web of deceit and intrigue. Suddenly, a woman's startled cry echoed through the room. Fang Lin turned his head slightly. The door and windows of the room diagonally opposite were flung wide open, the atmosphere charged with revelry. From Fang Lin's vantage point, he could distinctly see a woman clad in a red gauze dress being embraced by a man in his 30s, who was pouring wine down her throat. The rich liquor trickled from her lips, cascading down her neck and onto her chest, saturating a substantial area of her attire, transforming the vivid red fabric into a deep crimson, clinging closely to her form. Although the woman in red did not actively participate, she nonetheless nestled into his embrace, half-heartedly acquiescing. The man, appearing to be a businessman of some means, sported a jade ring of exquisite quality on his thumb and wore a pair of gilded riding boots. Two expressionless guards, both novice cultivators from the soul cultivation realm, trailed behind him, indicating that hiring such company had likely cost him a pretty penny. The merchants seated beside him joined in the merriment, each adorned in gold and silver, tugging at their respective drinking companions to revel in the spectacle. As the last drops of wine were consumed, the woman in red, with fingers delicately poised, raised her long, sharp crimson nails lightly tapping the wealthy man's shoulder, exuding an air of irresistible charm. "Bravo! Splendid!" The table of men erupted in frenzied applause, tossing their silver coins and notes towards her without restraint. "Bring forth another jug of wine." With a casual wave, the wealthy man passed out more silver, laughing heartily as he groped the red-clad woman's back, his gaze fixated on her, as if he wished to possess her entirely. Having been plied with drink multiple times, the woman remained compliant, a faint smile gracing her lips, further elevating the mood. The wealthy man, now quite inebriated, found her increasingly appealing and boisterously proclaimed his intent to purchase her for the night. The surrounding crowd initially laughed along, but their expressions faltered as they comprehended the implications of his words. "What? Are you displeased?" Seeing the woman's expression shift, the wealthy man instantly scowled, gripping her chin and demanding an explanation. The woman, maintaining her gentle smile, offered him her cup. "Sir, did we not agree that I would keep you company for a while? Why the sudden change of heart?" Her tone, with a playful lilt, was clearly aimed at placating him. "Damn it, can't I even get a wink of sleep? Aren't you the proprietor here? What, do you no longer wish to conduct business? I'll have this wretched establishment torn down." In his 30s, accustomed to wealth and power, the man, intoxicated, lost all sense of direction, his tone growing increasingly aggressive as he tightly grasped the woman's slender waist, refusing to let her rise. The woman struggled slightly, but dared not make a significant move, fearing the repercussions of offending this patron. However, the wealthy man's companions, unable to bear the sight, interjected, "Oh, Chung brother, take it easy, don't frighten the lovely lady." "Indeed, let us enjoy our drinks." Turning to Luo Hong, one of them added, "Please do us the honor of refilling our cups. Wine poured by a beauty is ever so much more exquisite." The woman in red complied, reaching to pour wine for those around her. Yet, just as she began to serve, a sudden force yanked her backward, causing the wine jug to crash to the ground, spilling its contents. "Sir, what are you doing?" the woman exclaimed, a hint of panic in her voice that a nearby elder quietly cautioned. "Sir, our ladies are merely here to serve drinks. In truth, other activities were not entirely off the table, but such endeavors depended on the consent of the women involved." Luo Hong had often utilized these women to her advantage, achieving results through a balance of softness and strength. This rule, a small courtesy bestowed upon them, ensured that Zui Hong Lu would protect them, and when the time came for Zui Hong Lu to call upon them, their cooperation would be assured. "I say I want her, and I shall have her." "What? Are you concerned I can't afford her?" Ching Leoi, filled with indignation, tossed more silver into the fray. The woman in red remained silent, suddenly lifting her head to meet Fang Lin's gaze across the corridor. Her eyes, laden with a sense of grievance, began to glisten with tears at the moment they locked onto his. She was silently pleading for help. Fang Lin, youthful and out of place in this scene of debauchery, stood out distinctly. The distance between the rooms was not great. The woman in red continued to fixate on him, her silence speaking volumes. Chapter 63. A Hero's Rescue. Fang Lin chuckled softly, raising his cup to drink. The peach blossom wine, a gentle brew crafted annually, was typically used to warm the ladies in their chambers, accessible even to common folk. Yet upon closer inspection, there were distinctions in quality. The wine he savored was the finest, made from the first blossoms of spring and brewed with pristine waters sourced from secluded mountain springs and morning dew collected from leaves and flowers. This particular peach blossom wine, sweet and fragrant, differed from others in taste, and any discerning palate would recognize its superiority upon a single sip. The raucous spectacle in the opposite room continued unabated as Fang Lin observed with calm detachment. The little fox, previously concealed within his clothing, could no longer contain itself and instinctively leaped onto the table, baring its teeth towards the commotion, its fur bristling in agitation. "Stay still," Fang Lin admonished, gently pressing down on the little creature's back. "Bemused that you're becoming quite the sentimental little thing, showing concern for those in distress." The little fox emitted a soft whimper in response. Out of the corner of his eye, Fang Lin spotted a figure in red darting past in a nearby room, eliciting a smile from him. "Well then, let's go take a look." The little fox's eyes lit up, and as soon as Fang Lin released his grip, it sprang through the window, a white blur racing toward the so-called Cheng Leoi. Delivering a sharp scratch to his face that, "Ow!" Cheng Leoi yelped, caught off guard, nearly dislodging the woman from his embrace. The little fox landed deftly back on the table, taking advantage of Cheng Leoi's groping hands to launch another assault. But alas, the two guards behind him reacted swiftly, their swords flashing to intercept the little creature's claws. Simultaneously, one guard shielded Cheng Leoi, while the other pursued the little fox, causing chaos to erupt within the room. The woman covered her ears, seeking to escape, but was held fast by Cheng Leoi's grip on her waist. Bang! Fang Lin, sword slung across his back, entered with a surge of energy, pushing open the door and stirring the air within the room. "Release her!" Everyone froze momentarily, the guard who had been intent on capturing the little fox momentarily pausing, allowing the creature to dart toward Fang Lin. Yet another guard, quick on the draw, swung his sword, forming a barrier of energy that hindered the little fox's escape. Although Fang Lin carried a sword, he refrained from using it. The bloodlust within him had yet to be quelled. Should he draw his weapon, his thirst for blood would be insatiable, possibly unleashing the ferocity within him. Thus, he faced the two sword-wielding cultivators empty-handed, relying solely on his spiritual energy. Though the two cultivators were not lacking in skill, Fang Lin's recent training had awakened his bloodline, endowing him with ample spiritual energy. Despite a slight disparity in cultivation, he suffered little fatigue. With a single palm strike, he managed to momentarily stun both opponents. "Who is this impudent brat daring to meddle in my affairs?" Cheng Leoi, witnessing his plans unravel, fumed. "You two, seize this boy and give him a thorough beating." "Yes," the two guards replied in unison, raising their swords and charging at Fang Lin. Fang Lin sidestepped one attack, countering with a kick toward the other, narrowly avoiding the second assailant's strike as the three became entangled in a fierce struggle. The commotion prompted the wealthier patrons, frightened, to vacate the premises. Cheng Leoi, feeling his pride wounded and fearful of the ensuing chaos, turned to the elder nearby and shouted, "Are there no competent people in this establishment? Take me to another room. This is intolerable." The elder complied, preparing to lead Cheng Leoi away, when the little fox suddenly dashed forward, blocking their path. The woman in red seized the opportunity to plead, "Cheng Leoi, please do not make this difficult for me. I am merely here to drink with the guests. I command you to do as I say." "Enough with your nonsense." Lord Cheng's face was etched with impatience as he grasped her wrist, pulling her towards the exit. "Aren't you the owner here? How can you set a poor example for your subordinates? Do you truly want me to demolish this decrepit establishment?" He exclaimed, "Have you lost your senses, blinded by pig fat? Does she resemble the owner of the famed Zui Hong Lu in any way? With a swift kick, Fang Lin sent one of the sword cultivators sprawling to the ground, not forgetting to mock Lord Chung, his tone laced with amusement, rendering the atmosphere palpably awkward and humiliating. What nonsense is he spouting? Lord Chung furiously tugged at the wrist of the woman in red, his impatience boiling over. Explain yourself? What is going on here? The woman bit her lip and spoke softly. I am merely one of the girls in the establishment. You must have mistaken me. What? Lord Chung seemed taken aback that he had specifically summoned the legendary beauty of Zui Hong Lu to accompany him. Yet the person who arrived was not Luo Hong, and to have his error exposed before others left his countenance as grim as if he had swallowed a fly. After stifling his rage for a moment, he could no longer contain it, and with a resounding slap, he struck the woman in red across the face. You filthy wretch, how dare you deceive me? Ah! Just as he finished his tirade, a sharp pain shot through his knee, causing him to collapse onto the ground with a thunderous thud, his rotund form creating a cacophony upon impact. You foul-mouthed fool! Fang Lin's gaze was piercing, having unknowingly subdued the two sword cultivators with talismans. One was frozen in place, eyes wide with terror, unable to move, reduced to merely glaring daggers at Fang Lin. Who the hell are you? Do you even know who I am? Do you know who my uncle is? How dare you treat me this way? Fang Lin approached him step by step, the sword light behind him cutting through layers of coarse fabric, casting an eerie shadow. Lord Chung was so frightened that he could not complete his sentence. Under Fang Lin's eagle-like gaze, he forgot he was still kneeling, dragging his bent knee backward unconsciously that it was the innate aura of a war god, instilling primal fear in mortals, prompting an instinctive desire to flee. Though Lord Cheng's lips refused to concede defeat, his body trembled uncontrollably. The intoxication that had previously clouded his mind dissipated under Fang Lin's frosty stare, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. Nevertheless, being a man of the world, he possessed a certain pride befitting a wealthy individual that he stubbornly held his ground, insisting, "Why, you better not come any closer." Yet Fang Lin continued to advance, relishing in the display of fear on Lord Cheng's face. A potent suppression emanating from the depths of his soul, an irresistible force. What did you say? Fang Lin smiled, drawing nearer. Lord Cheng, with nowhere to retreat, found his back against the wall, trembling as he pointed at Fang Lin, the red hue reflecting off him resembling blood. Fang Lin crouched beside him, causing Lord Cheng to shudder in fright. I want to kill you, Fang Lin declared with a smile, but the atmosphere remained far from relaxed. Lord Cheng pressed himself against the wall, awaiting his verdict. Fang Lin beckoned for the little fox to come closer, and it obediently bounded over, nuzzling its small head against his palm. What do you want? Lord Cheng's throat felt dry with anxiety, glancing warily between the little fox and Fang Lin. I merely came here to enjoy some leisure. Having spent my money, I guess it not you who are taking advantage of customers. As one becomes increasingly anxious, one tends to speak more. The so-called Lord Cheng was drenched in cold sweat, regretting his choices now that sobriety had returned. The woman in red, equally frightened, mustered her courage to address Fang Lin. Sir, thank you for standing up for me, but please do not resort to violence. Fang Lin turned to her, raising an eyebrow. I appear to be the sort who resorts to violence at the slightest provocation? On the contrary, Fang Lin, now 17 or 18, had undergone nearly 2 months of training and growth, emerging leaner and more handsome than before. His inner transformation was evident, presenting himself as a gallant young man of the martial world. He deliberately softened his features, raising an eyebrow at the woman, playfully teasing her. Having encountered numerous men, including many like Lord Cheng, lecherous and somewhat creepy, she was seldom faced with a youth as graceful and poised as Fang Lin. This fleeting moment left her feeling bashful. Lowering her gaze slightly, she fidgeted, her slender fingers intertwining as she murmured, "It is not as you think, sir. You possess such noble demeanor and virtue. You could never be one to take a life so lightly." Fang Lin gently shook his head. One might think you were competing in a poetry contest. You wish to accompany him? Fang Lin inquired again. Before the woman could respond, Lord Cheng, feeling less pressured as he knelt, interjected, "She is merely a courtesan. What else could she desire? She took my money and feigns modesty. The woman pressed her lips together, remaining silent. A single tear trickled down her cheek, splattering onto the floor. Embodying a heart-wrenching grace, Fang Lin, moved by her plight, delivered a swift kick to Lord Chung, who immediately shook off the indignation, his face turning the color of liver, yet he dared not retaliate against Fang Lin. I merely spoke the truth, Lord Chung lamented, tears of frustration welling in his eyes. Look at what I've done. Why must you be so relentless with me? The women in this establishment are merely following their usual tricks of coyness. I did not, the woman began, her expression conflicted. That moment. Footsteps echoed from outside, and before the figure appeared, a melodious and sweet voice flowed into the room. What is going on here? Why can't we discuss matters amicably? Resorting to violence spoils the mood. Shall I? Please have someone tidy up the room. As the words faded, a stunning woman sauntered into the room, swaying her hips with grace, holding a fan adorned with white feathers. The center of the fan was embroidered with a fiery pattern, and her delicate hand, with long, elegantly curled fingers, waved the fan in a gentle rhythm, her crimson nails glinting as they swayed. This woman was none other than Luo Hong. The true owner of Zue Hong, Lu, her almond-shaped eyes, reminiscent of peach blossoms, were slightly upturned at the edges, endowing her with an enchanting allure akin to a young vixen. Her fiery red lips curled into a subtle smile as she stepped forward. Trailing a faint scent of roses and the tinkling of silver bells on her feet, each sound resonating in the hearts of the men present. Lord Chung was clearly entranced, his jaw agape as he stared at Luo Hong. Utterly oblivious to his present disgrace, as if drawing in her fragrance could grant him immortality and fulfillment. Luo Hong's beauty was potent and commanding, impossible to overlook, as if she were a natural seductress, capable of ensnaring hearts with a mere glance. Barefoot, her delicate feet were a vision of whiteness and refinement. Even her toenails glistened with a polished sheen. Each joint appeared soft and rosy, betraying none of her 30 years. With a flick of her wrist and a graceful lift of her sleeve, she could easily captivate the minds of half the men present. The room was brightly lit, illuminating her features and reflecting off her jewelry. The ruby earrings shimmering with brilliance. Fang Lin, crouched on the ground, turned to look up, his gaze instinctively drawn to her ample bosom, the thin layers of fabric straining against her form, undulating with her every movement. It was hardly his fault, for Luo Hong had chosen this moment to make her entrance that Alai noticed Fang Lin's gaze and shot him a warning look. Fang Lin shrugged, standing up to divert his attention from the distraction, focusing instead on Luo Hong's face. This woman, regardless of personal feelings, was undeniably captivating, drawing one's eyes against their will. Oh, young master, do you find me so intriguing? Luo Hong, accustomed to the greedy stares of men, completely ignored the nearly drooling Lord Chung, nodding at Fang Lin. The appreciation for beauty is universal. To behold Luo Hong was indeed a privilege not to be missed at Alai. Feeling possessive, glared with increasing intensity. Fang Lin smirked. The little fox, sensing Alai's murderous aura, shot a glance at Luo Hong before leaping onto Fang Lin's shoulder, seeking refuge in his embrace. Ah, little one, you know how to pick your battles. Fang Lin chuckled, scratching the little fox's head and tucking it into his front. The little creature was reluctant to shrink and hide, feeling both anxious and curious, peeking out with half its head. Causing a bulge in Fang Lin's attire, he glanced down before raising his head to compare with Luo Hong, thinking to himself, no competition here. This little fox, just as adorable as the young master. Luo Hong swayed her fan, the red silk fluttering behind her. Meanwhile, the previously overlooked Lord Chung finally snapped back to reality, wiping the drool from his mouth and brushing off his clothes as he straightened up. Are you the owner? What is the meaning of this? How can you allow others to be assaulted? This wild brat has offended me, and you must give me an explanation. Otherwise, I will not let this matter rest. I requested for my boss to come over and share a drink with me, yet you all agreed and sent a mere impostor instead. What does this truly mean? Luo Hong smiled sweetly. It means nothing of consequence, my lord. I am simply delighted. Do you intend to scold me? Chapter 65. A different perspective, pray. Do not be angry, my lord, Luo Hong chuckled, gradually explaining. The establishment is indeed quite busy, and I did not wish for you to feel neglected. I had the young lady come to keep you company while I attended to my duties. As soon as I am free, I shall join you if you feel discontent. Feel free to chastise or strike me as you wish. Hunger is at your disposal. The beauty feigned vulnerability. Even if there were frustrations within, she was not one to unleash them upon her. Lord Chung held back a breath, gazing dazedly at Luo Hong's beaming countenance. Observing her deliberate sway, his male instinct stirred, and he found himself utterly captivated, discarding any previous displeasure. How could I bear to scold or strike you? Oh dear, my tongue has betrayed me. I implore you, do not take my words to heart. Lord Chung reached out to touch her. Luo Hong, clearly unwilling, deftly waved her fan, subtly evading his hand. Your fan struck me, Fang Lin remarked, staring at her with a hint of jest. In his previous life, when he had met Luo Hong, he had already reclaimed his royal status as the third prince at the TA banquet. He encountered Luo Hong, who, intent on uncovering his secrets, had employed her charms, rendering him completely spellbound. Now, in this seemingly distant reality, he still found himself entranced by her allure. Had he not already known her origins as a mere mortal, he might have suspected she was a fox spirit, enchanting the world of men. Beauty can slay without a blade. It captures and ensnares souls with mere grace. Luo Hong's exquisite figure, with its alluring curves and a waist as delicate as a water snake, captivated all who beheld her. With every casual step, her gentle sway accentuated the enchanting silhouette defined by her red gauze attire, rendering her utterly mesmerizing. Luo Hong fanned herself lightly, drawing Fang Ling's gaze before addressing him with a charming smile. Young master, you appear unfamiliar. Is this your first visit to the establishment? I shall personally accompany you. Would you care to ascend with me? When the proprietor extends an invitation, who could refuse? Fang Ling, following her lead, entwined a strand of her hair that had fallen by her temple around his finger, the tip brushing against her soft cheek, sending a tingling sensation akin to a gentle caress upon the heart. Beside them, Lord Chung expressed his displeasure. What do you mean by this? Are you planning to leave me in the lurch? He too yearned for the beauty's favor, and this particular lady appeared to possess a captivating allure. The thought of holding her close was enough to steal his breath away. As he contemplated, Lord Chung swallowed hard, his gaze fixated on Luo Hong's face, longing to draw nearer. However, Luo Hong merely cast him a fleeting glance, her eyes icy yet soon brightening with a smile. Surely not. My lord, do not take offense. I shall summon another young lady to tend to you. She emphasized the word tend playfully. Fang Ling couldn't help but chuckle. I fear I might only get to enjoy such attentions this once. Luo Hong possesses quite the cunning. Yet, that man remained blissfully unaware of the lurking danger, foolishly rubbing his hands together. Ah, no other young lady can compare to you. Proprietor, it would be far better to have you accompany me. Rest assured, I can grant you anything you desire. Anything at all? Luo Hong inquired, her expression turning bashful, her thick lashes fluttering like butterflies in flight. Indeed, indeed. Lord Chung nodded fervently. Very well then, a lie. Please escort this esteemed guest to my room in the back. I shall join you shortly. Really? Lord Chung exclaimed, his face alight with excitement, urging, then I shall hurry ahead and wait for you. Proprietor, you must not leave me waiting. Fear not. To serve a guest, one must at least ensure they are well prepared. Luo Hong feigned shyness, lightly poking Lord Cheng's shoulder with her finger, her form swaying like a willow in the breeze. Lord Chung, already lacking resolve, was utterly enchanted, nodding like a fool. Yes, yes, I shall wait in your room. Do come quickly. A lie led the way, and as Lord Chung turned back to glance at Luo Hong, he nearly stumbled, hastily recovering his composure to focus on his footing. Inside, two immobilized sword cultivators stood like stone statues, caught in an awkward pose, unable to move that a lie passed by them, casually removing the talisman from their shoulders, allowing them to regain their mobility. Humiliated by a mere boy, their pride wounded, they glared at Fang Ling. Who is this scoundrel? What wicked sorcery does he practice? Such a young age with such nefarious intentions. Unable to defeat me, yet you still prattle on, Fang Lin scoffed. Would you like to be immobilized again? You! One of them seethed, speechless, and seeing their employer about to depart, they abandoned any thoughts of contention with Fang Lin, hastily following Lord Chung out of the room. The girl who had pretended to be Luo Hong to accompany the drinks also left with her head bowed, closing the door behind her, isolating the revelry outside, leaving only Fang Lin and Luo Hong to exchange probing glances. You have yet to answer my question, young master. Is this your first visit to Zui Hong Lu? Luo Hong reached to touch his shoulder. A familiar gesture, her fingertips lightly tapping as if to strike at the heart, conveying her playful teasing and eagerness, imbued with an alluring charm. Fang Lin allowed her to make contact, while the little fox in his arms remained vigilant, its fur bristling, eyes fixed on Luo Hong as if guarding its food. You find me unfamiliar? Then I must be a first-time visitor. Fang Lin smiled. Might I have the honor of inviting you, Luo Hong, to share a drink with me? Is it merely drinks you seek? Luo Hong arched her brows, teasingly tugging at a piece of fabric on Fang Lin's collar, her sultry gaze inviting. Would you not engage in other endeavors with your sister? Your sister speaks wisely. Fang Lin leaned closer. Sister, you smell delightful. Luo Hong concealed her face with her fan, giggling. Not only do I smell delightful, but my room is even more fragrant. Would you care to join me for a glimpse? But you are to accompany that elderly gentleman. How could you still have time to indulge in drinks with me? A flicker of disdain crossed Luo Hong's eyes as she seized his hand, clasping it within her own. As you said, he is but an old man. I would much rather accompany you. Come, whatever you wish to drink, I shall indulge you. No man could resist Luo Hong's invitation. She seemed to possess an enchanting allure that effortlessly stirred the hearts of those around her. Even though Fang Lin was prepared, he couldn't help but privately marvel. It is no wonder that a woman like her can captivate the attention of many, securing her path in life. This minor interlude did nothing to disrupt the lively atmosphere of Zui Hong Lu. Luo Hong led Fang Lin toward a secluded room in the corner of the establishment, and for a moment, all eyes were upon him. Chapter 66. The beauty scheme. It is well known that a woman as stunning as Luo Hong is a rare sight, one that most have encountered only a handful of times in their lives. It is often said that Zui Hong Lu is filled with beauties, yet few can be compared to Luo Hong, whose face is seldom revealed behind her veil. Even those who frequent the establishment may rarely catch a glimpse of her true visage. At this moment, Luo Hong was unmasked, her exquisite features unveiled. From her enchanting eyes to her luscious lips, every inch of her skin radiated an alluring glow. Barefoot, she walked lightly, the red strings adorning her feet jingling softly. A sound that tickled the heart, causing some to become so entranced that they forgot their drinks, merely gazing at her as she sauntered past a young lad, descending the staircase step by step. Her skirt of sheer fabric swayed gently with her movements, dancing around her like a delicate veil, harmonizing with her porcelain skin, sending pulses racing and hearts fluttering. Not a brief stillness enveloped the hall until someone accidentally knocked over a glass, the crisp sound shattering the silence. When awareness returned, the entire hall erupted into an even more boisterous chatter than before. Luo Hong paid no mind, leading Fang Lin with a playful laugh into the room around the corner. The little fox wriggled free from his embrace, peering around curiously, appearing more relaxed than before. The room was softly illuminated by flickering red candles, and once the door closed, only the two of them and the little fox remained. This little creature is quite adorable. May I touch it? Luo Hong expressed her interest. The room was dominated by hues of red, the ambience dim yet inviting. The small, fluffy white fox stood out against the backdrop. An endearing sight. Fang Lin chuckled. If you fancy it, feel free to pet it. Little Bai is quite intelligent. The little fox leaped onto the tea table, its innocent gaze darting between Fang Lin and Luo Hong upon overhearing its owner selling it. It obediently remained still, observing the two. Luo Hong sat beside the tea table on a wooden chair, smiling radiantly as she reached out to stroke the little creature. The fox glanced at Fang Lin, its large eyes twinkling, and nuzzled its small head into Luo Hong's palm, eliciting several soft chuckles from her. This adorable pet, much like the young master, brought delight to all who beheld it. Luo Hong cast a flirtatious glance at Fang Lin, suggesting, "Why not set aside what you carry and join me for a moment? I shall brew you some wine." The tea table was adorned with a jade teapot, resting atop a palm-sized stove, prepared for brewing wine. Though the flames had yet to be ignited, it is better to comply than to refuse. "Thank you," Fang Lin replied, placing the magical sword beside him on the ground, leaning against the chair. The plain white cloth of his attire appeared rather inexpensive, yet Luo Hong found it difficult to resist stealing glances at him. Noticing her subtle actions, Fang Lin understood the implications and gestured for her to continue. "A beauty-warming wine is indeed a rare delight." "Your words are quite charming," Luo Hong remarked as she retrieved a small jar of wine, beginning to brew while engaging in casual conversation. "Your accent suggests you are not a local of Luo City. Are you here on business? If I were to say I came here out of admiration, would you believe me?" "I would believe whatever you say, but I wonder, whom do you admire?" "Naturally, the proprietress of Zue Hong Lu, rumored to be unparalleled in beauty. Seeing her today, it is indeed as the tales convey." Fang Lin adopted a playful demeanor, casting a deliberately teasing glance at Luo Hong, accustomed to such insincere flattery. She seldom encountered a youth like Fang Lin who dared to utter such sweet nothings. Her gaze momentarily faltered, only to return when she realized the wine was ready, pouring it for Fang Lin. "You jest, my dear young master. If beauty were truly so extraordinary, would I still be here in this modest establishment? Moreover, regardless of your charm, to others, you remain but a courtesan, lacking the stature to be truly esteemed." As she spoke self-deprecatingly, her demeanor revealed no hint of humility. Raising her wine glass, she beckoned him, "Join me for a drink. It has been ages since I had company." Fang Lin lifted his glass, poised to clink with hers when Luo Hong suddenly leaned forward, intertwining her wrist with his, creating a toast pose as she leaned closer, saying, "I prefer drinking this way." Some of the warm wine spilled onto the table, and Fang Lin froze, appearing bashful. "Is this quite appropriate?" Observing his reaction, Luo Hong smiled broadly, enticing him to finish the glass, the aroma of wine escaping her lips as she teased, "You are truly amusing. This is your first visit to a brothel, isn't it? Let me teach you, for the night is fleeting." Fang Lin turned away, downing the contents of his glass and slamming it down upon the table. "Does the proprietress of Zue Hong Lu entertain guests?" The phrase "entertain guests" pierced through like a dagger to the heart. Luo Hong paused, returning to her seat, crossing her legs to reveal a few inches of her fair ankle. Her tone sharp, such words are rather hurtful. How can one so young be so callous? Beautiful women, whether pouting or angered, wield such sentiments as weapons, and Luo Hong knew how to capitalize on them. Yet Fang Lin remained stoic, responding coolly to her irritation. "Might I inquire, fair maiden, how I have transgressed? Is every word I spoke not the truth?" When gentleness failed, she decided to be bold, rising to close the distance. "That cannot be the way you speak of me. If you call me sister, then allow me to teach you the ways of adults. That attire of yours is rather cumbersome. Is it not hot? Perhaps it would be better to remove it." With practiced ease, she tugged at the front of his garment, revealing a glimpse of intricate designs upon his chest, but he quickly pulled his clothing back into place. "What are you doing?" Fang Lin clutched his attire tightly, awkwardly avoiding Luo Hong's gaze. Luo Hong covered her mouth with a smile. "I merely wish for you to cool off with a drink. There is no need to be frightened. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave." Fang Lin grabbed the magical sword, feigning a hurried exit, yet intentionally exposing a portion of the intricate design on his chest, piquing Luo Hong's curiosity as he departed, that if she wished to investigate, she would need to come closer. The one who achieved their goal first would emerge victorious. He exited Zue Hong Lu. A smile played on Fang Lin's lips, confident in his understanding of Luo Hong from his previous life, but he knew she would come to him willingly. Such women cannot bear rejection, and the more one resists, the more they're drawn in. How tiresome, Fang Lin mused, petting the little fox, pondering whether it had been frightened. "Hong, are you upset?" Alai, having dealt with Lord Chung, returned with an expression of indifference, standing behind Luo Hong. "Mind your words," she replied. "He is of my age. What is there to discuss?" Alai inquired further. None can compare to you, she said, but I find him intriguing, as well as the sword he carries. Luo Hong smirked, believing victory was assured. Chapter 67. Boudoir. Finding in and not far from Zue Hong Lu, Fang Lin and the little fox enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep. The next morning, upon descending for breakfast, he noticed the patrons were animatedly discussing a singular event. Frequently mentioning Zue Hong Lu, Fang Lin gently patted the little fox on the head, whispering, "Do you know what has transpired? It seems we slept rather soundly last night." Perhaps too well. The little fox, confused, tilted its head, unaware of his words. Seated at a solitary dining table, Fang Lin gestured to the innkeeper, inquiring, "What happened at Zhe Hong Lu last night? Why is it the topic of conversation?" "Ah, esteemed guest, you may not be aware, but Zue Hong Lu is the largest brothel in Luo City, and its beauties are unparalleled, excelling in every art form." The innkeeper responded enthusiastically, continuing indefinitely. Fang Lin interrupted. "I'm already aware of this. Simply tell me what transpired last night." "Well, every month, Zue Hong Lu showcases a girl who performs on stage, selected from countless candidates. Renowned for their beauty, we outsiders affectionately refer to them as Orin. These performances occur at significant times. And yesterday, a new beauty graced the stage, captivating the attention of men throughout the city." Fang Lin, intrigued, continued sipping his tea while probing further, "What manner of beauty has garnered such fervor?" "Unfortunately, my station prevents me from entering Zue Hong Lu. But I have heard she is an exotic beauty, and her dance is exceptional." The innkeeper then asked, "What would you like to order?" "2 signature dishes and a steamed chicken, please." "Certainly, I will bring that right away," the innkeeper replied cheerfully before departing. Initially, Fang Lin had little interest in the legendary beauty, but overhearing a man at the adjacent table lewdly describe her waist-length white hair piqued his curiosity. Perhaps she is some sort of enchantress to bewitch so. He warned his companions against harboring any fantasies. White hair? Fang Lin's interest was suddenly ignited, as the visage of Su 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 flashed in his mind. She had mentioned descending the mountain to seek him, and during his journey to Luo City, he had no knowledge of whether she had indeed come down, or where she might currently be. After finishing his meal, Fang Lin tossed a celestial fruit to the little fox to cleanse its palate, preventing it from becoming tainted by earthly flavors. Their harmonious companionship led them to wander the streets until Fang Lin returned to his room to meditate. Allowing the day to slip by 8's night fell and the lights began to twinkle. Fang Lin boldly returned to Zue Hong Lu. The Oran's performance typically spanned 3 days, culminating in a public bidding on the final day for companionship. Whether for drinks or intimacy, entirely at her discretion. The numerous rules and innovative practices established by Luo Hong were significant reasons for Zhe Hong Lu's rapid rise, always maintaining a sense of novelty. The allure of a fleeting beauty was far more intriguing than merely paying for one's affections. Thus, the bi-monthly Oran performances were the most lively events at Zue Hong Lu. And no one could resist the allure of a beauty. Though some exhibited restraint while others succumbed to obsession. Upon entering, Fang Lin was immediately approached. "Young master, a room has been prepared for you. Please follow me that I have not made a reservation." "You are correct. However, the proprietor instructed me to bring you to the room upon your arrival." With half an hour remaining before the performance began, Fang Lin touched his nose, following the maidservant upstairs to a private box directly facing the stage. Prime viewing indeed. Seemingly a sacrifice Luo Hong was willing to make to entice him. Fang Lin smiled nonchalantly as he stepped into the box, greeted by the scent of sandalwood, which naturally instilled a sense of calm. The room was adorned more lavishly than the previous one, and Luo Hong, seated by the window, turned at the sound, a coy smile playing on her lips as she beckoned him. The maidservant, displaying keen insight, discreetly exited and closed the door behind her. Luo Hong, playfully swinging her delicate foot, teased, "Young master, what a coincidence! You've come again that I shall not attend. Would it not render my sister's wait in vain? Thus, I must make my presence known." Fang Lin strode confidently to her side, and upon noticing him, Luo Hong extended her hand in a most agreeable manner. It was as if an unspoken understanding passed between them, at the very moment she reached out. Fang Lin grasped her delicate hand, pulling her from the wooden chair with ease. Rather than resisting, Luo Hong playfully brushed her fingertips against his palm and smiled, saying, "Not long ago, my dear sister acquired a beauty. I dare say you gentlemen would be quite taken with her. You have come today, I presume, for her sake. I have reserved the finest room for you, so do take your time to admire her." "Indeed, I shall not disappoint your kind intentions," he replied. Luo Hong raised an eyebrow, gesturing for him to take a seat. Fang Lin released her hand, confirming that they were alone in the room, and elegantly settled himself down. Luo Hong, evidently preoccupied, was soon called away. As she departed, she glanced back at Fang Lin, casting him a flirtatious look, her gaze lingering momentarily on the sword behind him, and teasingly remarked, "Young master, you truly lack romantic sensibility. Who arrives at the drunken red pavilion seeking pleasure while bearing a sword?" Compared to Fang Lin, her interest lay more with Mo. Fang Lin chuckled. "What? Do you desire this sword? I would be glad to gift it to you." As he spoke, he unsheathed the long sword and extended it towards Luo Hong, yet his demeanor suggested he had no real intention of relinquishing it, almost as if challenging her to make a move. The sword, wrapped in white cloth, emanated a quiet yet palpable threat. Luo Hong maintained her playful smile and gently pushed his hand back. "You truly are devoid of romantic flair. Rather than offering me rouge, powder, or fine jewelry, you present me with a sword. You think I am capable of wielding it for my own protection? Perhaps not, but what if you were to become proficient in its use?" Fang Lin replied, his smile enigmatic, his gaze penetrating as if attempting to see through her. Unfazed, Luo Hong withdrew her hand and said, "Young master, do not jest with me that I shall seek you out once I have concluded my affairs." "I shall await your return," Fang Lin replied. Arching an eyebrow as he watched Luo Hong depart, he glanced at the two maidservants stationed by the door and surveyed the bustling scene, both upstairs and downstairs. Comfortably, he poured himself a cup of tea and began to sample the sparse offerings of snacks and dried fruits upon the table. The room boasted 2 windows. One faced the stage, while the other connected to a side chamber. With agility, Fang Lin leaped from the rear window. Observing Luo Hong being escorted to the back courtyard by 2 attendants, he chuckled softly and followed suit. The room in the corner of the first floor was not truly Luo Hong's chamber. It merely served as a space for receiving guests and a place for brief respites. Her actual quarters were on the 3rd floor. Fang Lin stealthily made his way up, silently locating her room. Upon entering, he discovered that even without lighting, the glow from below and the street lamps outside illuminated the furnishings within. Chapter 68. The fragrance of the snow gentleman Luo Hong's boudoir was markedly more elegant than her usual attire. Predominantly adorned in muted tones. Entering, one could detect a faint scent of rouge. The window remained ajar, allowing the sheer curtains to sway gently in the breeze, creating an ethereal ambience as he surveyed the room. Fang Lin noted no signs of anything amiss, pondering whether his previous apprehensions were unfounded. Perhaps she was not affiliated with the Dongfang family after all. Luo Hong navigated various factions, indeed not fully belonging to any one group. Yet she possessed an exceptional talent for adapting to circumstances. If presented with a benefit, she would assist others in return, necessitating her interest in the matter at hand. In his previous life, Fang Lin had only interacted with Luo Hong on a handful of occasions, never truly delving into her character. This time, he had intended to straightforwardly exchange details of his lineage for any intelligence she might have gathered regarding that peculiar aura. However, upon arriving at the drunken red pavilion, he stumbled upon a secret sign of the Dongfang family within her quarters. Thus, Fang Lin altered his approach, temporarily concealing his true intentions, and set out to ascertain whether Luo Hong had recently been in contact with members of the Dongfang clan. After several discreet inquiries yielded no suspicious findings, and the room bore no relevant traces, he felt a slight relief. Though complete trust remained elusive, as he prepared to turn and leave, he noticed a handkerchief lying near the foot of the table, intricately embroidered with peach blossoms. Frowning, he lifted the handkerchief to his nose. Although it bore the faint scent of rouge, the underlying fragrance of the snow gentleman was unmistakable. The snow gentleman is notoriously finicky, thriving only in specific environments. The most suitable locale for its growth on the Tianhan continent is the frigid regions, apart from which, Only the falling sunset valley of the Feiyun sect provides a fitting habitat. Hence, it was likely that the owner of the garment had frequently been in the presence of the Snow Gentleman. Almost instinctively, Fang Lin recalled Su Su Su, who often carried the fragrance of the Snow Gentleman. Could it be that his senior sister had truly descended the mountain? He murmured. The nearby little fox, observing his actions with curiosity, nudged closer to sniff, only to inadvertently sneeze with a loud achoo. The little fox, startled by its own sneeze, shook its head vigorously, nearly colliding with a nearby bookshelf. Its sneeze, though not particularly loud, seemed to rouse the guards outside, as a shadow shifted at the door. Who is inside? Fang Lin swiftly scooped up the little fox and concealed it within his robes, retreating deeper into the room that Alai pushed open the door, his brows furrowed, his sharp gaze scanning the room before settling on the handkerchief atop the desk. He approached slowly, fingertips brushing the fabric as if seeking to detect its subtle changes. Fang Lin, hidden behind the curtain, observed Alai's actions through a small gap in the fabric. What does he intend to do? Alai examined the handkerchief for a moment before his gaze suddenly fixed upon the curtain, his determined eyes seeming capable of piercing through the fabric to meet Fang Lin's. Those eyes resembled those of a beast rather than a human. Noticing Alai's unusual abilities, Fang Lin contemplated his next move before gradually stepping out, smiling as he said, Now. Little brother, no need to be upset. I was merely curious, just taking a casual stroll. That Alai regarded him warily. Raising his sword in warning, draw your blade. Surely we can converse amicably. I truly was just wandering about. Did not your master grant me the freedom to roam within these walls? If we were to come to blows and damage something, she would surely be displeased. Alai. Luo Hong held immense significance. Upon hearing her name, he hesitated momentarily, but quickly regained his composure, his tall frame lunging towards Fang Lin. Are we truly to engage in combat? Fang Lin sidestepped to evade the attack. Naturally, Alai was the first to draw his sword, the blade slicing through the air with a chilling precision, revealing it to be a fine weapon. Regrettably named Qi Sha. Recognizing the sword, Fang Lin scoffed inwardly, realizing why Alai exuded an aura of coldness and possessed a beast-like intuition. He was a specially trained assassin. Luo Hong, lacking martial prowess, relied on Alai as her weapon. The 15-year-old boy wielding the Qi Sha was someone Fang Lin had encountered only a few times in his previous life, but the memories remained vivid. Seeing Fang Lin's lack of response, Alai grew impatient. The Qi Sha flashed dangerously close to Fang Lin, its gleaming edge reflecting his resolve that, this how it is to be. Fang Lin swiftly evaded. But Feng Mo, sensing the threat of the Qi Sha, stirred restlessly behind him. After a few exchanges, Fang Lin became aware of approaching footsteps outside. Sidestepping Alai's assault, he turned towards the entrance and called out, Good sister, your man seeks to slay me. How could you bear to let this happen? Indeed, Luo Hong appeared, fanning herself gracefully, still clad in her red silk attire, her enchanting form leaning casually against the doorframe. Watching the unfolding drama with an amused smile. You scoundrel! Sneaking into my chambers unannounced and expecting me to rescue you. You deserve to be punished. Fang Lin, intent on concealing his identity, found himself constrained by Alai's relentless attacks. Seizing an opportunity, he darted to Luo Hong's side, the Qi Sha barely grazing her as its energy ruffled her loose strands of hair. Luo, will you protect him? Alai queried, his reluctance evident as he held his sword aloft. What are you doing? Our guest deserves hospitality. How could you treat him so harshly? Put your sword away, Luo Hong commanded, her expression stern. Though resentful, Alai complied, sheathing his sword and standing silently by. Luo Hong, her demeanor shifting to one of charm, pulled Fang Lin closer by the arm. Young master, had you expressed your interest in my boudoir earlier, I would not have gone to the trouble of preparing a separate room for you. Why not enjoy the upcoming performance right here? Fang Lin nodded in agreement. Indeed, sister, your thoughtfulness is unmatched. I could see that moment. A commotion arose from downstairs, announcing to the guests that the dancer would soon take the stage. As the sound of silk and bamboo instruments filled the air, a pink silk ribbon descended from above, capturing the attention of all 2 maidservants on the 3rd floor scattered flower petals from above. And beneath the cascade, A graceful figure emerged. Perhaps overwhelmed by the multitude of gazes, she kept her head lowered, her bare feet gliding to the center of the stage. As she turned, her skirt flared out like a flower in bloom. Fang Lin's expression darkened. Luo Hong feigned innocence. Young master, do you fancy her? Your gaze seems quite fixated. How could she possibly be here? Fang Lin's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by an air of gravity as he regarded Luo Hong. Her smile faltered momentarily before she countered. Do you know her, young master? Unfamiliar with the situation, Fang Lin lifted his teacup, initially intending to endure, but as he observed Su Su's graceful and enchanting dance, thoughts of the countless men upstairs and downstairs coveting her beauty filled him with irritation, prompting him to swiftly set the teacup down. Young master, where are you off to? Luo Hong pressed her hand on his shoulder, cautioning him not to disrupt the performance in the building, urging him to remain calm. Chapter 69. Acquire her. Let go. Fang Lin shrugged off Luo Hong's hand, a layer of frost enveloping his countenance. Young master, please remain calm. Luo Hong interjected again, her beautiful features tinged with a hint of anger as she positioned herself in front of Fang Lin. The young lady downstairs is a newcomer to our establishment, undeniably beautiful, and her rendition of the Huxian dance is nothing short of spectacular. However, we have our rules here. Please do not put me in a difficult position. How could she possibly be here? Fang Lin's expression grew grave, and the little fox in his arms seemed to sense his anger, peeking out with one ear raised, its big eyes shimmering with curiosity and concern. Luo Hong, partially concealing her face with a feather fan, chuckled lightly. To be honest, this beauty is not one of our ladies. I have done her a favor, and she is repaying me in this manner. Do not be rude to the beauty, with the Huxian dance accentuating Su Su's icy tresses and her face partly veiled by gauzy fabric. She exuded an exotic allure, captivating the guests below who erupted in unprecedented enthusiasm. Su felt uncomfortable under the scrutiny, her movements constrained, yet she could not escape the fervent cheers and the ravenous gazes of the men. Observing the patrons below, each one so enthralled they forgot to eat or drink, Fang Lin felt an unpleasant sensation akin to having his woman ogled by others, diminishing his patience with Luo Hong as he fixated on Su on stage. She appeared shy, her movements restrained, and her gaze averted from others, slowly yet resolutely blooming with charm amid the rain of petals on stage. Luo Hong, seeing Fang Lin seemingly entranced, felt a twinge of jealousy and remarked, "You men, always favoring the young maidens. In truth, Luo Hong, at nearly 30, was only a few years younger than Fang Lin's mother, Tio him. She was indeed somewhat older. Yet, she maintained her beauty well, having never traversed the trials of motherhood. And instead of aging, she possessed an elegance that often surpassed that of younger women, making her alluring in her own right." Fang Lin pressed his lips together, barely suppressing his anger, yet his gaze remained glued to Su. Responding absently, everyone has an appreciation for beauty. Moments later, as the dance neared its conclusion, he inquired, "Boss Luo, what must I offer to glean some information from you?" Luo Hong feigned ignorance. "What nonsense are you spouting, young master? If you wish to learn about that girl, simply buy her time tonight and ask her directly. That I meant secrets regarding the cultivators." Fang Lin did not speak plainly, still wary of Luo Hong, unsure if she might relay the terms of their exchange to another. Luo Hong flicked her long, inch-long fingernail with a hint of arrogance. "At last, you cannot contain your impatience, given that you are somewhat amusing. I may share information with you, but first, you must tell me who you are, where you hail from, and the origin of the sword at your back." "That is unfair. I have but one question, yet you require me to answer 3 in return." Luo Hong smiled. "What can be done? You are the one eager to learn something, and without offering a price, how can that be achieved?" Fang Lin drew his long sword before her, and the presence of the sword stirred the atmosphere, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Luo Hong appeared unperturbed, casually glancing at Su below, pushing the sword away from her, her tone remaining melodious. "Calm yourself. You must consider that the young lady downstairs might soon be taken to a guest chamber. Will you kill me first or check on her? Are you threatening me?" Fang Lin's voice deepened, a dark aura surrounding him. Luo Hong remained unfazed, leisurely fanning herself as she replied, "Tisk, I am quite accommodating. Since you have chosen to be straightforward, I shall refrain from dancing around the subject that I can choose not to answer your question. After all, I will find out sooner or later. However, that sword is indeed a fine weapon. Leave it with me, and I will tell you whatever you wish to know. So, she has her sights set on a sword." Fang Lin scoffed. "I just mentioned that I would gift it to you, yet you refused, so do not blame me, or not parrot my words to trap me. That sword is rife with malevolence. If you intend to set a trap, a defenseless woman like me would hardly be able to wield it. Are you truly unwilling to engage in this exchange?" Fang Lin reaffirmed, if he wished to act violently, he could dismantle the Zue Hong building without hesitation. However, Luo Hong possessed formidable connections, and the intelligence network of Zue Hong was extensive. If he sought to establish his own power quickly, he would undoubtedly need to leverage this. For the time being, it would be unwise to provoke Zue Hong or create an enemy of Luo Hong. Both had their own calculations, falling into a brief silence before Luo Hong broke the stillness. "An exchange must occur, yet you have shown little sincerity. Do not blame me." Below, Alai approached the stage to lead Su away, several men, gazes lingering on her, reluctant to let go, wishing they could pursue her directly, but lamentably lacking the silver notes to purchase the time of this enchanting courtesan. Where is she headed? Fang Lin no longer wished to engage in the exchange. Naturally, she is going to accompany a guest. Fang Lin unsheathed the sword, the crimson sword energy erupting instantaneously, colliding with a wooden pillar in the room, leaving a half-finger-wide gash. Luo Hong remained unflustered, casting a glance at the scar. "If young master were to pay me, you could acquire her without such fury that if one deal falls through, we may simply propose another. Such beauties are rare. It is not too late for you to make your offer. I must take her away. That depends on whether she is willing." Fang Lin gestured with his sword, his tone brooking no argument. "You exploit her kindness, using her to attract guests and entrap her unjustly." "I must take her away. I ask that how you speak to me." Luo Hong's annoyance flared slightly. "Not acting against you is my respect for you." Fang Lin mused. "You should be grateful for my habit of not striking women. Otherwise, I am uncertain if I could maintain my composure to converse with you." Luo Hong shrugged in resignation. Rising, "I was merely having a bit of fun with you. Knowing you two are acquainted, I am rather soft-hearted and cannot bring myself to commit harsh acts." She merely returned to her room to rest. "You can go check on her. She owes me a favor, and she must repay it in the future." "Understood." With a playful glance, Luo Hong rebuked Fang Lin. "Only you can obtain this benefit from me. Others would not be so fortunate." Fang Lin sheathed the sword, holding it in his left hand, while with his right, he retrieved a pouch of coins from his waist and tossed it onto the table. "Let us adhere to the rules. I shall purchase her, and this money is yours." Chapter 70. Take away Su. This room exuded an odd atmosphere, and as Fang Lin stepped inside, he felt an overwhelming sense of oppression, while the sword, Feng Tian, grew increasingly restless. Could there be some sort of formation? Fang Lin scrutinized the surroundings, but found no apparent anomalies. Worrying for Su's safety, he held Feng Tian in his hand, channeling spiritual energy to soothe its agitation. As he lifted the beaded curtain, Fang Lin's gaze met Su's. "Little junior sister." Su's eyes sparkled with delight as she set down her pouch and quickly sprang toward Fang Lin, her garments fluttering beautifully, evoking memories of her breathtaking performance at Zue Hong. Fang Lin was equally excited, reaching out to embrace her, but unexpectedly, the sword in his hand reacted as if detecting prey, vibrating violently and leaping from its sheath. "Sister, be careful." Fang Lin lunged to grasp the hilt, yet Feng Tian's sword energy knocked Su to the ground, leaving him bewildered. "Sister, what has happened to your cultivation?" Her state clearly indicated a complete depletion of spiritual energy, rendering her unable to evade even the sword's energy. Su lay on the floor, clutching her chest, feeling a metallic sweetness rising in her throat. As she opened her mouth, blood trickled from the corner of her lips, staining her white garments conspicuously. Before Su could recover, Feng Tian surged again, dragging Fang Lin toward her, the sword's crimson markings growing more pronounced. Its blade pulsating with bloodlust, looming over Su like a ravenous maw. Despite her lack of spiritual power, Su retained the reflexes from her training, rolling to the left just in time to evade another wave of sword energy. Her icy locks billowed and fell, entangling around her neck and face. What is happening? Fang Lin, enveloped in confusion, gathered his spiritual energy in his left hand while firmly grasping the sword Feng Mo with his right. Wary of startling Su, he bit his fingertip, allowing the spiritual energy to flow through his blood into the sword's body. The blood imbued with spiritual power gathering steadily in the central groove of the blade. Gradually filling it as Fang Lin withdrew his power, the sword ceased its aggressive movements towards Su, now firmly under his control, though it still quivered slightly, as if yearning for the baptism of blood. In that fleeting moment, a glimmer of crimson flashed in Fang Lin's eyes. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, prompting him to shake his head vigorously. This state lasted but a brief moment before he awoke with a start. The blood-red hue in his eyes seemingly having never existed. The night breeze flowed through the window, causing the person on the ground to shiver involuntarily. "It's all right, senior sister." Fang Lin sheathed Feng Mo. The bloodthirst still roiling within it but now restrained from causing harm. Su, disheveled and leaning on Fang Lin's arm as she rose from the ground, expressed her surprise. Why does this sword emanate such a heavy aura of blood? It resembles a demonic sword. Unaware of Ling Zhao's return of the demonic sword to Feiyun's sect, she could only recognize its malevolence. Oblivious to its origins, the hint of distance and wariness crept into her gaze as she looked at Fang Lin. Instinctively taking a small step back, her hand discreetly clenching into a fist within her wide sleeves. "Senior sister, this is a long story that I will explain it to you later. For now, we must leave." Fang Lin returned Feng Mo to its sheath, the overwhelming bloodlust instantly concealed by the runes on the scabbard, as if all that had transpired was merely an illusion that he reached for Su's wrist. But she evaded him. Meeting her gaze, Fang Lin's heart sank. His hand remained poised to grasp her, and he questioned, "Senior sister?" Su regarded him with suspicion, her eyes filled with apprehension. "Who exactly are you?" "I am Fang Lin, your junior disciple." "Senior sister, do you not remember me?" Fang Lin furrowed his brow, suspecting that Luo Hong and the others had done something to Su, impairing not only her ability to wield her spiritual powers, but also her memory. "No, you are not Fang Lin," as Su's gaze flickered to the demonic sword in his grip. "Your junior disciple would not behave in such a manner. This sword is clearly a demonic sword. Where did you acquire it? How can you wield a demonic sword?" According to the age-old rules of Tianhan Continent, the distinction between righteousness and evil was stark, especially regarding internal cultivation techniques. One had to cultivate demonic arts to wield a demonic sword. For otherwise, one could not channel spiritual energy to control it. This was also the reason for Su's trepidation towards Fang Lin. With a heavy heart, Su lamented, "The master has declared to all disciples that after cultivating forbidden techniques, you are no longer a disciple of Feiyun's sect. I had hoped to clarify that there must be some misunderstanding, and I've been worried about you. But now it seems there is no misunderstanding at all. The reason you have suddenly grown so powerful is indeed due to the cultivation of demonic arts. Otherwise, how could you have progressed so rapidly to the point of defeating Sixth Senior Brother? We can discuss this later. For now, I must take you away." Su continued to avoid him. "I will not go with you. The elder brother will surely come to rescue me. Senior sister, this is not the time for a temper tantrum. Come with me." Fang Lin's expression hardened, his aura turning icy, causing Su to momentarily falter, followed by a hint of sorrow. "You are no longer my junior disciple. There is no need to concern yourself with my affairs. I will find a way to extricate myself. Besides, when I descended the mountain, the elder brother assured me he would quickly come to find me." Elder brother. Fang Lin seethed internally, his expression darkening further at the incessant mention of Ling Zhao. Having spent considerable time in the company of Feng Mo, he had inevitably absorbed some of its bloodthirst. When he ceased to conceal it, his gaze became so piercing that it seemed the bloodlust within him was on the verge of spilling over. Under his intense scrutiny, Su Su felt a chill creep up her spine, her heart racing at his penetrating gaze. Fang Lin gritted his teeth and asked, "I will ask you once more. Will you come with me?" Fear gripped Su Su, and the more afraid she became. The angrier Fang Lin grew, resulting in a vicious cycle that nearly caused him to lose control. In a moment of impatience, he struck her shoulder with his palm, rendering her unconscious, her body slumping down uncontrollably. Fang Lin swiftly caught her, cradling her in his arms, and leaped through the window, vanishing into the night in a flurry of movement. But Eli stood in the darkness below, his expression unchanged. "Are we just going to let him take her away?" Luo Hong, standing beside him, delicately traced her fingers across Eli's face, her breath soft as she spoke. "What harm is there in taking her away? She will undoubtedly return to me willingly. But you, does your wound still ache? Let me apply some medicine for you." Eli glanced at her with a hint of bewilderment. "You never used to pay attention to such trivial matters." Unfazed by the exposure of her feigned concern, Luo Hong merely laughed, saying, "You are the only one by my side. How could it be a trivial matter? Come, let us tend to your wound." With that, she playfully led Eli into the depths of darkness, her finger playfully tugging at the tassel of his sword. Chapter 71. Senior sister is upset upon returning to the inn. Fang Lin laid Su Su on his bed. The unconscious figure appeared so pale that she seemed almost translucent, her white garment much more revealing than what she wore at Fei Yun's sect, leaving her chest bare, exposing her snow-white skin, with strands of long hair cascading over her, embodying an unspoken fragile beauty. Fang Lin's protective instincts surged forth as he sat by her side, carefully arranging her hair with his fingertips, revealing her delicate features. It was evident that Su Su had grown considerably thinner during this time. Evoking a sense of pity, "I never knew you could dance." Fang Lin's tone was low, almost as if he were speaking to himself, his guilt towards Su Su deepening. Fang Mo intermittently emitted a discordant sound, forcing Fang Lin to reinforce the runes on the scabbard to suppress its malevolence. Returning to Su Su's side, he grasped her hand, channeling spiritual energy in her. As her eyelashes fluttered, Su Su gradually awakened, her beautiful eyes opening wide. Upon seeing Fang Lin, she trembled uncontrollably, as if greatly frightened, retreating further into the bed. "Senior sister, it's me. Do not be afraid." Fang Lin felt a pang of hurt, as Su Su remained cautious, keeping her distance. "No, you are not Fang Lin. Look closely. If I am not Fang Lin, then who could I be? Senior sister, we have spent 3 years together. You should know me best. How could you fail to recognize me? Months ago, I heard that you injured Six's senior brother. I initially did not believe it. But then you battled a master from the soul cultivation realm in Luoxiao Valley, causing that person to vanish without trace. I had deceived myself into thinking you had merely worked hard and improved your skills. Yet upon descending the mountain and witnessing your profound understanding of demonic arts in the Li family's ancestral home, and the fact that you kept it hidden from me, upon returning to Fei Yun's sect, you were cast out by the master. As she spoke, tears welled in Su Su's eyes, shimmering with vulnerability. I wanted to believe it was a misunderstanding, and I fervently wished to descend the mountain to find you. But what have you done since? Why do you exude such a heavy aura of blood? For every question posed, Fang Lin could provide an explanation. Yet as the inquiries mounted, he found himself at a loss for words that he drew closer to Su Su, who could no longer hold back her tears, a warm droplet landing on Fang Lin's hand, splattering into a delicate bloom. Senior sister, please do not agitate yourself. It may cause your energy to become unbalanced. Fang Lin pressed down on her shoulder, disregarding her struggles, and pulled her into his embrace. Su found herself unable to break free, her fists pounding against his chest, but to Fang Lin, it was inconsequential. Calm down, calm down. Leaning close to her ear, he sensed her rapid breathing, fearing her heightened emotions might disturb her internal energy's equilibrium. He gently stroked her back, reassuring her. It is all a misunderstanding. I can explain. Senior sister, please believe me. Su remained silent, yet she ceased her struggles, nestling quietly in his arms. The rhythmic beating of his heart resonated in her ears. and the familiar warmth of his embrace brought her a semblance of comfort. This sword belonged to my father. It has absorbed too much bloodlust, transforming it into a demonic sword. Fang Lin chose to reveal part of the truth to Su Su Su. His tone heavied. I have carried it with me in hopes of uncovering my origins and taming this sword. Once the bloodlust is cleansed, it will undoubtedly become a legendary weapon. Your father? Su Su Su's expression softened as she recalled. I remember when the master brought me back to Feiyun's sect. My mother had just passed away, and the master took me in out of pity, making me his last direct disciple. Su Su Su's eyes glimmered with recognition as she looked up at him. I remember. At that time, you were even skinnier, resembling a little monkey. You were timid, yet you protected me during dangerous moments. That it was not only in the past that I needed to protect you. Now, and in the future, I will always protect you. Fang Lin lowered his head and smiled at her. Despite his youthful visage, the gravity of his words conveyed a solemn promise. Su Su ultimately chose to believe him. After being embraced for a considerable time, she became acutely aware of a wave of shyness, retreating from Fang Lin's arms, her cheeks flushed with a delicate pink hue that her fair skin could not conceal. You speaking nonsense again. Who said anything about needing your protection? Su Su remarked, pulling up the loosely draped garment over her shoulder to shield her smooth, rounded skin, her ears reddening to the point of appearing almost crimson. Then let me ask you, are you practicing dark arts now? No, he replied. Su Su, clearly unconvinced, countered, the techniques you are employing are entirely different from those taught within the sect, and you're not wielding a sword, relying instead on talismans. This is hardly the righteous path. Fang Lin retorted, is it not the case that one is not a legitimate cultivator simply for refraining from swordsmanship? What reasoning is there in that? Su Su, feeling somewhat chilled, persisted. Nevertheless, talismans are formless and lack a foundation. The variables are too great. I fear you may ultimately harm yourself. Indeed, Fang Lin, in his rebirth, was eager to elevate his cultivation. Firstly, his youthful body could scarcely contain the bloodline of the Cambrian. And secondly, time was of the essence. He could not afford to wait to avenge himself, for cultivation was the undeniable truth. Thus, in this lifetime, he deliberately employed the hastened methods he had gathered in his past life and leaned towards the adept use of talismans in combat to avoid excessive consumption of spiritual energy. These were Fang Lin's personal calculations, yet they did not signify his agreement with Su Su's views. Talismans are skills I have acquired through my own efforts. Their existence surely serves a purpose, and I will not easily fall victim to backlash. Fang Lin's gaze fixed upon Su Su, his determination inadvertently instilling a sense of awe, and he continued, Senior sister, do you not wish for me to grow stronger? I wish for you to follow the righteous path and not to be overly hasty. Fang Lin, however, remained unfazed. What defines the righteous path as opposed to the wicked? It merely depends on the application. If one practices righteous techniques yet engages in nefarious deeds, what merit is there in that? I assert that it is better to learn what suits oneself, as long as one's heart remains steadfast and one's actions are justifiable. The methods employed are of little consequence. Su Su found herself at a loss for words, her lips parting and closing several times before ultimately transforming into a sigh. Fang Lin shifted the topic. You were injured by sword energy earlier. Allow me to circulate my energy to assist you. As he spoke, Fang Lin began to remove his shoes, but Su Su recoiled. No, I'm fine. The thought of sharing the same bed felt far too embarrassing for her, and she hesitated to meet Fang Lin's gaze. Yet, Fang Lin cared little for such decorum. Having kicked off his shoes, he boldly turned and sat beside her, wrapping an arm around her shoulder and drawing her to face him. Senior sister, must we still be coy in our afflictions? Do you truly care for such superficial formalities between us? Su hesitated. It's just a minor injury. I'll recover on my own. Be obedient, Fang Lin insisted, grasping her hand, their palms meeting. Denying Su the chance to refuse, he quietly circulated his energy, slowly transferring it to her. Chapter 72. The seducer having begun the healing process. Further resistance might endanger Fang Lin's well-being, so Su steeled her resolve, sitting cross-legged and placing her hands in Fang Lin's care. Her spiritual energy was trapped within her dantian, her internal flow obstructed. Fang Lin sought to explore her inner turmoil with his own energy, but found it exceedingly challenging to clear the blockages, expending great effort for minimal results. Noticing Fang Lin's struggle, Su Su opened her eyes to look at him. The pain she had endured for so long finally escaped as a soft whimper. "What is it, senior sister?" Fang Lin detected the agony concealed within her whimper and swiftly eased his force, retracting much of the energy he had directed at her blockages. Just as Su Su was about to speak, she was overtaken by a fit of coughs, her frail body trembling violently, transmitting through their connected hands, causing Fang Lin to furrow his brow in concern. Left with no choice, Fang Lin withdrew all his energy, yet Su Su's coughing persisted, and she abruptly coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Senior sister," Fang Lin caught her wavering form, his fingers threading through her long hair as he firmly grasped her arm. Her slender limbs felt notably frail compared to days prior, and he feared he might inadvertently break her with a mere squeeze. Su stifled her cough, the blood at her lips gradually ceasing, though her gaze turned ethereal, her hand instinctively clutching Fang Lin's collar. "Where does it hurt?" he asked, cradling her. Suddenly, he felt the energy within himself spiraling chaotically. Alarm bells ringing in his mind. "This is dire. It hurts. Everything hurts," Su whimpered, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Fang Lin seized her right wrist to take her pulse, the rhythm fluctuating erratically, unmistakably indicating a severe disruption of her qi and blood. Before he could utter a word, the person in his arms went limp and fainted. A sharp pain surged from his lower abdomen. Fang Lin gritted his teeth and gently laid Su back on the bed, then resumed his meditation at the edge, closing his eyes to probe within himself. Su succumbed to unconsciousness. The pain within him intensified, and the more he attempted to circulate his energy, the more agonizing it became. Reluctantly, Fang Lin released his energy, sitting in contemplation of the situation. The troubles began upon bringing Su back, manifesting after he had transferred energy to her. It must have been the energy that had shifted to him. Could it be connected to the fragrance that lingered in the room earlier? He had already fallen victim to the manipulations of the Lotus Demon once, and now he faced a second ordeal. Did these women have an affinity for perfume? Fang Lin sighed. Rising to cover Su with a blanket, he resolved to return to the Drunken Red building to confront Luo Hong, convinced she was behind this mischief. He had scarcely taken 2 steps when darkness enveloped him, nearly causing him to collapse. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, dropping to one knee and bracing himself with his sword to steady his form. Indeed, beautiful women were the most deceitful. He chided himself for being careless. With a self-deprecating smile, he leaned on his sword and slowly rose, attempting to make his way towards the door. The surging qi and blood within him surged more violently than before. Fang Lin was forced to halt, feeling utterly drained, his internal energy in disarray. He had no choice but to turn back and return to Su Su's side. Though the pain persisted, it was considerably less than when he had attempted to distance himself. He inferred that he should not stray too far from her. On his left lay the unconscious Su, peacefully asleep, her pallid complexion rendering her both fragile and beautiful. Fang Lin reclined beside her, scrutinizing her features, unable to resist gently caressing her cheek. "Senior sister, this is not my intention to take advantage of you. I am left with no other choice, for I too fear pain." The war god of Tianan continent was hardly one to dread such trivial discomfort. Fang Lin nestled his head in the crook of Su Su's neck, inhaling the faint scent of snow orchid that calmed his heart, and the pain within him gradually subsided that by Su Su's side. He longed to lower his guard and rely on her a bit more, seeking to repay the debts of affection from his past life. "Senior sister," he called out once more, attempting to rise, yet found himself in the same predicament. Stepping away from Su for even a few paces invoked a piercing pain. Luo Hong is truly ruthless, he thought, temporarily conceding defeat. Noting the lateness of the hour, he decided to return to Su Su's side and succumb to slumber. As dawn broke the following day, Su awoke first. Perhaps due to her proximity, Fang Lin experienced an unusually restful sleep. Failing to notice her stirring, upon opening her eyes, she was met with Fang Lin's youthful face, magnified in its boyish charm. Momentarily taken aback, her gaze drifted down from his neck and shoulders to his arms, where she discovered he'd enveloped her within his embrace. Instantly, a rush of crimson flooded her cheeks, her dulled thoughts snapping into clarity to Her delicate hands pressed against Fang Lin's shoulders, pushing him away with a startled yelp. Fang Lin, roused from a pleasant dream, instinctively reacted to the perceived threat, seizing Su Su Su's wrist and flipping her beneath him. Only upon meeting her gaze did he realize that the person beside him was Su Su Su, and not one of the assassins who had once lurked in the shadows. Her startled eyes, wide with fear, mirrored his own. The young man's physique had matured, muscles developing where once there had been frailty, and now he pinned her beneath him with an air of masculine authority. His long hair cascading down to brush against her chest, as if teasing her. Fang Lin's Adam's apple bobbed as he gazed at Su Su Su's improved complexion, a rosy hue blooming upon her cheeks reminiscent of ripened apples. He spoke in a husky, drowsy voice. "Senior sister, why the commotion so early in the morning?" Her hands were pinned above her head, her icy hair cascading behind her, and clad in the alluring garments from the Drunken Red building. Su 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 exuded an unexpected allure. Overcome with shyness, she turned her head away, murmuring, "See, can you let go of me? Do you truly wish for me to release you?" Fang Lin lowered his voice, and the warm breath that escaped seemed to brush lightly against her ear and neck. He then eased some of the pressure from his supporting hand, causing his body to naturally lean closer to Su Su Su, intensifying the already charged atmosphere. Noticing his actions, Su 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 quickly admonished him. "Stop it. This is too much, isn't it, you, senior sister, who wanted me to let go? If I release my grip, then I wouldn't need to support you at all, would I?" Fang Lin, in high spirits, relished the sight of her embarrassment as she struggled to meet his gaze. "Scoundrel!" Su 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 lightly bit her lip, her breath quickening to, "It hasn't been long since I descended the mountain, and you've already learned to misbehave. Last night, you went to a brothel, and now you're treating me like this." Chapter 73. Marrying the Senior Sister. Senior Sister, you mentioned last night how you saw me dancing in front of everyone, with those men looking at me as if they wished to devour me. It was truly distressing that I was there on official business. Let me go first, and then we can talk. Su 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 was tense and stiff, attempting to twist her body to break free from his grasp. Unaware that her movements only served to further excite Fang Lin, that if this continues, something might go awry, he thought, as the early morning made him susceptible to stimulation. Despite his efforts to restrain himself, he reluctantly withdrew his hand and turned to sit up. As soon as Su 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 was freed from his hold, she wrapped herself in the blanket and rolled to the far side of the bed. Pressing against the wall, her face flushed with embarrassment, unwilling to speak to Fang Lin. "Senior sister." Fang Lin reached to touch her shoulder, only to have her shy away. He leaned closer, prompting an even more intense reaction from Su Su Su, who exclaimed, "Don't come any closer. Are you angry?" Fang Lin felt a pang of reluctance. Yet, when Su 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 spoke again, her voice was laced with tears, her frail back trembling. "You've changed for the worse. How could you treat me like this? I shouldn't have come down the mountain to find you, that I refused to believe you'd gone astray, and I even pleaded with the master on your behalf. After finally meeting again, you treat me so lightly." Hearing her cry, Fang Lin felt a surge of guilt. Ignoring her struggles, he pulled her forcefully into his embrace. Without her spiritual power, she had no means to resist. "Even if she wished it, I'm sorry, senior sister. Please don't cry that I know I was wrong." In terms of soothing a woman, he found himself lacking, repeating those few phrases that was likely due to the anxiety he had accumulated during his time at the Drunken Red Pavilion, that his emotions crumbled at this moment. Su 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 wept bitterly, her amber-like eyes shedding golden tears that fell onto Fang Lin's hand. Warm and heart-wrenching, just 18, she was still naive to the ways of the world. Fang Lin could not reconcile her with the silent and reserved senior sister from his past life. The thought pierced his heart. Why had he been so foolish in his previous life, pushing her away and hurting her time and again? If the wounds in his heart hadn't been so deep, how could she have become so silent? In his memory, the senior sister had never cried in front of him. She always hid her injuries, refusing to let him know. Fang Lin tightened his embrace. Speaking in a low voice, "I'm sorry, senior sister, I could truly," and Hesu Susu turned, resting her forehead against his chest, her voice trembling after her tears. "You scared me last night, that if you had truly walked the path of darkness. What would I have done? That was not the dark path. It was merely the sword's fierce spirit that needed time to tame. Senior sister, do not worry about me. I can control it." Fang Lin gently stroked her hair, his tone softening. Such words were easy to say, but this sword carried a heavy bloodlust. If it affected your mind, it would be even more impossible to rid yourself of it later. Fang Lin calmed her down, then changed the subject, saying, "Rather than dwell on this, why don't you tell me how you ended up in the drunken red pavilion?" Su Susu's ears flushed, and she lowered her head shyly. "It's a long story." "Then let us make it brief, or we can have some breakfast first and discuss it slowly," Fang Lin insisted. After a moment of hesitation, Su Susu stiffly replied, "I secretly slipped down a mountain to find you. While passing through Nank, I encountered disciples from Jianhuiyu. Not only did they provoke me with their words, but they also attacked me. Outnumbered, I struggled to fend them off, but in the end, I fell into their trap. And my spiritual power was sealed within my dantian. After that, you know what happened. Sister Hong brought me back to Luqing and temporarily housed me in the drunken red pavilion. It seemed that Su Susu's injuries were not inflicted by Sister Hong. Did she do anything to you?" Su Susu shook her head. "After Sister Hong brought me back to Luqing, she instructed others to take good care of me and didn't impose any demands." "Then how did you become a dancer in the drunken red pavilion? Are you angry?" Su Susu looked up at him, biting her lip, her expression tinged with sorrow. Fang Lin quickly denied it. "Not at all. I am just worried about you being wronged. The drunken red pavilion is filled with all sorts of people. Just like last night, with so many eyes on you, I felt jealous and concerned that you might be putting yourself in a difficult position to repay a debt." As he spoke, Fang Lin slumped his shoulders, displaying a childlike demeanor. "I've never seen you dance. It's unfair that those people get to see." As Susu pushed him away, "Stop talking. I promised Sister Hong I would perform twice. But I want to do it again. Then only dance for me from now on, all right?" Fang Lin winked. Susu refused to respond, turning her face away, her ears flushing. You go out first. Who stays in a woman's bed to talk?" Seeing her nose redden but her emotions stabilizing, Fang Lin smiled. "What is there to fear? We will eventually become husband and wife, and I will take responsibility for you. Don't say such nonsense." Su Susu, feeling even more embarrassed, retorted, "Who said I would marry you, you little rascal? I'll go out and get you some clothes." Fang Lin stood up and exited. Since dawn, he had noticed that the pain within him had vanished, and being a bit farther from Su Susu brought no discomfort. How strange. After pondering for a moment, Fang Lin, upon closing the door, summoned the little fox from behind him, whispering, "I'll be out for a while. Stay here and protect senior sister. If you can't handle it, let me know, understood?" The little fox wagged its tail and quickly darted back into the room, appearing quite interested in Su Susu. Concerned that both the girl and the fox might go hungry, Fang Lin instructed the innkeeper to bring breakfast upstairs before striding out of the inn. The bustling city was ablaze with lights at night, and by morning it thrummed with life, nearly always lively throughout the day. Fang Lin inquired about the nearest fabric shop and, after thanking the informant, headed straight there. The shop was large and easy to find. After casually selecting a few suitable garments, Fang Lin swiftly returned to the inn. Fortunately, no one disturbed Su Susu during his absence. "Senior sister, please change into these clothes." He offered the set he had chosen. "Then you go out first." "All right." Leaning against the door, Fang Lin contemplated everything that had transpired the previous night. The intense pain within him could not have been a mere illusion, yet it had suddenly vanished that morning. It didn't resemble poisoning, but rather a reaction akin to that caused by the goo insects from the southern regions. What exactly was Sister Hong trying to achieve? "All set. You can come in now." Su Susu called from within. Fang Lin pushed the door open and saw Su Susu had changed back in her normal attire, feeling much more at ease. "Senior sister, let me check your pulse again to see if we can find a way to release your spiritual power." Once seated back inside, Su Susu placed her wrist on the table. Fang Lin's fingertips rested on her pulse point, focusing to sense its rhythm. It felt balanced and calm, as if nothing were amiss. Yet, It had clearly been chaotic last night. How could it have suddenly improved? Fang Lin furrowed his brow. Senior sister, are you sure the ones you encountered were disciples of Jian Huayu? Chapter 74. Negotiating Terms. They wielded the Jian Huayu's swords, marked with dragon scales that I would not mistake them. Su Su pondered for a moment before suddenly recalling. However, before I was injured, I seemed to have seen a surge of black mist. The situation was chaotic. I didn't have time to react before I lost consciousness. Black mist? Again with the black mist? What force could this be? Fang Lin felt a surge of agitation. Scouring his memories from his past life, he could not recall which sect's disciples would employ such peculiar techniques, as if they had infiltrated every corner of the Tianhan continent unnoticed. Fang Lin's expression tightened. Su reassured him. Perhaps I misjudged. I've already sent a message to my senior brother to come to our aid. We can demand an explanation from Jian Huayu together. Unbeknownst to Su, it was precisely because of her message that Sister Hong learned she was the sole female disciple under the esteemed Zhaozi of Fei Yun's sect, prompting an investigation into all her information. Fang Lin, seeing that she was already burdened with so many troubles, couldn't he bring himself to tell her this and change the subject instead? Senior brother? Wait, did Ling Xiao mention when he would arrive? He didn't say, but it should be soon. Su's face was solemn. Once my senior brother comes, I will have to leave with him. You must take care of yourself outside. She was also compelled to seek help from Ling Xiao, and it would be difficult for her to slip away again in the future. Upon returning to the sect, she might be confined for an indefinite period. Descending the mountain had been an impulsive act, driven by the depths of her emotions. Only when she witnessed Fang Lin unharmed did she feel at ease. Fang Lin's hand rested upon her wrist, and he took the opportunity to grasp her wrist firmly. Senior sister, if the senior brother arrives, we will lift the seal on your Dantian first, and you should return to the sect with him. Once I have sorted out my personal matters, I will come to fetch you. At that time, let us W.E. Su was taken aback by his words. What do you mean by wed? Please refrain from speaking such things. Does the senior sister not wish to marry me? Su fell silent, attempting to withdraw her hand, but Fang Lin was unwilling to let go, holding her wrist tightly and reaffirming, in the past, it was the senior sister who protected me. In the future, I too wish to protect you in a rightful manner. I will not marry. Why not? Fang Lin questioned. Unconvinced, Su tapped his forehead gently. You are still young. Your desire to be with me stems from the fact that I was kind to you in your youth. Sooner or later, you will encounter many other women, and this notion will fade that I will not. I have declared that I will marry you, and my intention remains unchanged for a lifetime. That a small fox leapt down from the windowsill, landing on the wooden table between them, inadvertently knocking over a teacup, which clattered loudly. Fortunately, the cup was empty, rolling twice on the table before the little fox managed to pin it down with its paw. Bringing it to a halt, the conversation abruptly ceased, and Su stood up. Last night you took me away. Did you inform Sister Luo Hong? Not yet. I will visit again tonight. The Zue Hong Lu does not receive guests during the day and only opens its doors in the evening. Fang Lin had his dinner early and, taking advantage of the moment, pressed a point on Su's acupoint, rendering her peacefully unconscious, leaving the little fox to guard her while he set off alone to the Zue Hong Lu. To the patrons, Su was the most enigmatic dancer in the history of Zue Hong Lu. She had only performed for 2 nights and had never dined or drunk with guests. Once the time passed, she vanished without a trace. Many who had come to see her expressed disappointment upon hearing the news that she would no longer perform, yet they were quickly lured away by the waiting maidens to indulge in revelry. Although a beauty is delightful, she is best admired from afar rather than engaged with. It is far more interesting to have a woman in one's arms who can be touched and held. After a brief moment of chaos, Zue Hong Lu quickly returned to its usual lively order. Fang Lin scanned the room, but did not spot Luo Hong, so he proceeded straight to the 3rd floor to find her. You finally arrived. Luo Hong appeared disheveled, stepping out from her room, followed closely by a Lai, who regarded Fang Lin with hostility. Fang Lin glanced at the pair. Am I interrupting? Not at all, Luo Hong remarked. Linking her arm with his, the young master is here to see me. So it is not an interruption. A Lai. You may leave now. A Lai nodded and walked past Fang Lin on his left. Once he had departed, Luo Hong closed the door, allowing her garments to slip from her shoulders, feigning ignorance as she gracefully swayed her waist to lead Fang Lin, only pulling her attire back up once they were both behind the screen. She then tossed him a flirtatious glance. "The poison. Did you administer it?" Fang Lin asked directly. "What are you talking about? I do not understand." Fang Lin approached her, and Luo Hong remained unfazed, standing still as he closed the distance. Gazing up at him with a smile, "What? Do you intend to harm me? It is not honorable to bully a weaker woman Oh, you know that I also enjoy raising poisonous insects in my spare time." Luo Hong raised an eyebrow. "Do I appear to be easily deceived? Is it not getting dark? Does it not hurt?" The pain shifted to his dantian, and Fang Lin frowned. "Release the poison. Otherwise, swords are blind, and such a beautiful visage would be marred by scars. Does the young master truly care?" Luo Hong teased, blowing gently at him, showing no signs of fear, her fingers lightly tapping on his chest. "You take my person away, yet do not allow me to set traps for you. What kind of logic is that? Young master, why not let us negotiate further? Perhaps we could exchange secrets." "That does not interest me." Fang Lin grasped her restless hand, pushing her back until her slender form was pinned against the window frame, trapped between his chest and the window. Below them was a bustling, ancient street, with the warm yellow light of the setting sun casting a glow upon them, yet it did not convey any warmth. "How was the poison delivered? Was it through the food in the building or your touch?" Fang Lin interrogated, exuding an imposing presence. "Have you heard of the mother-child poison? The so-called mother-child poison consists of a pair of insects, one male and one female, originally a single entity, through certain channels. The male insect can transfer to another person, and it moves in accordance with the activities of the female. Due to differing nurturing methods, the effects of the mother-child poison can vary significantly. The insects are very particular. The female often devours the male before maturity, and only a small fraction of pairs reach adulthood for use. Luo Hong, with her vast network of information, could easily acquire a pair of southern poisonous insects. However, using them on someone she had only recently met would be an utter waste. Fang Lin sighed in resignation. "I seem to think you would not go to such lengths against me. Would you? Could it be that you have taken a liking to me? It is only natural for a handsome young master to attract attention." Luo Hong replied nonchalantly, and had her gaze held any warmth. Fang Lin might have believed her. Unfortunately, the woman spoke naught but lies, and Fang Lin remained indifferent as he continued to question. "Speak. What do you truly desire from me?" Chapter 75. Disguised as a woman, Fang Lin did not anticipate that Luo Hong's condition would involve teasing him. He stood before the copper mirror, disheartened, allowing her to explore his form, occasionally tugging at his garments. Laughter escaped Luo Hong's lips, and Fang Lin could no longer contain himself, seizing her hand. "That is enough. Do not push your luck." Luo Hong showed no sign of fluster, instead adopting a demure demeanor, tilting her head and smiling at him. "I am merely complimenting you. The young master looks quite fitting in women's attire. Far more attractive than many of the girls in my establishment. I am not blind," he retorted with barely concealed exasperation, barely suppressing an eye roll. Were it not for the copper mirror before him, he might have believed her flattery, yet the reflection was undeniably awkward. Neither male nor female, certainly not a beauty. Fang Lin's youthful features were handsome, yet his tall and broad-shouldered physique made the women's garments appear ill-fitting, resembling a bear rather than a delicate figure when compared with the elegant beauty of Luo Hong. However, Luo Hong was thoroughly pleased with his appearance, and even as he grasped her wrist, she felt no sense of danger, chuckling lightly. "This outfit suits you well. I speak only the truth that today's guests are sure to adore it." "Let us hope so," Fang Lin replied expressionlessly, shaking off her hand. Hey, could you be gentler? It does hurt." Luo Hong feigned a pout, lightly tapping his chest with her fist. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something. "Oh right, you're missing a little something." Luo Hong turned and opened a wooden box, retrieving an item and handing it to Fang Lin. "This will complete your transformation into a woman." It was a pair of false breasts, wrapped in cotton and satin. Fang Lin felt as if Luo Hong were mocking him, and after accepting the false breasts, he sighed. "Dear sister, there should be limits to jesting. This is becoming excessive." Seeing his reluctance to comply, Luo Hong laughed and, with a swift motion, tore open his front. Personally inserting the false breasts, they caused a noticeable bulge on his chest, and she fussed over their placement until she was satisfied. Her smile threatened to burst forth, her eyes finally gleaming with genuine delight. Fang Lin looked down at her and remarked, "You truly look far better when you smile sincerely. Your usual forced smiles are rather unappealing and would be better left unsaid." Luo Hong's smile faltered momentarily before she closed his front and retorted, "Are you criticizing my smile? That is quite hurtful." Fang Lin glanced down at his newly ample figure, a frown etching his features. "Setting aside everything else, why must I wear women's clothing, and why is this necessary? It is not that you must wear women's clothing. I merely wish to see how you would appear in this outfit. Enough of this. You have seen, you have laughed. I shall change back now." Wait, do not be so hasty to change back." Luo Hong grasped his arm, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "You promised me, no backing out. Sit down quickly. I will style your hair and adorn you with hairpins, and then you can go out." Fang Lin felt his discomfort stem from his resistance, while Luo Hong found his awkwardness amusing, leading to a divergence in their perspectives regarding the women's attire. As Fang Lin begrudged the situation, Luo Hong playfully waved a feather fan. "Do not be like that. I have invested a pair of mother-child poisons in you, and if you do not cooperate, I cannot bear to extract them. Each pair of mother and son worms can only be used once. If removed, they perish instantaneously. Once the mother worm dies within, the male worm, unable to sense its existence, will also self-destruct, causing the toxins within to spread rapidly, potentially endangering life itself. However, it is noteworthy that the death of the male worm does not affect the mother worm. Dear sister, should you find yourself bored, you may as well have that person outside give it a try. Why must you torment me?" Fang Lin, feeling helpless, complied with Luo Hong's guidance and seated himself at the dressing table, unable to bear the sight of the small copper mirror before him. Luo Hong spoke with righteous conviction. "A lie has donned it many times. It has lost its charm. It is only when you wear it that I find it refreshing." She insisted he sit still, then bent over to prepare him, her exceedingly low neckline failing to obscure the allure before her, drawing Fang Lin's gaze irresistibly towards the dimly lit view of her delicate form. "Luo boss, if you truly fancy me, you may speak candidly." Fang Lin raised an eyebrow. Not fidget." Luo Hong continued to apply powder with diligence, appearing somewhat fatigued from her posture. She casually perched on the dressing table, her legs crossed. Fang Lin was not intentionally gazing where he should not. It was simply that Luo Hong was exceedingly bold, occasionally flaunting enticing poses as if to tease him. That should suffice. He grasped her hand, aware that his youthful body was no match for temptation. Had it been in the past, his resolve would have been far greater. Luo Hong applied a touch of rouge to his cheek, nodding in satisfaction. "Yes, mission accomplished. You shall surely please tonight's guest." With that, she shifted aside, allowing Fang Lin to see his reflection in the copper mirror. "Are you certain the guest will be pleased? Rather than demolishing your establishment?" Fang Lin increasingly felt that Luo Hong was intentionally setting him up. The figure in the mirror was neither masculine nor feminine, hardly resembling a beauty. "Trust me, this attire is undeniably suitable. Now retract that smile. It is far too obvious." Fang Lin, resigned, stood up in his ensemble. Luo Hong presented him with a pill. "Here, this will temporarily alleviate your pain. Take it and accompany me." Fang Lin accepted the pill, tilting his head to swallow it, then covered his face with a veil, following Luo Hong out the door. The lie had been waiting at the entrance, and upon seeing Fang Lin, his previously icy demeanor finally softened slightly. Fang Lin, feeling exasperated, said, "Young brother, if you wish to laugh, do so. You need not concern yourself with my feelings. You cannot speak like that. Your tone needs adjusting." Luo Hong giggled, urging him to mimic her manner of speaking. "I shall remain mute then." Fang Lin decided to keep silent, trailing behind Luo Hong to a lavish private room. "Sir, the lady has arrived. Enter." Upon opening the door, a man dressed in white sat leisurely, holding an ink-wash fan, gazing at Fang Lin with an appraising eye. "Luo boss certainly lives up to expectations. This lady is quite to my taste." Fang Lin removed his veil and walked directly to sit beside him. Zhao Ziran was taken aback by his recognition. raising an eyebrow as he instructed Luo Hong. You may leave us. I wish to speak privately with the beauty. Yes. Chapter 76. The unreliable uncle once they were alone. Fang Lin found it impossible to maintain his composure. He lifted his cup and took a generous sip, speaking in a fully masculine voice. What brings you to Lu City? You know me. Zhao Ziran had assumed Fang Lin to be an immature child and intended to tease him, only to be met with an unexpected reaction. Fang Lin nodded. In truth, my mother has mentioned you. You resemble what she described perfectly. In reality, she had never mentioned him nor his lineage. Zhao Ziran remarked. I thought my sister would keep it from you. The more people who know, the less secure you are. It is best that you remain unaware for your own safety. Otherwise, I would not have taken so long to find you. Enough with the unnecessary chatter. Why are you in Lu City? Zhao Ziran leisurely savored his wine, responding with a smile. If I do not come to Lu City, how could I witness such a splendid scene? Children grow up. They are harder to manage now. Have you ever managed me? Fang Lin set down his cup, scrutinizing Zhao Ziran. This so-called uncle, appearing to be in his 20s, was in fact 37, with a handsome visage befitting a dashing young gentleman. That is not the case. Whether you were hidden well by my sister or not, it does not mean I have no desire to manage. You have grown up well these years, though I cannot say you have thrived. You were just expelled by the immortal master. Hardly impressive. Fang Lin instinctively reached for his sword, only to remember it was in Luo Hong's room, so he placed his hand back on the table, pouring himself another cup of wine, and said nonchalantly, I have dressed like this, yet you can still recognize me. Your eyesight is quite good. Actually, it was I who had someone dress you like this. Fang Lin felt a lump form in his throat. The wine in his mouth suddenly lost its flavor. This old fox has ever delighted in tormenting others, utterly tiresome. Before Fang Lin could respond, Zhao Ziran continued. Do you know? You look just like my sister, dressed as a woman. The resemblance is even more striking. She is my mother. It is only natural we share similarities. Zhao Ziran pretended to ponder, shaking the ink-wash fan. I originally intended to simply observe you and leave, enlisting Luo Hong's help for a little diversion, but it seems the Fang Lin I inquired about bears little resemblance to the reality. What a pity for my plans. Should I then be grateful you took time from your busy schedule to toy with me? Fang Lin's tone was far from cordial. Even in this new existence, he still detested Zhao Ziran's playful demeanor, as if nothing mattered to him, not even family ties or blood relations. That it was perpetually unclear whether he was genuinely deliberating or merely putting on an act. A complete old fox, their eyes locked, one filled with mirth, the other stern, yet both devoid of warmth. After a long silence, Zhao Ziran closed his fan with a snap. Your words sound rather distant. We are family. And I would not harm you. A little teasing after so many years apart is merely to make our reunion more enjoyable. Zhao Ziran was shameless. What favor did you grant Luo Hong to persuade her to use a pair of mother and son worms on me? We are both in the business. It makes no sense for her to help you. It is quite simple. I disclose your lineage to her. Zhao Ziran spoke nonchalantly, as if discussing his lunch menu. Indeed. Fang Lin suddenly struck, a fierce gust aimed at Zhao Ziran's face, but Zhao Ziran was swift, blocking the blow with his fan, then spun away, his white robe billowing as he positioned himself 3 steps back, fully opening the fan and theatrically fanning himself. Before he could catch his breath, Fang Lin lunged forward, hands overlapping as he launched an attack, his palm grazing past Zhao Ziran's face before slicing horizontally. The wind sharp as a blade. Zhao Ziran remained composed, defending without counterattacking. Fang Lin, with limited ability, could not strike Zhao Ziran down, but struggled to seize him in a moment of inspiration, as Zhao Ziran sidestepped his hand. Fang Lin swept his leg, simultaneously producing a talisman he had prepared from his sleeve, slapping it onto Zhao Ziran's shoulder. Instantly, Zhao Ziran's body froze in place, only his features able to move. What manner of sorcery is this? Zhao Ziran remained remarkably calm, as if the one immobilized was not himself. It seems you have acquired quite a few skills outside. Do not speak to me with the tone of an elder. Apart from our blood relation, we have little else in common. That is a grave misunderstanding. I am your only family in this world. Zhao Ziran said brazenly. Fang Lin shrugged. The tactic of self-harm is ineffective. If we're to count blood relations, the royal family has several cousins, not to mention scattered royal relatives, quite a few indeed. So you are aware of that as well. Zhao Ziran's gaze finally shifted, assessing the seemingly frail youth before him. The last time they met, he was still in swaddling clothes, and now he had learned a great deal, thoroughly understanding his lineage. Could he still control him? Zhao Ziran began to have doubts. Feeling stifled by the women's attire, Fang Lin tore off his outer garment. Do you know why Luo Hong placed a curse on me? What other reason could there be? She knows you are of royal blood and wishes to control you. Should you acknowledge your heritage in the future, she might wield influence over a significant portion of the royal family. Anyone would wish to play that game. That sounds like your plan. Fang Lin pierced through his deceit, yet Zhao Ziran appeared unfazed. I came to find you precisely to assess your capabilities. If you are still the same useless child as before, I would have no expectations, but it seems you have made some minor achievements, which is worth a trial. This is his dear uncle. Even the most absurd statements, when uttered by Zhao Ziran, somehow seem to acquire a semblance of reason. Even when plotting against others, he articulates his arguments with such confidence and without a shred of shame. Fang Lin finds himself quite admiring this particular trait of Zhao Ziran. In his previous life, his own audacity had grown remarkably resilient, largely due to the influence of Zhao Ziran. Otherwise, he might still have a long way to go. Good nephew, my neck is stiff. Would you be so kind as to remove the talisman for me? Endure for a moment. I have not yet finished my inquiry. Fang Lin recalls that the women's attire and the cosmetics adorning him are the result of his little uncle's peculiar tastes. And his mood turned sour. If I were to eliminate the male insect, would the female insect be adversely affected by the host? How should I know? You might as well ask Boss Luo. Do not try to deceive me. If it were not for your instigation, Luo Hong would have no reason to target me. Fang Lin shoots him a sharp glance that, I am quite curious. You wouldn't carelessly divulge my background. So what exactly did you trade with Luo Hong? Chapter 77. The demonic sword run amok. Since this is a transaction between myself and others, naturally it cannot be disclosed to you. First, remove the talismans from my person, and let us sit down as uncle and nephew to enjoy some wine and reminisce. Fang Lin, arms crossed, ignores Zhao Ziran's inquiries and continues to interrogate him. Not long ago, Li Jinshan mentioned your journey to the capital. Why did you suddenly appear in Luqing? I came specifically to see you. As soon as I received word that you had been expelled from your master by Xiaozi, I immediately dispatched someone to investigate your whereabouts. Then you must know why I have come to Luqing. Zhao Ziran clicked his tongue. Though I'm unaware of why you have gone to such lengths to investigate the dark arts, I can offer you a suggestion. Luo Hong certainly knows more than I do. If you can pry the truth from her, you need not fear uncovering any hidden secrets. You could spare a few less words of nonsense. Fang Lin observes that he seems weary, standing there, and gestures to reclaim the talismans from his shoulder. With a sigh of relief, Zhao Ziran stretches his limbs and mutters, I must say, you really are something. That I even brought you a gift, and yet you treat me this way, lacking the decorum expected of a younger generation. Have someone fetch my clothing. Zhao Ziran glances at him and chuckles. Actually, you look quite good in that outfit. If you like it, feel free to try it on yourself. No, I lack your charm. There is no need to attempt it. Zhao Ziran can't help but laugh. Waving his hands dismissively, he snaps his fingers, and someone outside promptly responds. Zhao Ziran had already prepared new garments for Fang Lin. Upon hearing his command, the servant brings in the attire on a tray. Fang Lin changes out of the women's clothing and wipes the cosmetics from his face with a handkerchief, finally feeling at ease. When he sits down again, he carries a more refined demeanor. Zhao Ziran regards him with an appreciative gaze. It seems that over the years, Xiaozi has taught you well. This outfit was specially commissioned for their meeting, designed to allow Zhao Ziran to see Fang Lin donning it. The blue and white brocade is interwoven with golden threads, each strand meticulously treated so that while it appears like ordinary clothing, it offers a degree of protection in critical moments, akin to wearing a layer of soft armor. Fang Lin recognizes the exquisite quality of the fabric. Although gold threads are typically heavy, this garment is remarkably light, indicative of fine craftsmanship and unique ingenuity. Seeing Fang Lin's lack of reaction, Zhao Ziran assumes he fails to appreciate its value and reminds him. This garment took considerable effort to create, that if it saves your life in the future, be sure to remember my kindness. Speak plainly. What is it you desire from me? Flattery without cause is suspect. Fang Lin remains unmoved. Children should act their age. Why pretend to be an adult? ISNT it exhausting. Fang Lin gives him a look that says, "What business is it of yours? This outfit is indeed impressive. I'm willing to accept it, but I do not wish to owe you a favor. I will not delay in doing what I ought to for you. So spare me the roundabout." How truly disheartening. Is this how you perceive your uncle? Zhao Ziran feigns a sorrowful expression, insisting he has no demands. Since you have no business, I shall take my leave. I am not as idle as you. Just as Fang Lin rises, Zhao Ziran calls out to him, "Wait, I have not yet finished speaking." Fang Lin gestures for him to proceed. "Before my sister passed, did she entrust you with anything?" Suddenly, Fang Lin realizes everything and responds coolly. "The royal seal is not with me. To be precise, when my mother fled the capital with me, we took nothing but a single artifact. If you wish to find it, you might as well probe the Dongfang family. There is no need to waste time on me." And no wonder he insisted on changing clothes. It seems that his previous attire, along with the Qinquan bag hanging from it, have been thoroughly searched by Luo Hong. The royal seal symbolizes power in the Tianhan continent. As long as the Dui dynasty exists, it signifies noble status and unassailable authority. Over the years, although Zhao Ziran has cultivated numerous connections in the martial world, his influence in the court remains tenuous, which is one of the reasons he has gone to great lengths to discreetly protect Fang Lin. Regardless, Fang Lin is the royal bloodline lost to the outside world, capable of reclaiming his heritage at any moment. Once Fang Lin returns to the royal family, Zhao Ziran, as his blood relative and benefactor, would naturally secure a place in the court. Currently, Zhao Ziran does not intend to introduce him into the royal fold. He merely seeks to ascertain the seal's whereabouts. Considering the quality of the clothing, Fang Lin does not mind disclosing more to Zhao Ziran. Perhaps the Dongfang family has already seized control of the dynasty's lifeblood, while you, uncle, are still busy running around. And no matter how powerful the martial factions are, they can never rival the iron cavalry of the dynasty. Zhao Ziran is taken aback. He had thought his young nephew was still an immature child, easily deceived, only to discover that he seems to see through everything, possessing an uncanny awareness of many matters, even those he believed he had concealed well. Moreover, Fang Lin does not appear to be the weakling he had investigated. On the contrary, he exudes a calmness typical of a powerful individual, starkly contrasting the information he had gathered. Can this piece on the chessboard truly be utilized? Zhao Ziran finds himself in doubt, his fingers unconsciously tightening around his folding fan, his gaze towards Fang Lin growing increasingly profound. "What did you say? I do not comprehend." Zhao Ziran suddenly chuckles lightly, flicking his fan with a leisurely motion. "If this were to get out, it would be a matter worthy of execution. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Just as he speaks, a sudden commotion erupts outside, followed by a flash of red light. The sharp sword aura blasts forth like an explosion. Even within the confines of the room, one can feel the tremors of its power. What is happening? Zhao Ziran stands up, demanding answers from the servant at the door. The servant, seemingly injured by the sword energy, looks rather unwell as he respectfully replies, "I do not know what it is. It erupted unexpectedly. Go see what it is." "Where is Luo Hong?" "Boss Luo is upstairs." As soon as the words leave his mouth, another burst of red light flashes, and many individuals downstairs are thrown to the ground. The ordinary people, unaccustomed to spiritual attacks, are caught off guard, sprawling on the ground with cries of anguish. Some clutching their arms, others pressing their hands to their chests, all exhibiting expressions of pain. Among them, a portion of cultivators can barely withstand the tremors, yet they are still affected to some degree. With several dozen holding their swords, vigilantly scanning their surroundings, Fang Lin senses the presence of the demonic aura and swiftly ascends to the upper floor, where he indeed finds the door to Luo Hong's room ajar. Allah emerges, clutching his chest, staggering from the room. Under the chaotic spiritual energy, his mind is somewhat clouded. After taking a few steps, he collapses, barely managing to support himself with his sword to avoid falling flat. "Who allowed you to touch my sword?" Fang Lin exclaims in exasperation. Chapter 78. The fire within save him. Allah gasps before losing consciousness. The fact that he could emerge from the room was already his final act of resilience. Upon seeing Fang Lin, his last breath finally escapes him, his body slumping to the ground, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Fang Lin pays him no mind, rushing into the room. The chaotic sword energy is wildly unleashed, filling the space with intangible red sword light. They swarm the room densely, with some vanishing upon contact with physical objects. The talismans that have been wrapped around the sword sheath lie shredded on the ground, while the sheath of the demonic sword rests on a nearby chair. The sword itself glowing crimson and floating in mid-air, gripped tightly by delicate hands. Those hands belong to Luo Hong. She has not practiced any spells and should not be able to wield the rampaging demonic sword. Thus, it must be clinging to her, draining her essence. Luo Hong manages to lift half her body, but she has no strength left in her legs. Her expression is one of agony and distortion. Her meticulously styled hair, now disheveled, with several strands clinging to her cheeks due to sweat, presenting a sight of unprecedented disarray. Luo Hong, unable to endure any longer, let out a wretched scream, as if her very essence were being drained by the demonic sword. Fang Lin immediately formed a gesture, and with his movements, golden light flickered before him, severing the connection between Luo Hong and the malevolent entity. Luo Hong collapsed to the ground, her chest heaving violently. Finally able to breathe freely. Sensing the imminent danger, the malevolent being began to writhe, attempting to flee. Fang Lin pursued, grasping it firmly, and upon noticing that Luo Hong was still conscious, he urged, "Quickly, get out." Luo Hong, her response sluggish from her injuries, turned her head to glance at him. The scene below had descended into chaos. The attendants and courtesans of the drunken red pavilion, though unaware of the exact happenings, quickly regained their composure, soothing the guests and guiding them towards safety, ensuring a clear passage for those wishing to leave. However, a number of bolder cultivators refused to depart, gradually gathering on the upper floors. Trained enforcers blocked the staircase on the third floor, preventing anyone from advancing. "There are demonic beings," someone shouted. Instantly, others echoed, "Something is amiss in this building. We as practitioners have an obligation to rid the world of evil." "Step aside." The enforcer stationed at the threshold remained expressionless, steadfast in their refusal to yield that moment. The malevolent entity, long suppressed by the talismans, unleashed a violent surge of its bloodlust, red miasma spilling forth from the room. Luo Hong, unwilling to reveal her disheveled state, cast a glance at Fang Lin, then rose and approached the writing desk. Turning the inkstone, the bookshelf behind her shifted aside, unveiling a mysterious passage. "Enter," Luo Hong instructed Fang Lin. "Do not let anyone discover the connection between this sword and you. Proceed through the passage, without hesitation." Fang Lin enveloped the malevolent being in a barrier of spiritual energy and forcefully hurled it into the passage. At that moment, the barrier felt feeble compared to the entity's wrath, barely holding for an instant before Fang Lin swiftly entered the passage himself. Suddenly, a smile graced Luo Hong's face as she twisted the inkstone once more, causing the bookshelf to close slowly, as if nothing had transpired until the entrance. The previously unconscious Alai suddenly awoke, rose, and casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, returning to Luo Hong's side. "Hong, are you all right?" Luo Hong coughed twice, producing a blue and white porcelain medicine bottle from her robe and handing it to Alai. "The sword's aura has shaken you. Rest for a while, and you shall recover. As for you, take this medicine first to prevent your internal injuries from worsening." Suppressing her discomfort, Luo Hong waited for Alai to consume the medicine before smiling and saying, "I must look quite disheveled now. Could you help me tidy my hair?" She seated herself before the vanity, applying fragrant powder to her pale face, which soon appeared considerably more vibrant. She then requested Alai to assist her in redoing her hair and inserting a jeweled hairpin, quickly restoring her to the enchanting Luo Hong of yore. Gazing at her reflection in the copper mirror, she smiled radiantly. "Alai, remember this. The words of beautiful women cannot be trusted. The more beautiful a woman is, the further you should stay away from her. Understand?" Alai remained silent, seemingly accustomed to hearing her musings, yet exuding a silent rebuttal. Once she was presentable, Luo Hong rose to leave, and the previously boisterous cultivators were momentarily captivated by her presence. Falling silent as they gazed at her, with a shapely figure and a graceful gait, her lovely legs appeared subtly beneath the sheer fabric. "Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. There's been a disturbance in the building tonight, which has disrupted your enjoyment. All expenses will be waived. Should you wish to continue your revelries, arrangements will be made for courtesans. I kindly ask for your understanding and request that you refrain from causing further commotion. If you would be so gracious," No one dared to oppose the beauty's request, and with the timely intervention of attendants guiding the guests downstairs, a significant portion of the crowd dispersed. The remaining individuals, still intrigued by the previous demonic energy, were further captivated by Luo Hong's deliberate allure, abandoning their intentions to investigate upstairs. Zhao Ziran leaned against a pillar, leisurely observing the unfolding drama. Once the guests had all been escorted away, he finally spoke. "Boss Luo remains as stunning as ever. Yet that does not capture the attention of young Master Zhao, does it?" Luo Hong replied, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Where is he?" "He has gone into the secret passage." Luo Hong approached Zhao Ziran. He appeared to be no more than 20, still a child. Yet why did she feel such ruthlessness towards him? "Are you concerned?" Luo Hong laughed lightly at this notion, leaning against Zhao Ziran. "Just a foolish boy. Really, I would rather feel pity for myself. Young Master Zhao, he nearly lost his life just now. Could you not be a touch gentler with me? The performance was only just beginning." Zhao Ziran wrapped his arm around her shoulders, pulling her slightly away, his smile fading. "Boss Luo has so many admirers. My affections are hardly necessary." With that, he turned to leave. Luo Hong blocked his path. "Will you truly abandon him? That demonic sword could easily overwhelm even a lie. Do you not fear he may perish within? If he were so easily vanquished, he would hold little value for me. Find me a few young courtesans, preferably those skilled in playing the lute, and send them to my room," Zhao Ziran said, fanning himself as he strolled away, exuding an air of carefree leisure. Meanwhile, Fang Lin realized he had been deceived, quickly regaining his composure as he pursued the trail of the malevolent sword's energy. The deep passage echoed only with the flutter of his garments and the sound of the sword clashing against the walls. The narrow passage stretched on for quite a while before opening into a slightly more spacious area. The malevolent entity's bloodlust surged, disrupting Fang Lin's spiritual energy, while the venomous insects within him sensed danger and began to thrash about wildly. A sharp pain radiated from his dantian, and as Fang Lin attempted to gather his spiritual energy, it was suddenly thrown into disarray. In the midst of the turmoil, the malevolent entity lunged at him, its blade aimed directly for his face. Chapter 79. Rewards for passage. Fang Lin harnessed his energy, executing a backflip to evade the sword, and as it passed by his face, he seized it. The malevolent entity's power erupted, dragging Fang Lin through the hidden chamber, colliding against the walls. Ignoring the pain, Fang Lin clutched the sword tightly with one hand while continuously inscribing talismans with the other. The red light of bloodlust clashing with the golden light of his spiritual energy, intertwining in a fierce exchange of attacks. Bang! Ugh! Fang Lin was slammed against the wall, letting out a muffled groan. But his hands never ceased their movements, inscribing talismans that penetrated the malevolent sword's body, quelling the turbulent blood pool within the blade. The venomous insects inside him were running amok, causing him considerable distress. With a shout, Fang Lin gripped the sword's hilt with all his might, thrusting it into the ground. The seemingly indestructible chamber yielded to the sword's energy, cracking open a wide fissure that pierced through the entire hidden chamber. Perhaps the force was too overwhelming, triggering a mechanism within the chamber. The stone wall directly opposite Fang Lin suddenly shifted, revealing a new passage. Damp air rushing in. It was clear that this place had a connection to the outside world. Fang Lin's eyes turned bloodshot, his spiritual energy roiling within him, gasping for breath as his heart raced, threatening to burst from his throat, each beat sending sharp pangs through his chest. Amidst the pervasive pain, the stings from the venomous insects felt almost negligible. Kneeling on the ground, Fang Lin's veins bulged, the flow of spiritual energy visible beneath his skin. Drawing on sheer willpower, he managed to suppress the turmoil within him. Though blood flowed from the wound on his hand, staining the sword's hilt as it seemed to be absorbed into the blood pool of the blade. The blood left by my ancestor is indeed quite useful. Fang Lin mused bitterly, wiping the wound on his hand to obstruct the malevolent sword's insatiable thirst for his essence. It seemed the old fox had some conscience before setting the trap for him. He had ensured that Fang Lin wore the golden silk attire, which, despite the numerous blows, had not truly harmed his bones. The garment proved to be quite effective. Fang Lin despised the feeling of being manipulated by Zhao Ziran. In his past life, he had been toyed with and would not allow himself to be used so easily again. With this thought, he wore a wry smile, using his spiritual energy to search within himself. Finding no trace of the venomous insect that had been dissolved within the Cambrian bloodline, and even the toxin had been completely neutralized, no longer affecting him. Fortune for misfortune, with the upper path blocked. Fang Lin followed the direction of the chilling wind, emerging to find himself in the outskirts, revealing the vast length of the hidden passage. The night was deepening, and the wind howled through the graveyard. Luo Hong audaciously connected the secret passage to the chaotic burial grounds on the outskirts of Lucheng. The stench of decay permeated the air due to the numerous recently interred corpses. With a vulture perched atop a grave, its gaze vacantly surveying the surroundings, Fang Ling furrowed his brows, sensing the bloodlust of the demon, recently subdued, beginning to stir restlessly under the influence of the surrounding deathly aura. He clenched his hand, exerting spiritual power to forcefully suppress it. The demon, still defiant, trembled incessantly. Amidst the eerie silence, Fang Ling proceeded cautiously, inadvertently stepping on a fragment of bone, which crumbled beneath his foot like brittle ice. Having aged over the years, he was slightly out of breath. The night breeze stirred a chill that penetrated to his very bones, the oppressive aura of the burial ground far heavier than in other places. The wind carried a sound, a mournful wail, indistinguishable as either a human lament or the mournful whispers of the breeze weaving through the graves. Fang Ling gripped the demon tightly, feeling its response to the surrounding deathly energy. Aware that its bloodlust could be provoked at any moment, he remained vigilant, continuing to move towards the right. The burial ground was vast, and after a prolonged period, he found himself unable to escape its confines. Realizing something was amiss, he looked up at the starry sky, noticing that no matter how far he walked, the arrangement of the stars and the sequence of the graves remained unchanged, with only the howling night wind in motion. He scoffed, "So, this is their scheme to trap me here." With that, he lifted the demon and, with a swift motion of his sword, severed the fragile barrier. Before him lay the burial ground, but without the illusion's deception. He could make his exit swiftly. "You emerged faster than I anticipated." Ali stood amidst the burial ground, cradling his sword. "You truly are a bore, trapping me in a secret chamber and then conjuring a flimsy illusion just to toy with me." Seeing that Ali bore no serious injuries, a sense of unease settled in Fang Ling's heart. This individual did not appear to be adept at theatrics, yet he had still managed to lead Fang Ling in circles alongside Luo Hong. Ali replied nonchalantly, "I'm just doing my job for the pay. Just follow the instructions." "How principled of you." Fang Ling retorted, "What exactly do you mean by that?" Confirming the result. "What result?" Ali glanced at him. "To see if you're qualified. Congratulations. You have succeeded." And no sooner had the words left his lips than Ali tossed a porcelain vial at Fang Ling, who caught it deftly. "What is this?" "It's the antidote for the poison." Fang Ling opened it to sniff, a peculiar scent wafting forth. "After you've toyed with me repeatedly, I can hardly trust you again. Trust or distrust, it's your choice. Additionally, as compensation, Hong instructed me to convey that you may ask her anything you wish to know, and she will find a way to inform you, provided Zhao Ziran remains unaware. Ali, rarely speaking such a lengthy sentence, did so with a flat tone, devoid of any inflection, sounding almost mournful. "All right, then let me ask you, does Zue Hong Lu know which cultivation technique causes the accumulation of dark energy within a person, which can also remotely attack others?" "I have not heard of such a thing. However, if you wish to know, rest assured that within 3 days, someone will deliver the information to the inn where you are staying." Very well, as Fang Ling passed by him. He noticed his own attire from when he visited Zue Honglu, alongside the Chinquan bag and the scabbard of the demon's sword, all lying at Ali's feet, previously obscured by grave. Sensing the residual blood energy on Ali, Fang Ling bent down to secure the bag around his waist, commenting, "The demon's malevolence is intense. Your injuries must be severe. You could test your strength against me to see just how grave my wounds are. No. Let us call a draw. Please inform Boss Luo that we have plenty of time in the future." Ali maintained a stoic expression, watching him depart. Fang Ling, with casual grace, returned the demon to its scabbard, retrieved prepared talismans from the Chinquan bag, affixed them between the scabbard and the sword hilt, then slung the sword across his back, his hands extending like an eagle's wings as he vanished into the night. The inn, Su Su awoke, a sharp pain radiating from the back of her neck. Where is Fang Ling? Sitting up, she found herself alone except for a small white fox sleeping on her abdomen. Fang Ling. Su leaped from the bed, startling the little fox awake. Chapter 80. Capturing a person upon seeing Su rise. The little fox quickly jumped up, perching on the table and staring at her with a bewildered expression, still half-dash asleep. Su's instinct was to rush out in search of Fang Ling, but before she could reach the door, the little fox clutched at her skirt with its mouth. "What are you doing?" Faced with the adorably round creature, Su's heart melted as she bent down to gaze at the little fox, attempting to tug her skirt free from its grasp. The little fox was persistent, holding on tightly, its claws tearing through the fabric to create a small hold. "I need to find Fang Ling. You can either come with me or stay here in the room. All right?" Su spoke to it in a conciliatory tone, uncertain of the fox's intelligence and whether it could understand her. She had always assumed that Fang Ling's cultivation level was not high enough to tame a high-tier spirit beast, treating the little fox merely as an ordinary pet. The little fox perked up its ears and swiftly climbed onto Su's shoulder. Clearly determined to follow, as Su opened the door and stepped outside, she encountered 3 cultivators passing by in the corridor. Both parties froze momentarily upon seeing each other. "Senior brother, it's that woman," the tall, slender man at the back exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock as he stared at Su. Bang! Su immediately slammed the door shut, but the others quickly regained their senses and began pounding on the door, the sound reverberating with a force that made Su's heart race. This group consisted of the disciples from Jianhua Yu whom she had encountered in Nank. Having crossed paths before, they bore a grudge. And now, without any means of defense, she found herself facing them once more. This was surely not a good omen that a flimsy wooden door would offer no protection. Su forced herself to remain calm, quickly devising an escape plan. Meanwhile, Fang Ling, mid-flight, felt a surge of heat in his chest, realizing it was the little fox sending him a signal, indicating that Su was in danger at the inn. Anxious, he quickened his pace. "Sister Su, please open the door. It's us." Zhao Mu restrained his 2 eager junior brothers, softening his tone. "Sister Su, could you please open the door?" "Brother, why are you wasting your breath on her? Let us just break in. If we delay any longer, she'll escape." The impatient junior brother, Lin Xiaoshan, pushed Zhao Mu aside and kicked the wooden door open. The innkeeper, who had just come to check on the commotion, was startled by the sudden noise and hurried over. "What is going on here? Get out of the way. Don't interfere." Lin Xiaoshan tossed a silver ingot to the innkeeper. "Just mind your own business. This money could very well break something. Of course. Please continue." The innkeeper, not daring to offend, quickly stepped aside. As Su understood she could not escape, retreating to the window. "Don't come any closer." "Sister Su, please don't be alarmed. Let's talk this through," the innkeeper observed, worried. "You were the ones pounding on the door just now, and now you're saying to talk it out? I truly pity this lady." Sensing Su's fear, the little fox instinctively perceived the 3 intruders as threats and bared its teeth, emitting a fierce growl as it leaped from Su's shoulder toward the leading Zhao Mu. Without its owner nearby, the spirit beast's powers were significantly diminished. It could only attempt to intimidate. "Get back!" Lin Xiaoshan positioned himself in front, striking at the little fox. The little fox was quick. It seized the opportunity to wrap its tail around Lin Xiaoshan's hand, then bit down on the back of his hand. Where did this creature come from? daring to bite me. Seeking death. Lin Xiaoshan, underestimating the little fox's protective instincts, was caught off guard and wounded. He immediately aimed to slay the little fox. Su, filled with concern, called for the little fox to return. Just as Lin Xiaoshan drew his sword, the little fox, which had been no larger than a palm, suddenly expanded, standing atop a ball of flames. Its size comparable to that of an adult lion, it opened its mouth wide, roaring at the three intruders, a powerful gust of wind erupting alongside it. Lin Xiaoshan had no choice but to abandon his attack. Shielding his face with his hands, barely managing to keep his eyes open. It's actually a spirit beast. One of the other junior brothers, Guo Xiao, gasped in astonishment, joining Lin Xiaoshan to restrain the spirit beast. As righteous sword cultivators, Guo Xiao and Lin Xiaoshan, both proficient in the ways of the cultivation world, were more than capable of dealing with a newly matured spirit beast. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Mu approached Su. But she, fearing for the little fox and wary of Zhao Mu's intentions, grasped the window frame, hesitating whether to leap from the second floor. Don't come any closer. Su appeared resolute, as if prepared to leap from the window should the other party approach her again. Zhao Mu, feeling a sense of urgency, implored, Miss Su, please remain calm. I have something to say. There's been a misunderstanding between you as he reached out to touch Su. This action only intensified her resistance. She shifted her body, teetering dangerously backward. In the dimness of the night, a young man, bearing a sword, soared into the air, landing deftly on the eaves, catching Su's falling form in his arms. Sister, are you all right? Fang Lin asked, a smile gracing his lips as he swept her up and ascended the stairs. Zhao Mu watched in disbelief as the two embraced before him, his sword aimed at Fang Lin, demanding, Who are you? You dare to lay hands on someone without even knowing who I am. Such audacity. Fang Lin gently set Su down and confidently replied, his aura still brimming with vitality. Although he appeared to be merely a youth, there was an undeniable intensity in his presence that made one hesitant to meet his gaze. Zhao Mu was reluctant to concede this fact, stubbornly maintaining his bravado. What do you mean your people and my people? Miss Su is the sole female disciple of the esteemed master of Fei Yun's sect. She is not someone you lowly rogues can tarnish. Fang Lin noticed the intricate patterns on Zhao Mu's sword hilt and turned to Su, inquiring, Are these the individuals who harmed you? Su pursed her lips and nodded. Yes, they are the ones. I never expected them to follow me all the way from Nank. Miss Su, there truly is a misunderstanding here. Allow me to explain. What is there to explain? Will you fight or not? Fang Lin positioned himself protectively in front of Su. Xiao Bai, come here and guard sister. The spirit beast, upon hearing its master's call, immediately ceased its offensive and dashed to Su's side, its large frame a stark contrast to its earlier adorable demeanor, revealing long, sharp fangs that were quite menacing. The beast stood before Su, seemingly intent on alleviating her fear, nuzzling her calf affectionately. Lin Xiaoshan, noticing Zhao Mu's hesitation to take action, urged, Senior brother, they are being too brazen. We cannot let this slide. Before he could finish, Lin Xiaoshan was struck against the door by a gust of force. Fang Lin extended a hand, a savage pleasure evident on his face as he coolly remarked, If you come knocking at my door, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Chapter 81. Bloodthirst. Zhao Mu had intended to clarify something, but Fang Lin provided him no opportunity. The two swiftly engaged in combat, their blades flashing as they moved with increasing speed. Fang Lin could distinctly sense the stirrings of the demonic energy within him, and it seemed that his body had been deeply affected by the previous encounters. Whenever he summoned enough spiritual energy to his dantian, a dull ache would manifest, indicative of a disruption in his spiritual flow and signs of potential demonic possession. Indeed, it wasn't long before Fang Lin felt something amiss. Just as he contemplated halting, the demonic energy broke free from its bindings, erupting from the sheath and slicing through a chair before lunging toward Lin Xiaoshan and the others. Fang Lin knelt on the ground, his eyes gradually turning crimson. He shook his head, attempting to regain his clarity, but the surging bloodline energy threatened to explode from within him. Zhao Mu, perceiving Fang Ling's ferocity and the presence of the demonic sword, assumed he was a practitioner of dark arts and lunged at him with his sword raised. Zhao Mu's murderous intent only incited further madness in the demonic energy, and with a sharp clang, it severed Zhao Mu's sword, sending him staggering back several steps until he crashed against the doorframe. Gua Xiao rushed to assist him, exclaiming, "What sort of sorcery is this? You must be a practitioner of the demonic path." Su Su sensed that something was off with Fang Ling and attempted to intervene, but the spirit beast cast a sidelong glance at her, leisurely wrapping its paws around her legs to prevent her from approaching. Fang Ling had not anticipated that his premature awakening of the Cambrian bloodline would inadvertently trigger his bloodthirsty instincts. Coupled with the influence of the demonic energy, he often found himself unable to contain the surging power during moments of heightened emotion. Fang Ling, cease this! A flying sword shot through the window, barely deflecting a strike from the demonic energy. It was knocked aside, embedding itself in the wooden table beside Zhao Mu with a resounding clang. A blue-white figure leapt through the window, firmly grasping Fang Ling's shoulder. "Fang Ling, stop!" As Ling Xiao restrained him, Fang Ling was compelled to regain his composure, stifling a groan that nearly resulted in blood spilling forth. Thankfully, he managed to retract his spiritual energy in time to avoid severe backlash. This sensation was more familiar to Fang Ling than to anyone else in his past life, before he had tamed the demonic sword. He had also succumbed to demonic possession until he cultivated a new internal energy technique and fully awakened his Cambrian bloodline, thus gaining control over the sword that in this life he had believed that, having already awakened the Cambrian bloodline, he could evade such a peril. But he found himself once again exhibiting signs of demonic possession. He coughed softly to steady himself, then sheathed the demonic sword. Raising his gaze to Ling Xiao, the crimson light in his eyes now extinguished. "Focus your spirit. Do not let the demonic sword control your mind," Ling Xiao whispered in his ear. "Master instructed me to deliver this to you." Concealed within the ample folds of his sleeve, Ling Xiao presented a circular jade pendant to Fang Ling before stepping back, his gaze sweeping over the demonic sword sheath. The room was in disarray, with Zhao Mu and the two junior brothers sprawled on the ground, each suffering varying degrees of internal injuries. Wary of Fang Ling, as Fang Ling approached them, the three recoiled in fear. "What do you intend to do?" Lin Xiaoshan was the first to falter, his voice trembling as he questioned Fang Ling. The earlier scene of Fang Ling's madness had been utterly terrifying, leaving him too frightened to meet Fang Ling's gaze. As if he might be consumed by the bloodlust within, Su Su grasped Fang Ling's hand, her eyes filled with concern. "Fang Ling, please, do not fight any longer. Further escalation may lead to tragedy." She could not bear to witness Fang Ling losing control. Feeling both pained and anxious, "I am sorry for causing you worry." Fang Ling halted, noticing the small wounds on Su Su's face, and his heart softened instantly. He gently touched her injury, asking, "Did I cause this?" His memories of the rampage were somewhat muddled. Su shook her head. "No, it was my own clumsiness. Do not blame yourself. I know you only wish to protect me, which is why the demonic sword took hold." Fang Ling shook his head, wanting to express that it had little to do with protecting her. The demonic sword resented being restrained and sought to control his consciousness to dominate his actions. As long as the demonic energy lingered by his side, he would remain at risk of succumbing to possession. Yet such an extraordinary sword offered only two choices: to either claim it as one's own or to obliterate it entirely. Having endured immense hardship in his previous life, driven by a singular belief, Fang Ling was determined not to relinquish it this time, especially with the experience and the Cambrian bloodline bolstering his chances of success. "You are disciples of Jianhu. What brings you here?" Ling Xiao observed the three on the floor. The trio, visibly shaken, stared at them wide-eyed. Zhao Mu explained, "Recently, my brothers and I had a misunderstanding with Miss Su in Nank. Today, we happened to cross paths and wish to clarify things. However, it seems Miss Su has misunderstood us." "Misunderstanding?" Fang Ling regarded them with a piercing gaze, recalling the scene of Su being taken to the Zuihong building to dance for others. His anger flaring up instantly. Zhao Mu hastily clarified, "There truly is a misunderstanding. On that day, as we passed by the lake in Nank, we were inexplicably ensnared by a miasma. We thought it was just ordinary miasma, and paid it no mind. But soon after, we lost consciousness and do not know what transpired. When we regained awareness, Misu was fleeing to As he reflected on his past actions. Regret washed over him, prompting him to seek out Su Susu to apologize. Su Susu pursed her lips, seemingly reluctant to revisit the painful memories of that day. Fang Lin, wielding the demonic sword, thrust the sheath before Zhao Mu, causing him to tremble in fear as he glanced between the demonic sword and Fang Lin, repeatedly asserting, "I swear, every word I speak is the truth. Should I dare deceive, may I meet a dreadful end. Which of you dare to touch my sister?" Fang Lin showed little interest in Zhao Mu's desperate oath, instead regarding him with an expression that suggested he was contemplating how best to carve the flesh from his body. Zhao Mu trembled uncontrollably, haunted by the terrifying visage of Fang Lin in his demonic state, and found himself increasingly intimidated at I did not touch Miss Su, he stammered, his conviction wavering. Fang Lin, do not press further. Su Susu stepped closer to Fang Lin, grasping his arm. She recalled how she had inhaled some of the miasma when passing by the lake that day, which led to her being bullied by these three men. She vaguely remembered her outer garment being torn away and being groped. Merely recalling the sensation of being molested by strangers sent chills down her spine. I hope to never think of it again, that if even one hand touches her, I shall sever it. If two hands touch her, I shall take both. Fang Lin's expression remained dark, a faint crimson mist swirling between his brows. Speak, hero, spare my life? I truly did not. Even if I did, it was due to the miasma's influence. It was not my intention. If I were to kill you now, I could claim it was the demonic sword controlling my actions, and it would serve as a plausible explanation. Chapter 82. The difficult path of the Devil's Way. The three disciples of Jianhua Island, overwhelmed by their predicament, dared not persist any longer, in unison. They begged for mercy, their foreheads striking the ground with resounding thuds. Ling Xiao retrieved his sword, a flicker of compassion crossing his handsome face as he furrowed his brow. Though burdened by miasma, you have come sincerely to explain that I trust that you have repented. Junior sister, I leave this matter to your judgment. Su Susu, singled out, observed the blood trickling from Zhao Mu and the others' foreheads, and, feeling a twinge of pity, remarked, if it is indeed a misunderstanding, then let it pass. Ultimately, it was essential to grant Jianhua Island some measure of dignity. Should the two great sects become irreparably estranged, it would reflect poorly on all involved. Moreover, Su Susu had always maintained a cool demeanor regarding this incident, preferring not to dwell on it nor have it brought up by others, particularly in the presence of Fang Lin, standing beside Fang Lin. Su Susu felt a blush creeping to her cheeks. She dared not confide in anyone that, by the lakeside, when Lin Xiushan had approached her, she had mistaken him for Fang Lin and had found herself half-heartedly embraced in the pavilion. What she had anticipated as a fervent reunion between senior and junior disciples, mingled with a hint of youthful infatuation, had turned into a moment of shyness when she realized the presence of others encircling her, prompting her to resist the encroaching miasma and engage in combat. If this sentiment were to be exposed, she would have no face to confront Fang Lin. Fang Lin addressed the three on the ground with a stern voice. Since my senior sister has chosen to forgive, I shall not pursue this matter further. Take your swords and immediately remove yourselves from my sight. Do not let me encounter you again. Yes, we shall leave at once. Lin Xiushan pulled up the younger disciple Guoxiao, while Zhao Mu, at the forefront, leaned against the doorframe, rising slowly. Although his heart was reluctant, with the two younger disciples already outside, he lingered a moment longer, casting a lingering glance at Fang Lin and the others. He never expected that a prestigious sect like Feiyun sect would harbor practitioners of the dark arts, nor did it seem that their sect had any means of control. Yes, Zhao Mu coughed. Perhaps from the internal injuries sustained in the earlier scuffle, Fang Lin laughed dismissively. What a coincidence! I am no longer a disciple of Feiyun sect. I may practice whatever arts I desire. Should you wish to seek retribution, I shall be at your service. However, given your talents and cultivation, it seems unlikely you could ever best me. Zhao Mu remained defiant, yet was restrained by his two junior brothers, and, wary of Fang Lin's prowess, He grudgingly swallowed his anger and stormed away with an indignant huff. The room was left in disarray, and the innkeeper, who had been too fearful to emerge, cautiously peeked his head around the door. With a thud, a silver ingot rolled to his feet. Before the innkeeper could react, he heard the occupants within laughing. "Apologies for the damage. Here is compensation." The innkeeper dared not pick it up. Fang Lin shot him a glance, and the innkeeper, both frightened and astonished, bent to retrieve the silver, hastily returning to his duties. Fortunately, Lu City was bustling and vibrant, often witnessing such skirmishes. The innkeeper had seen his fair share of fights, and, once he regained his composure, accepted the reality, taking the silver to procure supplies from the manager. The wind howled as it swept past, slamming the door shut. Ling Xiao, wielding the frost snow sword, emanated an aura of chill as he turned to survey the scene, causing Su 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 to shudder. "Senior brother," Su 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 called softly, "this is my fault. I should not have descended the mountain without permission. Please, punish me." With that, she bowed respectfully to Ling Xiao. "Your matter will be resolved upon our return to Feiyun sect. For now, our priority is to lift the seal within you. Senior brother, how did you know?" Su 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 inquired. Astonished, Fang Lin interjected. "Senior sister, did you truly believe that senior brother would let you descend the mountain alone? You encountered many dangers along the way. Once was luck, but repeatedly, clearly, someone has acted as your protector from the shadows." Fang Lin, Ling Xiao, usually as unyielding as a mountain, was momentarily shaken by Fang Lin's words. His gaze sharp as he chastised, revealing an underlying tension as his fingers tightened around the frost snow sword, the veins in his hand bulging with restraint. Su Su Su, unaware of the undercurrents swirling around her, merely expressed her astonishment. "When I departed, senior brother was preoccupied with matters of the sect, and he had no knowledge of my destination. How could he possibly follow me? Junior brother, do not jest. Indeed, I was merely teasing that if senior brother truly had been protecting you from the shadows, you would not have been left with a sealed spiritual power." As the conversation continued, Fang Lin suddenly felt a sharp pain in his dantian, as if spiritual energy were surging wildly. "Fang Lin, what is wrong?" Su 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 asked anxiously, reaching out to assist him. "Nothing to fret over. Perhaps I have merely upset my stomach," Fang Lin replied. Ling Xiao, with a profound gaze, noted Fang Lin's subtle movement, as if to soothe his dantian, and asked, "Is it the chaotic spiritual energy that has injured your dantian?" "It is nothing serious, that I merely lost control of my spiritual power momentarily. Everything is fine now. However, concerning your injury, would senior brother be willing to assist in breaking the seal for you?" Fang Lin shifted the topic. Fang Lin dared not move further, as he and Su 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 shared a bond with the cursed insect, a particularly insidious entity. He practiced fire-based techniques, while Su 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 practiced water, and any misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. Moreover, since Ling Xiao had intervened, it was clear he was prepared to act, allowing Fang Lin a moment of respite. "Junior sister, as we both cultivate water-based techniques, and given that we are disciples of Feiyun sect, breaking your seal should not pose a challenge. Are you willing?" Su 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 glanced at Fang Lin, and upon seeing his acquiescence, nodded. "Thank you, senior brother. I appreciate your assistance." Once the spirit beast sensed the situation stabilizing, it shook its fur, and in a puff of white smoke, transformed back into a palm-sized form, leaping onto the table and then onto Fang Lin's shoulder, rubbing affectionately against him. This action caught Ling Xiao's attention, and he turned to Fang Lin. "This fox seems somewhat familiar. All white foxes bear a resemblance." "It merely appears familiar," Fang Lin replied, deftly sidestepping the issue before redirecting the conversation. "Let us first lift senior sister's seal." Ling Xiao and Su 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 sat cross-legged on the bed, while Fang Lin took a separate room nearby to stand guard against any unforeseen events. The little fox, having revealed its true form, felt fatigued and curled up on Fang Lin's lap, sleeping soundly. Fang Lin sat on the bed, guiding the spiritual energy within him to gradually nourish his meridians. The backlash from his earlier reckless use of power began to subside, though a lingering ache remained in his dantian. Is the path of the devil truly so difficult? Fang Lin smiled confidently. Even if branded as a demon or a rogue, what of it? In this world, It is the victor who reigns while the vanquished are labeled as criminals. Once I subdue the demon sword, even the dark arts shall pave a path for me. Chapter 83. A dream. It seemed that the fluctuations of Fang Lin's spiritual energy resonated with the demon sword, causing it to tremble violently. The sword energy surging within its sheath, eager to break free from its restraints. Fang Lin tore down the bed curtains, ripping them into strips, then bit his finger to draw a seal. Golden light flickering from his fingertips before vanishing into the white fabric. He continued until the entire length of fabric was inscribed with symbols. With a flourish, he cast it aside, taking up the sheath of the demon sword and wrapping the fabric around it, layer upon layer, until the entire sheath was concealed, leaving only the hilt exposed. The power of the blood seal was formidable, and for the time being, the demon's sword lay dormant, obediently resting in Fang Lin's hand. Fang Lin examined the small character inscribed at the top of the hilt, a celestial symbol, and with a surge of spiritual energy, he ground it away, causing the celestial mark to vanish from his palm, erasing the legacy of its former master. Fang Lin recalled that the demon sword was originally a celestial blade named Zhudian, wielded by the previous emperor of Cultivation, renowned across the land after years of warfare. Having fought countless battles alongside its master, it had absorbed an overwhelming aura of bloodlust, and in the wake of the emperor's intense resentment, it had descended into the demonic path. The previous emperor had been betrayed, and his death remained the greatest secret of the royal family. Following his demise, Zhudian was sealed away, and the once celebrated celestial blade gradually faded from memory, known only to a few venerable elders aware of its hidden history. Fang Lin bestowed upon it a new name, intending to shatter the legend of Zhudian and allow everything to begin anew. Since its descent into the demonic realm, there would be no more Zhudian. From this moment forth, it would be known solely as the bloodthirsty blade Fang Lin held, the demon's sword. Fang Lin placed Feng Mo by his side, contemplating that the two individuals next door would undoubtedly require a considerable amount of time to execute their plan to break the seal. He then resumed his meditation, reflecting on the events of the past few days. That it was entirely within his expectations that Luo Hong sought to ingratiate herself with Zhao Ziren. No matter how formidable Luo Hong might be, she remained an ordinary woman devoid of cultivation, making it exceedingly difficult for her to wield genuine power among cultivators. If she wished to ascend the ranks, she could only seek further alliances. Zhao Ziren was certainly one of those alliances, as the Lord of Jinsheng. He was typically elusive, yet this time he proactively approached Luo Hong. That it was likely that she did not wish to miss the opportunity to win his favor, thus cooperating so readily to conspire against Fang Lin. However, given Zhao Ziren's cunning nature, he should not have easily let Fang Lin slip through his fingers. The presence of wind in the secret chamber clearly indicated a connection to the outside world. With just a glance, Zhao Ziren could discern the situation. The exit of the hidden passageway was solely guarded by a lie. The actions of this uncle of his were always inscrutable. Fang Lin shifted his focus back to Luo Hong. If she were to discover his true identity, she would undoubtedly treat him with utmost courtesy. Given her adeptness at gathering intelligence through her embedded informants, she would certainly be aware of the imperial lineage of the Hanwu bloodline. Presently, none of the royal family or their relatives exhibited the Hanwu bloodline, leaving him as the most likely heir. If Luo Hong truly knew this, she would not dare offend him, let alone naively assist Zhao Ziren in placing a curse upon him. It was more probable that Zhao Ziren had deceived her. Enlightenment dawned upon Fang Lin. His uncle had calculated well, fearing that he had not made sufficient progress, while simultaneously wary of Fang Lin's superior cultivation. On one hand, he sent people to constantly test his current abilities and courage to ascertain whether he could withstand the imperial family, while on the other hand, he sought to control him through poison. Unfortunately, he was unaware that the Hanwu bloodline had grown so powerful that it could dissolve the cursed insects within his body. The so-called antidote that a lie had given him was certainly no good, and Fang Lin cast it out of the window. It seemed that having a relative skilled in business was not a blessing after all. Fang Lin rubbed his nose and smiled faintly. The night was deepening, with the moon hiding behind clouds, revealing only a faint, ethereal glow. Fang Lin settled into meditation until dawn approached, at which point he heard commotion from next door. likely indicating that Ling Xiao had helped Su Susu break the seal. Fang Lin immediately rose to check the situation, startling the little fox, which promptly followed him, hopping along. Inside the room, Ling Xiao stood up from the couch, drenched in sweat. Fortunately, the one who cast the sealing spell on you was not of high cultivation. It only took 2 hours to break through. How do you feel now? Su Susu also bore sweat on her forehead, glistening and seemingly radiating a faint blue light, akin to the brilliance of her spiritual energy. A few droplets cascaded down her graceful cheeks, traversing her slender, delicate neck before disappearing into her collar. Such an alluring sight, albeit regrettable that it stemmed from healing rather than something else. Fang Lin retracted his gaze and turned to Su Susu's pale face. Is there anything troubling you? Senior sister? Su Susu gently shook her head, her frail form barely managing to sit upright. She expressed her gratitude to Ling Xiao again. Thank you, senior brother, for exerting yourself to break the seal for me. It must have consumed a considerable amount of your spiritual energy that I truly seem to be a constant source of trouble. Ling Xiao stood by the bed, his expression impassive. It's nothing, as your senior brother. It is my duty. The seal has just been broken, and your dantian is still rigid. You should lie down and rest that a ray of dawn pierced through the clouds, filtering into the room. Ling Xiao revealed a hint of fatigue. Rubbing his brow. I also need to rest. We can discuss other matters after recuperating in the 3 new rooms. Su Susu occupied the center, while Fang Lin and Ling Xiao resided on either side. As the two emerged from Su Susu's room, they exchanged glances, and then Ling Xiao blocked Fang Lin's path with his frost snow sword. Yes, there's something you need. Fang Lin raised an eyebrow. Ling Xiao, expressionless, replied, Now that you've been expelled from the sect, you should no longer refer to her as senior sister, to avoid misunderstandings. Fang Lin understood. It's merely a habit. I shall change it immediately. She's not my master, but Su Susu enjoys it when I call her that. In her heart, I have always been her little junior brother. The name Su Susu carries much more weight than senior sister. Fang Lin observed the look on Ling Xiao's face, which portrayed a mix of frustration and inability to articulate his feelings, and he felt a surge of delight that he continued. From now on, I shall call you Brother Ling. However, the gratitude I owe to the Yun sect remains profound, and I would never dare to forget it. Ling Xiao, who was generally taciturn, found it difficult to respond to Fang Lin's deliberate provocation. He merely stated, As long as you are aware. He then lowered his frost snow sword, flicked his sleeve, and retreated to his own room. Fang Lin shrugged nonchalantly and murmured, Su Susu, this form of address suits you quite well. Having endured a restless night without sleep, Fang Lin collapsed into a deep slumber, with the little fox nestled on his chest, drawing nourishment from the totem there as it breathed softly, resembling a lullaby. Once again, he found himself in a dream, beneath the lanterns, amidst a throng of people, where a subtle fragrance wafted, captivating his attention at a woman clad in a crimson outfit, wielding a long sword, swiftly navigated through the crowd, seemingly in search of something. She turned her head and nearly collided with Fang Lin, her expression revealing irritation. Do you not have eyes? She exclaimed. Chapter 84. Chi Hung Mountain. This woman radiated an aura of menace. A single vermilion mole between her brows, as red as blood, and her voice exuded an icy chill that instilled trepidation. In the dream, Fang Lin was still a naive lad, having inadvertently bumped into her. He had yet to utter an apology when he raised his gaze to behold her visage. Instantly captivated and unable to look away, oblivious to her words, he was jolted back to reality by a sharp slap. Fang Lin cupped his face, attempting to chase after her to explain, but he could not even grasp the hem of her red attire. She was a formidable female cultivator, her cultivation far surpassing his. Easily shaking him off, this encounter lingered in his mind, captivating him for a lifetime. When he awoke, it was already the following evening. Fang Lin sat up abruptly, suddenly realizing that he had been reborn and had yet to see Li Ruoxiu. The little fox pawed at his lapel, stubbornly attempting to burrow into his chest, seemingly still half asleep. Little lazy bug. Fang Lin pulled it out, rose, tidied his attire, and promptly took Feng Mo to knock on Su Susu's door. Su Susu had just awakened, her hair disheveled and cascading down her back. Upon seeing Fang Lin, she displayed a hint of shyness, lowering her gaze. Why did you all rise earlier than I? Did Ling Xiao come looking for you? Would you prefer to go down and drink with senior brother, or wait for me here? Fang Lin stepped into the room. I will wait for you. Having never seen Su Su groom herself before, Fang Lin was quite curious. He snatched the wooden comb from her hands with a grin. How about I give it a try? Su blinked in surprise. Can you style hair? I know a few simple techniques that I learned secretly. I wish to practice for my future wife. Through the bronze mirror, Fang Lin noticed a blush rising on Su Su's face, prompting him to continue. By the way, senior brother is not here. Young Master Ling reminded me that I have been expelled from the sect, so it would not be appropriate to refer to myself as junior brother any longer. For now on, I shall call you Su, if that pleases you. The name Su struck her heart like a sweet melody, more delightful than any love words in the world. You may call me however you wish. Su nearly lost her composure, her gaze flitting about, unsure of where to settle. Fang Lin calmly styled her hair, saying, Su, this name truly suits you, he continued. Su Su's face flushed deeply, her ears turning crimson, a stark contrast to her delicate skin. Fang Lin, as he had claimed, was indeed only capable of simple hairstyling. He covered Su Su's long hair with a light veil, achieving a somewhat presentable appearance. Though her hair had not undergone significant change apart from being smoothed out, the two descended together. The bustling mealtime at the inn had passed, and the hall only had 5 or 6 tables occupied. Ling Xiao sat among them, his stature commanding and aura striking, easily noticeable without the need for searching. The three sat together, ordering a few small dishes. Within Fang Lin's sect, there were many rules, one of which dictated silence during meals. And Ling Xiao sat rigidly between them like a block of ice-cold. Su was noticeably more reserved than before, and the three focused on their meal, the only sounds being the clinking of chopsticks. At the neighboring tables, a few merchants were engaged in hushed conversations while dining. Fang Lin exchanged a glance with Ling Xiao. Receiving the signal in their eyes, he then raised his cup and approached the adjacent table to eavesdrop on their discussion. Excuse me, brothers, what are you discussing so animatedly? Fang Lin adopted a friendly demeanor. The merchant waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. We were just talking about tonight's departure from the city. Why the sudden anxiety regarding this trip outside the city for such prominent merchants as yourselves? Fang Lin inquired again. The merchant poured himself a cup of wine and sighed deeply. It is precisely because we must pass through the West City Gate tonight. Alas, you're unaware of the recent unrest at Qihing Mountain. Numerous individuals have reported encounters with malevolent entities there. Qihing Mountain? Fang Lin asked. Indeed, it lies just outside the western outskirts of the city, with the official road running at its foothills. There had never been any issues before. But lately, it seems that trouble has been brewing. For several consecutive days, incidents have occurred, causing our merchant caravan to be filled with trepidation, and we are now attempting to avoid this path. The merchant lamented. If it weren't for the urgency of our journey, we would not dare traverse this road that I wonder if we will be able to leave safely tonight. Why have I not heard of this? My good fellow, please clarify. Have lives been lost at Qihing Mountain, or is it something else? The man glanced around cautiously and lowered his voice conspiratorially. I do not know. The specific details have been suppressed by the city lord. We only dare to discuss this in private. And one truly knows what has transpired at Qihing Mountain, only that it is far from peaceful. Young brother, why do you inquire about such matters? Upon overhearing your discussion, my curiosity was piqued. Who knows? I have a good friend who is a cultivator. Perhaps he can lend you assistance. Really? The man's eyes widened in surprise. Fang Lin nodded, gesturing towards Ling Xiao. There he is, sitting right beside us. You must have noticed the sword in his hand. It is a treasured blade named Frost Snow. Are you familiar with Fang Lin's sect? Of course, it is one of the 4 major sects, known throughout the land. He is the eldest disciple of the master of Fang Lin's sect, possessing formidable prowess. Share with me what you know, and perhaps he can intervene. May I know how to address you? Fang Lin, appearing affable, draped an arm over the man's shoulder, giving off an air of secrecy. I am Cheng Tao, a humble merchant from Qinghe. Unworthy of your attention, I had no idea you were affiliated with Fang Lin's sect. It is an honor to meet you. Please, I am merely a scoundrel, not a member of Feiyun's sect. That esteemed figure over there is the one you should revere. Do not mistake me for someone of significance." Fang Lin awkwardly denied, feeling utterly embarrassed about his current status. Su, having overheard their conversation, paused mid-bite, her hand hovering over the dish. She pressed her lips together, yearning to express to Fang Lin that she would always regard him as her dearest junior disciple. Yet, with Ling Xiao seated across from her, such words remained unspoken, and she could only continue to eat in silence. Meanwhile, the conversation between Fang Lin and Cheng Tao grew increasingly animated, and before long, Fang Lin had gleaned most of what Cheng Tao knew. He returned to his table, casually tossing a peanut into his mouth as he sat on a long bench, that he remarked, "There is unusual activity at Qihing Mountain. Some have had their spiritual awareness extracted." Ling Xiao cast a sidelong glance at him. "You are already in a perilous situation. Do not involve yourself in unnecessary affairs." Fang Lin chuckled, "Carefree. Why would I have the time to meddle in this? I merely inquired out of curiosity." Yet when the caravan was set to depart, Fang Lin opened the door and coincidentally encountered Ling Xiao, now clad in black. They exchanged knowing glances, both understanding that they were headed to Qihing Mountain. Fang Lin raised an eyebrow. "Did I not recall someone advising me to refrain from meddling in others' affairs?" "Talkative," Ling Xiao replied coldly, continuing down the stairs. Chapter 85. The malevolent spirits in the mountains. The caravan was assembling at the inn's entrance. Preparing to set forth, Fang Lin and Ling Xiao silently slipped into the rear of the line. Soon, a procession of carts and horses formed a single line, departing the inn towards the city gate. The guards at the city gate conducted their routine inspection and allowed them passage. The caravan swiftly entered the outskirts of the city, gradually leaving behind the brilliant lights of Lu City. Plunging into a sparsely populated area, shrouded in the night. The moon, a slender crescent resembling a curved blade, hung high in the sky, accompanied by a drifting dark cloud that slowly obscured its light. With the moon hidden behind the clouds, the night grew increasingly ominous. Fang Lin reclined atop the cargo with a blade of grass in his mouth, the cart moving at a steady pace. Jostling rhythmically, causing him to sway gently down a small fox, fast asleep on his chest, added to the tranquility of the scene. Ling Xiao sat beside him, sword in hand, casting sidelong glances at Fang Lin, his brow slightly furrowed. "If you are to engage in serious matters, you ought to comport yourself accordingly. This is hardly fitting. You seem to have forgotten that I am no longer your junior disciple, and thus you cannot discipline me." Fang Lin replied without opening his eyes, merely stating the fact. Ling Xiao was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to counter. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, he cleared his throat softly. "It seems I spoke out of turn." From that point onward, Ling Xiao refrained from speaking to Fang Lin, choosing instead to remain vigilant, observing their surroundings while holding his sword. The caravan soon entered the domain of Qihing Mountain, and the wind suddenly picked up. The moonlight was entirely obscured by the thickening clouds, and the air was filled with the presence of erratic, unseen entities, stirring up chilling winds. Perhaps due to their prior anxiety, the caravan accelerated upon entering Qihing Mountain's territory, the wheels turning rapidly and creaking loudly. However, the mountain was vast. Even passing by its base required considerable time. The clouds above thickened, casting a shroud of darkness that rendered the surroundings pitch black, obscuring all visibility for the mortals within. While Fang Lin appeared to be asleep with his eyes closed, he remained acutely aware of the surroundings through his other senses. The unnatural coldness intensified as they ventured deeper into Qihing Mountain. Yet he knew these shops posed no threat to human life. It was not uncommon for spirits to inhabit the mountains. This was especially true for Qihing Mountain, with its ancient forests and decaying trees, where malevolent energies tended to gather. The presence of unruly spirits did not necessarily imply danger. Fang Lin continued to await developments with his eyes shut, while the caravan's members grew increasingly anxious. Hastening their pace, the whips cracking against the horses' backs as they urged them onward. "Fang Lin, there is movement in the southwest," Ling Xiao stated calmly. Fang Lin opened his eyes and gazed toward the southwest. Though he could not discern anything with his naked eye, a cultivator's vision could pierce through the night. The purer and more advanced one's cultivation, the clearer their sight became, increasingly unbound by mortal limitations. Although he possessed talismanic skills, his true cultivation level had yet to surpass Ling Xiao's. Ling Xiao was able to perceive the disturbances in the southwest, while Fang Lin strained his neck to catch a glimpse, but found nothing. At that moment, his competitive spirit ignited. Unwilling to concede defeat, Fang Lin discreetly released a talisman, sending it flying toward the southwest to scout for him. Ling Xiao noticed this with surprise. When did you learn the art of talismans? You seem quite proficient. Fang Lin deflected the question. After being expelled from a sect, one must seek a new path, do they not? Moreover, my master would certainly not wish for me to use the techniques of Fei Yun's sect. As you mentioned, it could lead to misunderstandings. Talisman arts are ultimately not the orthodox path. What constitutes the orthodox or unorthodox path? Fang Lin retorted indifferently, tucking the small fox into his clothing before standing up to continue. Is it deemed unorthodox simply because fewer people practice it? For me, there's only good or bad character, not a distinction between righteous and unrighteous methods. Ling Xiao habitually pressed his lips together, pondering for a moment before revealing a glimmer of admiration in his gaze. Since you have ventured out, you have grown considerably. I recognize your good nature. The reason for your expulsion must have its own rationale. This time, my master entrusted me with the jade pendant for you, which I believe serves as a reminder that you are not at odds with Fei Yun's sect, but rather still stand with us. You think too highly of me. Fang Lin chuckled wryly, pondering how the old man, Zaiyozi, truly knew how to stir up trouble for himself. Ling Xiao was commendable in many ways, yet he possessed a touch of heroism that often led him to meddle in affairs that did not concern him, maintaining an upright demeanor to the point of being dull. Fang Lin found it most intolerable when Ling Xiao adopted a condescending posture in their interactions. Even during their time at Fei Yun's sect, Ling Xiao had always intervened as the elder brother, but never truly resolved any of his issues. The current situation was no different. Despite no longer being in a brotherly relationship, Ling Xiao still spoke to him as an elder, as if he were all-knowing, though in reality, he understood nothing. The talisman Fang Lin sent out soon returned, shimmering with golden light, slicing through the darkness before softly landing in his hand, bursting into golden specks that scattered like stardust. The information it carried flowed into Fang Lin's body, mingling with the falling golden light. Ling Xiao observed from the side and remarked coolly, "Such trouble. Had it been orthodox techniques, a mere glance would suffice to discern the matter. I recall a phrase in the sect's rules: avoid arrogance and impatience. Rather than mocking me, perhaps you should familiarize yourself with the sect's regulations." Fang Lin shot back with a sharp retort. "You are incorrigible. Your wit is sharper than mine. I shall not engage further." Ling Xiao lamented. "You are correct. I have no authority to interfere in your actions." As the two conversed, the caravan had already entered the depths of Qihing Mountain, where the surroundings were shrouded in darkness, as if an invisible giant net enveloped them. According to the information relayed by the talisman, there was a surge of spiritual energy in the southwest, and the mountain birds had all vanished, clearly indicating that something was amiss. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the air, startling the entire caravan into chaos. The lead cart came to a halt, while those behind scrambled to stop. And some who could not manage to halt collided into the front cart, causing horses and people to cry out in alarm. "There are ghosts! There are ghosts!" A voice, whose origin was unknown, pierced through the air, sending the caravan into a flurry of panic. Yet, the majority remained near the wagons, hesitant to venture far. Fang Lin leaped forward, amidst the chaos, locating Cheng Tao. "Tell your men to remain calm and huddle together." "Little brother, is that you? Have you come to save us?" Cheng Tao's face lit up with joy as he grasped Fang Lin's arm. Fang Lin withdrew his hand just as Ling Xiao arrived, gesturing towards him. "Behold, as I mentioned, this disciple of the Fei Yun sect is of noble character. He merely wishes to ascertain what strange beasts lurk in Qiheng Mountain. Rest assured, with him present, no harm shall befall you." Ling Xiao cast a sidelong glance at him, wielding his frost and snow sword, and continued onward without a word that a figure rushed back from the front, reporting to Cheng Tao. "Sir, we lost a horse. It collapsed suddenly, and we know not why." Cheng Tao clung to Fang Lin's side once more. "Where are the others?" are my brothers unharmed. Chapter 86. Gathering spiritual awareness in the heart of the mountain. A chilling wind swept through, stirring up dust and leaves that assaulted the senses. The fierce mountain breeze sent the caravan into a state of dread. They had long feared calamity, and any slight disturbance would send them reeling in terror. The sudden collapse of a horse sent the caravan into disarray. No one was injured, but the driver of the lead wagon was severely frightened, running about aimlessly, appearing quite mad. Chung Tao interjected, "Where is everyone? Gather them all to my side. Why the panic? You are scaring yourselves to death." Though Chung Tao himself felt fear, he managed to suppress it and maintain a semblance of order, issuing commands to his fellow merchants. Fang Lin reassured Chung Tao, "Fear not. It is not a grave matter. There is no need for alarm, but I urge you to gather your people for their protection. Should you scatter, the malevolent spirits of the mountain may not be the only danger. You might find yourselves lost in the depths of the forest. Thank you, benefactor. Thank you." Chung Tao repeatedly bowed in gratitude. Fang Lin sighed. "Let us first attend to the matter at hand. You may express your thanks once you safely depart Chi Hung Mountain." Chung Tao promptly obliged, signaling for others to gather. Most of the caravan members congregated around Fang Lin, while a few remained at the front and rear, requiring a moment to draw closer. Fang Lin pondered, then retrieved the Feng Mo from his back, drawing a large circle on the ground with the sword sheath wrapped in white cloth. Encircling them within, he then tossed 3 talismans to establish a protective barrier. Stay within this circle as long as the barrier holds. Do not venture out. Still feeling uneasy, Fang Lin handed Chung Tao a talisman, saying, "Take this. If it shatters, it signifies the barrier is breached should I not return by then. Throw it skyward. The higher, the better." Chung Tao accepted the talisman with one hand while grasping Fang Lin's arm with the other. "Little brother, can this truly work? Perhaps we should flee. My caravan is filled with mere mortals. Not a single cultivator among us. Remaining here is far too perilous. Knowing the danger, yet you still tread this path." Fang Lin retorted, shaking him off. "Oh, you truly believe you can escape with your goods? Stay put. I shall return shortly. There is no need for concern." With that, Fang Lin soared forward, rejoining Ling Xiao at the forefront of the caravan. Upon his arrival, Ling Xiao spoke. "The horse has lost its spiritual awareness." Fang Lin, unable to comprehend, grimaced. How much spiritual awareness could a mere horse possess? These malevolent spirits are indiscriminate, not even sparing the most mundane of beasts. Just as humans are categorized as mortals or cultivators, so too are the creatures of the mortal realm divided into those that are enlightened and those that remain primitive. The primitive creatures, devoid of any substantial awareness, are simply ordinary animals, possessing little more than their innate vitality. This horse is among the lowest tier of unawakened beings. Ling Xiao stood, surveying the surroundings. Perhaps the horse was inadvertently harmed while it attacked a person. In the air, ethereal orbs swirled about, clashing and emitting ghastly wails. Fang Lin and Ling Xiao exchanged glances, almost in unison, channeling their energy to ascend into the air. After a brief struggle, both seized an orb and landed on the ground. The orbs were black, yet distinct from the one that had attacked Fang Lin. They appeared feeble, lacking any offensive capability, easily captured by cultivators. Fang Lin opened his palm. The orb contained within a barrier of spiritual energy, darting about chaotically, yet failing to breach the confines of the barrier. It posed no apparent threat. This phenomenon did not seem capable of inflicting harm. Rather, it appeared rather endearing, resting against the barrier's wall when fatigued. Ling Xiao also opened his palm, revealing an orb of a deeper purple in the darkness. They had seemed identical, but now, upon closer inspection, the difference was clear. These appeared to be remnants of extracted spiritual awareness. Many drawn from the unawakened. This also spiritual awareness. Fang Lin furrowed his brow, contemplating what to say, but upon seeing Ling Xiao's assured demeanor, he opted for silence. Ling Xiao released the orb, retracting his hand, gazing at the swirling orbs above, speaking solemnly. "Many a little makes a mickle." Even unawakened spiritual awareness can accumulate into a significant force, yet they appear scattered and lack the capacity to inflict harm. As he spoke, a gust of wind surged from the southwest, stirring up dust and heading toward the caravan's horse's point one horse, startled, began to bolt, dragging its cargo and emitting frantic whinnies. Before long, it too collapsed. A dark orb of spiritual awareness was extracted from its form. Fang Lin reacted swiftly, capturing it and forcefully returning it to the horse's body. The creature, which had once lain still, soon opened its eyes and resumed even breathing. Fang Lin clapped his hands. Did you catch sight of what that was? He wished to conceal his abilities from Ling Xiao, and given the lack of danger in this endeavor, there was no need to vie for attention. Ling Xiao was more than capable of handling it. Indeed, Ling Xiao nodded. Wait here. I shall investigate the southwest corner. Very well. Yes, another gust of wind swept in. Ling Xiao promptly intercepted it mid-flight. Drawing his frost and snow sword, the moment the blade was unsheathed, a beam of cold, moonlit sword light cleaved through the night, severing the intangible wind. Evidently, it was no ordinary wind, but rather a movement propelled by spiritual power. Ling Xiao pursued the source of the wind, his figure darting through the night, delving deeper into Qiheng Mountain, obscured by the trees. Fang Lin turned back to see that the caravan remained safely within the barrier. Unharmed, his heart softened, and he created some space in his spirit-locking bag to collect the scattered spiritual awareness floating in the air. The previously limp bag quickly swelled, revealing signs of the orbs jostling within. It remained uncertain whether these fragments could be returned to their original hosts. If they lingered too long in the mountain, they would undoubtedly be devoured by malevolent spirits. Ling Xiao was right. Though unawakened, spiritual awareness, while weak, could accumulate into a formidable force, and Qiheng Mountain was indeed a gathering place for such energies. To leave them unattended was unwise. Before long, the orbs within the spirit-locking bag settled into tranquility. Fang Lin secured it at his waist, gazing toward the direction of Ling Xiao, faintly perceiving the traces of flickering sword light. The oppressive aura from the southwest gradually dissipated, indicating a manageable adversary. Fang Lin touched his nose and made his way back to the caravan, when suddenly a vine shot forth, attempting to ensnare his foot. Fang Lin reacted swiftly, leaping into the air just in time to evade its grasp. Chapter 87. Karma Fire, a Tree Demon. A smile crept upon Fang Lin's lips as he turned gracefully, seizing the vine that brushed past him. The vine, as though imbued with consciousness, writhed and struggled in his grasp, exerting tremendous force as it attempted to retreat into the depths of the mountain. Where do you think you're going? Fang Lin exclaimed, propelling himself towards the direction the vine retreated, deftly dodging the barrage of brown, withered vines that assailed him until he reached a point above the mountainside. However, one of the withered vines ensnared his left foot, tightening its grip the more he struggled. Those within the barrier held their breath, gazing at the extraordinary scene before them, hearts pounding. Their mortal bodies, limited by the night, could only discern vague shapes of the vines and the struggle between Fang Lin and the entity. The chilling wind could not penetrate the barrier, leaving its occupants eerily silent. Unbeknownst to them, a horde of giant insect-like ants approached the barrier. The caravan members remained oblivious until a sudden shout startled one, causing it to stumble backward and fall to the ground. Pointing in terror at a shadow on the barrier, stuttering, There's a monster. What? Qingtao turned his head, attempting to reassure those around him not to panic. However, with that simple motion, he was met with the sight of a spider, nearly the size of his palm, scuttling across the transparent barrier, followed by an uncountable swarm of insects and ants, each several times larger than those typically encountered, surging forth like an impending tide. Despite having weathered numerous storms as the leader of the caravan, Qingtao felt revulsion surge through him, raising goosebumps across his skin as he stared in horror at the mutated creatures crawling and even gnawing at the invisible barrier. Boss, what should we do? They won't just break through, will they? Is this barrier reliable? Fear began to grip the group, with several individuals huddling tightly together, their faces etched with concern as they nervously scanned their surroundings. Their voices quaking as they spoke. Qingtao feigned calmness, gripping the talisman tightly. For now, we must wait. Everyone, remain composed. As long as the barrier holds, those filthy creatures cannot enter. But we don't know any spells. With so many insects descending upon us, shut up. Is this really the time for such talk? Chang Tao could not tolerate the instigators, slapping one across the face. This afternoon, you said this path was safe. Why are you suddenly cowering now? If you wish to survive, keep quiet and behave. Chang Tao, a rough man accustomed to the trials of the world, had spent the year traversing with the caravan. And in moments of urgency, his tongue often lacked restraint, his speech somewhat coarse. The man who had been slapped felt half his face go numb and dared not retaliate, retreating obediently into the crowd, leaning against others as they cautiously observed their surroundings. Fortunately, the night was thick and the moon was shrouded by dark clouds. Otherwise, their fright would have been even greater in the presence of the swarm. Meanwhile, Fang Lin was dragged to the mountainside by the vines. As he landed, he forced his chi to stabilize his body, landing firmly despite the muddy ground, which felt repulsive beneath his feet, the air thick with a foul stench, leaving him uncertain whether it stemmed from dead animals or the depths of the mountains, making him grimace in distaste. The vines, now in their preferred environment, became increasingly aggressive, launching 3 tendrils toward Fang Lin's hands, feet, and neck. Remembering the incident from the previous day, he refrained from employing his magical powers and instead dodged the attack by leaping to the side. He then affixed a talisman to the nearest vine. The moment they touched, flames erupted, igniting the withered vine, which quickly withdrew from him at the same moment. Ling Xiao soared above him, the frost snow sword gleaming with a cold light in the night as it tore from its master's hand, piercing the air toward the heart of the withered vines. Boom! A towering tree was cleaved in two by the frost snow sword, its upper half crashing down with a resounding noise. The moon gradually peeked from behind the clouds, casting a cold, silvery light upon the forest, illuminating everything before them. Yet the incident did not conclude with the tree's fall. Rather, it intensified in severity. Ling Xiao called back the frost snow, twirling it in the air before landing beside Fang Lin. Upon stepping onto the ground, he furrowed his brow and remarked, "This ground feels peculiar. The stench is overwhelmingly strong." "Indeed," Fang Lin said, holding a talisman between his right index and middle fingers, the vivid red cinnabar characters catching the eye. The paper fluttering with his movements. As it sensed the malevolent aura, the characters began to warm, becoming slightly hot to the touch. Fang Lin inquired, "Did you notice anything unusual just now?" "I observed no formidable creatures within the mountain. Only an abundance of mutated species, which may prove troublesome. That's what I suspected as well. However, it is strange. While this place is known as a gathering of Yin energy, it should naturally harbor so many evolved beings." Ling Xiao nodded affirmatively, his sword slicing through the air beside Fang Lin, embedding itself into a tree behind him. The tree was instantly split in two, just like the previous one, showing no combat prowess, falling as easily as any ordinary tree. "Thank you," Fang Lin expressed. "Exercise caution," Ling Xiao replied, his demeanor calm, taking a few steps around, the sticky ground beneath him causing discomfort, only to find that the tree he had just severed had already melded back into the soil, disappearing entirely, and oh wonder the ground feels like a swamp. It seems to automatically decompose trees, swiftly dissolving them. Before they could contemplate further, the previously subdued vines suddenly erupted into a frenzy, more ferocious than before, ensnaring the two like a net. "Ling Xiao," Fang Lin called out, "we must act quickly. You hold off the vines while I find an opportunity to incinerate these filthy creatures. Be wary of using dark arts. They should be avoided," Ling Xiao insisted. Fang Lin, exasperated, replied, "What does it matter at a time like this? As long as it works, that is all that counts." Ling Xiao pressed his lips together, the situation leaving no room for hesitation. The vines attacked with a madness, and he swiftly swung the frost snow sword, channeling his spiritual energy into it, defending himself while ensuring Fang Lin remained protected within a certain radius, moving rapidly amidst the web of vines. Meanwhile, Fang Lin bit his lip, hastily crafting talismans, drawing blood from his fingertip to create runes in the air. Streams of golden light flickered from his fingertips, ultimately surrounding both of them with shimmering golden talismans. Focus your chi in your dantian. Channel your energy. Suddenly, Fang Lin thrust both hands outward, unleashing an explosive surge of spiritual energy that sent the golden talismans flying in all directions that a powerful gust swept through, prompting Ling Xiao to instinctively shield his face with his elbow. As the golden light flashed, the entire mass of vines became enveloped, gradually igniting and reducing to ash in an instant. Chapter 88. Mere illusions. What Fang Lin unleashed was an unprecedented form of magic, both righteous and malevolent, yet lacking any discernible pattern to replicate. Amidst the purifying flames, Fang Lin's expression hardened, the wind swirling at his feet, his garments billowing, exuding an aura of dominance that starkly contrasted with the youthful naivety he once displayed at Fei Yun's sect. In that moment, even Ling Xiao could no longer perceive the timid junior disciple he once knew. It was as if Fang Lin had transformed entirely. Ling Xiao suddenly comprehended why their master had expelled Fang Lin from the mountain. Someone like him was destined not to belong to Fei Yun's sect and would inevitably attract calamity. As the purifying flames consumed the vines, they vanished from sight, leaving no trace of their fiery passage upon the surrounding trees. As if the entire ordeal had never transpired, with only the chilling wind at their feet remaining to howl. In unison, Fang Lin and Ling Xiao exclaimed, "It is an illusion. No wonder an ordinary mountain had harbored such a plethora of evolved beings, all easily dispatched with a single strike." Fang Lin scoffed, "I was so vigilant earlier, thinking we would be exhausted by the myriad of evolved creatures here tonight. Turns out I was overthinking." Indeed, Ling Xiao nodded, his attention mostly occupied with pondering Fang Lin's sudden transformation, scrutinizing him with a discerning gaze. Feeling uncomfortable under such scrutiny, Fang Lin waved his hand dismissively. "Do I look like I'm harboring any filth or blossoming into something extraordinary?" "I am just trying to discern whether you truly are Fang Lin," Ling Xiao replied earnestly, his gaze unwavering. "Who else could I possibly be?" Fang Lin chuckled lightly. "It's just that you all never truly understood me. Besides, people inevitably change." Suddenly, a commotion arose from the mountain below. The two held their breath, straining to hear the sound from below, and indeed, the voices of the caravan echoed back, "Da-da! Help! There is a monster! Ah! The monster is coming! The monster is here!" The frantic cries from below spurred Fang Lin and Ling Xiao into action, soaring down the mountainside. Ling Xiao wielded his sword to fly, while Fang Lin relied solely on his spiritual energy. Arriving slightly later, within the barrier, the members of the caravan were in a state of disarray, gripped by terror, yet powerless against the encroaching monsters, their cries resounding endlessly. Unable to perceive the barrier, they felt as though they were being directly enveloped by the swarm of insects, an utterly repulsive sensation. Each person feared for their life, wishing they could find a crack in the earth to hide away. Cheng Tao, as the leader, despite his trepidation, put on a brave front, standing at the forefront and attempting to calm their fears, though his efforts yielded little effect, his hands trembling ever so slightly. "Little brother, you've finally returned. Save us." Cheng Tao was the first to notice Fang Lin's arrival, immediately calling for help. Fang Lin tossed a talisman, which ignited into purifying flames upon contact with the insects, causing the overwhelming swarm to vanish, leaving the barrier pristine and intact. Ling Xiao sheathed his sword, standing beside the others, his voice cold. "Come out. It is safe outside." The members of the caravan hesitated, their faces filled with concern as they glanced around, then turned to Fang Lin, seemingly seeking his confirmation before daring to emerge. "Come out. The monsters have been dealt with," Fang Lin declared, opting not to explain that these creatures were mere illusions, unwilling to elaborate further, and simply stated that everything was clear. Cheng Tao cautiously extended his right foot toward the edge of the barrier, testing its integrity. "Boss, let us wait a little longer." Someone grasped Cheng Tao, hesitating and reluctant to let him step beyond the boundary. Observing Ling Xiao and Fang Lin, who appeared exceedingly resolute, Cheng Tao boldly brushed aside the person's hand and pressed onward. "What is there to fear, with two young brothers by our side? Even if there are monsters lurking outside, they pose no threat to us." With determination, he emerged from the barrier, only to find no danger awaiting him. The previous unclean entities had vanished without a trace. With Fang Lin and Ling Xiao flanking him, he straightened his posture and waved to the other members of the caravan within the barrier, signaling them to follow, with someone taking the lead. The others naturally became more compliant, trickling out in small groups before ultimately departing from the boundary drawn by Fang Lin. "What shall we do now, little brother? Will those creatures re-emerge?" Cheng Tao whispered to Fang Lin, striving to maintain an air of composure before his fellow caravan members. Fang Lin instructed, "Let us gather ourselves and continue onward. They must not listen or look around. This place is not as perilous as you imagine. We need only push forward. That's all it takes." Fang Lin nodded. "What reason would I have to deceive you? I shall accompany you to ensure your safe passage out of the Qi-Hung mountain region. Then I extend my heartfelt gratitude, little brother. Chung is at a loss for how to repay you, and no need for such formalities." Fang Lin chuckled, extending a hand to assist him, "If you must express thanks, direct it toward this gentleman beside you. It is his benevolent heart that wishes to accompany you. I am merely a bystander." Ling Xiao, taken aback, looked at him, and after receiving Cheng Tao's repeated expressions of gratitude, chose to align with Fang Lin, nodding. "There is no need for thanks. This is merely what cultivators ought to do. Now, let us organize our ranks and proceed." Having witnessed their capabilities, Cheng Tao felt greatly satisfied. Promptly nodding before loudly instructing the caravan members to inventory their goods and continue onward. The caravan took some time to organize, and as they set off again, Fang Lin and Ling Xiao positioned themselves at the front and rear, respectively, providing protection for the caravan on the official road. Only their group advanced, the surrounding silence unnerving, as chilly winds howled, sending shivers down their spines. Several members of the caravan muttered prayers for divine protection while driving their horses. Heeding Fang Lin's words and refraining from glancing around, focusing solely on moving forward, their words taking on a superstitious tone. Fang Lin and Cheng Tao shared a cart, and due to Fang Lin's status as the caravan leader, the interior was relatively comfortable. Fang Lin relaxed against the wall, closing his eyes for a brief respite, while Cheng Tao fidgeted restlessly. "Little brother, can we truly leave like this? Those entities want to follow us." "Will they?" Cheng Tao asked, visibly anxious. "Rest assured," Fang Lin waved a hand dismissively, leaning against the cart's wall, his ears attuned to the sounds outside, while the small fox nestled in his arms continued to slumber peacefully. Strangely, the spirit beast seemed to be sleeping more soundly than usual of late. Fang Lin pondered, casually extracting the small fox from its cozy spot. The creature, disturbed from its dreams, appeared reluctant to engage, wrapping its tail around Fang Lin's wrist and opening its eyes with a sleepy glance before nuzzling closer. "Little Bai, why does your fur look peculiar on your forehead?" Fang Lin reached out to touch it. But as his fingertip made contact, the faint glow on the fox's forehead shattered, revealing its fur to be as it typically was. The small fox emitted a soft sound, lacking energy, intent only on snuggling against the totem on Fang Lin's chest. "Little Bai," Fang Lin furrowed his brow, lifting the small fox higher. It drowsily raised its eyelids, glancing at him with little enthusiasm before wriggling in his grasp, striving to get closer. The spirit beast's unusual behavior troubled Fang Lin. Seeing its discomfort, he tucked it back into his clothing. The moment he did, he felt the totem on his chest warm slightly, indicating that the small fox was drawing on his spiritual energy, revealing its evident distress. However, it had not sustained any injuries recently, so he wondered why it suddenly seemed so lethargic and instinctively sought his energy. The small fox lay against his chest, breathing evenly. Fang Lin ran a hand along its back, contemplating that once they had delivered the caravan, he would investigate the cause of its peculiar state. In his past life, he had only raised fierce mounts, never such a delicate creature, and feared he had overlooked something crucial, that a faint connection of spiritual energy formed between him and the small fox, creating a subtle sensation as the caravan sped through the night. Half an hour later, they finally burst forth from the Qi-Hung mountain region. The moon peeked through the clouds, casting a cool glow, and the official road appeared livelier than before, with numerous travelers departing from Lu City to other destinations. The earlier peril seemed as if it had never transpired. The group looked around, and some bolder souls turned back to glance at the path they had traversed inquiring, "Are we truly safe now?" "We have been safe all along," Fang Lin declared as he jumped down from the cart, dusting off his hands, appearing to regain his somewhat unreliable demeanor. He spoke loudly. "What you witnessed earlier was merely an illusion. Now that we have left the Qihong Mountain region, the phantoms will dissipate on their own." Cheng Tao grasped Fang Lin's hands in gratitude, nearly kneeling in reverence, his face alight with appreciation. "Truly, little brother, your youth belies your noble heart. You are remarkable, and your friend as well. I express my gratitude here," Cheng Tao added. "There is no need for such formality," Fang Lin replied. "It was the least I could do. Had it not been for your presence, we might have been trapped within the illusion." Cheng Tao thanked him once more. Fang Lin endured a lengthy session of gratitude from Cheng Tao, only to notice that Ling Xiao had not yet appeared. While he and Cheng Tao forged ahead at the forefront of the caravan, Ling Xiao remained at the rear, ensuring the others did not panic. Following the recent fright, the caravan members huddled together, preparing to camp for rest and recovery. Yet Ling Xiao was conspicuously absent. "Where is Brother Ling?" Fang Lin inquired. Just then, someone from the rear of the group approached and responded, "He has been at the back. He should be coming soon." However, time passed, and Ling Xiao was still nowhere to be seen. Fang Lin grew perplexed as he walked to the end of the caravan, confirming that he indeed had not spotted Ling Xiao. A sudden realization struck him, and he exclaimed, "How careless of me!" Cheng Tao, drawing near, asked, "Has something happened to your friend?" No, it is nothing serious. You all should continue on your way. I will seek him out myself." Fang Lin waved them off. Ling Xiao would not simply vanish without reason. If danger had arisen, he would not have done so quietly. His sudden absence suggested he had discerned something amiss and had departed on his own. Fang Lin retraced his steps, and in the night, the distant Qihong mountain bore an ominous, oppressive aura. Anxious, he focused on his energy, only to feel a sudden twitch in his dantian, causing his breath to falter. And he had to pause momentarily to regain his composure. The twitch was fleeting, vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. Fang Lin pressed a hand against his dantian, attempting to channel his internal energy to explore. But after the twitch, his dantian returned to normal, and he could not ascertain the cause. After a moment of contemplation, he attributed the anomaly to a potential disruption in his energy flow. Once his spiritual energy stabilized, Fang Lin straightened up and pressed onward. Upon reaching the foot of Qihong Mountain, he spotted Ling Xiao, who stood with one hand behind his back, gazing solemnly at the mountain. "You have arrived." Ling Xiao turned to him upon hearing the noise. There's still something unusual within the mountain." Fang Lin initiated the conversation. "I was just pondering if it were all merely an illusion. Then why did that horse truly perish?" Ling Xiao nodded in affirmation. "I too sensed something was amiss midway. While all the monsters could be deemed phantoms, the fact remains that one horse from the caravan is indeed missing. There must be something within the mountain that absorbs spiritual awareness. I merely circled the mountain's edge without uncovering it. The Qihong Mountain had existed for more than a day or two. According to Cheng Tao, there had never been any tales of spirits or monsters here, and given its position along the official road, it had always been quite stable. Who could have imagined that such rumors would suddenly arise, instilling fear in the hearts of many, causing numerous caravans to avoid this route? If there were no aberrations within the mountain, then the mountain itself must harbor some issue. Let us investigate the southwestern region, Fang Lin suggested, recalling that it was where they had first detected the anomaly, likely the source. Though reluctant to admit his oversight, Ling Xiao nodded in agreement. "You are correct. We should go and take a look." Qihong Mountain was a massive geological formation that over the years had divided into 3 interconnected peaks to save time and distance. The official road had been constructed through the most prominent gully in the middle. With the southwestern peak being the lowest of the 3, the 2 men hovered above the mountain, observing the movements below. Ling Xiao remained silent, channeling his energy to survey the entire mountain. "What did you encounter upon your arrival?" Fang Lin sought to conserve his energy by extracting information from Ling Xiao. "It was not dissimilar to what you faced, a transformed mountain creature, yet I detected no anomalies," Ling Xiao replied, continuing to project his energy. Fang Lin pressed his lips together, one arm crossed over his chest while the other lightly touched the tip of his nose. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, "You shall observe from here. While I descend to investigate, if anything unusual occurs, you are to act." "Wait," Ling Xiao called out to him. Fang Lin turned to look at him. "What seems to be the problem?" "I shall go down. You remain here. What is there to seize?" Unfazed, Fang Lin leaned forward and plunged downwards. "I will assess the situation." Within the depths of the mountain, the foliage was dense. Fang Lin brought his index and middle fingers together and traced a line before his eyes. After a flicker of golden light, the illusory winds before him shattered, and he found himself upon solid ground. As he walked, he scrutinized the surroundings, searching for any anomalies. The towering trees obscured his figure, with only a faint glimmer of golden light flickering, guiding Ling Xiao from the air. Ling Xiao, however, furrowed his brow at this glimmering light, pondering, who exactly is he? In just 2 months of absence, he is transformed entirely. Additionally, there is the jade pendant bestowed by our master, which clearly bears some insignia resembling a family totem. Yet it is unfamiliar to me. His thoughts were interrupted by Fang Lin's voice from below. Chapter 90. Interdependence and conflict. Fang Lin detected a faint yet peculiar fluctuation of spiritual energy within the forest, which did not resemble the energy generated by cultivators, but rather seemed akin to a magnetic field. Thus, he made his way towards the source of this energy, discovering a stone imbued with a gentle luminescence nestled within a ravine, surrounded by swirling spiritual energy that exuded a resolute force. Though faint, it was unyielding. Fang Lin attempted to form a barrier to contain its power, but the stone's subtle glow pierced through the barrier effortlessly, and the flowing spiritual energy continued to emanate steadily, meandering forth like a gentle stream. Ling Xiao soon descended, landing beside Fang Lin. "That I surmise that this spiritual stone is the cause of the illusion." Fang Lin merely showed him the stone, which was no larger than an egg, half suspended in the pool of water at the bottom of the ravine, appearing light and agile, emitting a soft phosphorescence. The small fox nestled in Fang Lin's arms stirred restlessly, its craving for spiritual energy intensifying. Noticing this, Fang Lin glanced down in surprise. The Baizhe clan was originally the leader of the fox tribe, later usurped by the Nine Dashtails. It was said that during a great battle, the Nine Tails discovered the Baizhe clan's fatal weakness and suppressed their spiritual energy. This critical vulnerability was a natural spiritual stone sourced from the sacred pool of Tianquan Mountain, which countered the bloodline of Baizhe. Legend has it that this stone was shattered and lost to history during the two foxes' battle hundreds of years ago, fading from memory along with the fall of the Baizhe clan. The small fox seemed overwhelmed by the oppressive aura of the spiritual stone, fidgeting within Fang Lin's clothing, its tiny claws instinctively extended, gripping the edge of the fabric tightly, and upon closer inspection, one would notice it was trembling slightly. Ling Xiao observed its agitation and turned to Fang Lin. "Your pet appears to be particularly sensitive to this spiritual stone." "Little Bai behaves like this when tired," Fang Lin replied, masking the truth. "There is nothing to worry about. Let's resolve the matter with the spiritual stone first. I believe the illusion is primarily due to it." Ling Xiao nodded, scrutinizing the barrier Fang Lin had erected. The barrier failed to contain the spiritual energy radiating from the stone due to its innate nature. Only energy with counteracting properties could suppress it. "Step back," Ling Xiao instructed, signaling Fang Lin to retreat. He concentrated his spiritual energy in his palm and, emulating Fang Lin's earlier action, forcefully propelled it towards the ravine where the spiritual stone lay. Fang Lin's barrier shattered, and Ling Xiao's energy entwined with that of the stone, the two forces clashing and colliding. Fang Lin raised an eyebrow, conceding that Ling Xiao truly was an exceptional disciple of the carefree master. Demonstrating remarkable capabilities among his peers, the purity and richness of his spiritual energy danced around the stone's natural power, establishing a balance between them. Fang Lin, aware of his own limitations, recognized that his fire-based techniques, which had awakened the Cambrian bloodline within him, could not match Ling Xiao's depth of energy. Instead, they were sharp and difficult to wield against a natural force like the spiritual stone. The stone's inherent energy thrived on pure, robust spiritual power. Hope blossomed for the two, but suddenly, the spiritual stone began to absorb Ling Xiao's energy, What had once been two swirling energies amalgamated into a protective barrier around the stone. This made it all the more difficult to shift. Fang Lin felt a sharp pain in his chest, the totem's location burning fiercely, while the little fox's consumption of spiritual energy accelerated. Previously, it had only needed to lean against the totem for satisfaction. But now it began to siphon energy directly from Fang Lin. Little by, Fang Lin thought grimly, realizing the dire implications. He had not anticipated that merely placing the stone nearby would have such a profound effect on the little fox. Yet the small fox remained oblivious to its predicament, drowsily yawning in Fang Lin's embrace. Its tiny paws stretched outwards, and inexplicably, the previously tranquil spiritual stone began to tremble, from which a beam of light erupted above it. The soft glow that had enveloped the stone surged upwards, drifting slowly towards Fang Lin's chest. Ling Xiao, equally taken aback by this unforeseen development, looked at Fang Lin in astonishment. Simultaneously, the faint light converged upon Fang Lin's chest, and the little fox, half awake, poked its head out, gazing up at Fang Lin in confusion, seemingly perplexed by the sudden infusion of an unfamiliar power into its body. The spiritual energy that had dispersed from the stone gradually returned. Trickling into the little fox, Fang Lin grasped the little fox firmly. "Little Bai, assist me in retrieving the spiritual stone." Awakened by the shaking, the spiritual beast was still somewhat dazed, staring blankly at Fang Lin before noticing the newfound radiance surrounding it. Immediately growing alert and attempting to grasp it, the small creature twirled gracefully in the air, yet could not quite capture the light. As its vitality surged, it quickly regained its former exuberance. Realizing the glow would automatically connect with its body, it found it amusing and began to leap and chase, alternately evading and pursuing the light. The brilliance of the spiritual stone soon faded, as if completely drained by the little fox, eventually dimming and sinking into the water, indistinguishable from an ordinary pebble. "What just transpired?" Ling Xiao inquired, bewildered, glancing between the stone and Fang Lin with the spiritual beast. "Where did this creature come from?" "Just a chance encounter," Fang Lin replied awkwardly, scratching his nose as he yanked the little fox from midair. The little fox, who had been enjoying itself only moments prior, appeared confused as it was suddenly pulled down, retracting its claws and playfully swatting Fang Lin's palm several times. "Shoot, quiet down." Fang Lin soothed it and turned to Ling Xiao, saying, "Little Bai isn't the brightest. Its low spiritual energy drives it to instinctively absorb energy, and it seems it has inadvertently drained the stone. This fox seems rather distinct from ordinary spiritual beasts," Ling Xiao remarked, scrutinizing the little creature. Fang Lin interjected, "I shall inspect the spiritual stone." With that, he stepped forward and retrieved the now dim stone from the water. Feeling its icy touch, this spiritual stone had completely transformed into an ordinary rock. All its spiritual energy had been consumed by the little fox, rendering it devoid of further use. Nevertheless, Fang Lin tucked it away. Contemplating, little Bai's sensitivity towards this stone was evident. Clearly, the stone could counter the little fox. Yet upon closer proximity, the little fox had gained the upper hand, absorbing the energy clinging to the stone. Their relationship of interdependence and conflict suggested that this stone might very well be the fateful weapon that led to the downfall of the Baizhe clan, though the fragment that fell upon Qiheng Mountain was merely a shard of its former self. Thus, with the little fox by Fang Lin's side, it could effectively suppress it. This line of reasoning seemed to elucidate the situation. Fang Lin made a mental note, unconsciously pausing his actions as he contemplated, while Ling Xiao observed his expression closely. Chapter 91. Unforeseen circumstances. The little fox, clearly oblivious to its surroundings, had suddenly absorbed pure spiritual energy, more nourishing than consuming a dozen celestial fruits, filling it with vitality and energy. Rendering it incapable of remaining still, it quickly wriggled free from Fang Lin's grasp. If this continued, it might struggle to contain the power of the spiritual stone. Ling Xiao's expression grew grave. He should have intervened earlier. But now there was little choice but to let it vent its energy. Just then, the palm-sized creature opened its mouth and roared. One moment it seemed lethargic, and in the next, its form expanded dramatically, transforming into a battle-ready guise, resembling a lion of considerable size. hovering in mid-air, with gusts of wind swirling beneath its feet. It let out a roar. It unleashed waves of spiritual energy that reverberated through the air, creating an impressive spectacle. Ling Xiao quickly erected a barrier to contain the rampaging energy of the spiritual beast within a radius of 2 zhang, preventing any unnecessary panic. "Little Bai," Fang Lin called out. Yet the little fox remained oblivious, dashing around within the confines of the barrier, appearing quite restless. Ling Xiao inquired, "You have yet to disclose the origin of this spiritual beast. I found it by the roadside." Fang Lin replied nonchalantly, "Which roadside would yield such a formidable spiritual beast?" Ling Xiao pressed. Fang Lin chuckled. "Its spiritual power is rather feeble, lacking any refinement, and it appears quite foolish. How on earth did you discern its impressive capabilities?" "Do refrain from jesting. Xiao Bai is merely an ordinary white fox, gluttonous and slothful, with nothing particularly remarkable about it. The Baizhe clan has nearly faced extinction after that great battle, and it remains uncertain whether there are any companions of Xiao Bai left in the Tianan continent. Such a rare spiritual beast must certainly not reveal its identity lightly. Fortunately, Xiao Bai is so weak that it hardly evokes the thought of being a descendant of Baizhe. The only token of its lineage has been transferred to Fang Lin's heart, making it appear just like an ordinary white fox at present." Fang Lin spoke these words with an impassive demeanor, while Ling Xiao looked on with skepticism. "Yet I find it quite extraordinary. It can autonomously absorb spiritual energy. Perhaps a foolish fox possesses its own good fortune. In any case, just observe its current restless demeanor, and you can tell it lacks even the most fundamental understanding of controlling its absorption of spiritual energy. It is still a low-tier spiritual beast." Ling Xiao nodded. "I suppose I have been overly cautious." Once it had expended its surplus spiritual power, the majestic spiritual beast finally landed, standing before Fang Lin and panting heavily, appearing utterly exhausted. Its fur, usually soft and flowing, now clung to its body, rendering it rather disheveled. "Well done," Fang Lin remarked, patting its head. The spiritual beast eagerly nudged its head against his palm, displaying complete obedience, before gradually transforming back into a palm-sized form beneath Fang Lin's hand, resembling a small snowball as it settled on the ground. Fang Lin lifted it, and it seized the opportunity to leap onto his shoulder, waiting attentively for its master's command, its round, glistening eyes blinking innocently. Upon sensing Ling Xiao's scrutinizing gaze, the little fox glanced back, its expression betraying a hint of ferocity. Fang Lin covered it with his hand, easily concealing most of its body and interrupting its stare-off with Ling Xiao. "Let us investigate whether there are any further disturbances in the mountains," Fang Lin suggested. Ling Xiao nodded, taking the lead as he soared into the air, with Fang Lin closely following. The little fox clung tightly to the fabric of his shoulder, letting out a whimper as it was carried along. Within the Chinquan pouch, a spirit stone that had previously become inert stirred to life upon contact with a faint spiritual awareness inside, causing the dispersed spiritual consciousness within the pouch to adhere to the stone's surface, gradually covering it completely. The once plump Chinquan pouch began to deflate. Engrossed in chasing after Ling Xiao, Fang Lin remained oblivious to this subtle change. The illusions along the official road dissipated with the vanishing of the spirit stone, and the heavy clouds parted to reveal the moon's visage. In the mountains, no traces of spiritual energy fluctuations remained, and everything returned to a state of normalcy. It was only when they witnessed carriages passing safely that Ling Xiao felt reassured. It seems that stone was the source of the trouble. "We can return now. Indeed, perhaps Su is searching for someone," Fang Lin mentioned, unable to suppress a smile at the thought of her. Ling Xiao, however, responded coldly. "Is that how you address her? If I cannot call her senior sister, then this is how it must be," Fang Lin replied nonchalantly. "Must I address her by her full name?" He mused, feeling that such formality would be excessively distant. Ling Xiao was momentarily taken aback, troubled yet unable to find a valid reason to interfere with Fang Lin's manner. He took to the skies on his sword, carrying Fang Lin along, and they swiftly returned to the bustling city of Lu. The atmosphere was lively, filled predominantly with mortals. And since cultivators were prohibited from flying on swords within the city, they finally alighted and made their way toward the inn. Fang Lin, a familiar voice called from behind, prompting both to turn in unison. There stood Su, adorned in a blue and white dress. Amidst the throngs of people as they moved about, she stood elegantly, exuding an ethereal presence.